Chapter 231. Who are you, to be more precise? You are a trustworthy and available person. If you are not trustworthy, you cannot use your great ability. Jiangjun, who has always been troubled by his parents' tantrums, suddenly saw the transfer order in front of him, and was extremely happy. First, because he was promoted to the chief constable of Guizhou Prefecture. A promotion and salary increase is definitely a good thing. Second, he can leave Sanha openly, out of sight, and out of mind about family matters. What, you are going to Nanzhou? Jiang the butcher was very happy to see his daughter return home on her own initiative, but suddenly heard that his daughter was going to Nanzhou. He was furious. You are a girl. Why do you go so far? Jiangjun's mother jumped up and said, You are getting more and more rebellious. Jiangjun slapped the transfer order in front of him on the table, and said with a smile, Look carefully. This is the seal of the governor. Lord Shan has spoken. How dare I not go? Jiang the butcher snorted coldly. Don't fool me with such words. If you really don't want to go, I will go to find Shanqi or Qinshinluo. I don't believe that they are unreasonable. Jiangjun was frightened and hurriedly stopped him and said, What are you looking for? She was worried that her father would really go to the governor's office to find Shanqi or Qinshinluo. Based on her understanding of the office, they might agree. Jiang the butcher said, You ran so far. I won't find. Who are they going to find? Look carefully. Jiangjun wanted to smear the transfer order on her father's big face full of flesh. Chief Constable, I'm promoted to Chief Constable. From now on, the public security of Nanzhou will be decided by me alone. Do you think it's impressive? Jiangjun's mother said. So what, you're just a girl. Hey. Jiangjun put his arm around her mother's shoulders and sighed. You want me to find a good family, think about it. I'm the chief constable now. Can I match a better family? What about the Lu family, the Sun family? Just let them stand aside. Jiang the butcher touched his chin and pondered. What he said seems to make sense. He was a little moved. If my daughter becomes the chief constable of Nanzhou Prefecture, wouldn't I be able to walk all over Nanzhou in the future? It's exciting to think about it. Jiangjun said happily. So you agree? Jiang the butcher said with a smile. Young man, I have also been to Qingyuan City, the capital of Nanzhou Prefecture. It is a real big city, with high and big walls, many people, and everything for sale. To put it bluntly, our Baiyun City is simply incomparable to Qingyuan City, Jiangjun said with a smile. Of course, Qingyuan City is a great fortress in the world, and it is also one of the richest places in the world. Jiang the butcher was curious. No. How can you be the chief constable? Nanzhou is not under the jurisdiction of Sanha. Right? Jiangjun coughed and said with a smile. Dad, if you ask again, it will be confidential. I can't tell you. Humph. You haven't even become an official yet, and you're already showing off to me. Jiang the butcher hummed. Don't think I don't know. Shinchu led the army out a few days ago, although he didn't say where he was going. I guess it must be Nanzhou. I didn't expect it to be so fast. It hasn't been long, and Nanzhou is under our jurisdiction. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh again. This time he did not follow the army, and missed out on a windfall. Jiangjun smiled but said nothing. Her appointment as the chief constable of Nanzhou was thus decided. 3 days later, she accompanied the civilians who were delivering supplies, and took her family's tiger-striped dog to Nanzhou to take up her post. It was her first time to travel far away, and everything was new to her. Whenever she encountered something new, she would always ask and take a look. However, this sense of novelty did not last long. There was a lot of rain in summer, and the wind chased the rain, and the rain chased the wind. There were rarely clear days. The roads in Sanha were smooth, and the rain did not affect the journey. However, once we entered Nanzhou, the roads were muddy and slippery, and we had to rest as we walked. Both people and animals suffered a lot. Now everyone felt the goodness of Sanha. We met many returning civilians along the way, and the news we got was that the bandit leaders Huang Xifang and Zhao Lichuan had already fled before the Sanha army entered Qingyuan City. No one was surprised, and felt that it was as it should be. Shinchu and Zhang Mian sat in the lobby of the governor's office, facing each other, and Pan Duo walked in and handed the note in his hand to Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian read it and handed it to Shinchu. Shinchu smiled at Jizhua, who was standing behind Zhang Mian, and said, Congratulations. The prince asked you to lead the military affairs of Nanzhou. I have to call you General Ji from now on. Jijua bowed to Zhang Mian and Shinchu and said, "Thank you for your support, generals." Shinchu smiled and said, "I am so capable, I can support you. This is the grace of the prince." After hearing this, Jijua knelt down facing south and shouted, "Live the prince for 1,000 years. I will serve the prince until my death." He had experienced a lot, and had seen a lot, so he had learned these etiquettes without a teacher. "Get up," Shinchu said with a smile. "I'm sure the prince will be very pleased. Jiangjin will be here in a few days. You two should support each other, and ensure the stability of Nanzhou." Zhang Mian frowned and said, "This woman is too young. Why doesn't Qin Xinlue choose one of the male detectives? Any one of them would be better than Jiangjin." "Right," Shinchu said with a smile. "Master Zhang, have you forgotten how many jokes we have made because we couldn't communicate with the locals? Jiangjin understands both Sanhe dialect and Nanzhou dialect. He can read and write, and is familiar with Sanhe laws. He is the most suitable candidate." Zhang Mian nodded and said, "Qin Xinlue should be the best choice." Luo considered everything. No wonder he also let Wang Su go to Hongou. "I remember Wang Su was originally from Hongou." Shinchu smiled. "Although his parents are from Hangzhou, he grew up in Ankang City since he was a child. He can only understand Hongou dialect and cannot speak it. It is better than knowing nothing at all." "That's right." Zhang Mian could only sigh how important it is to master another language. "Sershin, do you want to meet Wu Lin and Jiang Can?" Shinchu shook his head. "No. Take them back to Sanhe directly." After nearly a month of running around, Jiangjin finally saw the tall city wall of Qingyuan City. The sun shone on the mottled blue bricks, giving people a sense of the vicissitudes of time. Just as her father said, in terms of momentum, Baiyun City really can't compare. There were pedestrians and vehicles coming and going at the city gate, and many people were queuing up for porridge on the side of the city wall. She saw an acquaintance at a glance. "Hey, monk." She kept waving at the monk on her horse, and when she got closer, she got off the horse and ran towards the monk. "Amidba." When the monk saw Jiangjin, he put his hands together and said, "You are here." Jiangjin was about to respond, but suddenly felt a strong hostility, turned his head, and found that there was a bright woman standing next to the monk. "Who are you?" the two asked almost in unison. Chapter 232 Old Friend. Xie Jiuyun said proudly, "You can't last more than one move in my hand. Do you still want to ask who I am? Tell me who you are. If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life." Jiangjin said without showing any weakness, "I am the new chief constable of the Nanzhou provincial government. No matter how good your kung fu is. What can you do? Do you dare to attack me? What can you do to me? You?" Xie Jiuyun gritted her teeth in anger. She really didn't dare to attack. The monk had already told her that since Sanhe entered Qingyuan City, Nanzhou began to implement the Sanhe law. And the Sanhe law was extremely strict. It's best not to cause trouble. Otherwise, unless her master can come to save her in person, she will inevitably go to labor reform. She traveled all the way from Sanhe to Nanzhou, and had seen the strictness of Sanhe's laws. So she believed in the monk's words, and had always been honest. Amidba. The monk was confused when he saw the two of them were on the verge of a fight, and had to hurriedly say, "This is Miss Xie Jiuyun, a 9th rank master." "Monk, what do you mean by this?" Jiangjin said unhappily. "Why do you deliberately say 9th rank? Is 9th rank so great? Grandmasters, like Master Wan and Manager Hong had taught her personally. Oh, and the blind man, who was also a grandmaster, she even put her arm around his shoulders, and called him a brother? She never took 9th rank masters, like Ichio seriously, and occasionally when he made her unhappy, she dared to scold him a few words. Is she proud? Besides, as far as she knew, the blind man and Ichio were both in Qingyuan City. She could totally ignore this Xie Jiuyun. 9th rank, if you have the ability, you can be arrogant." "Miss Jiang, you misunderstood," the monk hurriedly explained. "I didn't mean that." "What do you mean?" Xie Jiuyun was sensitive to the difference in the monk's attitude towards him, and the girl in front of him. He always called him little monk. But to this girl, it became, "I." How could she not be angry? "Miss Xie, little monk." "Humph." Xie Jiuyun turned around and left in anger. "Thank you, young lady." The monk called out a few words, and then he could no longer see her shadow. Jiangjin chuckled and said, "Monk, you have been lucky in love recently." The monk asked in confusion, "What do you mean, young lady?" "No meaning." Jiangjin smiled and took the reins from the civilian next to him. climbed on the horse, and showed the Wangwali token in his hand to the soldiers on both sides at the city gate, and slowly entered the city. Led by a civilian, he stopped at the government office of Qingyuan City. The officers and soldiers on both sides of the door knew Jiangjun. Seeing her coming, they smiled and said, "Constable Jiang, you are finally here. Shin was talking about you yesterday." "Thank you, both of you." Jiangjun handed the reins to an officer and followed another officer into the yamen. As she walked, she looked around the governor's yamen. Both the overall layout and the small carvings were very unique. Compared with it, the governor's yamen in Sanha could be said to be a beggar's residence. As for the palace, let's not talk about it. "Jiangjun, have you grown taller?" Shenchu joked from a distance. Yes. Zhang Mian followed. "Girls change a lot when they grow up, and they become more beautiful." "Sir Shen, Sir Zhang." Jiangjun bowed and said expressionlessly, "You two should stop making fun of me. The rules she learned in the women's prison are that the superiors can joke with you, but you must never be careless with them." Zhang Mian smiled and said, "You are here just in time. From today on, Nanzhou will be handed over to you and Jizhua. Lord Shen and I will set off to return to Baiyun City the day after tomorrow." Jiangjun said, "Thank you for your trust. Sir, I will do my best to live up to your trust." Shinchu said, "The rebels will not stay here for long. The situation in Nanzhou is much better than that in Yueo and Hongou. There is no shortage of food or people. However, there are also disadvantages. The aristocratic families have been entrenched here for generations, and they are deeply rooted. If you and Jizhua don't have some skills, you will have to endure their anger." Jiangjun said seriously, "I have told the prince that as long as the fist is strong enough, there is no reason that cannot be made. At that time, everyone will be a good person, and no one will pick up things on the road and lock their doors at night." Shenchu and Zhang Mian smiled at each other. They did not choose the wrong person after all. Wang Dehai suddenly ran in and said, "Sir Shen, Sir Zhang, someone wants to see you." Shenchu asked curiously, "Who?" Wang Dehai smiled and said, "Sir, do you still remember the door marquis and prefect you met when the prince and I took us through Qingyuan City?" Shenchu said, "Of course I don't remember. Before entering the city, I asked someone to find them. The door marquis Jiang Yi, the prefect Liu Baixian. And what was the name of the teacher?" Wang Dehai said, "Ma Jie." "Yes," Wang Dehai said with a smile. "These bastards are very cunning. They ran away before the rebels arrived. It's a pity that Wu Lin didn't run away, but was caught by Jiang Kansas." Zhang Mian asked, "Did the three of them come together?" Wang Dehai nodded. Zhang Mian smiled and said, "This prefect Liu Baixian may be more useful than Wu Lin." Shinchu said, "It depends on whether Wu Lin knows what's best for him. If he doesn't, Liu Baixian will have to take over." Wang Dehai said, "Sir, what should we do now?" Shinchu paced back and forth in the hall, and forgot to glance at Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian said, "I'm not good at this kind of thing, so let's listen to Sir Shen's arrangements." Shinchu nodded and said, "Please invite Liu Baixian to Wu Lin, and remember to be polite to Jiang Kansas. As for Ma Jie and Jiang Yi, bring them in." Wang Dehai ran out quickly. Soon two people were brought in, wearing ragged clothes, with messy and withered hair, and covered in dust. Shinchu took a closer look, but did not dare to recognize him. "Are you Commander Shen?" Ma Jie and Jiang Yi also did not dare to recognize him. The little commander back then, now a leading general. His momentum is naturally different from the past. Shinchu smiled and said, "Master Jiang, Master Ma, you are not mistaken. It is indeed me." Then he pointed at Zhang Mian and said, "This is Master Zhang Mian, who was once the commander of the Ankong City South Gate Military Department, and is now the head of the Sanha Navy. Of course, he is not only in charge of Sanha Yuanhai, but also Zhang Mian will have the final say over Nanzhou Yuanhai in the future. I've heard a lot about you." Jiang Yi and Ma Jie both bowed at the same time. "You two are too polite. Please take a seat." Zhang Mian bowed in return, and then said loudly, "Come on. Serve tea." "Thank you." The two sat down carefully, holding the teacups, and almost shed tears. 10 days after the Sanha army left Qingyuan City, the supplier convoy from Baiyun City arrived. Xu Rorong was in the lead, and of course his mortal enemy Jian the Butcher was also there. Qingyuan City is still the same as before. Jiang the butcher laughed. Have you seen my daughter? She didn't say she was coming to pick me up. She is now the chief constable. If you have anything to say, just let her know. Zhu Rorong turned his head and pretended not to hear. He couldn't stand Jiang the butcher's smug look. Chapter 233 New and Old Hatred. The butcher said to himself, Ah, girls are really not worth keeping when they grow up. She won't listen to anything I say now. Do you think this child will be like this when she grows up? How would I know? Zhu Rorong finally had enough of his chattering and couldn't help but scolded angrily. Why are you acting like a woman now, wagging and procrastinating? The butcher said generously. Look at your temper now, you are getting more and more irritable. He expressed his understanding. After all, not everyone is like me. There is such a promising girl. Li Sanyang smiled and said, Old General, have you been a little arrogant recently? You are particularly arrogant. I am telling you something serious. Your girl is taking responsibility right now. You can't make some unreasonable requests and make her embarrassed. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to be both loyal and filial. If she really agrees with you and becomes a filial child, you will harm her. The laws of Sanha are not just for fun. Jiang the butcher said with a red face. Do I need you to say it? He couldn't help but shudder. Why didn't he think of it? If he forced the girl to help him, if the girl really broke the law, she would lose her job at the least, or be imprisoned at the worst. He must not harm the girl, Li Sanyang said. It's good that you understand. I'm afraid you will do something stupid. The butcher said. She is my own daughter. How can I harm her? Li Sanyang said. That's hard to say. The butcher said. Please don't mind your own business. He was tough on the outside, but at this moment, he had given up the idea of using the girl to make a fortune in Qingyuan City. Money can be earned again, but there is only one daughter. If you are not greedy, you will not die. At dusk, the bright sun was blocked by dark clouds, and then there was a heavy rain. Ji Hai and the blind man lived in the Qilin Temple in Qingyuan City. Because of the war, the temple was empty, and there were only two of them in the huge temple. Monk, you are unhappy. I am not unhappy. The monk glanced at the blind man, and then shook his head. I just don't like rain. The blind man smiled and said, I don't like it either. Both of their parents died in the storm. To them, wind and rain mean disaster. The monk said again, I will return to Baiyun City in a few days. The blind man said, Where is that girl? Who? You know? I am a monk. The monk said angrily. You never got angry before. But your concentration is getting worse and worse. The blind man said with a smile. The monk was speechless for a moment. The blind man continued. Seek all dharma from the heart. Don't seek outside. The monk pondered for a moment, and then said, I have learned from you. The blind man shook his head and said, You still don't understand. The monk was about to say something, but the blind man had already floated away. After Nanzhou was officially owned by Sanha, Sanha suddenly became more financially comfortable. But the pressure was even greater. Yong'an and Wuzhou were both located at the border with Nanzhou, and both were heavily garrisoned. Is the boss starting to take action? Lenny was not too surprised. But I don't understand a little bit. The commanders of the garrisons in Wuzhou and Yong'an have all surrendered to the boss. Otherwise, why are they so obedient? Shanqi said. Your Highness, the heavy garrisons in the two places are not necessarily targeting us. Nor are they necessarily helping the emperor. I second the motion. Xie Zan continued. Huang Xifang and Zhao Lichuan led the rebels into Yong'an. And the situation is like a fragile egg. Lenny still shook his head and said, It's not that simple. We have made such a big fuss in Nanzhou, Yuezhou, and Hangzhou. The boss is not a fool, and he will not ignore it. What's more, there is my letter. He must be pissed off. He never waits overnight for revenge. We two brothers are quite similar in this respect. This is the only thing they have in common. Shanqi asked carefully. What does the prince mean? How is Wu Lin's ideological work going? Lenny asked. Shanqi sighed. Wu Lin has been on a hunger strike for 2 days. What about Jiang Qian? Lenny said. He Jixiang smiled bitterly. He agreed too readily. I and others have to suspect that he is a false surrender. Lenny said indifferently. They are all troublemakers. But it doesn't matter. Can we still eat hairy pigs without John the Butcher? First lock them up, and cook them cabbage soup every day, and keep them for a few months, to wear down their spirits, so that they won't think that I can't live without them. Of course, I still have to be careful, so that they won't really die. That Wu Lin is very famous among the scholars in the world. So, this scholar is really troublesome. What he values is not the talent of these two people, but their reputation. After all, their official positions were all granted by the court, and it is legitimate to use them to manage Nanzhou. Shanqi smiled and said, Your Majesty, Wu Lin just couldn't turn the corner for the time being. A loyal minister should not serve two masters. He may be despised by scholars all over the world. Bullshit, Lin said bluntly. The third brothers, but Crack was almost licked clean by him. Scholars are great. Right? Good birds choose trees to inhabit. Good ministers choose masters to serve. Isn't this what they say? The reason why they don't serve me is that they look down on me. When I first entered Qingyuan City, the old bastard Wu Lin didn't even show his head. He is quite self-aware. This is one of his few advantages. Shanqi and others laughed. You just understand it. If someone really joins you, the legendary unlearned prince, the scholars in the world will laugh at him to death. The most important thing for scholars is face. Qi Peng interrupted. Your Majesty, General Yuan Qing is out of prison. Lin asked. Is the boss so magnanimous? He was a little unconvinced. He Jixiong said. Your Highness, you don't know that Zhu Gui and General Yuan have great prestige in the army. If they don't abandon old friends, they can call for 100 responses. If General Yuan continues to be detained, I'm afraid that there will be changes in the army sooner or later. Lin said. Does my in-laws still have military power now? Shanqi smiled and said. General Yuan's original team has been incorporated into the capital's Jingying, led by Bo Su. Bo Su was originally a brave general in the army. Now that the emperor is showing favor to the Yuan family, it must be a matter of time before he controls General Yuan's old subordinates. Lin then asked, Is there any movement from Prince Yang? Didn't they say that they would raise the flag together with Prince Jin? Why is there no news now? Qi Peng shook his head and said, There is no big movement. On the contrary, the sixth Prince Dai Wengya has already assembled 50,000 troops in Daizhou, and he is full of fighting spirit. The seventh Prince, Prince Nanling, recruited 30,000 soldiers and was eyeing Chuzhou. Lin frowned and said, Chuzhou is the territory of the eighth prince. The seventh prince has always been at odds with the eighth prince. It seems that the new and old grudges are going to be settled. Shanqi said, Your Majesty, I have one thing I don't understand. What is the rift between the Prince Nanling and the Prince Chu? Under normal circumstances, the Prince Nanling should pick the weak persimmon and go directly to Jingzhou. Not to mention that Jingzhou is a rich place and a strategic location. Lin smiled and said, It is normal that you don't know these things. But I don't plan to tell you. The eighth prince had close contact with concubine Zhan, the seventh prince's biological mother, and was discovered by the emperor. The emperor held the attitude that family disgrace should not be made public, and did not punish the eighth prince. He directly threw the seventh prince's biological mother into the well. This hatred is too big. Chapter 234 Fang Pai Changing Jobs. For King Nanling, this is not only revenge for the murder of his mother, but also a great shame, which makes him feel ashamed. Sometimes Lin admires the patience of the seventh King Nanling. He clearly wants to eat the eighth King Chu alive, but he still talks and laughs in front of him, as if he knows nothing and nothing has happened. The two of them are like brothers, who are respectful and humble. The only thing that puzzles him is the attitude of the emperor. He was personally accused of this, but he could still endure it. This is totally inconsistent with his father's personality. Even if it is true that a tiger will not eat its own cubs, it should at least punish him a little. How could he let him off so easily? It's not scientific at all. Lin himself doesn't understand, but he has no intention of sharing these things for everyone to help analyze. After all, it would be embarrassing to talk about such a scandal in the palace. I guess there is a big gap between the two of them. Shanqi was helpless. If someone else spoke in such a provocative tone, he would have scolded him long ago, but the other party was the prince. He had no choice but to endure it. Moreover, they had long been accustomed to the prince's behavior. They were not surprised at all. They had long been accustomed to it. Lin said, In short, you only need to know one thing. The Nanling king hates the Chu king to the bone. If he catches the Chu king, he will definitely kill him. There is no doubt about this. But then again, Chuzhou had already been in a mess due to Chao Datong and others. Does the king of Chu have the ability to clean up the mess now? He doesn't have a grandfather as good as the king of Nanling. Mei Jingji is simply a role model of a good grandfather in Liang state. In order to fight for the throne for the king of Nanling, she spared no effort. Chi Peng bowed and said, Your Highness is right. The King of Chu is having a hard time in Chuzhou. As far as I know, he has already given up Chuzhou. Lin Yi frowned and said, After giving up Chuzhou, where else can he go? Go find the third brother? He shouldn't be that stupid. If he really leaves Chuzhou, he will be a real idle prince. The third brother wants help, and won't keep such a useless person. Chi Peng shook his head and said, I don't know about this. According to my opinion, if Mei Jingji really led the army into Chuzhou, the King of Chu would have no choice but to escape. I really want to see him become a lost dog. Lin Yi smiled and said, This guy is really hated by everyone. Chi Peng said, I believe that your Highness's dream will come true soon. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then added, Keep an eye on him. I must see his jokes. The sun sets. Lin Yi felt comfortable in the mountain, and was not very willing to go down. However, after dark, the forest was completely controlled by mosquitoes. As the king of Sanha and the lord of Baiyun City, his words were not very effective. He would bite him when he should, and bite him when he should, without any ambiguity. Although he was gritting his teeth in anger, he had no choice but to go down the mountain obediently. After Cui Gingren found a better job, Fang Pai was the only one left in the palace. Now there was no one to take over, so he could only stay in the ear room all day without any free time. A man squatted on the doorstep listlessly. Seeing Lin Yi coming back, he stood up and lazily helped to hold the reins. Lin Yi said unhappily, Your work attitude is not good. It makes me feel like I'm abusing you. Fang Pai yawned and said, Your Highness, why don't you let Cui Gingren come back? I didn't sleep all night last night. I was the one guarding the gate. You must have worked so hard. Lin Yi squatted next to Fang Pai without any image. He took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and said while eating them, You are not good at kung fu. Nor are you good at doing things. Don't you have anything you are good at? Fang Pai sighed. I don't want to guard the gate anymore. Lin Yi smiled and said, What do you want to do? Tell me. If I'm in a good mood, I can arrange it for you. Really? Fang Pai's eyes lit up. Lin Yi said impatiently, Stop talking nonsense, just say it directly. Fang Pai said, Your Highness, I want to join the garrison. I heard that you can get more money there. Lin Yi said, Join the garrison? You better not go. With your limited skills, you will be laughed at by the enemy if you are not killed. It will hurt you if you go. I still think that such a promising job as Mincy is more suitable for you. Your Highness, Fang Pai said frustratedly, Is it really impossible? Lin Yi smiled and said, When you become a fourth-rank official, I can consider it. Okay. Fang Pai watched Lin Yi enter the mansion, then looked at the melon seed shells all over the floor, helplessly picked up the broom, and began to clean up. He had just finished sweeping, when he spotted Ma Gui leaning against the doorpost with his arms folded and looking at him sideways. Commander Ma, you are getting bolder and bolder. Ma Gui snorted. You dare to ask the prince for something. Fang Pai sighed. The prince didn't agree. Ma Gui said, Do you really not want to be a doorman? Yes. Fang Pai shook his head without hesitation. It's meaningless for me alone. Ma Gui said. The prince said, You want to follow Chi Peng. What? Fang Pai asked in confusion. Be an errand boy like Pan Duo? Ma Gui said. What do you mean? Are you going to refuse? Fang Pai said with a bitter face. I want to enter the guard post. What's the matter with following Chi Peng? Ma Gui turned and left. Hey, what are you doing? Fang Pai pulled his arm. Ma Gui smiled and said, What else can I do? I'll write a letter to the prince and tell him that you don't agree. Fang Pai jumped up and said, Can I say I don't agree? The prince is generous and will definitely not be angry. However, there is no way to explain to the steward. According to the steward's usual style, anyone who dares to disobey the prince's orders will not have a good end in the end. Ma Gui said with certainty. It seems impossible. Fang Pai said. That's it. I must listen to the prince's words. He was just complaining. Actually, it was my fault. Why did I gossip in front of the prince? Ma Gui said. Since you agreed, then follow me. Who will be the doorman after I leave? Fang Pai asked. Ma Gui said. This is not your concern. Fang Pai had no choice but to follow him. The two of them walked through a long corridor, turned left and right, and stopped at Chi Peng's courtyard. Ma Gui bowed to Chi Peng who was sitting in the courtyard. You guys chat slowly, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chi Peng smiled and said, Commander Ma. Take care. Then he looked at Fong Pai. Fong Pai's scalp was numb from Chi Ping's stare. And he couldn't help but say, "The prince asked me to come here." Chi Ping smiled and said, "Brother Fong, the prince trusts you very much." Fong Pai said loudly, "The prince has always trusted me. And my loyalty to the prince is evident to all." Chi Ping said, "That's great. From today on, you will be the footman of my shadow." "What is a shadow?" Fong Pai asked curiously. Chapter 235 Eyes and Ears. Chi Ping said, "Do you want to know?" Fong Pai nodded. "Of course I want to know. Trees have shadows, people have shadows, so how can shadows and porters be put together?" Chi Ping smiled and said, "If I tell you, it means you will never have a way out from now on. The day you quit, that is the day you die." Fong Pai frowned and said, "The prince asked me to come. Since I'm here, is there any way out?" Chi Ping said seriously, "Shadows are the prince's eyes, the prince's ears. As long as the prince wants to know, I will do everything I can to let the prince know." Fong Pai said carefully, "Spy." He had once vaguely guessed Chi Ping's identity, but he never thought that he would be the same as Chi Ping one day. "Yes." Chi Ping rolled the wheel by himself, getting closer and closer to Fong Pai and said, "The only difficulty is that from now on, Brother Fong, you can no longer speak casually. The first thing you need to learn is to keep your mouth shut. Even if you die, you can't reveal me. If I am revealed, the prince will lose his eyes and ears." Fong Pai suddenly became a little nervous. He had never considered the issue of life and death. He had never discussed such a serious topic with others. Chi Ping whispered, "Brother Fong should know that talking too much will lead to mistakes. I have a room next door. Brother Fong, you can move in tomorrow and live there for a month. Just like the chief steward and concubine one. Don't go out for a month, and don't talk to anyone." Fong Pai asked in confusion, "Why? What's the difference between this and being a prisoner?" Chi Ping said, "I just said that the first thing for a shadow person is to learn to keep his mouth shut. Brother Fong is young, so he is naturally more lively. Staying in the room for a month will help him to calm down. Besides, I just said that, Brother Fong. Unless you are dead, you have no chance to regret it now. You better listen to me. From now on, you can call me the shopkeeper." "No." Fong Pai shook his head. "Why?" Chi Ping looked at him with a smile. Fong Pai said loudly, "The prince taught me that a man should be courageous. I don't like you. Your threats to me are useless. Even if I die, I will not be threatened by anyone." Chi Ping suddenly laughed, and he laughed happily. "What are you laughing at?" Fong Pai was very angry. "Integrity," Chi Ping said with a smile. "You have integrity. And the prince is indeed a good judge of talent. People with integrity are the most suitable for shadow." Fong Pai said angrily, "I have decided to withdraw now. Do you want to kill me? I won't kill you. And I don't have the right to kill you. Because you and the people in the palace." Chi Ping shook his head. "But since the prince asked you to come, do you want to let him down?" "Okay. Then I will move the things here tomorrow," Fong Pai added. "But remember, it's because of our prince. Remember? Call me shopkeeper," Chi Ping said, and then continued, "Go on in. He will follow you from now on." The servant behind him leaned over and said, "I know, shopkeeper." Fong Pai called the shopkeeper unconvinced, and then turned and left. As soon as Fong Pai walked out of the gate, he saw the scarred Jiang Cho standing there holding a sword. Ma Gui talked to him, but he didn't say much. Will he be the doorman in the future? Fong Pai pointed at Jiang Cho and asked. Ma Gui smiled and said, "Is he not capable?" "Yes." Fong Pai sighed. Ma Gui smiled and said, "Fong Pai, tell him the rules of the mansion." Jiang Cho, remember? You can come to the mansion. This is the grace of the prince. Yes. Jiang Cho nodded expressionlessly. Jiang Zhen, who had just been promoted to the chief constable of Nanzhou, had been very busy these days. The first problem was manpower. But there were many applicants. Although the third shift of Yamen runners was a lowly position on the surface, and there was no opportunity to participate in the imperial examination, it was actually a good place to make money. Many people would never have the opportunity to be a Yamen runner in their lifetime. It only took one day to recruit 500 people, most of whom were strong young men. What made Jiang Zhen dissatisfied was that there were not many who had learned Kung Fu. Even if they had learned Kung Fu, there was not a single one who could transform their strength. This disappointed her. Secondly, Qingyuan City is very big. With the 200 officers and soldiers borrowed from Jijua, they patrolled for a whole day and night. As a newcomer, she had no idea what to do. She could only rely on Jiang Yi, the former gatekeeper of Qingyuan City, to help her. In desperation, she thought of selecting people from the civilian government of Baiyun City to supplement the 3 shifts of Yamen runners. She said all the good things to the civilians, but no one agreed. The reasons why the civilians were unwilling were simple. First, they had to leave their hometowns. They had to go back after delivering the goods. Second, they looked down on the monthly salary of being a constable. Jijua brought her a cup of tea and said soothingly, "You don't have to be so anxious. You can take your time. This is not our Baiyun City. You will get used to it." Jiangjin held the teacup and said with a smile, "General Ji, how about you lend me another 500 people? For the night patrol today, I plan to arrange 2 teams." Jijua said with a smile, "Captain Jiang, don't worry. You just need to find a way to supplement the manpower and train well. You don't need to worry about other things. I will arrange officers and soldiers to do the night patrol." Jiangjin said, "General Ji, night patrol is the duty of our detectives." She would not listen to Jijua, of course. Jijua said, "I didn't say I won't let you patrol the streets. I just said I'll let you take some time off. My duty is my duty. I dare not be careless." After Jiangjin finished drinking the water in the cup, he picked up the knife and turned to leave the government office. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw Jiang the butcher peeking out of the door. "Dad. Hey, my girl, you have lost weight again?" The butcher looked at the courtyard of the government office and said, "Did you get angry with that Ji guy? I've long thought he's not a good person, but girl, we are not afraid of him. I'll go and complain to the prince later." "Of course not, he has always been helping me. If it weren't for him, I don't know what to do now." Jiangjin waved his hand impatiently at his father and said, "Dad, don't worry about my affairs. If you have delivered this batch of goods, just go back. Mother and brother are at home. Are you relieved?" "What's there to worry about?" the butcher said loudly. "The public security in Baiyun City is good. Who else dares to cause trouble to them? I just can't let you go. Qingyuan City is in chaos. I heard that a group of people killed a family in Nanchang last night. It was really cruel. Even though you are a general constable, you still have to be careful. If there is anything, let the subordinates do it. Don't do everything yourself." "I know. You can go back now." Jiangjin jumped on the horse, waved to the butcher, and rode away on the empty street. Chapter 236 Impersonation. Then 200 cavalrymen, shaking their reins, clamped their horses, followed closely. The sound of horses' hooves stepping on the bluestone slabs scared the few pedestrians on the roadside, and they all avoided. Zhu Rorong sighed. "I never thought that a girl could have such a glorious life. I never thought that, with the prince, there is nothing impossible." Rather than envy of Jiangjin, it's better to say that he envied Jiang the butcher, such a fool, who actually had such a smart and capable daughter. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. This time, the butcher didn't look proud at all. He frowned and said, "What a sham. These are all soldiers from the garrison. She doesn't have anyone under her command. If something really happens, will these officers and soldiers listen to her? Oh, I'm worried just thinking about it." Zhu Rorong said with a smile. "I saw Duomatzi. He is also behind your daughter. He is a 5th-rank soldier. Who can he be afraid of? You know that Qingyuan City is not Baiyun City. It's not easy to find a Huajin person. It's safe. Don't worry about it." "Duomatzi?" the butcher said in surprise. "I didn't see him. He should have said hello to me." "Right. Duomatzi was once an apprentice in his butcher's shop, but later became a militiaman. Because of his good kung fu, he was directly admitted to the garrison. As an apprentice, he often beat and scolded him. But that didn't mean their relationship was bad. He treated Wei Yishan differently from Lu Duo. He treated Na Duomatzi as his own son. The relationship between the two was like that of father and son." Zhu Rorong rolled his eyes and said, "Say hello to you? What's that like? Do you think military discipline is a joke?" The military discipline in Sanha was strict. If you left the team without permission, you would either be beaten with a stick or put in solitary confinement. No one would feel good. Of course, the most uncomfortable thing was to write a self-criticism. Except for the younger ones, who had studied in school for 1 or 2 years. Most of the older ones could not read a single word, even if they were asked to copy with a pen. It was difficult for them to do it, holding the pen, writing one stroke at a time. It might take a whole day to write a dozen words. It was simply worse than death. That's true. The butcher thought that what Zhu Rorong said made sense. So he was not so worried. And his brows began to relax. Just now, the officers and soldiers were wearing helmets. I didn't look carefully. Who else was there? Zhu Rorong smiled and said, There are so many people. How many people in the garrison do you not know? Just now, I saw Qin Zong, Yu Shan, Jinping, Tao Yi, and many others. These guys are all good fighters. And their kung fu is better than your girls. The butcher said, It's hard to subdue them. They are not defeated. They can run faster than my girl. They don't need to beat their opponents. As long as they can run faster than his girl. Zhu Rorong said unhappily. Can't you think of something better? According to the rules, the constables only need to be trained for 3 months. By then, your girl will have her own people under her command. Right? The butcher was still worried. By then, there will be 400 or 500 constables. And none of them will be able to use Hua Jin. It will all depend on my girl to lead the charge. Isn't she more dangerous? You have something to say anyway. Zhu Rorong was speechless. The butcher said, I am just worried. Zhu Rorong said, I will leave tomorrow. You should stay here so that you don't worry. No. The butcher sighed. It's useless for me to stay here. I can't help her anyway. Jiangjin led the officers and soldiers to patrol the streets. When they arrived at the south gate, they met 2 teams of civilians who were confronting each other. Each of them held a knife in his hand and cursed at each other. They were ready to chop each other if they disagreed. Jiangjin went over and said, Wang Xiushuan, what's going on? Have you forgotten the law? Wang Xiushuan turned around and saw Jiangjin. He chuckled and said, Captain Jiang, you came at the right time. Otherwise, I would have to report to the police. Someone here is pretending to be a laborer from Sanha. Pretending? Jiangjin looked at the group of people opposite him. They were all wearing short gray cloth jackets. And behind them was a long string of vehicles with mules, cows and horses. They were no different from ordinary laborers from Sanha. A middle-aged man came over and said, Captain Jiang, you can't believe what he said. He is deliberately looking for trouble. How can I not be from Sanha? Bah! Wang Xiushuan spat at him and shouted, You are from Sanha? I have never seen you before. The middle-aged man shouted even louder. There are so many people in Sanha. Do you know everyone? Jiangjin nodded and said, Yes, Wang Xiushuan. There are so many people in Sanha. How can you guarantee that you know everyone? No, Captain Jiang. Why are you asking me? You should ask him. Ask him which supplier he is from. Whether he is delivering cloth or a butcher shop. Or food. Wang Xiushuan said unhappily. I don't know all the people in Sanha, but I know the people from every supplier. Jiangjin looked at the middle-aged man and said, What's in your car? The middle-aged man said calmly, Captain, I have alcohol in my car. Wang Xiushuan said, Sanha soldiers are forbidden to drink alcohol in the army? Who doesn't know this? You send alcohol here? Do you think I'm a fool? The middle-aged man blushed and said, Can't I sell it privately? Jiangjin said, Who is your boss? As soon as she finished speaking, the soldiers behind her had already drawn their swords, which were shining in the sun. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, We are here to earn some pocket money to supplement our family income. I didn't say I was a supplier. I just went it alone. Jiangjin continued, The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. The middle-aged man and the people behind him looked at each other, all at a loss. How dare you say you are from Sanha? The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. In Sanha. Even children know this sentence. Wang Xiushuan laughed. Catch him. Jiangjin gave an order. And the officers and soldiers rode their horses towards the people on the opposite side. Although the people on the other side were not lacking in courage. They were no match for the cavalry. 100 or so people were immediately dispersed. The middle-aged man had already rushed to the roofs on both sides with a few people. Want to run away? Wang Xiushuan folded his arms and watched the excitement on the side. He said to Wei Yishan next to him, These people are really sick in the brain. Why pretend to be civilians? It's good to be refugees. Wei Yishan shook his head and said, If they pretend to be refugees, they will have no chance to enter the city. Now, all refugees returning to their homes are blocked outside the city gate for centralized resettlement. Without identity verification, they cannot enter the city. Wang Xiushuan smiled and said, That's right. Who do you think these people are? Are they rebels? Not rebels. Wei Yishan shook his head and said, facing a strong enemy. They retreated in an orderly manner. It's obvious that they are well trained. Chapter 237 Brotherly Love. Are they also soldiers? But they can't be soldiers from Sanha. Wang Xiaoshuan said in a very affirmative tone. Damn, these skills are too poor. There are actually few who can transform their strength. They show off their skills like knives to others. They are not ashamed. He suddenly had an illusion that he could kill a group of them by himself. You're just talking nonsense. Wei Yishan rolled his eyes at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Jiang Can's people. So they are here to rescue Jiang Can? Wang Xiaoshuan said with a puzzled look. Jiang Can has been arrested. Why should they save him? What's the difference between saving him and giving up his life? This is too stupid, Wei Yishan said. If I am arrested one day, will you come to save me? Wang Xiaoshuan shook his head without hesitation. If it can be solved with money, there will be no problem. But if you want to take my life, it will definitely not work. Hey, I was right about you. Wei Yishan sighed. As soon as he looked up, he found that all the people who pretended to be Sanha civilians were caught and tied up. No one could escape. The sun was shining brightly in Nanzhou. It was rainy in Sanha. Lin Yi stood at the door of the living room and stared at the rain falling from the sky. After taking the tea handed over by Xiao Shizi, he turned around and looked at Jiang Can, who was kneeling on the ground. After taking a sip of tea, he said indifferently, Jiang Can? Jiang Can said coldly, your name remains unchanged. Even if I am a lower-ranking official, and the prince and I are of noble descent, why do you have to embarrass a small person like me? Stand up and talk, Lin Yi said with a smile. I am not embarrassing you, but you and me. Jiang Can stood up unceremoniously and said, how should the prince respond to this? Lin Yi said, Jiang Can, Jiang Tiju, you are a smart man. Why do you have to pretend to be stupid in front of me? Jiang Can said after a moment of silence. Your Majesty, I have already told Lord Shanqi that I am willing to serve you. As long as you have an order, I will not refuse even if I die. Lin Yi sighed. You agreed so readily? I am a little scared. Jiang Can didn't know what to say for a while. Agreeing is wrong. Not agreeing is also wrong. Anyway, it's his fault no matter what, Lin Yi said with a smile. However, there is one thing. I admire you very much. After all, you have a good brother who foolishly took the risk to go into Qingyuan City to rescue you without knowing anything. Unlike my brothers, they are all inhumane and wish I would die. I don't know what you mean by this. Your Majesty? Jiang Can's heart sank. What else can it mean? Lin Yi said without hiding anything. Your brother pretended to be a civilian in Sanha to go into Qingyuan City to rescue you. And then, he was caught. Fearing that he had arrested the wrong person, he confirmed again and again that his name was indeed Jiang Pei. Your biological brother. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Jiang Can knelt on the ground. All these things have nothing to do with him. I hope your Majesty will spare his life. Spare him? Lin Yi said with a smile. I really want to spare him. After all, there is no hatred in the past or in the present. It is really unnecessary to kill a person. However, I have thought about it carefully and again, and I feel that it is not appropriate. Now the newly enthroned emperor and I are incompatible. To be kind to you is to be cruel to myself. It is human nature to prefer the death of a friend to the death of the poor. Lord Jiang should understand. Right, Your Majesty. Please have mercy. Jiang Can's head hit the ground with a thump, and blood was all over the place. You two are indeed very close brothers. This is great. I am a little envious. After Lin Yi handed the teacup to Xiao Shizi, he walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, saying, But don't worry. You brothers will be able to meet in a few days. Of course, it's not just you and your brother. I'll also send your parents, wife, and children here. At that time, I will arrange the best school district house for you, and ensure that there will be no problem for your child to go to school. School district house? Jiang Can didn't understand what it meant at all, but he cowed out again. Thank you, Your Majesty. His family was in his hands, and he really couldn't say anything tough. It's good that you understand. Lin Yi continued. The old man Wu Lin is still a little stubborn. You should take the time to enlighten him. It would be best if he could deeply realize his mistakes and shortcomings. I will do my best. Jiang Kan agreed with a stiff upper lip. Who doesn't know that he and Wu Lin are enemies when they meet? They both want to fight. That's good. Lenny waved at Jiang Kan and said, You go down and rest. Yes. Jiang Kan stood up and walked to the door of the living room. It turned out that there was no one holding him like at the beginning. For a moment, he was a little at a loss. Where should he go? Sun Chongda came over and said, Master Jiang, please come in. I'll take you out. Thank you. Jiang Kan actually followed Sun Chongda out of the gate of the Huang mansion in a daze. Seeing the light of day again, he couldn't believe it. Jiang Kan asked, Brother, what does this mean? Sun Chongda smiled and said, Sir Jiang, the prince has arranged a house for you at number 30 West Street. You can go there by yourself. Then he handed over a key and a piece of silver. Jiang Kan said in disbelief, I'm going alone? No one is escorting me. And no one is leading the way. Sun Chongda said, If Sir Jiang is afraid of not finding the way, I can certainly accompany you. Jiang Kan bowed and said, Then I'll trouble you. Little brother. The new doorman was still standing there, and Sun Chongda had to pat him on the shoulder and said, Brother, go and get 2 horses. He had to sigh that since he left, the quality of this doorman has become worse and worse, and he doesn't have any eyesight at all, unlike when he was the doorman. His eyes were full of life. After Jiang Cho pulled over 2 horses, he raised his hand first, and after Jiang Kan got on the horse, he also jumped on the horse and led the way to West Street. Finally, he stopped at the door of a large house. He opened the door, and Jiang Kan followed him in, asking puzzledly, Where is this? It was quiet inside, with no soldiers or constables, which was completely different from when he lived in the governor's office before. Sun Chongda said, Master Jiang, please wait for a few days. It won't take long for your family to come over. It will be great to live here at that time. Thank you, brother. Jiang Kan finally figured it out. They are not afraid that he will run away. After all, his whole family is in their hands. Where can I go? Sun Chongda said. Why be polite? If you use the money I gave you to settle down frugally, you should be able to get through until the monthly salary is paid. I understand. Jiang Kan looked at the silver in his hand, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As the head of the Nanzhou Navy, when has he ever worried about money? Chapter 238 Marrying a Wife. The most regrettable thing is the gold, silver and jewelry that he put on the ship. That was his lifelong fortune. Before leaving Nanzhou, he specially arranged for someone to put it on the ship. After being imprisoned by Sanhe, not only did he lose the ship, but also the gold, silver and jewelry. Needless to say, they must have all fallen into the hands of the legendary, greedy Prince He. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel grief again. He wanted to throw away the piece of silver in his hand, but he really couldn't bear to part with it. If it was really as Sun Chongda said, his family would have to rely on this piece of silver to survive in the future, and it would be troublesome to throw it away. Please come here. Sun Chongda pushed open the door and pointed to the furnishings in the room. Master Jiang, please take a look and see if you are satisfied. If you need anything else. Master Jiang, don't say more. Anyway, I won't buy anything else for you. Jiang Kan's mouth twitched unconsciously twice, and then he walked around the room inside and out, and found that the furniture here was from his official ship, and he actually moved it here, with hope in mind. He looked around corners, but was disappointed in the end. His boxes of gold, silver and jewelry did not follow him. He was destined to start all over again. A Dai came in carrying a large dressing table, and shouted, Where should I put it? Jiang Kan bowed and said, Just put it anywhere. I will organize it. With a thud, A Dai smashed the dressing table on the ground, wiping his sweat and saying, I'm dying of heat. Jiang Kan had seen him in the prince's mansion, and knew that he was a close friend of the prince. So he smiled and said, You've worked hard. Wait for me to host you another day, and have a drink together? Another day? A Dai's eyes lit up. Which day? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Tomorrow. The day after tomorrow I'm on duty. It's definitely not possible. Why not today? Jiang Kan didn't react for a while. Are you doing this on purpose or do you really not understand what people are saying? A Dai continued to talk to himself. Let me tell you first, I don't eat Sichuan cuisine, it's too spicy. You are from Nanzhou, I am also from Nanzhou, let's go eat Nanzhou cuisine. Jiang Kan looked at Sun Chongda blankly. Sun Chongda bowed and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Jiang, to pay for it." Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he took the two of them to eat. After coming to Sanha for so long, this was his first time going out on the street. Everything in Sanha was familiar and strange to him. For example, the preserved fruit shop was good, and it was no different from other places in Nanzhou and Dalian State. But the oil paper painting hanging at the door was a bit strange. A rat was holding preserved fruit, and next to it was written Jockey Club designated preserved fruit. Even the salt shop next to it was the same. The two banners Chuanzhou Well Salt, the best in the world, were quite normal. But there was also a rat hanging next to it, and it was written I bring salt for Chuanzhou. Just now, he also saw two groups of people having a conflict. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were all kung fu masters. No matter how the onlookers cheered, no one was willing to fight. They just kept spitting and cursing at each other. Fuck your ancestors. The immortal cake is not delicious. Jiang thought it was abnormal. Isn't Sanha barbaric? Why do they all behave like scholars? He didn't understand. Has the world changed so much during these days of imprisonment? Entering a restaurant, Adai sat directly in the lobby. When he saw that no waiter greeted him, he shouted, "I have money today. Someone is treating me." He pointed at Jiang while saying this. Sun Chongda regretted a little. He shouldn't have come. Following this guy Adai out, it's really embarrassing. Jiang also had a bitter look on his face. Duan Rong, the waiter with a towel on his shoulder, ignored Adai. After all, this fool's words could not be trusted. He looked directly at Sun Chongda. Sun Chongda smiled and said, "Look at you. You are so cowardly. It's normal to owe money occasionally. Isn't it all paid back?" Duan Rong smiled and said, "Shui Gingxing still owes me 1 or 2 silver coins for wine." "Ah," Sun Chongda sighed. Jiang said with a stiff face, "Just serve the wine and food, and we'll pay together later." Duan Rong said, "Okay, that's easy, order the dishes." Adai excitedly listed more than a dozen dishes in a row. Jiang covered his pocket of silver with his hand, and was terrified. After Sun Chongda and Duan Rong went down, he looked at Adai and said, "Where does your monthly salary go? No matter how much you eat, you won't be in debt, right? As everyone knows, the monthly salary of the guards in Zhou and Wangfu is very high, whether it is the officers and soldiers of the garrison or the constables of the yamen. They can't even compare to them. Even the monthly salary of an ordinary guard is equivalent to what Shinchu, the commander of the garrison, earns in a year. After he, Shinchu, Baokue and others came out of the Huangfu, they regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. The promotion was good, but the living standard plummeted. Shinchu married a concubine, all with his past savings. Therefore, the richest people at present are Adai and Yushaoshi, Ma Gui and others, who have enough money to live a good life, with a few dozen taels of money every month. I just don't understand. How did the money disappear? He even had to live on debt." Adai said, "It's gone. He didn't spend his money on us," Duan Rong said with a smile while serving the dishes. "He gave it all to the women in Chengxianglu." "You actually went to Chengxianglu." This was something Sun Chongda didn't expect. He said with great pain, "You didn't even take me with you. I was so good to you." "No money," Adai said while chewing the pig's hand. Duan Rong laughed. "Fool, the money you spent in Chengxianglu is enough to marry several wives." "Marry a wife?" Adai slapped his head with his greasy hands. "Why didn't I think of it?" Duan Rong, "You are still smart." Jiang finally confirmed it. "This guy is a fool," Sun Chongda said. "Then do you have someone you like?" Adai said without hesitation. "I like Hongyan." Sun Chongda sighed. "I guess Hongyan won't like you anymore." "Why?" Adai asked, puzzled. Sun Chongda knew that he couldn't explain it clearly. So he said, "You can also like others." "Why must it be Hongyan?" Adai said. "Then I like Sister Mingwe." Puff. The wine in Sun Chongda's mouth sprayed directly on Adai's face. "Why did you spray me?" Adai wiped his face with his sleeve. "I didn't mean it," Sun Chongda whispered. "You can't like her either." "Why is that?" Adai asked. Sun Chongda said seriously, "Because the prince will be unhappy. And if the prince is unhappy, the consequences will be serious." "Oh," Adai nodded, as if he understood. "Then I like Sun Xia." "Right?" "No." Sun Chongda gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, You are not allowed to go to my house again. He was not worried that his sister would like Dai. He was only worried that Dai would do something stupid in his house. After all, he is a 7th rank, and even if his whole family came together, they would not be his match. Chapter 239. Remember my name. Dai said in confusion. Why? Sun Chongda said unhappily. Go home and ask your brother, he knows why. After the meal, there were only bones left on the table. After Jiang Kan paid the bill, looking at the dozens of copper coins in his hand, he sighed to the sky. Too much talk leads to mistakes. The ancients were not deceiving me. What gossips are there for no reason, in the end? People took it seriously and let him be the host. Lenny looked at the dozen large boxes in front of him, and sighed. This Jiang Kan is the head of the navy, but he is so poor, with only hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. It was very different from what he imagined. Hong Ying came over with a teacup, and said with a smile, Your Highness, this is the new tea set by the Shi sect. How about you try it? Shi sect? They are rich. Lindy remembered that when Yi Jinyu had a conflict with the Shi sect in Dashu town, the Shi sect casually took out tens of thousands of dollars. He sighed at the time that the underworld was really rich. Hong Ying said, Your Highness, this is a 1,000-year-old tea tree in Shi Mountain. There is only one in the world, and it is worth a fortune. Lenny took the teacup, sniffed it first, then took a sip and said, Good tea. Let them continue to send it in the future. I like this tea very much. He never had any choice difficulty. As long as it was good tea, he wanted it, and wanted to drink it. Only poor people would do multiple choice questions. Hong Ying smiled and said, Yes, the prince likes their tea, it is their blessing. Lenny continued, How can their Shi sect be so rich? What is their main livelihood? Shanqi bowed and said, This Shi sect originated from Shi Mountain. In the martial arts world, it is considered an evil sect, and everyone wants to kill it. However, this Shi sect has been operating the tea road from Nanzhou to Jianzhou and Liangzhou for generations, and is also considered to be a wealthy place. Lenny said, Compared with your Danan Island, who is richer? In his opinion, the Shan family is also a wealthy family. It is said that the old lady of the Shan family spends dozens of taels of silver on a meal. As a vassal king, he couldn't even compare to them. Shanqi smiled and said, Your Highness, you are joking. My family is good at farming and studying, but we are not good at business. How can we compare with the Shi sect? It seems that the Shi sect is richer. Lenny stood up and stretched his waist, saying, I like to make friends with rich people the most. I tell them that in the future in Nanzhou, as long as they follow the rules and abide by the law, I will protect them. The Shi sect is the enemy of Jijiao Temple, which means they are also my friends. Shanqi said, Your Highness is wise. Lenny looked at Qi Peng again and said, There is still no movement in the palace? What happened to my mother and sister? Qi Peng said, The emperor reprimanded Qin Tong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who advocated the marriage, saying that it was harmful to the state. Lin Yi snorted coldly. The boss is sensible. I believe he has also done some research and knows my strength. He is not easy to mess with now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being brotherly. I must let him see why the flowers are so red. Qi Peng continued. I found not only the court guards and secret guards in Sanhe, but also the partridge whistle of the 6th Prince Dai Wang. The number of people is much larger than a few days ago. A few days ago, the partridge whistle ambushed the court guards base in Sanhe, and more than 10 people were killed and injured on both sides, causing panic in Baiyun City, and they all thought it was another bandit from somewhere. If the prince agrees, I will arrange for the barber to kill them. Lenny pondered for a moment and said, Don't touch them. It's better to let them fight each other. Qi Peng bowed his hand in agreement. The day the monk returned to Baiyun City, it was the dog fighting competition in Baiyun City. The winner was the Sichuan blue dog. Everyone focused their attention on it, and no one cared about the injured and abandoned tiger-striped dog. It fell on the side of the road, sticking out its tongue, and dying. The monk walked over, held it in his arms, and used his hands to breathe it from time to time. You, monk, are really kind. A clear and pleasant female voice came into the monk's ears. The monk turned around and saw a woman in a yellow silk skirt standing behind him. He replied calmly, God is merciful. After that, he held the tabby dog and walked up the stairs one by one. He didn't look back, but he knew that the woman was following him. When they were about to reach the gate of the temple, the woman couldn't help shouting, "Hey, monk! What can I do for you? Young lady?" The monk turned around and asked. "No advice." The woman walked up to the monk with her hands behind her back, paced around him, looked him up and down and said, "You are quite ordinary. How did you make my senior sister so obsessed?" "Senior sister?" The monk looked puzzled. "My sister is called Siejoyin," the woman said with a smile. "Amitabha." The monk nodded and said, "So you are from Chunshan City." "Humph," the woman said proudly. "Are you afraid?" the monk said. "Why should I be afraid?" The woman was puzzled. Their Chunshan City is well known, and everyone who has heard of the name of Chunshan City trembles in fear. In short, in the rumors of the world, everyone in their Chunshan City is a big devil who has done many evil things and killed many people, but can stop children from crying. Are you really not afraid? The woman couldn't help asking again. "No," the monk answered very confidently. The blind man had returned some time earlier than him. Even if he was not in the temple at the moment, he must be in Baiyun City. As long as he used the lion roar skill, the blind man would come in time. What was there for him to be afraid of? Seeing that the woman had nothing to say, she turned around and stepped onto the door of the temple. "Monk," the woman called him again. "You haven't asked my name yet?" The monk laughed dumbly. "What's your surname?" "Girl," the woman smiled and said. "Remember? My name is Xie Shaoqing. Everyone says I am prettier than my senior sister. I am the most beautiful woman in Chunshan City." "That's right, girl," the monk said, and left without looking back. After returning to the temple, he first reported some recent events in Nanzhou to the abbot of the temple, and then returned to his bedroom. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the blind man sitting cross-legged on his couch. "Do you want to stew dog meat?" The blind man pointed to the tiger-striped dog lying on the ground and asked. The monk said unhappily, "I don't eat meat." "You know?" The blind man nodded and said, "Then you peel the skin and I'll eat it." The monk said, "I don't kill animals either." The blind man sighed. "Then I'll take it back and let my master suffer." "No," the monk said firmly. "I want to keep it, and keep it as a companion in the future." The blind man smiled and said, "Then give it to me. I'll lead it, and let it lead the way for me in the future." "That's fine," the monk agreed. Monks and Taoist priests live in the big temple, but Taoist priests like to eat dog meat the most. His martial arts skills are low, the Taoists may not pay attention to him, and they may kill him one day when he is not paying attention. It is safer to leave him to the blind man. At least in the big temple, few people dare to offend the blind man. Chapter 240 Acting on one's own initiative. The blind man squatted down and patted the tiger-striped dog's body with his palm twice, finally stopping at the joints, and said with a smile, "It's broken, no wonder it can't get up. It seems that this fighting dog is also very fierce." After saying that, he pressed his hand. After a crisp sound, the tiger-striped dog let out a high-pitched scream, instinctively jumped up from the ground, on all fours, looking blankly at the two people in the room. "Amitabha." The monk put his hands together and said, "You are still amazing, it can walk now." Dog fighting is really harmful to the harmony of nature. If the prince can ban it, it would be the best. If it is banned, everyone will fight when they have nothing to do. Then it will be people who die, not dogs. Choose the lesser of two evils, and the greater of two benefits. You should understand this principle. The blind man waved at the tiger-striped dog. The tiger-striped dog walked under him carefully, sticking out its tongue and licking his hand non-stop. He smiled and said, "It's a smart one. Be smart and get beaten less in the future." The monk said, "Why did you hit it?" The blind man stroked the dog's head and smiled. The prince said that anyone who doesn't understand human language should be taught a lesson first, so that they can remember it. The monk argued, "What the prince said may not be right. People are neither good nor evil. Good and evil exist in your heart. What's the point of telling me this?" The blind man turned his head and said to the monk, "If you have the ability, go and tell this to the steward. You know I dare not do that." The monk lowered his head unhappily. If the steward heard this, he would definitely treat him as someone who needed a lesson, because he dared not understand the human language of the prince. The blind man smiled and said, "You are getting more and more confused. Sometimes it's okay to be blind, but the heart cannot be blind. If the heart is blind, it will be a real useless person." "I understand." The monk's hand touched the tiger-striped dog at the same time. "Give it a name." The blind man thought for a while and said, Let's call it Xianyan. The monk said angrily. How can you call me by my name? His secular name is Han Yin. You are obsessed with appearances again. All beings are equal. You call it by this name. So it is not important to call it by this name. The blind man teased. Besides, you are now called Jihai. Who will remember your name Han Yin? That won't work either. The monk said with certainty. This dog has the same stripes as a tiger. So let's call it Little Tiger. The blind man nodded, as if to approve, and then continued. I read your fortune. You have been in love recently. And you are indeed romantic. The monk blushed and said, What do you mean? The blind man smiled and said, The grass is green. And the grass is green. Standing on this mountain with your feet up. You can't envy it. He laughed and walked out of the door. The tiger-striped dog glanced at the monk and ran out of the house again. You heartless thing, I saved your life. But now you've run away with someone else. The monk shook his head and sighed. Jiang can spend his days in the new house like years. The palace had originally given him a piece of silver to settle down, but he only had more than 30 copper coins left after a meal. He was born in a wealthy family, and it was good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. He had been smooth sailing for half his life, and had never suffered hardship. He didn't know what it meant to live frugally. He spent all the more than 30 copper coins in just half a day. It was getting dark, and he couldn't go hungry at night. Right? He shamelessly went to the governor's office to find Shanchi. This was the first time in his life that he asked someone to borrow money. But Shanchi only said one sentence. The governor's office was also in trouble. But fortunately, he finally agreed to lend him 1 or 2 taels of silver. For this 1 or 2 taels of silver, he passed through 2 hands and pressed 3 fingerprints. When he got the silver, he almost cried. Damn it! It was too difficult. He had never been so sad in his life. This time, he learned to be smart and went to the cheapest place for dinner. Unfortunately, it was not easy to live in Baiyun City, and 1 tael of silver was only used in 5 days. He went to see Shanchi again, but Shanchi just sighed and said he could not help. However, he gave him an idea. There were many wealthy families who had fled from Nanzhou in Baiyun City, all of whom were either rich or noble. Shanchi suggested that he visit them. He agreed without hesitation. Although he was a prisoner of Sanha, he had been a naval officer, and his influence was still there. He used the last few copper coins in his hand to rent a carriage from the carriage and horse shop, bought 2 large naan on the roadside, wrapped them with oiled paper, and went straight to the Sang family. Unfortunately, the Sang family ignored him. He was brave in the past. He asked for money, but they only lent him 5 taels of silver. Back then, he was in charge of the Nanzhou Navy. These people knocked on his door and rushed to give him silver. But he might not agree. Now, he finally understood what it meant to be ignored. After getting 5 taels of silver, he didn't have the courage to go to another family. He asked Shanchi to release the cook on his ship. Although 1 more person in the family meant 1 more mouth to feed, cooking at home would save money instead of eating out every day. Right? In this way, he could barely live a life of having 1 meal to eat and the next one to eat. 10 days passed like this. He finally welcomed his parents, wife, concubine, children, and his brother Jiang Pei, who was captured in Qingyuan City a few days ago. The family reunited, and were happy for only 2 days. The family ran out of rice again. Why hadn't the legendary monthly money been issued yet? Just when he was feeling uneasy, he was invited by Shanchi to the governor's office. He saw the old, white-haired Wu Lin in the office. He felt that Wu Lin seemed to have aged a lot. After he and Wu Lin each took 300 taels of silver, they were asked to study in the school in Baiyun City from tomorrow. In this way, he started his formal school life with his 2 young sons every day. On the first day of autumn, he and Wu Lin finally finished their studies. After the 2 kowtowed to the prince, Wu Lin returned to Qingyuan City by land, and Jiang Qin went to Fengyou Island by water, boarded his ship again, and took charge of the Nanzhou Navy again. Jizhua and Jiangzhen stood at the gate of the south gate to welcome Wu Lin in person. Returning to his hometown, Wu Lin was filled with emotion. But he did not look good to Jizhua and Jiangzhen. He just snorted and said, "Why are you standing there? Go back to the government office directly." Whether it was the driver, the civilians on both sides, or the officers and soldiers, they all did not move. And no one was willing to listen to his orders. Wu Lin's housekeeper shouted, "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear our master's words? No one moved. Wu Lin's face was livid. Jijua smiled, then waved his hand and said, "Since Lord Wu wants to go back to the yamen to rest, go back." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage carrying Wu Lin slowly drove away. Jijua waited for the carriage to pass, and snorted. It seems that this is deliberately not cooperating. It can only be used as a decoration, Jiangjun said. I don't understand. If that's the case, why don't you continue to imprison him in Baiyun City? Why let him go back to make trouble for us? Mr. Xia, Mr. Chen, Mr. Bian, who is not better than him? Name, Jijua said lightly. If the prince and the old gentleman Xia Zan and Chen Dishan come here, it will be equivalent to tearing the face with the court. It doesn't matter what happens in secret. But once the face is broken, it's hard to repair it. Jiangjun was puzzled. Is the status so important? Jijua smiled and said, It's more important than you think. From now on, I won't go to the governor's office. You arrange people to guard the left and right places. And don't allow this gentleman to come in and out at will, Jiangjun said. Don't worry. I will keep a close eye on this. If you are not in the garrison, where are you going? Jijua nodded and said, The garrison soldiers in Yong'an are too useless. They were easily defeated by Huang Xifang and Zhao Lichuan. The border between Nanzhou and Yong'an must be unstable. I will take 2,000 people to take a look, and the remaining 1,000 people will be left to you. Remember, you must not be careless. This Wulin is an old fox. Jiangjun was naturally very happy when he heard that Jijua wanted to leave 1,000 men for him. He bowed and said, Thank you, General Ji. Jijua continued, Do you know Wei Yishan? Jiangjun smiled and said, We grew up on the same street. How could I not know him? Jijua said, My suggestion is to win him over to your side. This guy is very smart. He is not bad to be your assistant. Jiangjun shook his head and said, The constable only gets so little money a month. How could he agree? Jijua said, It depends on your means. If you really go to the government office, you can save a lot of trouble. After that, he rode his horse and slowly caught up with Wulin's convoy. The weather in Sanha gradually became colder. Since the curfew was officially lifted, the square became more and more lively. The opera singers and storytellers kept going all day and night, and sometimes they would not stop until the late night. Lin Yi was very relieved. Finally there was some nightlife. However, he seldom went to watch. After all, wherever he went, there would be a large group of people kneeling in front of him, which made him feel bored and ruined the fun of others. What about sharing happiness with the people? It didn't exist. Of course, he could still go to Chungxianglu, but he was poor now, and he would stay away from anything that wanted to have anything to do with him. Sitting in the yard, looking at the stars, the moon seemed pretty good, and the long night was not that hard to endure. Honging said considerately, Prince, why don't you continue to learn foreign languages? Lenny looked around and whispered, Where are those two women? Honging smiled and said, The junior high school on the Bird Island will be completed tomorrow. Mingwei and Zixia are both preparing for it. Really? Lenny almost screamed with joy. Then hurry up. I must study hard. Xiao Shizi didn't need Honging to wink. He ran out quickly, and then ran back, standing in front of Lin Yi with a depressed face. Your Highness, where are they? Lin Yi looked behind Xiao Shizi, and saw that he was the only one there, and was very curious. Xiao Shizi said with a wry smile, Mingwei and Miss Zixia took the 4 foreign women to Fangyao Island, saying that they had learned Mandarin and could be brought to Fangyao Island to serve as interpreters. Lin Yi said, They actually learned to act on their own, and didn't even say hello to me. Chapter 241 Being Sensible. Xiao Shizi said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, how about I find some teachers from somewhere else? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Except Chungxianglu, where else can I find them? He had to admire the owner of Chungxianglu, who really kept up with the times. Without violating the Sanha law, she was able to trick a few foreign women who did not speak her language to work for her. It is said that since the addition of foreign women, Chungxianglu's business has been very good, and it is crowded with guests every day. Most people are out of curiosity, like children. Everything they have not played before, they want to try. The remaining group of people wanted to see if this foreign woman was really as unfathomable as the rumor said. Lin Yi really wanted to give each of them a friendship medal. After all, they had sacrificed too much to promote exchanges between the East and the West. Xiao Shizi said, Your Majesty. In fact, Wang Chung, Liang Jin and other people all have it at home. Lenny rolled his eyes and said, other things are easy to borrow. But can teachers be borrowed casually? Honging nodded hurriedly. Your Majesty is right. Lenny sighed. I heard that another person came from Chunshan City? Xiao Shizi said. Your Majesty. The woman is called Xia Xiaoqing. She is very beautiful. And makes people stare at her. Really? Lenny asked curiously. How beautiful? Xiao Shizi said. As long as she walks in. On the way. No one looked back at her. Lu Banzi. That old man? Although he is old and his legs are not very good. He has a sharp eye. He said directly that all the women in Baiyun City were outshined. Lenny swallowed his saliva and said eagerly, where is this woman now? Xiao Shizi said. In Baiyun Temple. Lenny asked curiously. What is she doing in Baiyun Temple? Is she burning incense? Xiao Shizi said. She is Xie Jiuyun's junior sister. And she forced the monk to ask, who is more beautiful between her and her senior sister. Why did you ask? Monk, why don't you ask me? Lenny murmured. My taste is obviously better than that of a monk. Right? He could not compare to Shinchu, who had one wife and one concubine. Yen Kuishing had many wives and concubines, so he could bear it. Now he can't even compare to a monk? Xiao Shizi said. Your Highness is a noble. How can a little girl like her marry him? Honging followed. Your Highness, why don't I go and invite her over? It is her great blessing to receive your guidance, which she could not have asked for in her previous life. I can't afford to lose this person. Lenny said dejectedly. Let the blind man do some calculations for me some other day, to see if I can change my fate. Why am I not lucky in love? I ended up like this. I have wasted my good looks and family background. Who dares to look down upon your rising star? Honging smiled. A troop of drummers came from Jingzhou, and there are several graceful women. Your Majesty, why don't you give them some face, and let them set up a stage in the palace? Lenny waved his hand. Forget it, I can't understand what they are saying. I might as well have a good sleep instead of wasting time. How is Fong Pai doing with Chi Peng? Honging said. This kid is not good at learning kung fu, but he can learn unconventional things without a teacher, not to mention Chi Peng's advice. Chi Peng even praised him here. Lenny asked. Is he not in the mansion now? He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last saw Fong Pai. It was a bit annoying to see him every day, but he missed him a little when he didn't see him occasionally. After all, he is just a child, Honging said. He is not here. He went on a long trip with Pan Duo. I am afraid he won't be back before the end of the year. Keep an eye on him. The kid has only a few kung fu skills. Don't let him get beaten to death outside. Lenny sighed. If he is beaten to death, it's nothing, but the key is that I will lose face. Honging smiled and said, Your Highness is right. I will definitely keep a close eye on him, and make sure no one beats him to death. Xiao Shizi also said, Your Highness, Pan Duo is at the peak of the 8th rank, and there are only a few people in the world who can take him down. Besides, they act in secret, and under normal circumstances, they can't provoke any powerful people. Hongin is a sensible child, and never makes people worry. Sensible? Lenny shook his head and said, Girls who are too sensible usually have a bad ending. If a person is always so well behaved and obedient, and is suppressed, he will have no future. Unconsciously, he said Lucen's words. Honging said, Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. Lenny said, I don't want her to act according to other people's faces. You are her master, so you have to teach her how to say no. Honging smiled and said, Your Majesty, I am her master, and others will not make things difficult for her. And she is not afraid of offending others. Does she dare to say no? Lenny asked. Honging smiled awkwardly. This kid listens to whatever I say. Lenny said, Give her some respect. Let her learn how to say no. Honging said, Yes. Lenny continued, What is the name of Yu Sanshui's son? Xiao Shizi said, Yu Xiaochun. After all, he was trained by the general manager. And now he has entered the 8th rank. Lenny asked, He also hangs out with Pan Duo? Xiao Shizi said, He begged Pan Duo to help find the base of the secret guards, all the way from Nanzhou to Wuzhou, Yong'an, and killed any secret guards he saw. Now I don't know how many he has killed. If Pan Duo hadn't stopped him, he would have probably already rushed to Ankong City. He was a very gentle guy. But now, he has become a violent muscular man. It seems that he has been hit hard. Lenny thought for a while and said, Let Pan Duo find him back. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Let him follow Chi Peng in the future. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, Yes. He smiled on his face. But he was a little unsure in his heart. I'm afraid Yu Xiaoqun won't agree easily. He is an 8th rank official. And I am a 7th rank official. It's still a bit difficult to convince others with virtue. If it really doesn't work, then we can only take Yu Xiaoshi and Cui Gingshan. The 2 idiots. With us. Lin Yi closed his eyes slightly. Hong Ying and Xiao Shizi stopped talking. And quietly retreated. He lay there in a daze until the hour of high. When Chi Peng came in, with Guan in pushing a wheelchair. Prince? Mei Jingji broke through Chuzhou. Where is the king of Chu? Lin Yi asked. Yawning. Chi Peng shook his head and said, The king of Chu is missing. But I suspect he has entered Nanzhou. I have arranged for someone to look for him. And I have sent a letter to Jizhua, asking him to keep a close eye on him. I remember that Mei Jingji broke through Wu Baishuan's generals in Jianzhou before. And the troops of King Yong and King Jin are all in Jianzhou. Did they not have any conflicts with General Mei? Lin Yi took Xiao Shizi's teacup and took a sip. Chi Peng said, Mei Jingji only occupies the southern part of Jianzhou, and has a sense of not interfering with the king of Jin and others in the north. The king of Nanling is also willing to help the king of Yong to enter Ankang City to purge the court. Lin Yi said, Keep a close eye on the old 6th generation king. If he is willing to enter Ankang City, we will go to Nanzhou to celebrate the new year this year. What does the prince mean? Chi Peng was puzzled. I don't have any intentions. I just want to wait until the situation is interesting. And then I will go north to show my strength. Lin Yi said with a smile. The north wind wants to show off its ability, and cut it randomly for the mountain skirt. I will just watch the ups and downs of the world and smile at the ups and downs. Your Majesty is wise. This time Chi Peng finally understood. And then he said worriedly, Your Majesty, Mei Jingji has conquered Chuzhou, and is even closer to Yong'an and Wuzhou in the south of the Yangtze River. If he gets this prosperous place by then, I'm afraid, I would like to strike first. But the old saying goes that the first bird to come out will be shot. Lin Yi rubbed his brows and said, It's also very difficult. I really don't know what to do. He has already stationed troops in Hongou and Nanzhou. If he grits his teeth, he may really get prosperous places like Yong'an and Wuzhou into his own hands. However, he was afraid that he would become the target of public criticism. Don't let the Prince of Yong and the Crown Prince join forces to attack him, after all. If he took Guizhou, Hangzhou, Nanzhou, Yong'an, Wuzhou, it would be equivalent to taking over half of the world's financial resources. He wanted the 7th brother to be the first to take action. However, he was also afraid that the 7th brother would turn the prosperous Jiangnan area into a mess, and he would have to clean up the mess himself. Chapter 242 The Oriole is behind. Chi Peng said, Everything is decided by the prince. I will obey his orders. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, What ideas can I have? Old people are more experienced. Let's call a few old men over tomorrow morning and discuss everything. Their ideas are more correct than mine, so we should listen to them more. When it comes to playing tricks, he is naturally not as good as those old men. They are the masters of listening to their words and watching their actions, watching their expressions and investigating their true nature. Yes, Chi Peng continued. According to the information obtained by the footman, the people of King Yong and King Dai seem to be practicing Huiyuan Gong. The people of King Dai and King Yong are practicing Huiyuan Gong? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Are you sure your people are not mistaken? Although Hong Ying has achieved great success in his cultivation and has reached the level of Grand Master, he always insists that the so-called Huiyuan Gong is just a joke. After all, this thing is just a noun. In Journey to the West, how can it be taken seriously? Maybe Hong Ying is really a genius, who figured it out by himself and has nothing to do with Journey to the West. Chi Peng said, Your Majesty, Pan Duo and Guan Yin were also taught by the general manager. After getting the general manager's permission, I also let my porters and barbers learn. These people work hard day and night, make progress day by day, and are very familiar with Huiyuan Gong. They will never make mistakes. Don't worry about this. Xiao Shizi interrupted. There are so many people practicing Huiyuan Gong in Baiyun City. But look, except for the few people trained by the general manager himself, has anyone easily broken through to the 5th level? Those who broke through to the 5th level in Baiyun City were either guards of the palace, or soldiers of Sanhe, or students of the school. Chi Peng said, If he was originally a 5th level person, It is not impossible for him to break through to the 6th level after practicing Huiyuan Gong. Right? He can confidently say that he understands the significance of Huiyuan Gong better than anyone else. Many of his porters and barbers have been lingering at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranks for many years, however. Since practicing Huiyuan Gong, many people have made breakthroughs in a short period of time, especially Guan In beside him, who was already at the 6th rank 10 years ago, but he has been standing still, without any progress. But after learning Huiyuan Gong, he broke through to the 7th rank in one day. He is already at the peak of the 7th rank. According to the current situation, it is entirely possible to break through the shackles that many people cannot break through in their lifetime, the 8th rank, and it is not just the people around him. The people in Baiyun City are basically like this. Otherwise, how could a group of civilians have the ability to attack the city? It's because they rely on the Huiyuan Gong they have learned. Each of them has good kung fu, and they can climb rocks and walk on walls. That's possible. Xiao Shizi sighed. With the foundation of Huiyuan Gong, it's a step further. Qi Peng said. If I remember correctly, there is a civilian who has never been instructed by the general manager, and only learned a little Huiyuan Gong in school, and he broke through the 7th grade in less than 4 years. Xiao Shizi hurriedly asked. Who? Wei Yishan. Qi Peng said lightly. He was originally a clerk of Lu Duo in the silk shop, and he is really a man of outstanding talent. There is another person. Although he did not break through the 7th rank, but in terms of talent, he is not much behind. That is Duan Rong, the waiter of the Inca building. It took him only 3 years to break through the 5th rank, and now he is already the 6th rank. Xiao Shizi looked at Hong Ying, who was like an old monk in meditation, with a sad face. Qi Peng, like Xiao Shizi, also looked at Hong Ying, hoping that he could give some explanation. Hong Ying said, Those who transform me will live. Those who break me will advance. And those who resemble me will die. Why worry? What is there to fear? General Manager, Qi Peng said puzzledly. If this set of kung fu spreads in the army of King Yong, I am afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. The martial arts in the world are profound and extensive. In order to maintain the uniqueness of martial arts, the sects in the rivers and lakes will never pass on their own unique skills unless under special circumstances. Sanha in front of us has committed this taboo. When Huiyuan Gong spreads throughout the world, the advantages of Sanha officers and soldiers will be gone. Your Majesty. Hong Ying bowed to Lini and said, I have nothing to do. I want to go to the army to teach them some kung fu. I hope your Majesty will agree. Go if you want to go. Why bother asking me about such a small matter? Lini did not mean to stop him. After saying that, he yawned and went into the house to rest. The next morning, Shanqi, Xiezan, He Jixiang, Chen Dishing and others arrived early. After Lin Yi finished his breakfast and went to the living room. He always felt that there was something wrong with the air. He sniffed and asked, Did you eat sweet potatoes this morning? Wang Qingbang smiled. We had sweet potato rice this morning. I am old and my stomach is not good. I am gasping. Did you fart? Lin Yi quickly stepped back, and then rushed to the door, far away from them. Since he started to promote the planting of sweet potatoes, many poor families have eaten this stuff 3 times a day. So, sometimes, he didn't dare to go to places where people gathered, when everyone was steaming together. The sourness was indescribable. Your Majesty, please forgive me, Chen Dishing said with a smile. I have bad teeth. This sweet potato is very sticky, easy to chew and swallow. And after eating it, I won't make a fuss all day. I eat it often. After Lin Yi shook his head, he walked directly into the yard, laid down on the recliner, took Xiao Shizi's teacup, and saw that the old men wanted to sit around him, and hurriedly said, No need to be so crowded. There are plenty of chairs. He didn't want to smell their stinky farts. Everyone had no choice but to sit down far away. After the tea came, Wang Qingbang took a sip and spoke first. Qi Peng has already told us about the matter. I have one thing I don't understand. Why did the prince wait until the Dai Prince made a move before taking action? Lin Yi smiled and said, After all, I misjudged him. I thought he was a man of peace. But I didn't expect him to be a pig and eat the tiger. He is so deep in hiding. Don't let the brothers fight and get bloody. Don't let the mantis catch the cicada. He will come to wait for the oriole. Although I am not afraid of him, I have not caused any trouble to myself. I still have to be careful. Your Highness is right, Wang Qingbang continued. But I and others have discussed for a night. Sanha does not need to take Yong'an and Wuzhou first. These are the places where taxes are levied in the world. Whether it is the king of Yong or the emperor, they will not sit idly by. But Sanha must take Jingzhou. Lenny said puzzledly. Why take Jingzhou? This is not a good place. It has been rotten for a long time. I am really afraid of losing it, Shinkasho said. Prince, Jingzhou is connected to Chuzhou in the east, Hongou and Yuedo in the south, Daizhou and Chuanshou in the west, and Yuzhou of the Nanling King in the north. It is close to the rivers and lakes, and points to the south of the Yangtze River. It is indeed an important place in the world. Lenny pondered for a while and said, The most important thing is, after I took Jingzhou, it will be like a wedge, sandwiched between Yuzhou and Daizhou. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will wedge him. Okay. Let's do it this way. You can arrange the rest by yourselves. Let's see who will lead the army, and let the rebels in Jingzhou make room for us. Your Highness is wise, everyone said in unison. The Sanha army went out to fight. A basic process has been formed. Every time, the civilians ran first with the baggage. After all, they responded to the Sanha slogan, Run forward. Enter a new era. However, their favorite sentence is still, Time is money. Even a child can recite it. This time Shinchu learned his lesson. After leaving 200 carefully selected officers and soldiers to learn the star-absorbing technique from Honging, he hurriedly led 5,000 troops into Yueo and reunited with Bao Kuei's troops. Unfortunately, this time, both the civilians and the officers and soldiers had miscalculated. After more than a month of traveling, after entering Jingzhou from Yuezhou, the remnants of Han Hui here, after hearing the news, had already disappeared like rabbits. Standing on the river bank beside Yingdu, the capital of Jingzhou, he sighed. Where did these bastards go? They entered Jingzhou without wasting a single soldier. It was unbelievable. Wang Tuozi said. Sir, yesterday Pan Duo sent a message saying that the rebels in Jingzhou heard that we were coming and headed west to Chuanshou a month ago. Shinchu sighed. What a coward. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought so many civilians and food. It would be a waste to feed the people and horses. Wang Tuozi smiled and said, Sir, you are probably scared by our attack. If you don't run, you will die. Shinchu looked at Wang Dahai behind him and sighed. I will leave 2,000 men for you to guard Jingzhou. Do you think you have the responsibility? Sir, Wang Dahai said in embarrassment. It is really difficult for me to take on such a big responsibility. I am willing to stay with you, Shinchu said unhappily. There is really no one else available. Otherwise, do you think it will be your turn? Let's just leave it at that. There will probably be no governor in Jingzhou. The letter from Lord Shanqi will arrive in a few days. Let's see who he will arrange to help you. Thank you for your support. Sir, Wang Dahai finally agreed reluctantly. At the beginning of winter, snow had already fallen all over Daliang State. The mountains of Sanha had already turned red, and the forests were dyed red. Lin Yi had originally decided to go to Nanzhou for the new year, but he finally gave up because it was said that it was snowing in Nanzhou. He was afraid of heat, but he was more afraid of cold. Of course, there was another reason because of the prince. The prince had been holding back because he was still in Sanha. If he left Sanha, he might take some action against him to save his face. He was not afraid of anything else. But he was afraid that this boss would take his anger out on his mother and sister. Anyway, his current principle is that if the king of Dai doesn't move, he won't move either. Shanqi said, Your Highness, according to the practice of previous years, the Wadden people will go south to forage. The king of Yong is now at odds with the crown prince. If he deliberately lets the Wadden people enter Yongzhou and go south, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Yi frowned and said, I hope the third brother won't be such a jerk. But he was not too sure. According to the third brother's temperament, there is nothing he can't do. It is inevitable that people will suffer. Wang Qingbang said, The king of Yong and the king of Jin have a combined army of 200,000. If it goes as expected, they will march straight to Ankang City in the spring. Chapter 243 Star-Absorbing Technique. Lin Yi said, Don't worry, the prince is a fool, I'm not afraid. But Ji Yong and my aunt are not fools, each of them is smarter than a monkey. There must be a trick, so don't worry, just wait. There will always be a day when the clouds will clear and the moon will shine. At this time, he became calmer. He has occupied Sanha, Hangzhou, Nanzhou, Jingzhou, Yuezhou. There is no money rolling in, but there are many people, and they are no worse than anyone else. There is really nothing to worry about, The weather is getting colder. The monk still wore a thin robe, carrying an iron bucket up and down the mountain every day. With a splash, the 2 iron buckets were filled with water in the mountain stream. It was lunchtime. He took out a cake from his arms and ate it while drinking the stream water. Xie Shaoqing jumped down from the branch of a red maple tree and said with a smile, "Monk, don't you get tired of eating this every day? How about we go to Jinfu restaurant for a good meal? Sister will treat us." The monk ate his own food and ignored her. She followed him every day, which really annoyed him. After all, there were many gossips in the temple. He is a monk, and he cannot break the precepts. "Monk." Xie Shaoqing lifted her skirt, spun around on the ground, said with a smile, "Do you think my clothes look good? I just bought them, and I came here to show them to you. You should say something." "Amitabha." The monk put the cake in his arms, picked up the iron bucket again and walked away. Xie Shaoqing followed slowly behind him with his hands behind his back. The blind man stood on the top of a mountain with a bamboo joint and said to Xiaohu at his feet, "My divination is getting more and more accurate. He is really lucky in love." Xiaohu followed and barked twice, as if he could really understand. "The manager asked me to learn the star-absorbing technique. I only felt terrified after hearing the formula." The blind man continued, "Although I am not a good Taoist, I still don't want to learn this kind of technique that is against the harmony of nature. Do you think I am doing the right thing?" The tiger whimpered and looked up to the sky, then pounced on a bird that came out of the woods. The bird flew directly down the cliff, and the tiger missed its pounce. Just as it was about to fall off the cliff, a bamboo joint suddenly stuck into the hard stone, stopping it. It was so scared that it used all its limbs to quickly climb to the top of the mountain. He called out twice more at the bottom of the cliff. The blind man spread out his 5 fingers, and the bamboo joint returned to his hand. He kicked Little Tiger and said with a smile, "You are getting more and more naughty. Let me be less worried. If you fall down, you will really die. If you die, I won't have dog meat to eat." After Little Tiger called out, his head arched towards his legs, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. The blind man heard footsteps coming from behind him, and turned around and said, "Yichio. Hey, your ears are getting better and better." Yichio sighed. "In front of you, I always feel like I am naked, but I am like a blind man." The blind man said lightly, "You are almost there. You can go into seclusion." The manager also asked me to go into seclusion. Yichio was very happy. In addition to Hong Ying, finally someone could feel the improvement of his skills. The blind man said, "It's either life or death." Yichio said puzzledly, "Please ask the divination to solve my doubts." The blind man said, "Didn't the steward tell you? When Hui Yuan Gong is cultivated to perfection, it is both a way of life and a way of death." Yichio still smiled and said, "The steward never told me this." The blind man said, "Or do you think there have only been a few great masters since ancient times?" Yichio said proudly, "I, Yichio, have been wandering all my life. My ancestral heritage is only in my dreams. I only have martial arts in my heart. If you don't enter the Tao, you will become a demon. Life doesn't live to be 100 years old. So what's the point of living to be 100 years old? The heroes of the past have all gone to the mountains and rivers. I am not afraid of life and death." The blind man smiled and said, "Always be aware of the Tao and have a firm heart. Tolerate his mistakes and correct your own deviations. There is no self-image in the original sense, and you can recognize your roots in leisure. But you are confused and false and try to climb up. You will sink into the sea of troubles forever, and it will be difficult to achieve the great Luo heaven." Yichio suddenly opened his eyes, then leaned over and saluted. "Thank you for the advice. The divination. I understand." "What do you understand?" the blind man asked back. Yichio said, "With the heart of the wonderful way of nothingness firmly held, the void will come naturally. The mist will become a fetus, and the dense clouds of 10,000 calamities will be opened. It seems that you have really realized it." The blind man nodded and said, "Why did you come to see me?" Yichio said, "Sean said that too many people have come to Baiyun City these days. If some people don't leave now, there is no need for them to leave." The blind man said, "Leave the people from Chunshan City, and you can deal with the rest as you like." Yichio said, "Someone from Sukoji has come, too." The blind man said, "I don't know what Sukoji is, so it has nothing to do with me." Yichio said, "Sukoji is on Sukosan, the sacred mountain of Nangu. The Nangu barbarian king came from Sukoji. It is the royal temple of Nangu, and there are many masters. It should not be underestimated. The blind man said. Kill those who should be killed. It will only cause trouble if you keep them. I understand. Yichio floated down the mountain. On the night of New Year's Eve, fireworks were bright in Bayun City. Opera singers, storytellers, and monkey performers took turns to go on stage in the square. And there were rounds of applause from the sidelines, which did not stop all night. Lin Yi did not squeeze into the crowd to join in the fun, but just watched from a distance, sighing that Bayun City finally had a bit of the atmosphere of Hong Kong City. As Hong Ying said, the women who sang the drum in Jingzhou were very outstanding, and it was really exciting to watch them. As an old artist, he really wanted to go up and understand their physical condition, whether they were tired, thirsty, and whether they wanted to find a place to rest. After all, they are all his people. How could he not care? Unfortunately, in the end, the sense of shame trained by higher education in the previous life overcame everything. The night was long and nothing happened. He actually dragged Mingwei and Zixia to play Go all night, and still couldn't sleep after dawn, and added another chapter to Arrogant God of War. The main content of the extra chapter is to discuss what is a protracted war, what is to destroy the enemy's living force. Until Shanqi took the manuscript in his hand, he explained that the prince was wise. On the third day of the first lunar month, the spring plowing had not yet begun. However, the people of Sanha actually started to turn the soil in the mountains to plant sweet potatoes and potatoes. Can they survive? No one knows. It is just because the people of Sanha have no experience in storing sweet potatoes. If they are left in the house, they will sprout. If they are not buried in the ground, they will be moldy. It is really a waste. In any case, bury them first, and when there are vines, cut them off, and plant them in the ground first. A Dai is getting married. When Lenny learned the news, he sprayed the tea in his mouth. Whose? He asked hurriedly. Ma Gui said. Your Highness. She is the younger sister of Tian Sishi's concubine. His father-in-law is also a man who seeks to climb the social ladder and bully the weak. Seeing that Ah Dai is close to you, he asked Tian Sishi to be a matchmaker and gave the little girl to Ah Dai. Ah Dai was also a fool. He agreed directly. He didn't even have time to warm up his monthly salary this month. But he gave it all to his father-in-law. I don't mind if you want to take advantage of me, Lenny said with a smile. The key is what kind of girl is. Don't play with Ah Dai, Ma Gui said. I have seen her myself. The girl is really good. She is good at both home and outside. It is a blessing for Ah Dai to marry her. But this old man is not a good guy. He is addicted to eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. I am afraid that Ah Dai will not be able to deal with him in the future. It will be a trouble if he gets entangled with him, Lenny said. Can't you think of a way? Ma Gui said hurriedly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. If this old guy dares to make trouble, I will send him to labor reform directly, so that he can experience the suffering of the people. That's better, Lenny continued. I remember that Tian Sishi is Yichio's apprentice. Right. That's right. Ma Gui put the teacup in Lenny's hand and said. He was doing well in the maritime customs. But because of corruption, Han Diqing found out. For Yichio's sake, he was not killed. He was only punished with 20 strokes of the cane and expelled. I didn't expect this guy to be quite capable. He has recruited a group of craftsmen who specialize in building bridges, roads and houses. He is making a fortune every day. There is no one in Sanha who is doing more than him. I have long thought that I will make this guy suffer sooner or later, Lenny said. There are 360 professions, and there are top talents in every profession. As long as he abides by the law and does not evade taxes, there is no need to bother him. Yes. Ma Gui quickly restrained his expression and said, I understand. Where is Yichio? Lenny asked. Ma Gui said. The steward asked him to retreat. According to my opinion, I am afraid he can really break through to the Grandmaster level in one fell swoop. Lenny snorted coldly. Hong Ying, Blind Man, Yichio, and Wen Jiaoyi. For Grandmasters, I am afraid they still cannot defeat Jingyi. Since we cannot win by intelligence, let's win by quantity. Oh, by the way, and that old man Bian Jing has been avoiding me recently. What's going on? Ma Gui smiled and said, Since last year, Bian Jing has been asking those foreigners to help make artillery. The barrel explodes once a month. Just a few days ago, a person was killed. I guess he is too embarrassed to come to see the prince. Lenny sighed and said nothing more. The sun was neither too hot nor too cold. Xiezan sat on the millstone in the courtyard of the commandery, holding a bowl of sweet potato porridge in his hand, and kicked the 2 dogs that came over while eating. Then he said, "According to the date, Dusan's ship will be back soon." "Right?" Shinkisho nodded and said, "Soon. If it doesn't come back, we may not be able to hold on to the food in Sanha." Shanchi, who was squatting on a stone next to him, said, "Dusanha dare not disobey the prince's wishes at the moment." Then he looked at Xiezan and said, "Master Xie, you asked Pan Duo to look for your family in Baocheng. Yuzhou, I wonder if they are whereabouts." Xiezan said, "My old wife is still missing. I really don't know where she is." As he spoke, tears slid down his cheeks. Wang Qingbang hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir. Why do you have to do this?" Everyone sighed deeply. "Who hasn't lost their family?" Qin Disheng said, "I will just wait for the prince to enter Ankang City. Capture He Jin. Let Yumatsi peel his skin off. And I will eat his meat." He Jixiang laughed bitterly. "Do you think I don't want to?" For a moment, the sky was filled with gloom and sadness. Chapter 244 Family. Wang Qingbang wiped his tears and said, "Mr. He, didn't Pan Duo say that you have a great-grandson? You have been wandering in Liangzhou. If nothing goes wrong, you will be able to reach Sanha in a few days. Your He family's incense will not be extinguished. You should be happy secretly. Why do you sigh like us? It's really wrong." In the past, they didn't have the ability to find their families, nor did they have the courage, for fear of implicating their families. Now they are not afraid. They and the prince own 5 states, and have tens of millions of people. They are ready to fight at any time, and have the momentum to swallow up the mountains and rivers, and ride horses, and wield swords into the capital, so they act more fearlessly. It's not certain yet. He Jixiang sighed. I've been in Sanha for too long. I haven't even seen my great-grandson, let alone my great-great-grandson. It's better to have no hope. The more hope there is, the more worried I am. I can't sleep all night. It's so painful. I'd rather have nothing. Only myself. Bianjing said. I have seen your 4 sons and those grandsons. They are exactly like you. I remember Miss Ming was said. This is called biological inheritance. In other words, what the father is like, the son will probably be like that too, and he will not deviate from that mold. I think your grandson is probably the same. Besides, your family was exiled to Liangzhou, and once they became military households, they have been military households for generations, and it is all recorded, and the list is clear. There is absolutely no mistake. You can rest assured, and you don't have to act like a child. After He Jixiang finished the porridge in his bowl, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said with a frown, I hope so. If Pan Duo can really find my He family's lineage, he will be my He family's benefactor from now on. Chun Disheng continued. If he can find my great-grandson, if anything happens to his Pan family in the future, I will also leave him a trace of incense. Bianjing sighed. Me too. Shanchi smiled bitterly. He said this to himself. However, he could not say anything against it. After all, the words of these old men were very clear. If Pan Duo made mistakes in the future, he would be killed. But it would not be too much to leave a glimmer of hope for his descendants. From what we can see now, no matter how much this prince's character changes in the future, he is not a person who kills everyone. A carriage stopped at the gate of the commandery, followed by a team of cavalry. Led by Luke Kansas, Lucan got off the horse and bowed. Mr. Bien, it's getting late. We can set off. Bianjing nodded, then went into the house and brought out a bundle. After Lucan took it, he bowed to the old man and said, I will go to Nanzhou for a while. Take care of your health. Old gentleman, take care. The old men saw him out the door. Goodbye. Bianjing got on the carriage with the help of 2 cavalrymen. Wang Qingbang told Lucan, take good care of Mr. Bien. If anything goes wrong, I will not forgive you. Lucan leaned over and said, Don't worry, sir. I will take good care of you. The carriage drove out of Baiyun City and went directly to Nanzhou. As Nanzhou became more and more stable, roads in various parts of Nanzhou began to be repaired. According to the opinion of the prince, even if the towns could not be connected like Sanha, the cities must be connected. Sitting in a carriage, with 50 skilled craftsmen, escorted by 100 cavalrymen, they arrived at Qingyuan City in Nanzhou. The snow in Qingyuan City was melting, and it was shining in the sun. Wei Yishan helped him down the carriage road. Mr. Bien, your clothes are too thin. Put on a thicker one. He then covered the frail Bianjing with his tiger skin cloak. Thank you. Bianjing shivered, tightened his cloak around himself, and was supported by Wei Yishan and Jiangjun into the governor's office. Bianjing took off his cloak, sat on the main seat of the governor's office, holding a cup of hot tea, looked around and said, "Where is Wu Lin?" Jiangjun stood up and bowed. "Please forgive me, Mr. Bien. After Wu Lin returned to Nanzhou, he treated us coldly. Jishua and I took the initiative to put him in the back office and prohibited him from entering and leaving the office at will. He lost his temper a lot, but we ignored him." Bianjing sighed. "It's better this way. He can't do anything, but it will cause trouble," Jiangjun said. "If Mr. Bien wants to see him, I will call him over now." Bianjing waved his hand and said, "No need, he is so stubborn. What difference does it make whether we see him or not? I have already explained everything to him in Sanha. I can only hope that he will do it for the best," Jiangjun said. "Mr. Bien is wise," Bianjing said with a smile. "You, a girl, can say these coaxing words after going out." "Mr. Bien," Jiangjun said with a smile, "if I really care about it, I will have to show my respect as a teacher and kneel down to kowtow to you 3 times. I am not being polite." Although she graduated from a girls' school, old men like Bianjing often taught them, and were her real teachers. Therefore, she respected Bianjing very much. Bianjing smiled and said, "Don't do these empty things." "Where did Jishua go?" Jiangjun said. "First, the rebels entered Yongnan, and then the troops of King Nanling followed. General Ji was worried about the border between the two places, so he led the troops to guard it personally, and has not returned yet. If you have anything to tell me, I will send a message. It's nothing important. Besides, this is not something I should worry about. I am here. It's just a simple road repair," Bianjing said, looking at Wei Yishan, and said, "So, there are only 2 of you in Qingyuan City now? You are also a constable?" Wei Yishan said, "Sir, you have a keen eye. You will serve the prince with all your heart and soul until your death." Bianjing nodded and said, "All the way here, the road from Baiyun City to Qingyuan City has been repaired, which is not bad. I am very pleased." "You are really," Jiangjun said with a smile. "Sir, this is all the work of those craftsmen. It has nothing to do with us. We can't help even if we want to," Bianjing said. "After the snow melts, we will continue to build the road. How are you doing with the labor?" "Don't worry, sir." Jiangjun personally refilled Bianjing's water. "These are in the hands of Lord Lu. I don't know much, so let Lord Lu tell you." Student Lu Baixian pays respects to the master. Lu Baixian, who had been standing steadily behind Wei Yishan, stepped out of the crowd. Without any warning, tears fell, and he knelt on the ground, crying and saying, "I am so happy to see you again. I have no regrets in my death." "Lu Baixian?" Bianjing squinted his eyes, looked at Lu Baixian, and then shook his head. "Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I really don't know you." Chapter 245. Don't lose heart. The teacher has many students all over the world. It's normal that you can't remember the student. The student entered the autumn examination of the 28th year of Yongguang, and the examiner was the teacher. Lu Baixian burst into tears. "I once went to the teacher's house to kowtow. I didn't expect that we have been separated for more than 30 years. The 28th year of Yongguang. Bianjing pondered for a while and said, "If I remember correctly, the examiners of that year were me and Ankang Prefecture in Wentai, but it's a thing of the past. Now I am just a soldier. It's really not worth it for you to kneel down. Get up and talk." The student dare not. Lu Baixian still knelt and bowed his head. "Once a teacher, always a father. Since I learned that my teacher was exiled to Sanha, I have been unable to sleep or eat. I can only blame my incompetence. I have wasted my life, and am only a small prefect. I really can't help my teacher escape from the sea of suffering. I hope my teacher will forgive me." Wei Yishan, Jiangjun, Ma Jia and others beside him were all stunned. First, they didn't expect Lu Baixian and Bianjing to have such a relationship. Second, they admired Lu Baixian's acting skills. His tears flowed, and they came out as soon as he said it, as if he didn't care about money. It was really amazing. Bianjing waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Let's stand up and talk. Let's talk about the labor conscription directly. What teacher? What student?" He didn't care anymore. Every cold-blooded person has a bloody past. Thank you, teacher. Lu Boxian stood up first, and then said loudly, Prince, he was kind and exempted taxes for 3 years. The people were grateful for the prince's kindness, and were willing to serve the labor. According to the principle of proximity proposed by Prince He, they finished their work in the morning, and could go home in the afternoon. They didn't complain much. According to the student's estimate, 150,000 civilians can be recruited with just one order. If the teacher feels that it is not enough, more can be recruited. In addition, according to the teacher's instructions, the lime mine and clay mine have been found. Everything is ready, and we only need the teacher to personally take charge. Bian Jing said with satisfaction. You did a good job. In fact, we don't need so many people. 100,000 is enough. You pass the order down. The 3 roads from Qingyuan City to Songnong, Nanjing, and Xitong City will be started at the same time. There are craftsmen who will teach them how to burn lime and cement. This is where Nanzhou is better than Sanha. Although Nanzhou suffered from taxes and corvée, and the people were living in poverty, it was still a prosperous place since ancient times, with a profound cultural heritage and a dense population. At this moment, as long as the taxes were exempted, there would be no shortage of people to build roads, and there was no need to pay monthly wages. The people brought their own dry food and did not even have to worry about meals. It was nothing like Sanha, a barren land since ancient times. It paid the emperor's grain? It didn't exist. They didn't rebel, which was already giving face to Prince He. God knows how much effort Shanqi spent to collect taxes. He almost killed someone. Moreover, the roads in Sanha were basically built by the prisoners, and had little to do with the local people in Sanha. If there were any, it was because the provincial government office gave them monthly wages, and they were willing to come. It would be good enough if they could pay taxes. And don't mention corvée. Whoever mentions it will fight. Xitong City and Nanjing are both big ports. Lu Boxian bowed. If the road is completed, it will be smoother to travel east and west. Bian Jing smiled and nodded. It was very lively on Ah Dai's wedding day. Lin Yi just watched from a distance, and did not go over, or everyone would feel uncomfortable. Is the bride pretty? Lin Yi asked Xiao Shizi. Your Majesty, I've seen her a long time ago. Although she is not as beautiful as the moon, she is also pretty. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, I am afraid that Ah Dai is not worthy of her. Lin Yi said, Giving 50 taels of silver is also a little gift from the king. It is not easy for this child to have no father or mother. Xiao Shizi said, Your Majesty is kind. It is a blessing for him to meet you in his previous life, and a good fortune in this life. You are just talking nonsense. Lin Yi suppressed the jealousy in his heart. He believed that there must be someone he loved in the world. No matter if he was a psychopath hiding in the soul of a normal person, or an idiot in the mind of a wise man, his beloved would definitely go through the surging crowds in this world, come to his side, and hold him tightly. After all, he was so handsome, so humorous, and had received higher education. On the way back, he heard a familiar song, which came from the militia in training. I stagger and fall, like waves, with thousands of grievances, and laugh them off. I know the world best in wine, and I have made a name for myself in the world, and I never use a knife. I shoulder the heavy burden of 1,000 pounds. Lin Yi frowned and said, How did this song get out? He sang this song when he was drunk yesterday, and he didn't expect it to spread so quickly. Xiao Shizi said, Your Highness, in the morning, Miss Mingwe taught the students directly in the music class at school. After such a big meeting, the whole Baiyun city will be able to sing it. Alas, my talent cannot be concealed after all. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed, then rode the donkey to continue walking home. As soon as he got off the donkey, he saw Yichio standing at the door. Yo, Lin Yi joked. Others have gained weight after leaving the retreat. Why are you getting thinner and thinner? Yichio said. I don't know. Lin Yi looked at his waist and said, You used the sword again? Didn't you agree not to use the sword? He was very surprised. I haven't seen this guy use a sword in the past 2 years. He usually only has a stick with him. Yichio said, From today on, I will truly use a sword. The Yellow Springs is far away. I will send you on a long journey. This is his sword heart. He has found it back. Xiao Shizi whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Your Majesty, the steward said that he has become a grandmaster. Grandmaster? Lin Yi said in surprise. So fast? Yichio leaned over and said, The boy is rampant, and has finally broken through the last barrier of life and death. He can finally experience the world and live in the world. And see his body lying in the clouds. You are awesome. After Lin Yi gave a thumbs up, he went in directly. Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. Yi Qiu smiled, and then, under Jiang Chao's gaze, he ran straight to Baiyun Mountain with his sword. You're here. The blind man squatted on the back hill of the temple, holding a steamed bun in his hand, and occasionally broke off a piece to tease the little tiger next to him. I want to give it a try, Yi Qiu said with a smile. Why don't you find the steward? The blind man asked. Yi Qiu said. I can't beat him. The blind man took the bamboo joint on the ground in his hand, and stood up and said, Then do you think you can beat me? I. The blind man exuded a whole body of momentum, and Yi Qiu felt it at once, and hurriedly bowed and said, Goodbye, sorry to bother you. After that, he hurriedly flew down the mountain. It's too late. The blind man held the bamboo joint in his hand, and chased after him. Jiang Qiu looked at Yi Qiu, who was covering his chest with his hands and vomiting blood, and asked curiously, Are you okay? I won't die. After Yi Qiu coughed heavily, he went straight back to his bedroom, and closed himself off again. Chapter 246 Bronze. All day and all night, there were coughs coming from his room that got heavier and heavier. Whoever heard it felt sorry for him. I was really afraid that his lungs would burst out of his throat. Lin Yi sighed. I thought he was a king, but he turned out to be a bronze. This is not good. You don't know your own level, but you have to find a blind man, and you can't blame others for getting beaten. Standing outside Yi Qiu's door, he didn't lower his voice. The louder he was, the louder the coughs in the room. The people around him all had great sympathy for Yi Qiu. It was just bad luck for him to meet such a prince. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, Prince, the blind man was too cruel, but fortunately he had some strength left, otherwise he would have lost arms and legs. He thought that Yi Qiu must have said something that the blind man didn't like to hear, otherwise how could he have been so cruel? He really beat him to death, Lin Yi said. When the heaven gives a great task to a person, it must first make his mind suffer, work his muscles and bones, starve his body, and make him poor. It is right for him to suffer a little. Jiang Qiu ran in and said, Prince, a Dai brought his new wife to pay respects to you. Lin Yi said in surprise. What is the rule? Xiao Shizi said. Prince, the rules are correct. He is a person close to the prince. The life and death of the whole family depends on the prince's decision. Lin Yi said. Humph, someone must have given him advice, and picked him up, otherwise he doesn't have the brains. As a vassal king, he doesn't understand these rules. How can a fool understand them? Xiao Shizi said. It's nothing more than his younger brother Cui Gingerin or Ma Gui. Lin Yi smiled and said, Then let him in. After that, he walked to the front yard, and lay down under the lush grapevines. Just as he took Xiao Shizi's teacup, a Dai led a petite woman to kneel in front of Lin Yi. Long live the prince. One person spoke loudly. The other was timid. It was a bit uneven. Get up. We are not strangers. No need for so much formality. Lin Yi waved his hand towards A Dai. Help your wife up. You should take better care of your own wife. He looked at A Dai's wife for a few more times. She had a good figure, oval face, pretty eyes and eyebrows. It was no longer a question of whether she was worthy of A Dai. It was really thrown into A Dai's hands. A Dai grinned and said, I know, Prince. Before his wife could react, he dragged her up with one hand, and she almost couldn't stand. His arm was pinched and hurt, and he wanted to rub it but didn't dare to. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. This idiot was still so reckless, and didn't know how to be gentle with women. Go down. Listen to your wife in the future. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, You will be a family in the future. If your brother is noisy, you don't have to pay much attention to him. A Dai said. Prince, my mother told me to listen to my brother. Lin Yi said unhappily. Your mother is gone, so I will listen to your wife in the future. Your wife will also be the mother of your child in the future. A Dai pondered for a while, and finally slapped his head and said, Yes, she will also be the mother of your child in the future. Lin Yi said, Give you more time off. Stay at home for a few more days, and get along well with each other. Remember the laws of Sanha. Beating your wife is illegal, and so are you. If you make a mistake, you will still be sent to labor reform. A Dai said in a muffled voice. I won't beat my wife. Lin Yi nodded and said, That's good. After the couple left, he took a sip of tea and sighed. As the old saying goes, fools have good luck, it's true. Although I don't know what the bride's character is like, but judging from her face, she's definitely not bad. The only thing I'm worried about is that dies, children won't be as stupid in the future. But on second thought, I don't think there's any need to be so pessimistic. Dies current behavior is acquired, not inherited. So, there is still a chance of giving birth to a normal baby. Of course, if you are really unlucky, you can only accept it. What else can you do? Should you let this guy be single for life? I am afraid he can't do it. Let him do whatever he wants. Dusana came suddenly. This was unexpected to Lin Yi, and he also presented 500,000 taels of silver. Lin Yi specially invited him to have a meal, and both the host and the guests were very happy. After that, he knelt in front of Hong Ying's door for a long time. This has been going on for 3 days. Lin Yi looked from afar and asked curiously, not eating or drinking for 3 days and 3 nights. He admired Du Sanhe a little. A great hero could kneel down in front of a eunuch in order to learn kung fu. It's really inspiring. He is really a man who can bend and stretch. Xiao Shizi said, Your Highness, I arranged for someone to send him food and drink every day. Although he didn't eat much, he ate anyway. Oh, Lin Yi was a little disappointed. It seems that the martial arts masters in martial arts novels and movies who didn't eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights were all lies. Xiao Shizi said, Your Highness, why don't you drive him away? Lin Yi said, He is determined to become your disciple. Why do you have to be a bad guy? It's just a pity. If he comes to ask me, I will be soft-hearted, and I might agree directly. Go directly to Hong Ying. Even if Hong Ying agrees, he will have to ask him later. If he disagrees, it will be useless. Your Highness is right. Xiao Shizi said this, but he didn't agree in his heart. Du Sanhe is a smart man. If he dares to come to the door of the prince and embarrass the prince, the steward will definitely embarrass him later. As for the matter of becoming a disciple, don't even think about it. After Lin Yi left with Xiao Shizi behind his back, Yi Qiu emerged from behind a pillar and slowly walked behind Du Sanhe. Du Sanhe said without turning his head, It seems that the rumors outside are true. You have become a grandmaster. Yi Qiu smiled and said, Isn't it because I became a grandmaster that you came here? Du Sanhe nodded. That's right. But I wasn't so sure before. But now I am sure. It was an accident that Chief Manager Hong became a grandmaster. And it was a coincidence that Wang Dong became a grandmaster. But you, Yi Qiu, have also become a grandmaster. This is not an accident, nor a coincidence. It means that the butler has the skills to become a master. Yi Qiu said proudly. I, Yi Qiu, am a genius. 6 years ago, you were defeated by me. Du Sanhe sneered. There are some things that I don't need to say more. You know in your heart that defeating me does not mean that you can easily become a master at this age. You are less than 30 years old. If there is no butler, you may not be able to break the shackles when you are 50, 60, or even your entire life. You, Yi Qiu, are just an ant in the end. How can you be stronger than me? Yi Qiu had no expression on his face. Du Sanhe's words were harsh, but they were true. If you don't become a master, you will end up being an ant. However, he said, do you think that if you become a master, you are no longer an ant? In front of the butler and the blind man, you still can't last more than 3 moves. After he became a master, he thought he could go anywhere in the world. But he only struggled for 10 moves in the hands of the blind man. As for the butler, he just wanted to run away. There was no need to think about taking the attack. Chapter 247 The Prince's Villa. So what? Du Sanhe raised his head and snorted. I, Du Sanhe, have been practicing martial arts since I was 3 years old. I worked so hard that I forgot to eat. I forgot my worries because I was happy. I am not afraid of the clouds blocking my view. I should be a hero when I live and a ghost hero when I die. Because he was so excited, he spoke louder and louder. If you are not satisfied with your life, it would be a bad thing to go boating with your hair down in the morning. Yi Qiu said with emotion. Master Du, why do you have to be so focused on understanding life and death? When you die, you are really dead. There is no ghost hero. I advise you to go home and enjoy your old age. Enjoy your grandchildren. And don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you will end up with nothing. Wouldn't it be a pity? Du Sanhe said. Yi Qiu, you and I are the same kind of people. Why do you have to ask so many questions? A man has a heart of Taoism, and he will be more motivated when he is defeated. Yichio bowed and said, Congratulations, Master Du. Why are you happy? What is a heart of Taoism? Du Sanhe was puzzled. Although he was curious about Huiyuan Gong, he had never practiced it. This was because of his pride as a disciple of Jingangtai. Enlightenment is the Tao, Yichio said in a deep voice. The Tao cannot be expressed in words. It is not the Tao that can be expressed in words. It can be passed on but not received. It can be obtained but not seen. The big boss already has the Tao in his heart. Why bother to ask the steward for the Tao? After hearing this, Du Sanhe was speechless for a long time. Finally, he stood up, bowed to Yichio again and again, and then said, Thank the steward for me. The steward's Tao is indeed not my Tao, since enlightenment is the Tao. I, Du Sanhe, will find my own Tao. After saying that, he strode out of the yard. Yichio looked at Sun Chongde, who leaned forward and said unhappily, You have nothing to do today? Shinchu led the army into Jingzhou, and the rest of the people were trained by the general manager. So I had nothing to do. Did the general manager ask you and Du Sanhe to say those words just now? Sun Chongde didn't care about his attitude. After all, he is now a grandmaster. He has the qualifications to look down on him. And the general manager will not support him. In Shan Yin's words, the grandmaster, who is alive, will not only scold you, but also beat you, which is your good fortune. Looking around the world, except for Baiyun City, where else can you get such a close contact with the grandmaster? Everyone should not be ungrateful, and should strive to seize every opportunity to contact the grandmaster. If you get a random instruction from the grandmaster, it is better than 10 years of hard work. You didn't understand? Yichio asked back. I understand. Sun Chongde smiled and said, He asked you to thank the steward for him. No wonder your kung fu has not improved. Yichio shook his head and said, You still don't understand. He thanked the steward's Tao, not the steward himself. Sun Chongde asked puzzledly, What's the difference? Summer insects can't talk about ice. Yichio rolled his eyes at him and said, I said the words, but the Tao I said is the steward's. Sun Chongde nodded in a daze, as if he understood and didn't understand. While the two were talking, Jiang Cho came in and said, Master Yi, there is a young man outside, saying he is your family member. Yichio frowned and said, My family member? Jiang Cho said, The man is very young, saying he is your brother. Looking at Yichio's changing expression, he spoke more and more cautiously. Although he was not good at speaking, he was not stupid. He obviously touched Yichio's pain point. He was different from others. He had no relatives or friends in the palace. To put it bluntly, he had no backing. In Yichio's rage, if he killed himself, it would seem that he would die in vain. There would probably be no one to help him complain. At most, Shanin would buy him a coffin for the sake of friendship, and then find a Taoist priest to pray for his soul to be reborn. And the opera troupe would cry at his grave. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. What a miserable life. He and Shanin were chased by Yi Jinyu all the way, and finally escaped to Baiyun City. He had been eating and drinking behind Shanin's ass, and had nothing to do all day long. His life was carefree and happy. But when Shanqi came, his good days were over. Shanin helped Shanqi run around, and gradually alienated himself. And there was no longer the good. In the past, the Sanhe law was very strict, and he had no way to climb over the wall and enter the courtyard of the rich family to rob the rich and give to the poor like he did in Nanzhou and Chuanzhou in the past. Leading Baiyun City, he didn't seem to have the courage. After all, he had offended Jizhao Temple. Occasionally, he would go to Shanin when he was hungry, and Shanin would remember that he was his good friend, and Shanin would help him. However, this was not a long-term solution. Shanin was annoyed, and he also wanted to save face. Finally, Shanin introduced him to guard the gate of the palace, and he readily agreed. Originally, he thought guarding the gate was comfortable, but now it seems that it might be a life-threatening job. Miss Wen, General Manager Hong, and Yichio in the palace all turned against each other at the slightest disagreement. Back then, he was a big shot in the underworld, and he would draw his sword if he disagreed with someone. His reputation as a hard-working man was not earned for nothing, as the scar on his face proved. However, when facing the people from the palace, he was beaten, But he still had to smile. Really? He laughed more times in the few days he worked as a doorman than in his first half of his life. Because of the scar on his face. Miss Wynne said that he looked particularly ugly and scary when he laughed. And it was easy to scare children. So she didn't allow him to laugh casually. It's really a fucking life that a human being can't live. He was just waiting to see when Manager Hong would feel good and quit his job. It's a pity that Manager Hong would only smile in front of the prince. He had a gloomy face all day long, and he couldn't tell whether he was in a good mood or not. It was too embarrassing. My brother. Yi Qiu sneered and floated out of the yard. After Jiang Qiu left, he finally patted his chest hard and muttered. Too scary. He clearly felt the sword intent emanating from Yi Qiu just now. He just came to the palace to make a living. He really didn't want to die and make Baiyun City hot. It seemed like it happened in just a moment. Yesterday, the breeze was cool and pleasant. But today, the sun suddenly became scorching hot. If I am guilty, please let the law punish me. Instead of letting this damn weather kill me. Lin Yi was only wearing a pair of shorts. He drank cup after cup of water and went to the toilet many times. But he was still thirsty. He regretted that he should have asked someone to repair the shed on the mountain that was damaged by wild animals in advance. Your Highness. Xiao Shizi put a plate of fruit in front of Lin Yi and said with a smile. I have always suspected that it was caused by the group of Qian people hurting the statues. Except for the elephant's tusks. Other animals do not have such great strength. Lin Yi said. No matter what it is. Fix it quickly. I want to go up to escape the heat. I can't live like this. Yes. Xiao Shizi responded hurriedly. Lin Yi then asked. Dian Jing has been out for some time. Right? He hasn't come back yet? Xiao Shizi smiled and said. Your Majesty. Yong'an Prefecture was lost. And Prince Qing fled back to Qingyuan City from Yong'an. Now he dared to occupy your villa. Mr. Bian is arguing with him. Lin Yi said in surprise. When did this prince have a villa in Nanzhou? Chapter 248 Spy. This was also the question of Prince Qing. He was standing at the door of the Prince Qing's mansion, which had changed its name, and he was puzzled. When did his Prince Qing's mansion become the Prince He's villa? The three big characters Baiyun Manor were annoying no matter how he looked at them. He wished he could smash them to pieces. He came back from Yong'an Prefecture and Wuling City with his family, but his house became someone else's. He was so angry that he couldn't get it out. He was very angry. Standing on the carriage, he cursed at his old acquaintance Lu Boxian. Bullshit! My palace has a vaulted roof and painted with dragons. It was all built according to the ancestral system. In Nanzhou. Can you find a second one? How did it become someone else's villa? Oh! By the way, where is the white marble lion at the door of my house? Your Highness is also a vassal king. And according to the rules, it is also the same regulation. Is there anything wrong with it? Lu Boxian bowed and said. Do you think I'm old and confused, or do you think I'm blind? You don't even recognize your own door? Prince Qing really couldn't understand why Lu Boxian, who used to flatter him, dared to lie to him with his eyes open. Lu Boxian was still fearless and said, Prince, you don't know that the rebels are brutal and cruel. They burned, killed and looted wherever they went. It's really sad to see and hear it. After the prince left, the whole Qingyuan city was in a sea of fire. The prince's house was not spared and turned into ashes. Afterwards, Prince, he couldn't bear to see the people's livelihood deteriorating and the people displaced. Ignoring the gossip, he still resolutely sent out 3,000 guards from the Prince He's mansion to drive out the rebels. We didn't know where Prince Qing had gone. So we rebuilt on the ruins of Prince Qing's mansion without authorization. Now it has become Prince He's villa. What nonsense! Prince Qing's son Lin Chun jumped out, pointed at Lu Buxian's nose and cursed. Are you blind? Old man. The fence grass in my palace is still thriving. And the copper ring on the copper door has been rubbed smooth as new. How did it become a ruin? How was it rebuilt? It was the same as when they left. And it is still the same now. It has never changed. Lu Baixian raised his head, raised his eyebrows, and said lightly, the ruins are being rebuilt. The prince has not seen it with his own eyes. So it is better not to speak nonsense. He has already chosen to stand on the side of the prince. And there is no way out. For Prince Qing, there is almost no difference between offending him completely and offending him a little. In short, it is an offense. And he will not be a good person in front of him in the future. So he spoke without scruples at this moment. Lu Baixian. Prince Qing blew his beard and glared. How dare you be disrespectful? Are you going to rebel? He is an idle prince, with no soldiers and no power. The royal majesty is his last trump card. I dare not. Lu Boxian also said loudly. Your Highness, everything I said is true. I hope your Highness can see clearly. King Qing said angrily. Where is Wulin? I want to see Wulin. Let him give me an explanation. Even if they fled to Wulin City. The Yong'an officials were respectful, and did not dare to overstep the line. Why did they have to suffer when they returned to their old nest? He was a little suspicious. Did they really come to the wrong place? Lu Boxian put his hands behind his back, and sighed to the sky. Your Highness, it's unfortunate. In winter, Lord Wulin caught a cold, and is still recovering from illness. It's not suitable for seeing guests. It's really unfortunate. King Qing couldn't help but snorted coldly. No matter how stupid he was, he would understand it. Besides, he was not stupid. These vassal kings basically have shops in the capital. Making money is one aspect, and the other is to get information. When he heard the news from the capital before, he was a little bit unconvinced. Only now did he realize that the world had really changed. Lu Boxian, are you looking for death? With a clang, Lin Chun pulled out a big knife from the waist of the palace guards. Rebellious son. Stop it! King Qing scolded in time, and then said lightly, since this is the prince's other courtyard, I will not bother you anymore. Having been a free and easy prince for a lifetime, he had forgotten the specific usage of he who knows the times is a hero. I didn't expect that I would use this sentence to comfort myself today. Father! Lin Chun pointed the knife in his hand at Lu Boxian. Feeling unwilling, Prince Qing glared at Lin Chun and cursed. Didn't you hear me? Lin Chun was so angry that he threw the knife in his hand to the ground. Let's go! Prince Qing got into the carriage, and said he was going to leave the huge caravan behind him to find a place to stay. His carriage had not gone far when he heard a burst of quarrels and scolding behind him. The housekeeper of Prince Qing's mansion came over breathlessly and said, Your Highness, Lu Boxian is too much. He actually said that we have spies here and stopped us from leaving. Prince Qing had to get off the carriage and walk towards Lu Boxian and said, Sir Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Boxian bowed and said, Your Highness, please forgive me. The overall situation has just been determined. We should be careful. If the rebel spies sneak into Qingyuan City, it will be troublesome. Lin Chun said angrily. Asshole. Whether it is the guards or servants in my palace, they are all family-born children. They know everything about us. Where did the spies come from? I dare not say that. Lu Boxian sighed. People's hearts are not as good as they used to be. The world is dangerous. We have to be on guard. Prince Qing stretched out his hand to stop his son, who was about to speak. He said to Lu Boxian calmly, Okay, it's a good thing that Lord Lu is so diligent and responsible. I will leave the person to you, but please let the female family members' belongings go. Lu Boxian smiled and said, Your Highness, this is also important evidence. I dare not let it go. Lu Boxian. Prince Qing finally couldn't help it. Don't be so excessive. I have given in again and again. Your Highness, Lu Boxian said proudly. It is my duty. I dare not slack off. Very good. Prince Qing looked at the increasing number of officers and soldiers surrounding him, and then looked at the guards of the palace who retreated to the crowded place on his side, finally gritted his teeth and said, Let's go! More than a dozen carriages took the families to the north. The situation is stronger than people. What can we do? All the servants and guards of Prince Qing's mansion were locked up, and the boxes on the carriage were carried into the governor's office. Bian Jing rubbed his presbyopic eyes, looking at the boxes of gold, silver and jewelry being opened one after another, stroking his beard, said happily, The money for road construction is finally enough. Master Lu has worked hard. Lu Boxian knelt down and said, Teacher, you are too polite. This is what students should do. Wei Yishan smiled and said, This King Qing is quite capable. Qingyuan City to Wulin City to Qingyuan City, all the way back and forth, and there was no mistake at all. Jiangjun said disdainfully. More than 2,000 guards, 100 or so servants, looked impressive. Most of them were just bluffing, good-looking but useless. I led more than 1,000 people to surround them, and not one of them dared to show their knives. As he spoke, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 249. Make a decision when necessary. Wei Yishan said with a smile. They are just a mob. They don't have any fighting power. They are just a little stronger than ordinary guards, because of the inherited skills. On a real battlefield, they will be defeated at the first blow. There is really no need to worry about them. Bianjing picked up a silver ingot and weighed it twice in his hand. He sighed. There are only 200,000 taels of silver here. The accumulated silver by King Qin for generations is more than this. It seems that he has lost the joy he had when he first saw the silver. Lu Boxian hurriedly said, Teacher, I thought I could go to King Qin to ask for advice late at night. Just as Bianjing said, King Qin has accumulated wealth for generations, and is one of the richest families in Daliang. In terms of silver, it is definitely more than the treasury where mice can run away. How could there be only 200,000 taels of silver? Therefore, King Qin's family must have put the gold, silver and jewelry somewhere else. He decided to visit King Qin again, and he didn't believe that he couldn't find silver notes from King Qin. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone King Qin. Bianjing nodded and said, But it's not advisable to act too hastily. This matter still needs to be heard by Prince He. King Qin is a prince after all, and the dignity of the royal family must be given. Teacher is right. Lu Boxian was very regretful. He served as the prefect of Qingyuan City for 10 years. There were 2 big mountains above him. One was the governor Wu Lin, and the other was the king of Qin. He was always suppressed by these 2 people, and had to be careful everywhere. However, he hated the king of Qin the most. Wu Lin was a scholar after all. Although he was bound to be bullied, he still gave him some dignity, and would not embarrass him. The king of Qin was different. As long as he was annoyed, he would slap him in the face, sometimes in public, which made him feel so ashamed that he had no face to show. After 10 years of studying hard, he still gets beaten after becoming an official? Isn't this a waste of time? Even the Prince Lin Chun is the same. He takes it out on him when he is not satisfied, and beats him up at any time. He is a 4th-rank official in the court. What do they think of him? Under the tyranny of these 2 men, he lives like a dog. Now that he thinks about it, he gets angrier and angrier. He really hopes that Bianjing will make up his mind and just kill Prince Qin. While he is relieving his hatred, he can also prevent Prince Qin from turning over in the future and taking revenge on him. Where is Prince Qin going now? Bianjing waved his hands at the officers and soldiers on both sides, indicating them to move the boxes out. Wei Yishan said, Just now someone reported that Prince Qin has booked Chuntai Tower. Whether he will stay or go somewhere else is still unknown. Bianjing asked, What do you think? Wei Yishan bowed and said, Mr. Bian, if he can stay, it would be the best. Yong'an is in turmoil now. According to Prince Qin's character, he will never go back. The only places he can go are Sanhe and Hongou. Prince He is in Sanhe. It is said that he is very afraid of Prince He, so he cannot go. Finally, we went to Hongou. Although Hangzhou is our place, there are Jin Bo and Wang Su. These 2 people only care about money. They are not as thoughtful as we are. Wherever King Qin goes, he will have to pay money. If the prince is kind, he will probably agree to let these 2 people intercept the money and use it in Hongou. But it will be none of our business. Jiangjin frowned, then looked at Bianjing and said, Mr. Bian, you can't be partial when the time comes. It's better to keep this money in Nanzhou. My monthly salary as a constable in the Yamen has not been paid yet. Bianjing held the teacup, took a sip and said, What if we go to sea? Wei Yishan said, Jiang Qian is our man. He guards the sea, so it is naturally foolproof. The most important thing is that Jiang Qian has a grudge against Prince Qin. No need to tell him, Jiang Qian will definitely make trouble for Prince Qin. Lu Boxian continued, I am afraid that the sea is rough, and Prince Qin will not make any mistakes. He still hoped that Bianjing would be cruel. If Prince Qin and his family died in the sea, wouldn't it be a blessing for the world? It would save them from becoming trouble in the future, Bianjing said indifferently. Lord Lu, you are too impatient. I know my crime. Lu Boxian knelt down again, his head hitting the ground, banging. Bianjing said with a smile, I am a commoner, and I don't know how to deal with such formalities. Lu Boxian said respectfully, The student is performing the teacher's etiquette. Master Lu. Wei Yishan personally helped him up, and said with a smile, If you keep knocking like this, you can bear it, but the floor can't. Since you and I are colleagues in the future, we should treat each other with sincerity. Why bother about these etiquettes? Jiangjin found Wei Yishan's words funny, and couldn't help laughing. That's right. We haven't said a few serious words, but we are just performing these empty formalities. Everyone is so busy. It's better to be pragmatic. You two are right. Lu Boxian stood up and bowed. Bianjing said, Master Lu, I'd like to trouble you to keep an eye on Prince Qing. He's a big fat pig. It would be a pity to let him go. They were all family members, so he didn't have to worry about what he said. Lu Boxian said, Don't worry, teacher. I have already sent someone to keep an eye on him. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Ma Jia walked in and handed over a note. Wei Yishan took it and handed it to Bianjing in person. Bianjing unfolded it, took a serious look at it, and then sighed. Prince Yong and Prince Jin have raised an army. I didn't expect them to be so anxious. Lu Boxian and Ma Jia were horrified. Jiangjin had no expression on his face. Wei Yishan knelt on the ground directly and said to Bianjing, Please make a decision. Sir, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Lu Boxian, Ma Jia and others also knelt down hurriedly. As for why they knelt down, how would they know? It was just a habit. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Bianjing stroked his beard and said, I think the prince should have received it by now. In your opinion, how should the prince and Lord Shanqi decide? Wei Yishan said without hesitation. Of course. We should send troops to Yong'an and enter the capital to defend the king. Lu Boxian, Ma Jia, Jiang Yi and others looked at each other and were so shocked that they were completely speechless. Why do you say that? Bianjing asked with a smile. Wei Yishan said without reservation. Sanhe and Prince Yong are irreconcilable, and it is said that the prince's biological mother, the imperial concubine, is still in the palace. For the safety of the queen, you should go to the capital. Yes. Bianjing nodded with satisfaction. When you were in school, you were very smart. And now you are even smarter. The prince is compassionate, and naturally does not want to kill easily. But I believe that for the sake of the people of the world, the prince will definitely go to the capital in the end. Even if this prince is a little indecisive, he believes that with the advice of Shanqi and others, the prince will make the final decision. Wei Yishan said excitedly. In this case, we might as well prepare first, so that we won't be too hasty when the prince's order comes. Bianjing said in a deep voice. Write a letter to Shinchu to reorganize the troops. Once the prince's order comes, we can directly pass through Chuzhou and enter Yong'an. Write another letter to Jizhua, and tell him that we don't have to give way to the troops of King Nanling. We must take the land of Jiang'an. Teacher, Lu Boxian finally lost his composure. The leader of Yuzhou is Mei Jingji. Since he chose to join the prince, he has been ready for rebellion. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. And if you really want to rebel, you have to do it within your capabilities. Right? Mei Jingji is a veteran who has fought many battles. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. His reputation can be imagined. Jizhua only has 2,000 soldiers at the border between Yong'an and Nanzhou. How can he resist? It's like an egg hitting a stone. He doesn't know his own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yishan snorted coldly. So what? Can my Sanhe army be afraid of him? In his heart, there is no city that Sanhe people can't attack. Lu Boxian was choked and speechless. It is true that the ignorant are fearless. How could an ignorant boy know a person like Mei Jingji? Ma Jia couldn't help but say. Mei Jingji is both wise and brave, has made great military achievements, and is a master of the world, with few rivals. Okay, stop talking, I have made up my mind. Bianjing waved his hand and said, Wei Yishan, send a message to Jiangkan now, prepare supplies, and wait for orders at Yong'an Yuanhai on a certain day. Wei Yishan bowed and said, Yes. When Lu Boxian was shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he saw Bianjing looking at him, and hurriedly said, Please tell me. Teacher, I will do my best to live up to your trust. He was afraid that the few words he said just now would offend Bianjing, so he was more cautious at this moment. Bianjing said in a deep voice, Lord Lu, arrange for someone to send Prince Qing and his family back to Baiyun City. He really didn't know how to deal with Prince Qing. He could only send him back to Baiyun City and hand him over to Prince He. Whether to give Prince Qing the so-called royal dignity was up to Prince He. It was true that they were close to Prince He, but they were outsiders and ministers after all. Royal affairs were not something they could decide. Otherwise, it would be an overstep. The end of not following the rules was very miserable. This was the lesson he had learned after decades of wandering. Don't think that the Prince He in front of you is kind, and nothing will happen in the future. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Back then, when Emperor Delong was in the army, he was not only kind, but also particularly righteous. All the soldiers in the army loved him. He Jixiang scolded him like a grandson. What happened in the end? He didn't kill his whole family because he was worried about his influence in the army. It was not because Emperor Delong was kind and righteous. Yes, Lu Boyan said happily. I will go down and arrange it now. He thought to himself. How can this Prince Qing be good if he falls into the hands of Prince He? Even if he doesn't die, he will never be able to leave Baiyun City in this life. After all, Prince He wants Prince Qing's money. And Prince Qing definitely wants Prince He's life. Prince He will definitely not let Prince Qing become a threat to himself. This is a normal behavior for a normal person. After recovering from the war, Qingyuan City gradually regained its former prosperity. However, it was no longer as noisy and bustling as before, and the lights were on all the time. Qingyuan City was under curfew, and no one was allowed to walk on the streets after midnight. The only exceptions were soldiers and constables. King Qing looked at the guest room in front of him, which was very cramped for him, and threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground, which frightened the concubines on both sides, and they shrank their necks and dared not speak. Chapter 250. Standing on the moral high ground. Lin Chun stood up and said, Father, are you going to swallow your anger like this? I don't accept it. King Qing glared at him and said, It's because you are too useless, otherwise. How could I be so embarrassed? Lin Chun didn't know how to respond. What does this have to do with him? What do you mean by useless? Isn't it because you are too useless? We are both vassal kings, how come you? King Qing were suppressed by King He? Why is the gap so big? Who is embarrassed? No matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Humph. Prince Qing was about to say something, when suddenly there was a noise from outside. The housekeeper of the palace pushed open the door with a bang, and crawled in and said, Your Highness, something bad has happened. Your Highness, something bad has happened. I'm fine. Prince Qing scolded. What's the matter? You're so flustered. What a disgrace. Your Highness, the housekeeper said breathlessly. I'm coming. I'm coming. What's coming? Prince Qing cursed. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. Your Highness, why are you angry? Encircled by a dozen officers and soldiers, Lu Boxian walked in with his hands behind his back. Anger hurts your health. Your Highness is so old. Why do you have to do this? He never thought that he would have a day to be proud of himself in front of Prince Qing, which was even more pleasant than in the morning. Lu, what do you want? What qualifications do you have to speak in front of my father? Lin Chun jumped out, and just as he stretched out his hand, before he touched Lu Buxian's nose, he was stopped by Ma Jie. Ma Jie patted his hand, and said with a smile, Prince, don't be angry. We have no ill intentions. Ma Jie. Lin Chun's mouth was twisted with anger. In the past, Ma Jie would only be worthy of kneeling on the ground in front of him, and he would never dare to come close and pat him like this. Lu Boxian glanced at Prince Qing, whose chest was heaving, and said with a smile, Prince Qing, I have received news that the rebels have returned from Yong'an again, and it is very likely that they will return to Qingyuan City. For the safety of the prince, it is better to make plans early. I have decided to send the prince to a safe place. Lin Chun said angrily. Nonsense. The rebels have clearly gone north, and are about to reach Wuzhou. How could they suddenly turn back? You can only fool ignorant children with such words. Lu Baixian said with a smile. How can we guess the thoughts of the rebels? The prince is a precious person, so it is better not to venture into danger lightly. The prince should go with me. Follow you? Where to? Prince Qing laughed in anger. Lu Boxian, you are really so bold. Prince, Lu Boxian said fearlessly, it is better not to embarrass me. For the safety of your majesty, I can only resort to this last resort. Someone, send your majesty to the carriage. Yes. The officers and soldiers received the order, and immediately rushed towards the people in Prince Qing's mansion. Prince Qing and his son jumped up and down, and the women screamed. For a moment, the small inn was in chaos. Lu Baixian, how dare you? The king of Qing, who was held in the air, had his hair disheveled, and lost his image for a moment. I will definitely kill your whole family. The voice was getting farther and farther away. Lu Baixian snorted coldly, and sat directly in the inn, picked up a pot on the table, poured 2 glasses of wine, and said to Ma Jie, Master, please. Thank you. Sir. Ma Jie picked up the wine glass, sipped it lightly, and said intoxicatedly, Good wine. It is indeed good wine. If I am not mistaken, this should be Chuanzhou bamboo leaf green. Yes, it is bamboo leaf green. Lu Baixian shook his head and sighed. Although I am not a clear stream, I have never drunk such good wine every day. It is really unexpected that the Prince of Qin can live so extravagantly while fleeing. Ma Jia looked around, and saw that there was no one around. He could not help but whispered, "Sir, the people of Sanha want to send troops to Yong'an. This is crazy. Are we going to go all the way?" Lu Baixian sighed. "It's too late." Ma Jia was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lu Baixian said. "Dian Jing has already said that we should set off tomorrow to send the Prince of Qin to Baiyun City. And we should also take our families to study. They said that the laws of Sanha are different from those of other places, and that they need to study them seriously before they can pass the test." "What a joke. You are a Jincher. You are very talented, and you have a lot of knowledge. What else do you need to learn?" Ma Jia said with a bitter face. "Sir, do you agree?" Lu Baixian said helplessly. "Can I still say I don't agree?" "It seems impossible," Ma Jia said with a frown. "If the whole family is sent over, we will have no way out. After all, they are not Wu Lin, who is famous all over the world. He Wangya has to consider the reaction of the scholars in the world. They are not good. If they really annoy He Wangya, their whole family may die. A way out?" Lu Baixian snorted coldly. "Why should we look for a way out? We can also move forward and find the stairs to heaven," Ma Jia said. "Sir, I am stupid. You should just say it directly," Lu Baixian said. "At the beginning, when Wei Yishan said he wanted to occupy Yong'an, I thought it was just a fantasy. But after a while I thought about it, and the prince was able to occupy the 5 states in one fell swoop, which was definitely not a fluke. The most important thing is that the Sanha people prevented the Asya people from taking a single step out of the Shirwan Mountains. This strength should not be underestimated. If they can really take Yong'an, most of the world's wealth will fall into their pockets, and it is not impossible to divide the power. At that time, you and I will rise with the tide, and we will be in a happy life. How happy it is." "Sir," Ma Jia said cautiously, "everything has a first come first served, and we may not have the opportunity." "Humph. What do you know?" Lu Baixian took another sip of wine. "And the prince has a shallow foundation, and there is no one to use. Otherwise, how could a woman be appointed as the chief constable? This is nonsense." "Sir, when you say that, I remember it," Ma Jia said with a smile. "If there is really someone to use, we don't have to rely on an old man like Dian Jing to support the main responsibility. Moreover, Jizhua, who led the troops in Nanzhou, is said to have been an ordinary guard before. It is indeed an opportunity for us." "That's right," Lu Baixian nodded and said. "It's better for us to go to Baiyun City first. At least we can wait for an opportunity to observe." Ma Jia smiled and said, "Your Excellency is wise. Come, don't just drink, have 2 dishes too," Lu Baixian said while eating. "Otherwise it would be a waste when you are happy in life. You should enjoy yourself. Don't worry about other people's troubles." Ma Jia clearly felt that something was wrong, but thinking that this gentleman was drunk, he didn't try to correct him. The Prince of Jin and the Prince of Yong raised their armies, and the whole world was in an uproar. Even Lin Yi was a little surprised. He only thought that they would raise their armies, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He stood up, stretched his waist and said, "Speak up. Speak freely. What should we do?" Shanqi bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Bian has sent a message to Lord Shen to reorganize the troops and horses, and just wait for your order to enter Chuzhou and Yong'an. Jiangkan has also brought the navy, and is preparing to enter Yong'an. I have already raised food and can supply it by water, and road at any time." Lin Yi sighed. "Will you? Too anxious? This Prince Yong and Prince Jin are my brothers. I am a little embarrassed," Shanqi said loudly. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. This proclamation was written by Lord Xiezan himself. Lord Xie is a great poet in the world. He appealed to the Prince Yong and Prince Jin with emotion and reason, and those who saw it were sad, and those who heard it cried." "Good," Lin Yi praised. "You must ensure that I stand on this moral high ground, otherwise I will be shameless without a legitimate reason. Your Majesty is wise." Everyone knelt down and said in unison. Lin Yi said, "Then give the order. I will go to Wulin City to enjoy the flowers, the moon and the autumn fragrance during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiangnan is a gentle place, and only cares about the tombs of heroes. He is actually a little afraid. He is afraid that he will make a mistake that all men will make there. Yes. Everyone agreed again in unison. The boiling scene in Sanha is unprecedented. Yonglin, the richest place in the world. The capital Hong Kong City. The most powerful place in the world. They used to call the people of Sanha barbarians. The people of Sanha were holding their breath. And they wanted to trample them all under their feet. They were determined to let them see what real barbarians were. Everyone was gathering their strength. And they were ready to vent their anger in the north. This time, the Sanha army went out. And they advanced by water and land. Bag after bag of food was loaded on horse-drawn carriages. And the big ships went north. The more they went out, the tighter the money of the suppliers became. However, they still gritted their teeth and persisted. As long as they won this battle, they would get all the profits back. As for losing, they had never thought about it at all. They even fantasized that if the prince did not interfere with their actions, and if one supplier captured one city, they would really make a fortune. Lu Boyan and Ma Jia led the Qing Wang family to the south. And they were shocked to see the endless stream of civilians along the way. When they saw the elephant soldiers of the Guizhou people, moving northward like a small mountain, they were frightened again. Looking at the teams with high fighting spirit, they found that they had underestimated Sanha after all. After the Guizhou people passed, Lu Baixian said to Lu Can, the commander who escorted them to Baiyun City this time, Commander Lu, are these elephant soldiers? Lu Can smiled and said, Sir Lu is indeed knowledgeable, I admire him. Lu Baixian said, I have only heard of him, but now I see that they are indeed extraordinary. In the passing teams, some people greeted Lu Can from time to time, and Lu Can responded with a bow. Halfway through, he met his grandfather Lu Banzi. Lu Banzi was shirtless, holding a pipe in his mouth. He first looked at Lu Can, then at Lu Baixian, and said with a smile, Stay a few more days when you go back, so that your mother and grandmother won't worry about you. Yes. After Lu Can said goodbye to his grandfather, he got on his horse again and led the team towards Baiyun City. After galloping all the way, he finally stood on Baiyun Mountain 10 days later, looking down from a high place. Lu Can happily said, Master Lu, we are here. Baiyun City doesn't even have a city wall. This was the first sentence Jiang Yi said after seeing Baiyun City. Chapter 251. What is a city? He used to be the gatekeeper of Qingyuan City, and guarding the city gate was his job. So no matter where he went, his instinctive reaction was to look at the city walls and gates of the place. But standing on Baiyun Mountain, he did not see the city walls and gates of Baiyun City. A place without city walls and gates, isn't that a market town? How can it be called a city? He was puzzled. Lu Can smiled and said, Baiyun City does not need city walls, and it will never need them. He really couldn't think of anyone who would attack Baiyun City, which would be almost the same as committing suicide. If it were somewhere else, whenever the army went out, there would definitely be soldiers left behind, but Sanha didn't have any. Basically they all came out in full force. Even if the soldiers left, Sanha still had 3,000 constables. The detectives in Sanha are mainly derived from the guards of the palace and the militia of Sanha. They have practiced Huiyuan Gong for the longest time. 6th rank and 7th rank are everywhere, and 4th rank and 5th rank are as numerous as dogs. Officers and soldiers sometimes avoid them when they see them. After all, if they provoke them, they may be beaten to the ground. What's more, Sanha is a country where all people are soldiers. The old, weak, women and children look insignificant, but many of them have already transformed their strength. Even many children in the school are very good at fighting. If anyone thinks life is too long, just come and find trouble. Why don't you need a city wall? Jiang Yi asked curiously. Since ancient times, there has been no city without a city wall, Lu Can said with a smile. The city wall is mainly used to prevent the enemy, but I don't need it in Sanha. Usually, I directly defend the enemy from 100 miles away. Jiang Yi was speechless. The convoy entered the city. Shanqi personally greeted them, and placed them in the command office opposite the prince's mansion. This was Lin Yi's idea, and a group of old men should do ideological work on him first. Prince Qing must understand his current situation. Otherwise, how could he be willing to spend this money to save his life? Prince Qing got off the carriage with the help of the housekeeper. As soon as he landed, he felt something soft under his feet. He raised his feet and found an unknown object on the ground, which had been flattened by himself. Chicken shit. It is true that Prince Qing is lazy. But it does not mean that he knows nothing. He actually stepped on chicken shit. He almost couldn't breathe. He really didn't know what sin he had committed to suffer such humiliation. Father! Lin Chun hurriedly carried him on his back. Prince, please come in? Xiezon came with Chen Dishing and others. And just bowed slightly. Humph. Lin Chun snorted coldly, and supported him with the housekeeper. There was more chicken shit in the yard, and there were chickens clucking next to them. Seeing so many people, they were frightened and flapped their wings to jump onto the wall. Prince Qin stopped and refused to take another step no matter what. Finally, the housekeeper found a bamboo sedan chair, but no one carried it. The guards and servants of Prince Qin's mansion were all imprisoned in Qingyuan City, and have not been released yet. Prince Qin's fat body had already sat on it. The housekeeper gritted his teeth and carried the bamboo sedan chair in with a servant. After putting it down, he gasped. Prince Qin looked at the room in front of him and wanted to turn around and leave. However, he knew that he could not leave. So he stayed. He stayed there for 10 days, eating food that was hard to swallow and drinking wine that was like rotten water. The most unbearable thing was the hot weather. He sweated profusely and had difficulty sleeping every day. He felt like he was living a miserable life. He could only vent his anger on his family members. Several concubines had been beaten to a pulp by him. He wanted to go out, but the chicken droppings in the yard were a hindrance. He really couldn't bear to see them. Just after he smashed a cup, Xiezon walked in. Xiezon said with a smile, Prince Qin, Prince, he has a request. Prince Qin snorted. I thought he was going to be a coward all the time, but now he is finally willing to see me. Xiezon said, Prince Qin is wrong. The Sanha army is going to the capital to defend the king, so there are a lot of things to do, and a lot of things to do every day. Lin Yi stood at the door of the palace, yawning, looking at the meatball getting closer and closer to him, hurriedly went over, opened his arms, and hugged him, saying loudly, Uncle, I haven't seen you for a long time, you have lost weight again, I am so sad to see you. The people around him were embarrassed. This is really talking against his conscience. How could the Prince of Qin be thin? With the Prince of Qin waited for Lin Yi to let go of his hand, to finally have a chance to speak. How are you these days? Fuck off. Lin Yi sighed. I think the news that Sanha entered the capital to defend the king must also be known to the emperor's uncle. The army has to go before it moves. And food and grass must be sent first. Everything costs money. The family is poor, and he is just short of being a husband. Okay, let's go inside and talk in detail. It's too hot outside. He regretted hugging the Prince of Qin just now. Both his hands were greasy, and he almost vomited because of the nausea. After entering the house and sitting down, when the tea was served, Lin Yi smiled and said, Uncle, please have some tea. Thank you. King Qin looked at Lin Yi's amiable attitude, and he actually lost his temper. He only took a sip, and then he found it hard to swallow, which was exactly the same as what he drank at the commandery. Looking at Lin Yi again, he actually drank it with great pleasure. Ah, Lin Yi sighed. I'm sorry to have made fun of you. Uncle, Sanha is a remote place. There's really nothing good to entertain you. I was afraid of disturbing you. Prince He? King Qin looked at Lin Yi's expression, and he didn't feel any trace of pretense. Lin Yi continued, It is my honor that the emperor's uncle can come. I had been thinking about inviting the emperor's uncle to a banquet for a long time. But when Sanha went to war, I had to worry about everything, big or small. I was able to meet the emperor's uncle today. I hope the emperor's uncle will forgive me. King Qin said, Your Highness, he has worked hard. Ah. Lin Yi frowned and said, Brothers are fighting against each other. It's really a joke for outsiders. Sanha has been a barbarian land since ancient times. It's said to be a king, but it's actually exile. I say this. Do you agree with the emperor's uncle? King Qin sighed. This is hard for your highness. He actually agreed with this statement. No one would come to Sanha. Since I'm here, I have nothing to complain about. I just want to get by here and live out the rest of my life. Who made me the son that my father dislikes the most? It's all because I'm not good at either literature or martial arts. I'm in my 20s now. Let alone a wife. I don't even have a concubine. As a man, my uncle should know the pain. I toss and turn every day and can't fall asleep. Lin Yi's tears rolled in his eyes as he spoke. Uncle, you said I've become like this? My brothers, especially King Yong, are targeting me everywhere and trying to kill me. I thought I could just bear it, but they even colluded with Jizha Temple to assassinate me. Uncle, I really have no way out. A real man, even if he doesn't make money, he has to fight for his reputation. Chapter 252, Full Meals Every Day. Prince Qing actually felt the same way. He seemed to have forgotten the humiliation he had suffered a few days ago. Compared with what happened to Prince He, his own experience was nothing. The most important thing was that he heard the 3 words Jizhao Temple, which made people shudder. It was not easy to survive the assassination of Jizhao Temple. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Uncle. Lenny wiped his tears and continued. Now the 3rd brother wants to go to the capital to cause trouble for the eldest brother. To be honest with you, Uncle, my original intention was to unite with the eldest brother to defeat the 3rd brother. Otherwise, if Prince Yong really wins, I will die without a burial place in the future, Prince Qing said. Prince He, this is too serious. In fact, he admitted it in his heart. He even knows the personalities of the current princes better than Lin Yi. If we compare them, they are probably no less vicious than Emperor Delong Lin Sun. Lin Yi said. Uncle, I am not exaggerating. When Prince Yong ascends the throne, not only my brothers, but also you princes will be doomed, Prince Qing said. I really don't understand what the prince means, Lin Yi said. Alas, I was happy to see Uncle today, so I said a few more words. It's really embarrassing. I feel a little sorry for the Emperor's uncle. Why did he lose weight? And I heard that he was actually assigned to the commandery. It's too much. You are pretending to be confused, I will pretend to be confused too, so I won't say more. It's good if everyone understands it. If you say too much, it will make people suspicious. Your Highness, please forgive me. Xiazan, Liu Can and others knelt down directly. Lin Yi stood up and said angrily. It's okay for you to be arrogant in front of me, but you are so arrogant in front of the Emperor's uncle. It's unreasonable. Come on, take them away, and punish them with 30 strokes of the cane. Yes. The guards at the door coaxed people to obey the order, and directly dragged Xiazan, Liu Can and others out. Your Majesty, spare my life. I am innocent. Shanqi cried and cried, but he was still dragged out by the tall Yu Shaosher in a die. King Qing looked at Shanqi, whose face was pale, and felt very relieved. He did what he wanted to do, but never dared to do. From Xiazan, Shanqi to Liu Can, he hated them all. They actually dared to take him, a vassal king, lightly. It was really unreasonable. In the past, he would have slapped them in the face. As for killing, he does not have this guts. Good at killing local officials. Want to rebel? After a group of guards dragged Shanqi and others to the corner, Sun Chongda hurriedly said, Okay, don't hurt a few gentlemen. After the guard puts them down, hurry up to organize the crown. Smile. Several hardships. Shanqi waved his hand. This is okay. His words just fell. The guard next to him began a scream of a high bombardment. The most loud name is Ada, he shouted, taking a board on the pillars. Listening to the earth-shattering screams outside, Prince Qing was even more satisfied. Prince, he was indeed an honest gentleman. He was indeed a family member. And he always stood by him. Uncle Emperor. Lin Yi picked up the kettle and poured him tea while saying, I have a miserable life. If I had a way out, I would not be like this. People will die in war. If I die, I will have no place to cry. Prince, he is right. Prince Qing actually felt a little sympathetic for him. War is a major event for a country. A place of life and death. A way of survival and destruction. And it is important to pay attention to it. I know nothing about war. It's all thanks to Shanqi and his gang. Things, Lin Yi said angrily. They think I rely on them. I have merits. I do whatever I want, and never take me seriously. Are you angry? King Qing said loudly. Disrespect should be killed. Who said it's not? Lin Yi leaned close to King Qing's ear and said, I have wanted to kill their whole family for a long time, but there are places where they are useful, and if they are killed, there will be no one left to use. King Qing nodded, indicating that he understood everything. Lin Yi sighed to the sky. After saying so much, I believe that the Emperor's uncle also understands his nephew's situation. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. It's a dilemma. The King of Qing was silent again. Lin Yi continued. They are very naughty. They dared to occupy the mansion of the Emperor's uncle, saying that it was given to me. But in fact they just wanted to take it for themselves. When Nanzhou is stable, I will take the initiative to send the Emperor's uncle back. It will probably take only a month or so. Sanhe is a hellhole. It is really not a place for people to stay. The King of Qing bowed and said, Thank you. Your Majesty. He was actually a little touched. Lenny looked at the scorching sun outside and shouted, "Someone come!" He shouted 3 times before someone responded. "Your Highness," Jiangcho said respectfully, his hands hanging in front of his chest. Seeing the hideous scar on Jiangcho's face, Prince Qing was shocked. "Set up a banquet. I will drink with my uncle," Lenny said loudly. "Hurry up," Jiangcho said lazily. "Yes," Lenny sighed, spread his hands towards Prince Qing, and sighed. "You should be strict with your subordinates and govern quickly. I have not done any of these things." Tears welled up in his eyes again. Prince Qing couldn't bear it, took out a handkerchief, handed it over and said, "Prince He, let's not cry." Lin Yi disliked the handkerchief because it smelled of sweat. Didn't take it, wiped it with his sleeve directly, and then said, "I have it so hard." When the banquet started, there were 2 plates of ingredients and 2 plates of meat on the table. Lin Yi's face turned red, and Prince Qing patted his shoulder and comforted him. "We are all family. There is no need to care." After the banquet, Lin Yi said that he could not let Prince Qing continue to live in the Duzahuashisi, and strongly requested that he live in Prince He's mansion, so that the uncle and nephew could talk by candlelight at night. Unexpectedly, Prince Qing did not agree. Lin Yi could only send him back to the commandery with no choice. Xiaoxizi said, "Your Highness is kind." He was quite surprised that their prince did not talk about money with Prince Qing. This was totally not their prince's character. Lin Yi smiled and said, "There are so many nobles in the world, and each of them is richer than me. If I kill Prince Qing, who will dare to deal with me in the future? I should take Prince Qing as a role model. The power of role models is infinite. We must let these nobles know that I am an honest young man. You can be assured when dealing with me. And you don't need to be on guard everywhere. Otherwise, who among the nobles in the world will dare to get close to him in the future? It is true that tigers eat meat, but they can't eat the breeder. Right? He can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal." Xiaoxizi said, "Your Majesty, Prince Qing has so much money." Lin Yi smiled and said, "As the saying goes, good food is not afraid of being late. Good things are not afraid of being slow. And good words are not afraid of being short. That's right. If he can't get money from this old man, he will live in vain. Your Majesty is wise." Xiaoxizi smiled and said, "I'm afraid that Prince Qing doesn't understand your painstaking efforts." Lin Yi snorted coldly, "I will make him understand." Chapter 253 Sloppy. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Disheng, who had been silent behind him. Chen Disheng hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please tell me what you want. I will do my best to live up to your trust." Lin Yi smiled and said, "You should clean up the commandery these days. It is so sloppy and looks really unbecoming. Don't keep those chickens and ducks in the yard anymore. Improve the living standard of Prince Qing's family. It's not a good thing that he is not full even if he is fed vegetarian every day. Don't let him get sick. Sometimes I think life is really unfair. At his age, he should have many wives and concubines and children. Prince Qing should die at his age. But as a poor man, I have to think about him everywhere. It's really not easy for him." Chen Disheng said, "Yes, the prince is in such a difficult situation, but he still takes good care of him. I will make him grateful to the prince." "Grateful?" Lin Yi shook his head and said, "He is not a real fool. A real fool would have been killed by my father long ago. He would not be alive today, so he is so lively. Sometimes, he just pretends to be confused." Chen Disheng said, "The prince is right." Lin Yi continued, "You should teach him lessons frequently, so that he understands his situation. This king led his army to the north. As the saying goes, those who have money contribute money, those who have strength contribute strength. He can't do nothing. He is this king's uncle, so he has to support this king. I don't need him to be the judge." Chen Disheng said, "Your Majesty, if you don't force him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the king of Qing to take the initiative to pay." Lin Yi said, "Then tell him, let him contribute strength, sign his name on the manifesto, put a seal on it, and then announce to the world that the king of Qing, this king's uncle, will join this king in this great cause. The king of Yang, the king of Jin, will be our common enemy. Your Majesty is wise." Chen Disheng was stunned. This move by the prince is too cruel. Letting the Prince of Qing sign the manifesto is like putting the Prince of Qing on the fire. As long as the Prince of Qing is not old and confused, he must not agree. This is a fight for the throne. How can he, A vassal king. Get the courage to get involved? Lin Yi smiled and said. So, do you think the Prince of Qing is willing to pay or work hard? As long as he has no morals, he will not be kidnapped. Of course he pays, Qin Dishing said without hesitation. Lin Yi nodded and said, That's it, let's do it this way. Let him make money in Nanzhou and spend it on Sanhe, no problem. Remember, I don't know anything. He's my dear uncle. I will never cheat him. It's all for his own good. Shanqi and the others played the good cop, so I have to play the bad cop. Yes. Qin Dishing finally couldn't help laughing. That afternoon, the commandery began to clean up. The animals were driven to the orphanage next door. There was no more animal feces and urine in the front and backyards. Prince Qing finally dared to go out, and then took a deep breath and let it out. In the evening, there was actually chicken thigh meat, and when the wine was drunk, it didn't smell sour. Although it wasn't a good wine, it wasn't that hard to swallow. He was in a good mood and drank several glasses of wine. Your Majesty, we too will toast you a glass. Xing Keshou and Qin Dishing, who were sitting opposite Prince Qing, raised their glasses at the same time. Prince Qing raised his glass high and said, Thank you for your help. Qin Dishing said, Your Majesty knows that Sanhe is poor. Even Prince he can only eat meat a few times a year. It's really... Before he finished speaking, tears flowed down his cheeks. Xing Keshou continued, In order to let Prince he eat more meat, we raised some chickens and ducks in the yard. It was about to be slaughtered. But Prince, he was reluctant to eat them. He was thinking about Prince Qing, and said that he couldn't let his uncle down. Prince he is kind and righteous. Prince Qing was skeptical. Who would believe that a prince couldn't afford meat? He remembered that Prince he had cheated him of a lot of money and livestock. Qin Dishing sighed. Prince he is in such a difficult situation. Prince Yong and others are so aggressive. Prince he is now raising an army to the north. And there is nothing he can do. Otherwise, Prince Yong will succeed by chance. There is no place for Prince he in the world, Xing Keshou said. Prince he often said that Prince Qing was generous and kind. And he was really close to him. Prince he always advocated that those who have money should contribute money, and those who have strength should contribute strength. He took all the difficulties. But he didn't want to trouble Prince Qing. However, we thought, many hands make light work. And we can't make decisions on our own. We want to ask King Qing for help. How can we help? King Qing's heart was beating. Qin Dishing handed over a letter and said with a smile, King Qing just needs to sign his name on it. King Qing took it carefully, unfolded it, and saw the 3 characters Northern Expedition. Saints throughout the ages have supported the orthodox teachings and have promoted human relations. The relationship between the monarch and his subjects, father and son, superiors and subordinates, is as orderly as the relationship between a crown and shoes, and cannot be reversed. Daliang has its own clothes and hats. But now King Yong has set up a different hat and hat. He does not follow the teachings of his ancestors, and destroys the moral principles. The descendants of the spirit are mixed with fishy things. The more I read, the more frightened I became. If he signed his name on such a manifesto, wouldn't Prince Yong kill himself? Between Prince Yong and Prince He, who would he support? Is there any need to ask? Of course, he would support Prince Yong, who was brave and good at fighting, and rarely lost in battles with Watan. He had no confidence in the ignorant Prince He and the officers and soldiers of Sanhe who were put together. Even the crown prince, in his opinion, was a good for nothing. If Prince Yong and Prince Jin won in the end, would the whole family of Prince Qing survive? Therefore, he would not sign his name on this manifesto no matter what, let alone add his seal. This prince is a lowly person, and his words are not taken seriously. I really can't do it. He would never do it even if he was beaten to death. It's better for him to die than for his whole family to die. Although he often scolded his sons and grandsons for not being good enough, he still protected them. Even if he died, he would not let his children and grandchildren get hurt. Qin Dishing waved his hand, and Sun Chomda brought the pen and ink. Qin Dishing took the memorial, held the pen in his right hand, and said with a smile, No need to trouble you, Your Majesty. I am willing to write for you. No. King Qing stood up and said hurriedly, This prince is willing to pay and do his best. He was helpless. Even if he didn't sign, they could sign for him. It was really painful. He had no way to prove to the world that this signature was not his. And he was still in Sanhe. And he was careless. Only 500,000 taels? Lin Yi threw the banknote in his hand on the table, and said with a smile, You promised too hastily. You can't agree without a million taels. He felt sorry for himself if he didn't get a few 100,000 taels from this old man. Chen Dishing smiled and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. There will be a second time after the first time. And I will definitely keep working hard. Lenny smiled and nodded. Chapter 254 Envy. When the Sanha army went to war, it was not only the local suppliers of Sanha who got rich. Merchants from the Nanyang area heard the news and came. Large ships lined up along Zhuan town all the way to Baiyun City, and bags of grain were unloaded from the ships. Most of this grain came from the Asoka kingdom. Even many ship owners were Asoka people. Former enemies actually became partners. They came with grain, and then brought back boatloads of porcelain and silk. After Sanha occupied Hangzhou, many porcelain kilns were officially turned into official kilns, and the Sanha provincial government office had another considerable income. Shanxi was still in financial difficulty, but it was much better than before. Moreover, this time, the prince was generous and gave the 520,000 silver donated by Prince Qing to the provincial government office. Finally, the monthly wages of the officers and soldiers, which had been in arrears for 2 months, could be paid in full. Otherwise, he was really afraid that the officers and soldiers would make trouble. Everyone had to support their families, and the pressure was very high. Without talking about money, what was the use of talking about loyalty? At this moment, he sat comfortably in the chair and said to Xing Keshou, Mr. Xing, you were the censor before. No one is more familiar with criminal law than you. I want to entrust the affairs of the government to you. What do you think? When it comes to criminal law, Xing Keshou is still the most powerful in Sanha. However, the old man insisted that if the name is not right, then the words will not flow, and he never wanted to sit in the court of the provincial government office. Shi Quan, who had been the Tompan, had always been in charge. Shi Quan went to Nanzhou a few days ago, and Shanxi was too busy to handle it, so he could only ask Xing Keshou again. Xing Keshou sighed. I can only do it reluctantly. The day Xing Keshou sat in court was the day Lin Yi set out for the north. He Jixiang and Xiao Shizi were on the left and right of Lin Yi, who was riding a donkey, and there were 200 cavalrymen in front and behind. Although the number of people was small, they were all above the 5th rank, and there were 2 great masters, Yi Qiu and the blind man. As for Hong Ying and Wen Jiaoyi, they stayed in Sanha. When Lin Yi was tired of riding the donkey, he would lie on the carriage and sleep from morning to night. This comfortable life only lasted for half a month. As soon as we entered Nanzhou, the road was not repaired, and the road was bumpy. In summer, there was a lot of rain and mud everywhere. When we encountered mountain roads, many mountain roads were blocked by rocks and mud rolling down from the mountains. Fortunately, there were constant traffic of civilians, and they cleared the way, so it didn't take much time. Despite this, it still took more than a month to reach Qingyuan City. Ahem. Lin Yi kept coughing early in the morning. Your Highness. Xiao Shizi was so distressed that tears came out. Doctor who has gone to the north. I don't trust the quack doctors in Qingyuan City. Damn it, I got caught in the rain. It's just a small cold. It will be fine in a few days. Lin Yi sat in the main seat of the yamen, coughing while covering his mouth. He said intermittently, Did Shinchu enter Yong'an? Pan Duo knelt down and said, Your Highness, Bao Kuei, Shinchu, Jizhua, and the other 2 have joined forces. In addition, King Nanling sent a letter. He held the letter high. Xiao Shizi wanted to go forward to receive it, but Lin Yi said, Just tell me the content directly. Lu Baixian knelt forward and said, I am Lu Baixian. Lin Yi said, We are old acquaintances, don't waste words. Yes, Lu Baixian hurriedly said. King Nanling is willing to discuss a righteous cause with the prince and lead troops to the north. Lin Yi said, What about Yan Dan? Give it to him. He won't dream of such a big thing. Right, Lu Baixian said. Yan Dan, Wuzhou, King Nanling is willing to divide the river with the prince. King Nanling lives in the north of the river, and the prince lives in the south of the river. Lin Yi asked. Natural moat? Daliang has 2 major rivers. One is Huangshui, and the other is a natural moat. The natural barrier is the dividing line between Yong'an and Wuzhou. Lu Baixian said. Yes. Lin Yi asked curiously. Is he so generous? Lu Baixian lowered his head and said nothing. Your brother is generous or not? Don't you know better than me? Your Highness, this is courting disaster, Jiangjin said loudly. Let's just attack directly. Lenny looked at He Jixiang and said, "What do you think?" He Jixiang said, "It's better to pretend to be nice first." Lenny nodded and said, "Right back to King Nanling. This is it, let's fight for the king together, and kill the third brother first." Lu Boxian said, "Your subordinate obeys your command." Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord William wants to see your highness." "Humph, I can see him whenever he wants," Lenny said unhappily. "I gave him a chance before, but he didn't cherish it, so it's not my fault." Lu Boxian said, "Your highness is wise. He could only mourn for William. As long as he was with the prince, William would have no chance to turn things around." Lenny stayed in Qingyuan City for 10 days, his cold was completely cured, and then he headed north again. Not long after leaving Qingyuan City, he received the news that Xin Chu had captured Yong'an. What Lenny was most concerned about was the treasury of Wulin City. It was the richest place in the world. There couldn't be a rat in the treasury. "Right?" He rode on the donkey and said leisurely, "If we lose money in this northern expedition, we won't do it anymore." He Jixiang put the note in his sleeve and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will capture the 7 cities of Yong'an and get more than 1 million taels of silver." Lenny asked curiously, "Didn't the rebels get there first?" He Jixiang said, "Your Majesty, Yong'an had heavy troops stationed there before. And the city was high, and the moat was deep. Wang Xifang and others only captured one city, Huakang City. When they heard that our Sanha army had entered the country, they had already fled in panic. Xin Chu did not stop them, and let them enter Wuzhou. It would be Mei Jingji's headache then." Lenny said, "Write a letter to Xin Chu, and tell him to be careful when he enters Wuzhou. King Nanling and Mei Jingji are not easy to deal with." He Jixiang bowed and agreed. They hurried along the way, and when they arrived at Wulin City, it was already the end of summer. He really envied those who could fight on the battlefield and experience what it was like to fight on the battlefield. He also wanted to feel what it felt like. But unfortunately, he had never seen what the enemy looked like. As soon as he entered the city, he saw the Yong'an civil and military officials kneeling at the city gate. He wanted to sigh for the 12th Yong'an prince. This should have been the treatment he, the Yong'an prince, should have enjoyed. Why did the city gate collapse? Lenny ignored those officials, but looked at the damaged city gate tower and said with great heartache, "Don't explosives cost money? Put so much? I admit my guilt." Bao Kuei, who stayed behind in Wulin City, knelt on the ground without daring to breathe. This shocked the Yong'an civil and military officials next to him. Such a fierce god actually had a chance to be afraid. Yong'an General Lu Tonghong just complained, and was beheaded by Bao Kuei with a knife. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Lenny said helplessly, "It's collapsed like this. It will cost a lot of money to repair it later. All this has to come out of his pocket." Bao Kuei smiled awkwardly. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." He never thought about repairing the city wall, with him commanding 3,000 officers and soldiers stationed in Wulin City. What's the use of the city wall? Besides, there are more than 5,000 civilians here. The explosives at the city gate were set by these bastards. He was too careless and let them get into the city first. Chapter 255 Northern Expedition. Wei Yishan said loudly, "Your Highness has entered the capital to defend the king. Our Sanha army is a righteous army. We have come from afar, and have been traveling a long way. They should have come out to welcome us. But they dared not to open the gate, and refused to let our Sanha soldiers out of the city gate. They even shot arrows at us. This is intolerable. We attacked the city without authorization. I hope your Highness will forgive us." After saying this, he also knelt down. "How can this be? You don't take me seriously," Lenny said to the Yong'an governor. "Are you Du Rong?" "I, your subordinate Du Rong. Pay my respects to your Highness." Du Rong bowed again and again. The officials behind him shouted, "Live 1,000 years. Your Majesty, live 1,000 years?" Lenny snorted coldly. "I'd be so lucky if I could live to 70. I'm afraid you'll make me angry to death sooner or later. None of you is worry-free. Mr. He." "Yes." He Jixiang behind him hurriedly stepped out to answer. Lenny said, "You and Lord Du should be old acquaintances. Give him a lesson. Enlighten him. Let them recognize the current situation. And don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, the prince will be very angry. And the consequences will be very serious." Without waiting for He Jixiang to reply, Du Rong said loudly, "It is our honor to serve the prince, and we must not have any second thoughts. Lenny smiled and said, "Don't be so confident. Everything still depends on actual actions. What's the use of just talking?" After saying that, he slapped his legs on the donkey's belly and continued to go to the city. Wulin City is a 1,000-year-old ancient city, a land of gold and powder since ancient times, with a dense population, houses close together, and bluestone roads crisscrossing. Except for the houses near the city gate that were affected by the Sana army's attack on the city. Other places were not damaged. Crowds of people stood on both sides of the street, unwillingly being cleared by the soldiers with swords and guns. The soldiers carrying the rat flag in the street were puzzled. The barbarians are indeed barbarians, and they actually regard rats as good things. However, after they saw the soldiers on both sides kneeling on one knee, they also knelt down one after another. Otherwise, if they all knelt down, leaving themselves standing out from the crowd, wouldn't that be courting death? Some children were forcibly pressed down and cried in confusion. They also tried their best to cover the children's mouths, not daring to let the children cry. What a damn feudal society. As an exploiter, Lenny couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to enter capitalism at all costs and make these people work as workers. He might not be able to become a superior person, but improving production relations can indeed improve people's living standards. Zhu Rorong, who was kneeling at the entrance of an alley, said to the butcher next to him, "I told you that the prince will definitely come." The butcher raised his head after the prince's guards passed by, and said indignantly, "The prince is too merciful. I should have killed all these northerners as I wished. They are so disrespectful to the prince." This time, the Sana army went out, which was different from the past. In the past, they had conquered abandoned cities, with few civilians left, and they could do whatever they wanted to the huge city. However, it was different this time when they came to Yong'an. This was a prosperous place. Everything was in order, and each house had an owner. They, the people of Sanha, could not even find a place to stay in the middle of the night. Moreover, the inns here were too expensive. A room in the upper room actually cost more than 100 copper coins. So, now they were the same as the officers and soldiers, sleeping on the streets, hiding in the city gates or in the corners outside the walls of the rich families' houses. The most frustrating thing is that these locals actually called them southern barbarians. According to the laws of Sanha, they can't beat people at will. It's as frustrating as it can be. Zhu Rorong said unhappily, "I'm also a northerner. Do you want to kill me?" Jiang the butcher said with a sneer. "No," Zhu Rorong snorted. "When we get to Hong Kong City, you country bumpkins should also see some of the world. Don't act like you haven't seen the world every day. Do you think Wulin City is good enough? To tell you the truth, it's a world away from the capital," Jiang the butcher said in surprise. Better than Wulin City? He was really shocked. He had been to Xuanyang and Tancheng successively, and thought that they were the biggest cities in the world. However, after coming to Wulin City, he found that these places could not be compared with Wulin City. In his heart, Wulin City in front of him was already the most prosperous place in the world. The capital is better than Wulin City. What would it look like? Zhu Rorong said with a grin. Only a place like that would be worthy of our prince. The butcher gritted his teeth and said, "Then I must go and take a look. I won't go back this time. Let's just buy live pigs in Wulin City to replenish the stock. I still need 50,000 caddies," Zhu Rorong said with a smile. "Think it over. The live pigs in Wulin City are more expensive than Sanha. One caddy costs 3 copper coins more, and you have to find someone to kill them, and a place to dry them. The cost is huge." The butcher frowned and said, "What can we do? Go all the way back? Not to mention the time wasted, the freight is also increased, which is even more uneconomical. If you are willing, we can work together this time, and you will only have 30,000 jin left." Last time, Lord Shanchi said that the butcher shop does not necessarily require pork. Zhu Rorong said, "Are you stupid? You want beef?" The butcher shook his head and said, "There are no fewer hunters in Yong'an than in Sanha and Nanzhou. Many times, these hunters cannot sell at a high price. We can take wild boars, wild deer, even if the pheasants and ducks are a little bit old, it's all fine. As long as the quantity is sufficient, the officers and soldiers will not say anything. Who knows? They may prefer wild goods. They eat pork just for the oil, and their dishes are not lacking in oil." Zhu Rorong pondered for a while and said, "This is really good." He also found that not only the officers and soldiers, but also the high officials, like Shanqi liked wild goods more. Wild goods are the least valuable. After the two of them pondered for a while, they hit it off. Wulin City was controlled by the officers and soldiers of Sanha, most of whom were acquaintances. There was no need to greet anyone. They directly arranged for the guys to set up stalls at the gates of Wulin City and began to purchase wild goods and live pigs. Lenny stayed in the governor's office of Wulin City for 3 days. Every day, he went to the flower boats to understand the people's sentiments. Unfortunately, these flower boats thought that the Sanha soldiers entering the city was a military disaster, and they were too scared to open their doors for business. He was very sad. "Prince, Shinchu has entered Wuzhou," He Jixiong said loudly. "And will go to Qizhou soon," Lenny said. "Is there any news from Prince Yong? Have they arrived in Ankong City?" He Jixiong said. "Prince Yong. Prince Jin has deployed 200,000 troops in Shuazhou. According to my estimation, they will be at the gates of Ankong City in 10 days. Chapter 256 Reliable. Lenny nodded and said, "Notify Shinchu and Jizhua, and be sure to be on guard against Mei Jingji. They are all unfilial sons. I am not dead yet, but they are already fighting among themselves." He Jixiong lowered his head and said nothing. He could fight for the prince, but once the topic of the royal family was involved, he would keep silent, and he couldn't afford to get involved. His great-grandson would soon arrive in Sanha, and he wanted to stay alive to see his great-grandson. Otherwise, he would not be able to close his eyes after death. The same was true for the other people in the hall of the governor's office, especially Xiao Shizi. He was not a fool to survive in the palace full of intrigues. In the palace, saying the wrong thing was more serious than doing the wrong thing. One would lose his head, and the other would be beaten. Lenny continued, "Okay, I don't care anymore. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Just don't sell me out. This 100 pounds of meat is not worth much. I dare not." He Jixiong knelt down. Lenny said, "Give the order, and set off after lunch. It's not good to waste time here." Lenny led 200 cavalrymen to the north again. The road in Yong'an is much better than that in Nanzhou, and with no wind or rain. It only took 10 days to enter Wuzhou. Lenny looked calm, but his subordinates were as if they were facing a great enemy. Yong'an was the territory of King Nanling after all, and there were 100,000 troops of Mei Jingji here. Although there were 200 masters above the 5th rank, they were powerless in front of the 100,000 troops. Zhang Mian and Jiang Can's navy went directly into the Tianqian River, and then sent 2,000 navy ashore to protect Lin Yi. Fortunately, King Nanling kept his promise, and the journey was smooth. When they were about to reach the capital of Qizhou, Quancheng, Lenny got the news that Prince Yong had besieged Ankong City. "Pan Duo!" Lenny suddenly shouted. Pan Duo said, "Prince, where are my mother and sister?" Lenny was most worried about them. Pan Duo said, "According to the instructions of the shopkeeper, I have arranged for more than 100 barbers to enter Ankong City. They are all masters above Huajin level. However, I have not received any news yet." He lowered his head unconsciously. The master of Huajin, that their shadow was proud of, may not even be as good as a dog in Sanha. It is a joke to mention Huajin in Sanha, after all. Many old women are of the 2nd and 3rd rank. Lenny said, "Send the order, hurry up and arrive at Ankong City within 10 days. Your Majesty." Xiao Shizi was frightened. "I'm afraid you can't stand it. You are the one who talks too much nonsense." Lin Yi whipped the whip directly, and the donkey was frightened, and its front hooves flew off the ground, and ran away directly. Xiao Shizi just performed the Lingbo Weibu, but found a figure rushing in front, and pressed a palm on the donkey's head, and the donkey was quiet, and then he pulled the reins. "Ahmed Ba." The monk handed the reins to Xiao Shizi. Xiao Shizi said, "Your qigong has improved again." "Thank you, sir." The monk put his hands together. Lenny patted his chest. He was really scared. The autumn weather was clear and refreshing. Shinchu led 30,000 troops and 40,000 civilians, and was less than 20 miles away from Ankong City. Wang Tuozi said, "Sir, there are ambushes ahead." Shinchu snorted coldly. "Those civilians are not afraid of death. And they rushed to the front again?" Wang Tuozi smiled and said, "People die for money and birds die for food. Aren't they always like this?" Shinchu said, "That's 200,000 troops. They are all veterans of the battlefield. I don't have confidence. Why do they dare to do this?" He became more and more angry as he thought about it. These suppliers have learned to exploit loopholes now. The employees no longer sign and seal. If something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with them. There is no way to punish them. Wang Tuozi said. Sir, why don't you ask the prince for instructions? Jizhua beside him smiled bitterly. If there is no instructions, how can we go directly to Hong Kong City? Wang Tuozi asked curiously. What did the prince say? The prince said, if he knows everything, what do we need to do? Although Shinchu's tone was calm, he felt helpless in his heart. There is another sentence in the prince's letter, which he did not say, if I die, none of you will be innocent. Wang Tuozi smiled awkwardly. It was difficult to evaluate the prince. So he could only bite the bullet and ask, what does Lord He say? The prince is unreliable, which is well known and not a secret. But Lord He Jixiang is not old and confused. He has to pass on a message. Right? Jizhua said word by word. Lord He said, when two brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. This. Wang Tuozi wanted to speak up for these two people. Damn it, what you said is all bullshit. It's the same as saying nothing. Shinchu said. If nothing goes wrong, Wang Dong will be here. Wang Tuozi said happily. The blind man is coming? He suddenly relaxed. In his impression, there is no one that the blind man can't kill. Shinchu nodded and said, not bad. Wang Tuozi smiled and said, the blind man's eyes are not good. Before he finished speaking, he instinctively felt a strong wind because he had just been promoted to a 5th grade master. Just as he was about to dodge, he flew into the air, and then his head hit the ground directly. His head was buzzing, and he heard a voice saying, Humpback, you said bad things about me again, blind man. Wang Tuozi heard the laughter of the people next to him. He rubbed his head, staggered to his feet, and finally saw the figure in front of him clearly. He was so sad that he couldn't even cry. When did I say bad things about you? Your eyesight is not good, Wang Dong said. Do you want to be beaten? I told the prince. Wang Tuozi was not convinced and said, be realistic in what you do. Your eyesight is not good, the blind man said. The prince also said that it is a virtue not to expose people's shortcomings. Wang Tuozi turned around angrily. Shinchu said, Humpback. What for? Wang Tuozi said unhappily. With the enemy at hand? Don't act on impulse, Shinchu said coldly. What the prince is most worried about right now is the queen and the princess. You lead the blind man into the city, and make sure to protect the queen and the princess. Wang Tuozi said with a sad face. Do you think I'm a god? That wall can shoot me into a hedgehog before I climb up. And I can't get in. The blind man smiled and said, I'll go by myself, Shinchu said worriedly. There are 2 great masters in the palace. One is the eldest princess, and the other is Lu Chaoyuan. Lu Chaoyuan is Master Wen's apprentice. If you match the secret code, he will help you. But if you match the princess, I'm afraid you will never come back, the blind man said. The firefly shines, but it is not fire. The lotus dew is round, but it is not pearl. Shinchu was about to speak, but found that the blind man had disappeared from his sight. Wang Tuozi said, has his skill improved again? In Sanha. In terms of lightness. Except for the Grandmaster and the 9th rank. No one dared to claim to be the best in front of him. Even if it was the figure of the Grandmaster. Sometimes, he could still touch the edge. But, at this moment, he didn't know how the blind man disappeared. The only explanation is that the blind man's skill has increased again. Chapter 257 Entering the Palace. Jizhua sighed. I have a feeling, his skills are improving so rapidly, he will surpass the steward sooner or later. Shinchu shook his head and said, Miss Wen said that the steward has returned to his original state, which is the highest level of a grandmaster. It is basically impossible for a blind man to catch up with the steward. Jizhua asked curiously, did Miss Wen really say that? Wen Jiaoyi is a mystery in the palace. No one knows her origins, and no one knows her age. Everyone just calls her Miss Wen. But one thing is well known, she is a grandmaster. The grandmaster's vision is naturally higher than his. There is no doubt about that. Shinchu nodded and said, of course. Wang Tuozi unconsciously imitated the tone of the prince and said, hey, why is the gap between people so big? I have just entered the 5th rank after all my efforts. Jizhua said unhappily. Just be content. You are just a 5th rank, but in terms of lightness, you are the best in the world. What else are you not satisfied with? In terms of fighting, a 5th rank like Wang Tuozi, he can kill several people by himself. But Wang Tuozi just wanted to run away. He was at the peak of the 7th rank, but he couldn't even touch the edge. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Shinchu smiled and said, "How did you practice this Qigong? Teach us some experience someday, and don't keep it to yourself." He was also unconvinced. His Qigong was taught by the general manager himself, and every move was flawless. Wang Tuozi's Lingbo Weibu was taught by Qin Xinluo. Qin Xinluo's Kung Fu was naturally good, but his Qigong was a mess. I didn't expect that he could teach a Qigong master like Wang Tuozi. It was very surprising. "Hey, the monk is still in the 3rd rank," Wang Tuozi said sadly. "If he enters the 4th rank, hey, he will definitely catch up with me." Thinking back then, when he was in the 4th rank, the monk in the 3rd rank could leave him behind. If the monk reached the 4th rank, and he was still at the 5th rank, he believed that he would lose his title as the best light Kung Fu below the 3rd and 9th ranks. Shinchu said, "The monk's Kung Fu is horizontal training, which focuses on the lower body. But light Kung Fu is a tricky Kung Fu, and he has practiced it so well. I really can't understand it. I can't understand it." If it weren't for the weird Wang Tuozi, he would have suspected that the chief steward had given the monk a special treatment. Wang Tuozi said, "Who knows? This guy only wants to play with blind people, and he just responds casually to outsiders who talk to him. It's strange. He is determined. He won't get promoted to the 3rd rank no matter what. In my opinion, if he gets promoted to the 7th rank, there will be very few people in the world who can catch up with him." "Maybe?" Shinchu smiled and replied, then took a step forward, looking at the vast green ocean in front of him, the green wheat on both sides of the road sparkling in the sun. He continued, "Pass the order, do not trample the wheat, do not light fires at will, set up camp in open areas, and keep the livestock under control. This is the people's harvest for a season. If it is ruined, they will have no way to survive once winter comes." Jijua said, "Don't worry, sir, this has been ordered long ago, our military discipline in Sanha, sir. Naturally you have more confidence than me." Shinchu said, "What about those people from Guizhou? We need to keep a closer eye on them. If they make a mistake, don't show mercy. Kill those who should be killed, to serve as a warning to others." "Yes," Jijua said in a deep voice. "Sir, the autumn harvest is coming soon. If Prince Yong and Prince Jin fail to capture Hong Kong City, they can't rush back in time and delay the autumn harvest. The soldiers may not be happy about this." Shinchu said, "It's not just them. We are the same. Didn't you hear the soldiers and the civilians talking about it? Many people are also anxious to go back to collect food. Hey, this food is their lifeblood. Whoever touches their lifeblood, they dare to kill people." Jijua said, "We are better than Yongzhou after all. Sir Shanqi will definitely organize people to help each other in the harvest at home. This is what Prince he advocated, and it is an annual practice in Sanha." "That's true." Shinchu nodded in disapproval. "But the officers and soldiers and the civilians may not understand the prince's painstaking efforts. People's hearts must be stabilized. You should explain it to everyone in person. Tell them not to worry. The farm work at home will definitely not be delayed. Someone will help to harvest. If they don't trust you and me, they don't trust Lord Shan. If they don't trust Lord Shan, they don't trust the prince. If they are not appeased well, it will affect the morale of the army. Even those civilians who value money as their life will give up halfway. They certainly want to get rich. But it is better to kill them than to let their family's food rot in the fields." At night, Shinchu led his troops to avoid farmland and set up camp on the hillside. The people at the foot of the mountain, after seeing the army, were already scared out of their wits and had gone to hide in the mountain early. Now seeing the Sanha army going up the mountain, they all complained bitterly. Behind them was a steep cliff, and there was really nowhere to hide. At this moment, they all huddled together. Shinchu was getting closer and closer to them under the dazzling torches, and they became more and more frightened. Shinchu bowed and said, "Everyone, we are the officers and soldiers of Sanha. We will not harm anyone when we pass through this precious land. You should go down the mountain early and do what you need to do. If there are officers and soldiers who do not follow the rules, you are welcome to file a complaint." The people were skeptical, especially the old people. They have experienced too many things in their lives. The officials are as fierce as wolves and tigers, let alone the officers and soldiers passing through. Shinchu walked up to a woman, glanced at the crying child in her arms, and said with a smile, "The child is probably hungry, and there is nothing to eat in the mountains. So let's go back early. You don't have to be suspicious. We are strong and powerful. if we have bad intentions towards you. I am afraid we will not talk to you nicely. So let's go early. Don't let me regret it. Everyone thought this made sense. One person took the lead, and the people behind followed one after another. After going down the mountain, everyone closed their doors and did not go out. Sir, these are all unruly people, Jijua said with a smile. No need to be so polite to them. Shinchu snorted coldly. Sir Ji, you may have forgotten the teachings of the prince. An army without the support of the people will always be a mob. According to the military division, brigade, regiment and battalion, military system reformed by the prince, he should call Jijua Division Commander Ji, and Jijua Army Commander. However, the habits that everyone has developed over a long period of time are not so easy to change. They still follow the old system of addressing each other. Fortunately, the prince did not care, and they have always been like this. Jijua knelt down and said, I know I was wrong, and I will definitely follow the prince's teachings. Shinchu continued, some things may not necessarily have results if you do them, but if you don't do them, there will definitely be no results. These were the prince's original words. I understand. Jijua lowered his head. Shinchu continued, where is Jin Bo's vanguard? Jijua said. The scouts reported that the group of civilians drove away a group of officers and soldiers of the king of Jin. Jin Bo had a smooth journey, and was less than 10 miles away from Hong City. Shinchu sighed. This group of civilians is really worrying. Wang Dehai suddenly ran out of the woods and said, Sir, he sent a letter. Shinchu hurriedly took the letter in his hand and read it by the fire. Jijua asked, Sir, what does he mean? Shinchu said, pass the order, keep the troops still, and wait for the prince. Yes. Jijua hurried down the mountain. Hong City, the ancient capital of 3 dynasties, the city wall is more than 3 feet high and stretches for dozens of miles. At this moment, all the gates of Hong City are closed, tents and fires are everywhere outside the city, and there is no end in sight. There are also fires on the city wall, soldiers are in full armor, and ready to fight. Inside the palace, the lights are bright. The former crown prince, now the Emperor Zhengchang, was sitting in the golden palace in a rage, and had already smashed 3 teacups in succession. All the civil and military officials in the court were silent. Speak up, the Emperor Zhengchang shouted. You are usually quite talkative, but you are all mute now. Are you going to allow a traitor like Prince Yong to be arrogant and domineering outside? How can I have the face to do so? Qi Yong bowed and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. The army of Prince He and Prince Nanling is not far away. Qi Yong, the Emperor Zhengchang snorted. Are you really a fool? What are the intentions of Prince He and Prince Nanling? Do you think I don't know? Ungrateful people. All of them. Qi Yong bowed his head again and remained silent. Go away. Emperor Zhengchang waved his hand and turned to leave. He did not ride the dragon chariot, but strode through the vermilion bird pavilions, and finally stopped at Xi'an Palace. Standing at the door, looking at the tightly closed palace gate, he bowed and shouted, Nephew pays respect to aunt. With a creak, the door opened, and a palace maid stood by. One of them bowed and said, Your Majesty, please. The courtyard of Xi'an Palace was dark, and the eunuch holding the lantern behind Emperor Zhengchang did not dare to enter. Only Emperor Zhengchang went straight to the only light in the palace. After entering the house, he bowed to a beautiful woman sitting on a chair with her eyes slightly closed, and said, My nephew pays respects to my aunt. If this woman was not his own aunt, he would not believe that a woman in her 50s could be so bright and beautiful. You are the emperor now. Lin Yuner said, You should act like an emperor. I am just a woman. Why do you need to bow to me? And is making fun of me again, said the Emperor of Zhengchang with a smile. Without my aunt, my nephew would never be able to sit on the throne. Besides, my aunt knows the current situation. The King of Yong and the King of Jin are in collusion with each other and are against me everywhere. They have been attacking the city for 10 consecutive days. Even the Prince He and the Prince Nanling are still making me worry. They say they are loyal to the king, but everyone knows what they are thinking. My nephew is restless day and night. I wonder why my aunt taught me. Emperor, please sit down. Lin Yuner took a sip of tea and said lightly, I have long thought that Prince Yong, Prince Jin, and Prince Nanling would be like this, but I miss Prince He. It seems that he has been deliberately forbearing these years, and his mind is very deep. Yes. Emperor Zhengchang sighed. Seeing what he has done in Sanha these years, he is also very scheming. I underestimated him in the past. Dissatisfied with his aunt, my nephew wants to invite concubine Yuan to see Iron Palace to serve him. What do you think? Lin Yuter said with a smile. The old man Lu Chaoyuan is guarding concubine Yuan day and night. You will have to work hard. Emperor Zhenchang said. What if it is your aunt who shows up? Lin Yuter said indifferently. The enemies in front of you are Prince Yong and Prince Jin. Why make more enemies? What's more, Yuan Zhugui, Yuan Ong and General Yuan Qing are also famous generals of the time. If they make trouble with concubine Yuan, the morale of the army will inevitably fluctuate. Emperor Zhenchang said with hatred. Officials are unwilling to do their best. My nephew has some doubts that Qi Yong and others are the people of Prince Yong. Otherwise, no one will be left unscathed when the nest is overturned. How can they be so calm? Emperor, Lin Yuter said with a smile. In terms of scheming, you can't compare with the third brother. My nephew is lucky to have the help of my aunt, otherwise my nephew. Emperor Zhenchang sighed. I don't know what to do. Lin Yuter smiled and said. Your Majesty, don't worry. If nothing unexpected happens, the 150,000 troops from Qizhou and Jizhou will arrive in 5 days, not to mention that there are still 100,000 troops in the city, including the Beijing camp, the Imperial Guards, and the Hong Kong army. It is still unknown who will win. Emperor Zhenchang bowed and said, What my aunt said is right, but Yang Changchun is now used by the third brother. He is a famous general, and he is really cunning, so we must guard against him. Lin Yuter smiled and said, Do you have no confidence in Bosu or Jin Sanbei? This. Emperor Zhenchang was a little hesitant for a while. You are the emperor now. Lin Yuter continued. An emperor should have a broad mind. My brother is better than you. He always wins in every battle in the army because he trusts people and never doubts them. Emperor Zhenchang said. Aunt is right. I will follow your teachings. Seeing that his aunt closed her eyes again, he sighed secretly and left the room. Looking at the sky, it was still dark. 2 figures stood on the roof of Zhongshu Palace. One tall and one short. One fat and one thin. Facing each other. Don't you know where this is? How can you just come here when you want? The man who spoke was short and fat, and his voice was hoarse. Are you Lu Yuanchao? The blind man tilted his head and asked with a smile. Lu Yuanchao snorted coldly. Since you know our name, leave quickly. We won't make things difficult for you. The blind man said. You can't beat me. Lu Yuanchao said unhappily. Do you want to try? I won't fight you. The blind man shook his head and said. I'm here to see the queen. The heart is free from stains, empty and hollow. The empty room is white. The spirit comes naturally. Like a bright moon in the sky, the light is everywhere. Lu Chaoyuan said. So it's one of ours. No wonder he has such outstanding skills at such a young age. The blind man said. The prince asked me to come. Lu Chaoyuan nodded and said. Then come with us. After that, he landed directly in the yard. After 2 young eunuchs opened the door, he walked in and said, Madam, the prince sent someone here. Did the prince send someone here? Concubine Yuan, who was taking a nap on the couch, got off the couch barefoot, without shoes or socks. Where is it? Princess Huayong next to him also asked. The blind man hesitated for a moment, but still knelt on one knee and said, I am Wang Dong, the humble man. To see the queen. I wish you the best. Lu Chaoyuan used the light in the room to find that the man was a blind man. Concubine Yuan said, Get up. Were you sent here by the prince? Yes. The blind man smiled and said, The prince led his army north, and will arrive in Hong Kong City soon. Chapter 258 Emperor. I have heard about it. 2. This is nonsense. There are only 30,000 people. What is the difference between this and hitting a rock with an egg? Concubine Yuan sighed. It's a pity that there is no correspondence between the palace and the outside world. Otherwise, I would have scolded him. Which of his brothers is easy to get along with? Which one is not strong? It would be fine if his grandfather and uncle could help him a little. It's a pity that his brother has just been released from prison and his father is sick. No one can help him. As for you, since you can get in, it means that your kung fu is not low. While no one is noticing, leave the palace quickly and take my letter out. Tell him not to do anything reckless. Go where you came from, and don't get involved. The blind man stood up and said, Your Majesty is too kind. My kung fu is not bad, but the prince wants me to stay in the palace. Serve you. and be at your disposal at any time. Lu Chaoyuan said sinisterly. My brother's kung fu is more than just good. You are the youngest grandmaster we have ever seen. You are a genius. In time, I am afraid that no one in the world will be your opponent. He really couldn't think of how he and the prince could win over such a master. You are a grandmaster? Princess Huaiyang covered her mouth with her hand, with a look of surprise and disbelief. The blind man bowed his head and said nothing. Seeing this, concubine Yuan continued, although I am trapped in the palace, the prince still can't do anything to me. You should go back and protect the prince. He can't be without people around him. Besides, although this palace is big, there may not be a place for you to stay. This is the harem. If people know about it, it will be a disaster. The blind man said. This is the prince's intention. I dare not disobey. Your Majesty, don't worry. I have my own place to hide. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the dark night. The three people in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. Princess Huaiyang said, his kung fu is really high. Lu Chaoyuan sighed. I am indeed no match for him. Then he turned around and left. Only the mother and daughter were left. Lin Ning closed the door and said happily, Mother, I have said that, brother is the most amazing. Concubine Yuan glared at her and said, What do you know? The capital is now a dangerous place. What good is his coming? With so few troops, how can he compete with King Yong? How can he compete with the prince? I have seen it clearly. As long as he is safe and sound, it will be fine. Lin Ning said unconvinced. Brother is very capable. He beat the Asia people away. Asia people are barbarians. Concubine Yuan shook her head and said, Winning a group of barbarians is not a skill. Lin Ning continued. He beat Han Hui away, recovered Nanzhou, Yuezhou, Hangzhou, Jingzhou. This is something that my uncle, Mei Jingji, King Yong did not do. It is simply an unprecedented achievement. Just now Lu Chaoyuan said that my brother had taken Yong'an. Now he owns 6 states. Why should my brother be afraid of him? In her heart, my brother will always be the best in the world, and the best in everything. Concubine Yuan filled her teacup with her slender fingers, and said with a smile, Your uncle and his men have already suffocated the rebels, and they hid in the city. If there had not been any changes in the palace, it would not have been your brother's turn. He just took advantage of the rebels when they were weak. No one knows a child better than his mother. She knows her son's character best. He is neither good at literature nor martial arts. He has no real skills. But he has many crooked talents, such as taking advantage and getting benefits. She thinks her son is definitely not inferior to anyone else. She has personally raised her son since he was young. She has taught him all the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trustworthiness. However, she can't figure out who he learned this character from. Her son once told her in person, Let me know that my son will die if he doesn't take advantage. He often makes shocking remarks. She really wanted to strangle her own son to death. What hope can she have with such a son? Mother! Lin Ning stamped her feet and said, You underestimate my brother too much. Besides, you always hoped for my brother before. Shut up. Concubine Yuan interrupted hurriedly. This is a different time. At first, I put my hope on your uncle and grandfather, but now it seems that it won't work. Lin Ning said, But my brother is about to besiege the city. You can't just go back whenever you want. I have a headache. Concubine Yuan held her forehead with her hand and said, You go down, let me have a good rest. Yes, mother. Lin Ning pouted and retreated. Lin Yi rode on a donkey, and after 3 days of hard walking, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. Finally, he slowed down, bare-chested, barefoot, walking on the vast plains north of Liang State, holding a dogtail grass in his hand, and occasionally whipping the donkey that wanted to steal the freshly harvested wheat ears. Pan Duo rode over and said, Your Majesty, Prince Yong stopped attacking the city 3 days ago. Why? Lin Yi asked curiously. Yang Chongchun is no good either. Isn't he a famous general? How come he can't capture Hong Kong City? Pan Duo said. It is said that something happened in the palace. What happened? Lin Yi's heart tightened. Did something happen to my mother and sister? Pan Duo said. The emperor hasn't held a morning court for 5 days. Nor has he met with any ministers. The people I arranged in the palace haven't sent out any news. Huh? Lin Yi frowned and said. Prince Yong is blocking the city gate. The boss should be very busy. It's really abnormal that he didn't even go to the morning court at this moment. Mr. He. Prince. He Jixiang. Who was riding a pony? Responded quickly. Lenny said. What do you think happened? After He Jixiang asked Pan Duo 2 more questions. He pondered for a while. And sighed. If there must be something wrong in the palace. I'm afraid it must be the emperor's side. Lenny was surprised. Could it be that my father died? And then he kept the funeral a secret? I'm afraid not. He Jixiang shook his head and said. The prince is a cold-hearted person. If the emperor really died, the current situation would not be such that he would not attend the morning court and meet with ministers. Could it be that my father has been showing weakness before? Lenny frowned and said. Waiting for all the villains to jump out and be dealt with together? He Jixiang said. Prince, the emperor once trained in our army. Filling the sea with sand. Tough and honest. And suspicious. So he was imprisoned. I have never believed it. Damn it. Lenny slapped his head and said. I was careless. The old ones are the wisest. What should we do? We want to go back now. Isn't it too late? He Jixiang said. Everything is up to the prince. Whether you want to go to the capital to fight with your father is your own business. Outsiders really can't talk nonsense. Ah. This kind of answer was within Lin Yi's expectations. It's much better than the stupid things on the internet. Watch a video clip. If you ask what kind of TV this is, they will say it's LCD TV. TCL Ace. My brother is called Shun Liuzi to cook. I really want to crawl over along the network cable and beat him up. Prince. Yu Xiaosher said loudly. You said you would take me to Hong Kong City to see the young lady. I haven't been there yet. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Lenny said with a smile. This prince also misses it very much. Now that I'm here, let's go and see it. No matter what. He will first bring his mother and sister back, and return to Sanha to continue to be his local emperor. As for whether Laozi agrees or not, he never thought about it. His father's kingdom had been occupied by him without him noticing, and he had no way out. A tiger will not eat its own cubs, because the cubs are weak. But once the cubs challenge the status of the Tiger King, it is hard to say. Thinking of this, he sped up again. Finally, he arrived at Hong Kong City half a month later, joined Shinchu's army, and stood on the top of the mountain. He could see the majestic outline of Hong Kong City from afar. Under the city was the Yongwang army, which was as dense as ants. Shinchu half knelt on the ground and said, Your Highness, after the blind man entered the palace a few days ago, he sent a message again. The queen and the princess are all well, Your Highness. Don't worry. Your Highness also knows that his eyesight is not good, and he can't find out the details of what happened in the palace. Lenny said, It's good enough. I don't ask much of him, as long as he can take care of my mother and sister. Yichio. Your Highness. Yichio leaned forward and bowed. There must be people from Jizhao Temple in Prince Yong's army. My life is in your hands. Be smart at night. They will not miss this opportunity if they hear that I am coming. Lenny sighed. If the one who comes is also a great master, then just pretend that I said nothing. Shinchu said loudly. Don't worry. Your Majesty, we have all the best fighters in our army. We will never let the people from Jizhao Temple get away with it. After the battle with Ahsoka, General Manager Hong began to train them privately. It was finally proved that, as long as there were 200 masters above the 6th rank, the Grand Master could not get close. Of course, it was also wishful thinking to want to defeat the Grand Master. They could only confront each other reluctantly. However, there were more than 70,000 officers and soldiers and civilians in front of him, and there were thousands of people above the 6th rank. He did not believe that the Grand Master was a man of iron and steel and dared to stroke his beard. His ultimate dream was that even if all the people in Jizhao Temple came out, he and the prince could still enjoy tea and the moon in the tent. Lenny said, With so many of you gathered here, there is no reaction from King Yong? Shinchu said. The civilians captured more than 1,000 officers and soldiers of King Jin. But King Yong still did nothing. Lenny said, This place is less than 10 miles away from Hong Kong City. Right? Shinchu said. Yes. Then watch them perform. Lenny smiled and said, Let's eat and drink well, and try to go back before the autumn harvest. Food is the first necessity of the people. Without food, no one can survive. Eating mountain delicacies and bathing in mountain streams every day is quite carefree. The only bad thing is that there are many mosquitoes in the mountains. Before it got dark, he went down the mountain and hid in a rented house. The people living at the foot of the mountain. After these days, had put their minds at ease about the officers and soldiers in Sanha. The children happily played around the officers and soldiers, watching them wield swords and guns. Some officers and soldiers even deliberately showed off in front of the children, teaching them martial arts. And the children were very excited. The clever people began to set up stalls around the tents of the officers and soldiers and civilians to sell food, or to mend and wash clothes for them. Of course, the one who made the most money was Gung Larong from Dingjiachong. Because of the language barrier, he had a conflict with the southern barbarians, and only had a little blood on his head. But in the end, he actually got 10 taels of silver as compensation. This is 10 taels of silver. Many people can't save so much in their lifetime. Some people wanted to follow suit, but unfortunately those southern barbarians actually avoided them. Anyway, in their eyes, these southern barbarians are still pretty stupid after all. Now, these people peed in the corner of their wall, and they could scold them without any hesitation. What they hoped most was that the Nanman would beat them up, after all. Compensation was easy to come by, real quick money. The army of King Yong was still standing still under the city. King Yong was not anxious, but Lin Yi was a little anxious. He had been here for 5 days. Every day, people and horses had to eat and chew, which was all money. Lin Yi waved at the children surrounding him, and the guards on both sides dispersed the children. He took the teacup and sighed. The third brother is too cowardly. It's already this time, and he can't pay it back? Does he have to wait until the new year? If he really cared, he could afford it. But King Yong might not. Yongzhou was bitterly cold, Liangzhou was barren, Jianzhou was rotten, food was very tight. And the soldiers' food and wages were not enough. He is different. Backed by the Asoka Kingdom, close to the South Seas, short of silver, but never short of food. Earlier enemy Asoka dared to lend him food, in the end. They didn't want silver, as long as they gave him porcelain and silk. He couldn't harvest all the leeks. Sometimes, he felt a little embarrassed. Prince. Today Shinchu, Jin Bo, He Jixiang were not here. Jizhua finally got a chance to speak, couldn't help but say, Prince Yong is unjust. I have many masters in Sanha. I am willing to lead the vanguard to compete with Yang Changchun. Lin Yi said. Okay, I am not in a hurry. You are not in a hurry, just wait slowly. He unfolded the towel on his shoulders, and wiped the sweat off his face. Jizhua smiled awkwardly. Your Highness is right. Lin Yi continued. Where is Zhang Mian's navy? Jizhua hurriedly said. Your Highness, the letter from 10 days ago said that it entered the Sea of Qizhou. Who is the head of the Qizhou navy? Lin Yi asked again. Jizhua said. Qizhou's governor is Liu Yixiang, and the head of the navy is Wang Zhong. Liu Yixiang? Lin Yi was amused. This guy is an acquaintance. Send the message to Zhang Mian, and don't be polite when you see him. He remembered that this guy had also reported him. Thinking back to the beginning, one was in Qizhou, the other in Ankang. They had nothing to do with each other, but he ended up complaining about him when he had nothing to do. His nephew actually stole the limelight from him in the brothel. Was it wrong for him to beat him up? Your Highness is wise. Jizhua carefully imitated the tone of Shinchu, He Jixiang and others. In the evening, the sun had not yet set. Wang Tuozi ran over breathlessly and said, Your Highness, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Fuck you. I'm not dead. I'm fine. Lin Yi kicked him angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me. After Wang Tuozi was kicked, he still didn't move at all. A kick from an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts is no different from tickling. He shouted, Your Highness, the Emperor. The Emperor is out. Which Emperor? Is it my brother? Or my father? It's your father. Wang Tuozi spoke without thinking. And when he realized it, he quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late. Chapter 259 Friendship can be overturned at any time. Finally, he said with a stiff face, It's Emperor DeLong. The Emperor went to court early. My father went to court? Lin Yi jumped down from the stone mill where he was squatting. Xiao Shizi was so scared that he hurried to help him. Lin Yi shook off his hand and hurriedly asked Wang Tuozi, Why is it so sudden? What about the prince, and the Prime Minister Qi Yong, the Minister Gong Xiang, the scholar Ma Jin, especially the dead eunuch He Jin? Where did he go? Although he had expected it, but when it really happened, he still couldn't believe it. Isn't his father too good at playing? Why is it like a dream? Wang Tuozi said. Your Majesty, I can't get into the capital. How can I know so much news? This is just a little news, and it was Panwa's porters who tried their best to spread it. If there is more, I really don't know. Lenny asked. Where is Pan Duo? Wang Tuozi shook his head and said. Since yesterday. I haven't seen him. He Jixiang bowed and said. Your Majesty, if this is true, we still have to make long-term plans. He is an old minister of 2 dynasties. He knows the methods of Emperor Delong better than anyone else. The most important thing is that Emperor Delong is different from the newly enthroned Emperor Zhengchang. He is the real 9-5 Supremes. He commands the world, and no one dares to disobey. Lin Yi snorted coldly. It has already happened. But we don't have to be afraid. After all, I am here to serve the Emperor. I am upholding the moral code of order of seniority. I don't have to worry about anything. As for Prince Yong, damn it, it seems reasonable. If you really want to argue, the Emperor can't do anything to him. Prince Yong led his troops south, essentially to fight for the throne. But on the surface, he was under the banner of clearing the Emperor's side. The life and death of Emperor Delong was unknown, and the prince's position was not legitimate. Prince Yong is practicing filial piety. When he comes before the Emperor, he might even be praised. What a filial son! Your Highness is right, He Jixiang said worriedly. But it has always been a taboo for vassal kings to lead troops into the capital. I have occupied so much territory. It is not only a taboo. I should have been beheaded long ago. Lenny shook his head. Why do you care about such broken rules now? The Emperor will definitely hate us to death. But all we have to do is to save face. And he can legitimately give us a way out. At the moment, we still don't know what cards his father has in his hand. At the same time, he didn't want to risk the world's disapproval and rush to put the hat of unfilial piety on his head. So, he just dealt with it first. Your Highness. Wang Dehai rode over. And before he got close, he dismounted, knelt down and said, Prince Yong, Prince Jin, retreat 10 miles. Before Lin Yi could speak, Pan Duo suddenly jumped down from a tree and shouted, Your Highness, Jizhou's 150,000 troops have arrived at the north gate of Ankang City. The north gate is wide open. Jizhou General Quang Daxiang and Jizhou General Shen Zhanao, who led the army, rode into the city. It's not that I don't understand, but the world is changing too fast. The old man is really an old man. Everything is done without anyone noticing. Who knows what will happen next? Lin Yi sighed. Besides, there is no money or food to fight the Wadden people. When they compete with their own sons, they just keep playing tricks. Sooner or later, they will play themselves to death. In his opinion, the Dalian kingdom is basically not far from falling apart. He Jixiang lowered his head and said nothing. Xin Chu, Ji Zhua and others also became depressed. They had originally dreamed of the merit of following the dragon. Now it seems a little bit risky. All the generals frowned, and the officers and soldiers below also followed cautiously. But the Sanha civilians were completely unaware. They were all busy making money, who had time to care about other things, in order not to destroy the crops. The Sanha army set up camps along the official roads and barren mountains, and spread them out. The area within a radius of more than 20 miles was full of Sanha people. But the civilians did not do so. They came out to make money, not to abide by military discipline. They would definitely not trample on the farmland. After all, military law is ruthless. But they must do business. And if they want to do business, they have to run ahead of the officers and soldiers. In the stunned look of the Yongwang army, their stalls were placed directly at the door of the Yongwang tent. Doing business openly, they really felt sorry for these northern soldiers, all of whom were hungry, with torn armor, straw sandals on their feet, and were so poor that few people could take out silver. They basically had hanging money, and their hands were covered with dirt. Although they were complaining about being poor, they still greeted the guests with a smile. If they had no money, they could barter. Sanha had plenty of food, so they used the food to exchange for short swords, old clothes, armor, and even some so-called ancestral jades from the hungry Yongzhou people. Yongzhou and Sanha were originally hostile, and killing the Sanha people was a natural move. But seeing the food cart after cart, both the king of Yong and the generals below had their eyes shining. Yongzhou was bitterly cold, and had suffered from natural disasters and man-made disasters over the years. For this expedition, the food and fodder were not enough. The people of Sanha sent food, which was like pie in the sky. In the end, the escort officer of the Yongzhou army came forward, took 30,000 taels of silver, and bought food from the Sanha civilians. Looking at the southern barbarians, with a mercenary look. They actually thought they were a little cute. The civilians were happy to do business. Anyway, this was agreed by Shinchu and Yi Jixiang. In the evening, the king of Yong and the king of Jin joined forces and gradually moved back. The laborers naturally followed closely. But what greeted them was a rain of arrows from the Yong king's army. The laborers panicked and ran around everywhere, shouting, horses neighing, and it was a mess. Many people hid behind the animals and vehicles, and many animals were killed or injured. What the hell? The butcher, who was shot in the shoulder, jumped up and cursed. You don't recognize me just because you put on pants? Ah! As soon as the butcher finished speaking, he heard a series of roars, and the ground seemed to be shaking. 2 elephants of the Guizhou people were shot into hedgehogs, and many more elephants were injured, making wailing sounds. More than 3,000 Guizhou people were angry. The elephant soldiers were in front, and the Guizhou warriors were behind. They raised their knives and roared as they rushed towards the Yongzhou soldiers. The Lian people, Li people, and Kwa people, who were also tribesmen, were also enraged and followed without hesitation. The Sanha civilians did not hesitate at all and followed closely behind. Tens of thousands of people merged into a torrent with great momentum. I'll kill you! The butcher cut off the arrow on his shoulder with a knife and shouted. Today, either you die or I die. You are fucking injured. Zhu Rorong stomped his feet and rushed into the Yongzhou soldiers. The friendship between the Yongzhou soldiers and the Sanha civilians was overturned. Chapter 260. Leave a way out for others. The civilians and the soldiers of Yongzhou were fighting fiercely. The soldiers of Sanha, not far away, could only swallow their saliva and stare blankly. Some people were even a little nervous. Among the civilians were their fathers, brothers and sisters, relatives and friends. No matter who got into trouble, they would not feel good. They were not civilians, who could be lawless. They were soldiers, who were not allowed to move without military orders. Otherwise, whether they won or lost, not only would they lose their salary for the year, but they would also be beaten. They were waiting. Just waiting for an order, holding the big knife tightly, and slashing directly. In the anxious waiting, the horn finally sounded. Sanha cavalry was in front, and the light soldiers were behind, and they merged into the ranks of civilians like a flood. Standing on the top of the mountain, Lin Yi yawned, looked at the fighting at the foot of the mountain, and looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky, and sighed. Damn it, it's already this time, and they still won't let people calm down. After many battles with the Soku, Nanzhou, Hongou rebels, he gradually gained some confidence in Sanha's combat effectiveness, so he seemed very calm at this moment. Shinchu smiled awkwardly. This time we went north. The salary was tight, and the suppliers had not been paid enough. These civilians came from afar, and they naturally had to find a way to make a living. I did not discipline them, which led to such a disaster. Your Majesty, please forgive me. For money, they can risk their lives. Lin Yi didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It's a bit of Sanha spirit. Sanha spirit, everything is about money. Shinchu cowed out again, rode down the mountain, and fought side by side with Sanha officers and soldiers. The setting sun finally hit in the top of the mountain. The night fell. He could only see the torches going back and forth at the foot of the mountain. He didn't know what the battle was like. So, despite the many mosquitoes, he still resisted going down the mountain to stay overnight. Suddenly, Yi Qiu floated out in front of him. When he was wondering what was going on, he heard a fight. Could it be that the Sanha soldiers were so incompetent that they let the Yongwang soldiers come up? With a light from the fire nearby, he saw a white figure standing above the dense forest. It looked very familiar. Then another black figure stood above the dense forest and fought fiercely with the white figure. Protect the prince, the soldiers shouted. And then one group after another came running over, surrounding Lin Yi. Don't be presumptuous in front of the prince. Lin Yi heard Yi Qiu's voice. Yi Qiu attacked the white and black figures at the same time. And then another figure suddenly appeared in the air, joining forces with Yi Qiu. The sound of swords and weapons clashing was also heard from the dense forest. After a while, Wang Dehai emerged from the forest, with a group of people tied up behind him, escorted by Sanha soldiers, and knelt directly in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi recognized them at a glance. This was the attire of the palace guards. Wang Dehai said, Your Majesty, take them away first, and we'll talk later. Lin Yi looked up at the dense forest again. The fight was getting more and more intense. They were tangled together, and it was hard to tell who was who. But, Squinting his eyes, he finally recognized another person. It turned out to be a blind man. He and Yichio forced the two people, one black and one white, to the ground. And when Lin Yi saw the woman in the white dress clearly, he was shocked. As for the other person's appearance, it gradually became clear. Lu Chaoyuan, the palace's worshipper. There was a difference between the high and the low. How could the princess and Lu Chaoyuan fight? Yichio and the blind man, one holding a long sword and the other holding a bamboo joint, landed immediately and protected Lin Yi. Greetings to the prince. Lu Chaoyuan bowed to Lin Yi. It turned out to be Lu Gongfeng. Lin Yi said with a smile. No need to be polite. I remember when I was a child, I called you Grandpa, in order to learn the unparalleled magic from Lu Chaoyuan. He was very respectful to Lu Chaoyuan at the beginning. Lu Chaoyuan bowed and said, Your Highness, you are too kind to me. I am not worthy of this title. Lin Yi's eyes met the smiling Princess Lin Yuner. My nephew has finally grown up. The princess covered her mouth with her sleeves and chuckled. I didn't expect that as a local lord. He would have such momentum. I was wrong. It is really a happy thing to meet my aunt here. Lin Yi looked at the charming little face and the bright cherry-red lips. He suppressed the urge to swallow his saliva and kept chanting the Buddha's name in his heart. Amit Ba plus Nyang Shipi. This is my own aunt. Don't think too much. Otherwise you will have to go to the orthopedics department. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yuner glanced at the fire dragon growing longer and longer at the foot of the mountain, and said with a smile, You are really powerful for fighting against King Yong without losing the upper hand. Lin Yi said, We are of the same origin. Why are you so anxious to fight each other? I am helpless, and I cannot compare to the deep brotherly love between my father and my aunt. The eldest princess spoke in a sarcastic tone. So Lin Yi was no longer polite, secretly poking her in the heart. Sure enough, the princess's face suddenly changed, and she snorted coldly, You are worthy of being my good nephew. What will you do today? Will you be a good son to your father? Or will you not help either of us? The emperor has just recovered from a serious illness, and he misses the princess very much. He ordered me to summon the princess to the Qingjing palace. Lu Chaoyuan took a step forward towards the princess and said, The princess should not disappoint the emperor. Oh, is the father's illness cured? Lin Yi said in surprise. It's really a good thing. But I don't know how my prince brother is doing. Was he killed? Or imprisoned? He knew nothing at the moment. Lu Chaoyuan said expressionlessly. Everything is in the emperor's heart. Lin Yi glanced at the princess, then at Lu Chaoyuan, and said with a smile, Lu Gongfeng, I haven't seen my aunt for a long time, and I miss her very much. I made the decision on my own and left my aunt here to talk with me by candlelight. As for you, go do what you need to do, and don't waste your time here. You make me feel embarrassed. Lu Chaoyuan said coldly. Your Highness, this is the emperor's intention. Your Highness, are you going to go against the emperor's will? I am not a rebellious son. I am very filial. You must not talk nonsense. Lin Yi said carelessly. It's just that the princess lives in the deep palace for a long time. It's normal for her to come out to relax at this moment. Why is Lu Gongfeng so unreasonable and forcing others to do something difficult? Why don't you report to my father like this and say that the princess is missing? What do you think? Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. Lu Chaoyuan shouted. This is a crime of deceiving the king. You make me very embarrassed by doing this. Lin Yi sighed. Lu Gongfeng, you watched me grow up. You should know my temper. Lin Yuner looked at Lin Yi with interest. Lin Yi pretended not to see it. Lu Chaoyuan sighed. Does the prince insist on doing this? If he could take action, he would have done it long ago. But the prince has two great masters around him. One of them is blind. He cannot deal with him. If the princess is added, the three of them will join forces. He will definitely not be able to escape. That's not what I meant. I just think about you completely. It's good for you and me. Lin Yi smiled and said, Everyone should keep to themselves. When it comes to being a person, don't be too rigid, otherwise, you will have no friends, and you may even turn against your master and apprentice. You should always leave a way out for others, so that we can meet again in the future. Lu Gongfeng, don't you understand this principle? Old man, don't forget that I still support your master. If you offend me, your master will make things difficult for you in the future. Let's see if your master listens to you or me. If it weren't for the fact that the other party took care of his mother and sister, he really wanted Yichio and the blind man to keep him. so that he wouldn't gossip in front of the emperor and live in peace. I hope the prince will take care of himself. This old slave will leave. After Lu Chaoyuan finished speaking, he jumped off the ground and disappeared, flying back and forth. How did you train? Damn, your kung fu is so good. Every time Lin Yi saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel jealous and envious. Aren't you afraid at all? The eldest princess, who had been standing next to him, suddenly said. Everyone, step back. This is my aunt. How can she harm me? Why are you so nervous? Lin Yi waved at the guards surrounding him. When the guards dispersed, he walked up to the enchanting woman and asked curiously, Why should I be afraid, so that my aunt knows that? I am not afraid of anything. Lin Yi smiled and said, Your father must take me back. If your father knows that you kept me here, have you ever thought about what the consequences will be when your father is furious? Are you just not afraid at all? Chizhou has 15 armies. Ankong City still has 100,000 troops. Your men are really not enough. Hey, your nephew has successively occupied Yuezhou, Hangzhou, Nanzhou, Jingzhou, Yong'an, plus Sanha, 7 states, and now he is leading the army north. Do you think he will be happy? Lin Yi did not ask. Why did your brother want to take you back? Just sighed. Doing 10 things right cannot make up for doing 1 thing wrong. Anyway, I can't please him. The father-son relationship is gone after all. Rather than this, it is better to make a mistake on top of a mistake. Is this a broken jar? In the past, when he was in the capital, he dared to scold anyone he caught. And he was rampant. And he earned a reputation of being greedy and unlearned. He gave people the impression that he was at most a little fierce. And he had the intention to hurt people. But he didn't have the ability to hurt people. Everyone treated him as a joke. And no one really cared about him. Now, he is different. He covers 7 states and has a large army. Even if he kneels down to people, sticks his butt out, looks friendly, or even takes a nap while lying down, everyone will still treat him as a tiger. It will eat people. I was wrong after all. It turns out that you are the one who looks most like your father. Lin Yi sighed. No. Lin Yi waved his hand. I'm definitely not like him. He is him. And I am me. Holding it to yourself. Lin Yi said calmly. You are very much like your father in this respect. I grew up with him, and know him very well. And you are wrong again. My nephew never holds grudges overnight. If there are any, I usually settle them on the spot. Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't you know what I did in the capital? I know. Lin Yi smiled and said, That's all your illusion. Ah, I can't explain it clearly. The battle at the foot of the mountain still had no result. Lin Yi was impatient and ordered his attendants. Go down the mountain. Serve tea, food, and wine, and treat Aunt well. After Lin Yi finished speaking, his palm slapped directly on his bare thigh, and he raised his hand, which was covered with mosquito corpses and blood. Lin Yi laughed in silence. Sanha soldiers and civilians, nearly 50,000 people, pressed forward step by step, and the Yongwang army retreated step by step. However, the Yongzhou soldiers were also well trained, looking down from a high position, throwing stones, and throwing kerosene. Even the retreat was orderly. What made the Sanha civilians even more distressed was that every time they saw someone squatting with his head in his hands, it turned out to be their old customers. They couldn't bear to kill them. Sometimes they just had to spend some effort to tie them up with ropes. Old knife. You didn't shoot arrows at me, did you? Zhu Rorong muttered while tying a rope for a Yongzhou soldier with his back to him. You sold me a knife last time, and it was still chipped. I gave you 10 kilograms of food. Isn't that very generous? You can't be so conscienceless and shoot cold arrows at me. Chapter 261 Mistakes. At this time, the mountains and plains were full of people, either soldiers from Sanha or civilians. Although he was very brave, he couldn't squeeze in. He was very helpless, and simply nagged a few more words with the old customer. The man named Lao Dao had blood all over his chest. He turned his head and said tremblingly, I'm not an archer. How could I shoot an arrow at you? Zhu Rorong glanced at his chest and sighed. You are like this. I will wrap you up and stop the bleeding. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Okay? As he said that, he pulled off the pants of a Yongzhou soldier who was no longer breathing, chopped them into strips with a knife, and tied them directly to Lao Dao's chest. Lao Dao said, shaking all over, I have a daughter at home. I can't die. I can't die. Whether you live or die depends on your luck. Zhu Rorong stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly heard the horn again, which meant to call back the troops. He didn't go forward anymore, but turned back and lit his pipe, blowing out a smoke ring, and said, "This is your fault. Why did you become a soldier when you have nothing to do? You came to fight with us, Sanha. You are looking for death. Our prince is right. Life is so difficult. You should be strong if you are ugly. Don't hang out with those people who have no future. Look, you have broken yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard cheers again, as well as the neighing of elephants and livestock. The most piercing thing was the rising and falling barking of dogs. These dogs were brought by the laborers, mainly used for hunting and guarding goods. In the middle of the night, they are much more alert than humans, and occasionally they can help explore the way, which is very useful. Sanha bone-mouthed Sharpei, big-headed dogs, gray-tailed dogs, Sichuan blue dogs, Nanzhou native dogs, Jingzhou arrow-haired dogs, Huizhou mountain dogs. Everything. He knew he had won as soon as he saw the situation. He was not surprised at all, as if everything was natural. Next, the Sanha people began to count the casualties, guard the prisoners, and search for property. After a sultry day, the sound of cicadas was heard in the dark night sky. Lin Yi and Lin Yuner sat at the two ends of a table, and the oil lamp on it was swaying in the cool breeze from the window. "Hey, Aunt, don't you have anything to say?" Lin Yi couldn't help but speak first. "Don't you have anything to ask?" Lin Yuner looked at Lin Yi holding the teacup. "The matter is very clear at a glance." Lin Yi spread his hands and said, "You and the boss conspired to plot against me, but the old man was the best. You were defeated. Then, the boss is in danger, and you are running away in a panic. So I don't know what to ask." Lin Yuner pondered for a while and said, "I and your father are brothers and sisters from the same mother. Don't you want to know why you want to kill him?" Lin Yi said, "I know a little bit. It seems that you are really capable. You actually conquered that bitch when Ruoxin." Lin Yuner snorted coldly. "She didn't hide anything from you, and was willing to tell you. Yes, I and your father will never stop fighting." Lin Yi said, "You obviously succeeded. Why didn't you be ruthless and just end it all? It's really troublesome to get into this situation now." He felt a little sorry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this dilemma. "Do you really want to know?" Lin Yuner suddenly laughed again. Lin Yi nodded and said, "I'm all ears." At this time, Xiao Shizi pushed the door open and brought wine and food. Lin Yi personally poured wine for her. Lin Yuner said word by word, "Because I want him to live, to see with his own eyes how his daughter and son died, to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Let him understand how I have suffered for more than 20 years, and how life is worse than death. I toast to my aunt." Lin Yi raised the glass and drank it all. He still underestimated his aunt. She not only wanted to kill his father, but also wanted to kill all the princes, let the Lin family have no descendants. She had a big vision and a cruel heart. "I want to kill you, but you are not angry at all." Lin Yuner looked at Lin Yi in surprise. This nephew's performance was beyond her expectations. He was smiling and gentle as jade. I don't know if he was scheming, good at forbearance, or just like this. It seemed like the first time she met him. In her impression, this nephew had always been very timid. Because he was afraid of death, he didn't dare to ride a horse. He had long been a laughing stock in the capital. If I were unarmed and had no ability to resist, I would be angry at my own incompetence. Lin Yi finished the wine in the glass again, and said with his head held high, "But, here, I'm sorry, my dear aunt. You can't do anything to me." Yi Qiu and the blind man had just proved with their strength that even if they faced Lu Chaoyuan and the princess at the same time, they would still be able to fight. Besides, the princess was the only one left. Lin Yuner raised her eyelids and glanced at Yi Qiu and the blind man who were motionless behind Lin Yi, and said with a smile, "You are right." After that, she picked up the wine glass with her slender white hand and took a sip. Lin Yi continued, "Did father pretend to be sick? Did he deliberately expose his flaws, let you take risks, and finally plotted against you? Do you think I'm stupid?" Lin Yuner suddenly asked back. Lin Yi picked up a peanut, chewed it and said, "Everyone knows that aunt is smart. It is said that when father was able to obtain the throne, aunt helped a lot." Lin Yuner said, "But I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. Poor son-in-law. The two children. I have been patient for more than 20 years, planning everywhere, and I didn't take action until today. Of course, I thought it over carefully. His illness is real, and his health is getting worse. So I conspired with the prince. The only thing I didn't expect was that he could set up a trap even when he was sick. Now that you brothers have jumped out and made such a big scene, he can't sit idly by. Lin Yi was surprised. Beijing camp, Hong Kong army, and imperial guards are all controlled by you. And your father can still make things happen? He Jin and Qi Yong are just pretending to surrender. Lin Yuner's beautiful face is still as beautiful as a fairy even when she frowns. And he also overestimated you Boxu. When he saw your father come out, he knelt down directly. What about Jiang Zong? Lin Yi asked curiously. Lin Yuner said, he is an old fox. He has been missing for a long time, and has only come out today. The people you just arrested include the palace guards and the secret guards. If I hadn't met you, I would not have been able to escape today. Go! Lin Yi smiled and said, where are you going? Aunt? What do you mean? Lin Yuner's face suddenly changed. Lin Yi smiled and said, as Lu Gongfeng said, I think my father must miss you very much at this moment. I suggest that you return to the palace. The world is so chaotic. You are a woman. You should not run around. If you meet bad people, I will worry about you. Chapter 262 Audience. Lin Yuner snorted coldly. Do you think that if you are a filial son, your father will look at you more? You are wrong. In his eyes, there is only him in power. I thought that you must have become smart to have such a reputation now, but now it seems that it may not be the case. Lin Yi smiled. Don't worry about these. Aunt, do you want to try running around first, or live here directly? Lin Yuner frowned. What do you mean by try running around first? Is that human language? She couldn't help but snorted coldly. Are you determined to make things difficult for me? Look at what you said. Aunt. Lin Yi stood up, stretched, and said in a nonchalant tone, if I don't make things difficult for you, you will treat me as an enemy. Being a good person or a bad person has the same result. This is a woman who is determined to make the Lin family extinct, whether she offends him or not. Her attitude towards him will not change. Lin Yi took a step back unconsciously and stood behind Yichio and the blind man. Yichio said expressionlessly, I thought no one could affect my sword heart anymore. But when I saw you, it was beating. Beating very hard. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yuner suddenly waved her sleeves. The roof collapsed. Wood, bricks and tiles fell. Yichio and the blind man held a sword, and the other held a bamboo, waving tightly, blocking them all. They didn't dare to take a step back, because they had the prince behind them. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yuner had already rushed out from the roof. After the two of them cleared the debris in front of them, just as they were about to fly out to chase, a white figure smashed in, with a plop, and landed in front of them. Greetings to the princess. A gloomy and long voice echoed everywhere. Yichio and the blind man were moved at the same time. This voice was too familiar. Wasn't the steward staying at home? Why did he come? Lin Yuner was too miserable. He was actually caught by the butler. Yichio looked at Lin Yuner lying on the ground motionless, and felt bad for her. Anyone who had been beaten by the butler knew that the butler's true energy was too strange. It was not something that ordinary people could bear when it hit the body. Even though he had become a grandmaster today, he did not dare to guarantee that he could withstand the heart-wrenching pain. All this happened in an instant. When the guards pushed the door open and looked at the scene in the room, they were confused and had no idea what was going on. They could only surround Lin Yi first. Alas, a good table of food and wine is ruined. What a sin. Lin Yi pushed the guard in front of him away, looked past the blind man and Ichio, looked at the messy house, and sighed. Don't forget to compensate them for repairing the roof later. This house was rented by a rich man in the village. Although there are no pavilions, it is also very exquisite, and has the style of a wealthy family. I admit my guilt. Hong Ying floated down from the roof and knelt directly in front of Lin Yi. Of course you are guilty, Lin Yi said unhappily. Didn't I ask you to look after the house? Why did you sneak over here? Hong Ying apologized with a smile. I was worried about the prince, so I came here right away, Lin Yi said unhappily. Why are you still standing there? Ask your aunt to go down and have a rest, and serve her with good food and drink. Send her back to the palace in a few days, so that I won't have to worry about her. Yes. Hong Ying stood up and turned his head, saying to the princess, I'm sorry. So it's you, this dog slave, the princess said hatefully. I didn't expect that you were so young, and you have such accomplishments. It's true that every generation has talented people. Your Highness, you are too kind. After saying this, Hong Ying slapped the princess on both shoulders. Lin Yuner was so scared that her face turned pale. She said in astonishment, "You dog slave! How dare you seal my cultivation?" Hong Ying said calmly, "The eldest princess is a precious body. I dare not tie her up. It is also a helpless move to seal her cultivation. I hope the eldest princess will understand me." Lenny smiled and said, "Don't worry, Aunt. After you enter the palace, I will release your cultivation. Aunt, go down and have a rest. Princess, please come here." Xiao Shizi stepped forward and raised his hand. Humph. Lin Yuner barely stood up, pushed away Xiao Shizi who wanted to support him, and said to Lin Yi, "You are indeed my good nephew. I underestimated you. You are really good. Very good. Thank you. I admit it." Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuner's gradually receding back, patted his belly, and said helplessly, "I haven't eaten enough yet. I have to eat more." Yi Qiu looked around. Ma Gui and Xiao Shizi took the guards to send the princess away. The blind man's eyes were not good, and the steward had just arrived and was not familiar with everything. The task of rearranging dinner for the prince must fall on his head. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly heard Hong Ying say, "I'll arrange it right away." Lin Yi nodded. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise outside. He could probably guess what was going on. He couldn't stay in this room anymore, so he changed to another one. Just as he brought the teacup, Shinchu came and said, "Your Majesty, we killed more than 1,000 enemies, captured more than 100, and Yang Changchun led his troops to retreat." Lin Yi snorted coldly. This time, the third brother finally understood that I'm not that easy to mess with. If you really force me, I'll continue to compete with him tomorrow. I'm just sitting around doing nothing, Shinchu said. "Everything is up to your Majesty." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Okay, you've been busy all day. Go down, eat if you need to, and rest if you need to." Lin Yi took a pot of wine by himself, took a few bites of food and drank a glass of wine, and drank until his eyelids were fighting before going back to the room to rest. The tent of King Yong was still brightly lit. King Yong, wearing armor and a helmet, sat on the main seat, looking at the dozen generals kneeling below, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with you? We are fighting on the battlefield, and victory and defeat are common in the military. Why should we worry about it? Get up. Do you still need me to help you up?" "We dare not," the general said loudly. "Don't dare to stand up and speak." After the king of Yong waited for them to stand up, he said in a deep voice, "Come on. Set up a banquet. The generals have worked very hard today. I will offer a toast to all the generals." A weak scholar in a white gown suddenly stepped forward and bowed. "Today, I miscalculated, which led to such a disaster. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the people." "General Yang," the king of Yong said in a deep voice, "do you really think that I am narrow-minded? Today's loss is not your fault. I didn't expect it. I thought the biggest opponents would be the prince and the king of Jin. But now it has become the king of He. It's really unpredictable." Yang Changchun said, "Your Majesty, what should we do tomorrow?" The king of Yong snorted coldly. "I will go to the palace tomorrow to see my father." "Your Majesty." Everyone in the tent knelt down again. Chapter 263 Doing Business. All the generals were shocked. It was a serious crime to lead the troops south without authorization. Entering the palace now would definitely be dangerous. If they had to enter the palace, the army would naturally enter with Prince Yong. Yang Changchun suddenly said, "Your Majesty is wise." The other generals were all stunned. They knew Yang Changchun's ability and character. He was definitely not a person who spoke nonsense. But Chu Liang, a general under Prince Yong, couldn't help but say, "General Yang, what do you mean by that? The situation in the palace is unclear. How can you let your Majesty take risks? At worst, you can go back to Yongzhou." Yang Changchun unfolded the folding fan in his hand, and said while fanning, "If it was before, I would not be sure, but now I am fighting with the king, and I have been defeated, which shows that the king is stronger and more arrogant. Compared to Prince Yong, think about it, who would your Majesty be more afraid of? Of course it's Prince He." After Chu Liang blurted out, he suddenly realized. In terms of threat, Prince Yong is definitely not as good as Prince He. Now Prince He owns 7 states, half of Daliang. Yang Changchun nodded and said, Your Majesty will enter the palace tomorrow, which shows that your Majesty is filial and upright. As long as your Majesty's suspicion is half gone, your Majesty can rest assured, and then you can take your time. Mr. is right. Prince Yong sighed. It's a pity that Prince Jean is not ambitious, and he has no far-sighted counselors under his command. When he heard that my father was in power this morning, he actually led 30,000 troops back to Jinzhou. Even the armies from all over the country that he had painstakingly recruited to clean up the court were now few in number. This was his father's tiger power. Even if no one showed up, just hearing his name was enough to scare people away. In the camp, there were only his own 40,000 soldiers and 20,000 led by Ma Lin from Liangzhou. A total of more than 60,000 people. The big thing was gone, and he had to make a new plan. He still underestimated his father's influence. Yang Chongqun said, Your Majesty is right. Prince Yong snorted coldly. He doesn't even think about it. If my father is in charge of the government again, where can he go? Does he really have to learn from those rebels and hide from place to place? I'll trouble you all in the army. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the palace. Yes. After Yang Chongqun knelt down first, the other generals also knelt down and shouted, Long live the prince. The next morning, Prince Yong took off his military uniform, wore a white gown, and knelt outside the gate of Ankong City. He knelt until noon, when the gate of Ankong City opened with a rumble. And then, the wide suspension bridge landed on the Juma River with a bang. Just like that, King Yong slowly stepped into the city. Lin stood on the top of the mountain, looking from afar, and said to He Jixiang next to him, The third brother is still courageous. He went in as soon as he said he would. He is nothing like King Jean, who is always arrogant and domineering. I didn't expect him to be a coward at the critical moment and actually ran away. It's really disappointing. I guess Prince Yong is furious at this moment. He is not afraid of godlike enemies, but teammates who are like pigs. He Jixiang said, Your Majesty has accumulated power for a long time, and Prince Jin's behavior is also reasonable. Lin said, Do you think it is okay for me to go in now? Absolutely not. He Jixiang said in a trembling voice. If your Majesty is furious, the consequences will be disastrous. I have to go. Lin sighed. My mother and sister are in the palace. Who knows if he will vent his temper on them? Besides, the main purpose of coming to Ankong City this time is to take them away. I can't come here in vain. The eldest princess, who had been sealed and silent by the side, suddenly snorted coldly. You are not Prince Yong. At this moment, your father hates you the most. Prince Yong can come out safely, but you may not. Lin sighed. I have always wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow it. Now I am the one who is in the limelight. You said my father asked me to return Yong'an, Nanzhou, and other places. Should I return them or not? After these places are rectified, there will be endless money to spend. He really couldn't bear to return them. The princess sneered. This palace is also for your sake. Quickly withdraw the troops and return to your Sanha honestly. Don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, even if your father doesn't kill you, you will have a hard time living freely in this life. Hey, who said it wasn't? But Aunt may not know that although I am afraid of death, I still want to die with dignity. If I go back in disgrace, I will have no face to show. Lin sighed. It would be better to die than to be laughed at by the world. So, I must go to the palace. The princess said. I hope you can take care of yourself. Lin suddenly shouted. Someone come. Yes. Everyone responded. However, they all sighed secretly, but no one tried to dissuade him. They knew the prince's temper very well. Once he made a decision, no one could pull him back. Lin looked at the tall wall of Ankong City and said, Prepare the donkey. Prepare the carriage. I want to take my aunt back to the palace. How dare you? The princess's face suddenly changed. Her charming face could bleed. Lin smiled and said, If my aunt doesn't go, how can I get my mother and sister back? My father has always been the most calculating. I believe he will definitely do this deal. Yichio came over and didn't wait for the princess to speak. He hit her on the back of her head with a knife. The princess collapsed and fell directly into his arms. He put the princess on a carriage that was pulled over. Lin climbed onto the donkey, Honging drove the carriage, and they headed for the gate of Ankong City together. The guard on the gate looked at the donkey and carriage getting closer and closer, and shouted loudly, Who is under the city? Tell me your name. The sun was scorching. Lenny yawned, and when he got closer, he said lazily, Han Long, is it because I didn't beat you enough that you don't even recognize me? You? The big man Han Long on the city wall heard the other party's self-proclaimed name, squinted his eyes, thought about the recent situation, and said after a long time, with the prince? After Lenny waved to Hong Ying, and Yi Chio helped the people in the carriage out. Princess. Han Long was shocked when he saw the appearance of the woman in white on the carriage. Lenny said impatiently, whether to open the door or not is not up to you. Go in and report quickly. Don't waste my time. Your Majesty. Wait a moment. Han Long said in a deep voice, and whispered a few words to the Deputy General beside him. The Deputy General ran away quickly. Lenny was waiting under the city wall, looking at the slowly flowing water of the Jumar River from time to time. He hadn't fished here for a long time, and he actually missed it a little. Chapter 264. Entering the city. Gradually, he was getting a little impatient waiting. There was no efficiency at all. It was so hot outside, he really wanted to break down the door and get in. About half a minute later, Hong Ying suddenly said, Your Majesty. Lenny raised his head and saw a figure appearing on the city wall, the eunuch He Jin. Your Majesty. He Jin bowed to Lenny and said, I wonder why your Majesty is here now. Lenny smiled and said, You old thing, you keep saying nonsense. Ankong City is my home, I want to go home, but you ask me what's the matter, isn't it funny? In the past, he would definitely not talk to Yi Jin like this. After all, he was the commander of the Imperial Guards, and his father's eyes and ears, so he was wary of Yi Jin. However, things were different now. He was ready to fight his father to the death. So why should he be afraid of Yi Jin? The corners of Yi Jin's mouth twitched unconsciously, and his face was gloomy. But he was experienced in the palace after all. After taking a deep breath, his face was calm, and he smiled and said, Your Highness also knows that now is a time of trouble, and you must be careful about everything. Lenny said unhappily, Don't talk nonsense. This prince wants to enter the palace. Is it okay or not? Give me a definite answer. He Jin had no choice. But fortunately, he had long understood the temperament of this prince, who had always been unscrupulous in his actions and words. He glanced at the carriage behind Lin Yi and shouted, Open the city gate. Open the city gate. Han Long continued to shout, Open the city gate. The order was passed to the gatekeeper, and he shouted, directly commanding the soldiers to open the city gate. The gate slowly opened, and the suspension bridge fell on the Jumar River. Under Yi Jin's gaze, Lin Yi rode the donkey onto the suspension bridge with Hong Ying holding the reins. However, the carriage did not move. After Lin Yi entered the city cave, the carriage turned around. Stop the carriage! He Jin shouted. Soldiers in the city gate swarmed out with spears raised. Suddenly, they heard howling sounds one after another. Then, flags were waving in the forest, and there were rats embroidered on them. While the soldiers in the city gate hesitated, the carriage was running farther and farther away. Elephant soldiers. He Jin looked at the elephants rushing down the mountain, raising dust, and said angrily, Close the city gate. Without waiting for Han Long to pass the order, the gatekeeper directly took over He Jin's words and shouted, Close the city gate. The soldiers who had been prepared for a long time ran back to the city, as if they were escaping for their lives. The gate closed again with a rumble, and then layers of sandbags were piled on it. Lenny put his hands behind his back, looking at the soldiers in chaos at the city gate and laughing. Your Highness! He Jin walked down from the city wall, snorted coldly. Your Highness? What do you mean? Lenny frowned. Who do you mean? Is it your brother? Where's the princess? He Jin finally stopped being polite. Lenny smiled and said, Did the prince say anything before he entered the city? Did he say that the princess would come in with the prince? He Jin's chest rose and fell. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Damn it, you can't say that what the prince said is unreasonable. Everyone took it for granted at the beginning that the princess would definitely come in with the prince. From outside the city wall came waves of elephants neighing, war horses snorting, and soldiers' roars. He Jin walked quickly to the city wall again, looking at the Sana army that was only an arrow away from the city wall, with a look of worry. This time, He Jixiang allowed civilians to go into battle, and together with Sana officers and soldiers, a total of more than 70,000 people. These more than 70,000 people, along with countless war horses, mules, donkeys, hounds, elephants, were densely spread out outside the city gate, with flags covering the sun, and there was no end in sight. The loudest shouts came from the Sanha civilians. They had fought many battles, climbed many city walls, but this was the first time they stood openly under the city wall and cooperated with the soldiers in the battle. Hong Kong City is the most powerful place in the world. It is also the richest place in the world. When it comes to money, their eyes really light up. The butcher's flesh was hung on a big mule. He spit several mouthfuls of saliva on the big knife and took out the whetstone from his pocket and rubbed it on the blade, making a harsh creaking sound. Zhu Rorong said unhappily, "What are you still sharpening now?" He blew on the blade of the butcher's knife and laughed. "Sharpening the knife before the battle, even if it's not sharp. It will be bright." Zhu Rorong sighed. "I don't know what the prince is thinking." He went in alone. "There are not many good people in Hong Kong City. Gods and Buddhas bless you. I hope nothing will happen to the prince." "Pa, you are such a bad mouth," Li Sanyang said unhappily. "Our prince is wise and brave. How could anything happen to him?" She herself didn't believe it when she said this. As everyone knows, their prince doesn't know any martial arts at all. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is powerless. Moreover, he is very lazy. He may not even bother to dodge when a knife is slashed at him. Although the general manager is very skilled in martial arts, he may not be able to protect the prince in the chaos of the army. If the prince is really gone, they can't imagine what chaos the whole Sanha will be in. Wang Xiaoshuan whispered, "I don't know what lord he is thinking. Why don't they stop the prince? He is not like Wei Yishan, who studies hard in school and understands many great principles. But he knew the little truth. Everything in Sanha was because of Prince He. If Prince He had an accident, Shanqi and others would definitely not be able to stay in Sanha. By then, Sanha would have changed its chief official, and Sanha would be no different from other places. Sanha would no longer be Sanha. Thinking too much, it really makes my scalp tingle. Every time they go to war, the tribesmen must roar to increase their momentum." Wang Xiaoshuan was in a bad mood, and couldn't help but roar twice. "What the hell are you yelling about?" The butcher also became impatient. "At worst, we can just charge into the city and chop off the emperor," Li Sanyang scolded. "Keep your voice down. If it gets to Lord He's ears, you'll end up in trouble." She was very disrespectful to these old men. She was punished by Emperor DeLong, but she was holding Prince He's bowl, and she often muttered about the emperor's grace and loyalty to the emperor. Eunuch. Han Long looked at Yi Jin, who was silent, and finally couldn't help asking, "What should we do now?" There was a lot of noise under the city wall, like a big market, and there was no military discipline at all. Yi Jin sneered. "It's just a mob. What's there to be afraid of? We will report to your majesty. You just stay and guard it." "Yes," Han Long secretly complained. "You are blind. Can a mob take over Nanzhou? Yong'an? Can it force King Yong to retreat?" Lin Yi rode on a donkey and followed Yi Jin, walking on the empty street, looking at the closed doors of shops on both sides. He was very emotional. Hu Han-san, is back again. But he didn't see the shadow of the young lady in the attic. How he hoped that someone would wave at him and shout, "Prince! Come in! Prince! I miss you!" Chapter 265, Brotherly Friendship and Respectful Brothers. I thought too much, and I couldn't help but feel sad. The past days were really nostalgic. After arriving in Sanha, he never enjoyed them again. From time to time, he was threatened by Jijiao Temple. He lived a miserable life. The donkey was very powerful today. Each step was even and powerful. Stepping on the bluestone slabs, the sound of dong-da was particularly crisp in the streets and alleys. When passing South Street, there was a carriage parked in the middle of the road, and an old man in gray clothes stood beside it. He knelt down and said without waiting for Lin Yi to approach, "I pay my respects to the prince. May the prince live 1,000 years. Guo. Lin Yi recognized the old man, who was in charge of staying in Hong Kong City, and the gardener of the prince's mansion. "Why are you here, old man?" "With your health. You can live another 20 years. Thank you for your compliment, Prince," Guo said with tears in his eyes. "I just heard that the prince was coming to the city, so I quickly pulled out the carriage in the mansion and asked the prince to get in." "You are thoughtful." Lin Yi couldn't refuse his kindness. At this moment, he was alone in the city, and it was hard to predict whether it would be good or bad. He was actually a little touched to have such a loyal servant. With the help of Hong Ying, he got off the donkey and got on the carriage. Hong Ying waved to Guo, signaling him to go home, and that he didn't need to stay here for long. Guo hesitated for a moment. jumped off the carriage, and then watched Lin Yi's carriage go away. Seeing Lin Yi get on the carriage, He Jin waved the whip in his hand and galloped on the street. Hong Ying drove the carriage and went to the direction of the palace slowly. When he arrived at the gate of the palace, Lin Yi was already very sleepy. Yawning and said, "The time is too short. I didn't fall asleep in the carriage. I really want to have a good sleep." He raised his hands, swayed his waist left and right, and glanced at the towering palace gate. On both sides were the imperial guards with swords and guns, extending all the way to the Golden Palace. With an amazing momentum, Lin Yi sighed, "I'm actually trying to show off my power to my son. This is really rare in the world." Hong Ying said, "I will protect the prince even if I die." Lin Yi smiled and said, "No need. It's impossible. Just run away. It's okay if I'm caught. No matter what. I'm his son. Even if he really wants to kill me, he will go through the motions. You are different. They will definitely not hesitate to kill you. If you die, it's real death. There will be no one to pass on the news. Let's just follow the original plan. If my father and I really have a falling out, just attack the city. If I'm not happy, no one can live in peace. Unless it's absolutely necessary. He really doesn't want to fight his father to death. Unfilial. Disobedient. Hats are put on one by one. It's not so easy to bear." The commander of the Imperial Guards, Yuanxi, was wearing heavy armor. He walked up to Lin Yi and bowed. "I am wearing armor. It is inconvenient to salute. I hope the prince will forgive me." "General Yuanxi. Long time no see." Lin Yi waved lazily. "I wonder if your sister is doing well recently. It's not a day or two since Yu Bozu's fourth daughter has had thoughts about Yuanxi's sister." Seeing Yuanxi at this moment, he finally couldn't help asking a question. "Is she more beautiful? I have not been in the capital for many years. Have you married?" Your Majesty still loves to joke. Yuanxi's face turned pale. He couldn't understand why he and the prince could still laugh in such a situation. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, "Your Majesty, please don't keep His Majesty waiting. Let's go." Lin Yi walked and looked around carelessly. This palace has not changed much from the past. I remember that I raised a lot of goldfish and turtles in the pond in the Imperial Garden. I didn't take them with me when I got married and left the palace. Now I don't know how. How is it? When I have time later, I will go and see it. Your Highness is still in high spirits. I admire you." Yuanxi was already imagining what it would be like when he and Your Highness met Emperor Delong. "Can we talk freely in front of the Emperor?" Lin Yi then asked. "Who is in the court today? Why is there such a big scene?" Yuanxi said expressionlessly. "Of course. It's the civil and military officials in the court." Lin Yi followed behind him slowly and said, "Prince Yong must be here too. Who else is there besides him?" Yuanxi said, "You will know when Your Highness arrives." As he spoke, he unconsciously quickened his pace. When Lin Yi reached the door of the Golden Palace, he was about to go in when he was stopped by Yuanxi. Yuanxi said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment." Then someone in the Golden Palace shouted, "Prince Xuanhe is here to see you." Yuanxi raised his hand and said, "Your Highness, please." "Ah, it's already this late. And you're still doing this kind of formalism. It's really annoying." Lin Yi straightened his clothes with dissatisfaction and walked in slowly. Hong Ying stood at the door with his hands down, staring at the court without blinking. Civil and military officials knelt on both sides of the spacious hall. On the hall sat an old man in a bright yellow dragon robe. His face was thin, but his eyes were sharp, as if he looked down upon the world and all living things. The ministers kneeling and bowing their heads in the court all unconsciously looked at Lin Yi, who was walking in slowly and looking around. Lin Yi walked in the silent hall, only the sound of his own footsteps could be heard, feeling a little weird and a little depressed. After he approached, he raised his head, and first saw the golden dragon embroidered on the bright yellow dragon robe, and then his father's two knife-like eyes. He had to admit that he was a little scared. He had been a very timid person in both of his lives, and he didn't even dare to step on an ant to death. However, now that it had come to this, he really couldn't retreat. The lives of tens of millions of people in the 7 states were in his hands. He hesitated for only a moment, and then he looked directly into his father's eyes, then bowed his head and said, "Your son grieved the emperor. I wish you good health," which is really a cause for celebration. The ministers in the court were all stunned. He didn't kneel down. He dared not to kneel. Why didn't he kneel? What on earth did he want to do with the king? Seeing that his father didn't speak, Lenny raised his head and saw the princes kneeling on one side, and smiled. "Oh, third brother. You really miss me so much. Hey, fourth brother, I heard you ran back to Jinzhou. Why are you here too?" He was very curious. The news he got was that the king of Jin ran back to Jinzhou, and he only saw the king of Yong entering the city at the south gate, but didn't see the king of Jin. The king of Jin said in hatred, "You must not be presumptuous in front of the emperor." He really wanted to strangle the king of He. He had this idea for a long time. I understand. I will never tell anyone about you and the third brother's rebellion in the south." Lin Yi deliberately lowered his voice, but everyone in the court still heard it clearly. Nonsense. How shameless. The king of Jin almost jumped up. It's one thing for everyone to know, but it's another for you to say it in public. Isn't it better to pretend to be confused together? Everyone has a way out. Lin Yi ignored him, and looked at the king of Yong'an, who deliberately lowered his head to avoid his gaze. He said happily, "Old 12. I finally see you. Really? I haven't seen you for such a long time. I really miss you a little. I heard that you had been serving in the palace. You are really a role model for my brothers. And of course the prince brother. You really make all of us brothers ashamed. Hey, why don't I see the prince brother?" The 12th brother was so angry that he was shaking all over. He bravely glanced at his father and queen on the dragon throne. No matter what Lenny said, he didn't say a word. The civil and military officials in the court also held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. According to rumors, this prince is just ignorant. But no one says he is a fool. Can't he say something nice? Why does he bring up such a thing? This prince is really bold. Seeing that the 12th elder ignored him, Lin Yi felt a little bored. Suddenly, he saw King Lin Zhan of Chu kneeling in the corner and said in surprise, "So my brother is here too." After hearing that Chuzhou was lost, I couldn't sleep or eat well. Enough. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, he was interrupted by a startled shout. The people bowing their heads in the hall. Their ears were ringing with sharp sounds. Their eyes were blurred, and they could hardly distinguish between things. However, Lin Yi raised his head and smiled. "Father, calm down. I just suddenly saw the kindness of my brothers, and suddenly got a little carried away. We brothers love each other so much. There will never be such a thing as cooking beans and holding them for soup, straining beans for juice, firewood burning under the pot, beans crying in the pot. We are of the same root. Why are we so anxious to hurt each other? We are of the same root. Why are we so anxious to hurt each other?" Hearing such a wonderful poem, the first reaction of the crowd was that it was definitely not written by the prince. They first thought of Xie Zan and Chendishan, the great writers far away in Sanha. "Good, very good, you are all my good sons." Emperor Delong, who was sitting on the dragon throne, finally spoke. "You treat me like this, how should I treat you?" Lenny smiled and said, "Fathers are kind and sons are filial. It is natural and ethical. Why should the emperor worry about it? You should act like a father, so that your son can act like a son. You yourself don't act like a father. What's the point of blaming your son? I'm just telling the truth. Sometimes it's unpleasant to hear, but I have to say it. I have seen many people in my life, but I have never thought that I would misjudge my own son." Emperor Delong stood up with the help of Eugene, and trembled as he paced on the steps. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it." He said, "I can't believe it," twice in a row. Lenny smiled and said, "My son has been lucky since he was a child. And he is still lucky now. And I am afraid he will be lucky in the future." The ministers lowered their heads even more. "What do you want to express? Fate?" Even the Prince of Yong and the Prince of Jin beside him looked incredible. They really couldn't figure out where Lin Yi got the courage to confront his father. Emperor Delong shook his head, sighed, and then waved his hand weakly. "Dismiss the court. Dismiss the court." With Jin's loud shout, the civil and military officials first slowly retreated, turned around and walked out of the hall when they were at the door. And before leaving, they all looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was stunned. That's it? He still had a lot to say. The ministers left, the emperor left. For a moment, only the princes were left in the hall. Chapter 266 Gambling. Regarding the emperor's performance, whether it was the king of Jin, the king of Yong, the king of Chu, they all looked incredible, but the king of Yong'an looked disappointed. His father had clearly raised the stick. How could he put it down like this? This is not in line with his father's temperament. If the king of Yong, the king of Jin, and the king of He were unlucky, the throne would probably beckon to him. During the period when the father was ill, the crown prince rebelled. And the king of Yong, the king of Jin, and the king of He, none of them was honest. Each of them had their own troops, and they were actually marching directly to the capital. Even the king of Nanling and the king of Dai were ready to make a move. They were not like me, who was devoted to filial piety. If my father was a little ruthless and abolished them, wouldn't I have a chance? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. While he was secretly depressed, he suddenly found an arm around his shoulders. He tilted his head and saw a disgusting face. Are you disappointed that we brothers didn't get into trouble? Lenny put his arm around his shoulders and sighed. I feel sorry for you. No, it's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing that the other brothers were also looking at him, the king of Yong'an jumped up and shook off Lin Yi's arm. Ninth brother, stop joking. He was very angry that his thoughts were seen through, and he clenched his fists at this moment. He was a 5th rank warrior, and he was really afraid that he would not be able to hold back and punch Lin Yi to death. After all, the opponent only knew a set of 5-step boxing, and he was not very skilled in it. Using the word waste to describe him was an insult to waste. Look, you have clenched your fists? You are so cowardly after I said a few words to you. And you still want to be the emperor? Lin Yi patted his shoulder again, and said earnestly, don't worry. Even if all of us brothers die, this position will definitely not be yours. Don't forget, there are still the 5th brother and the 8th brother. In terms of strength, you are not as good as the 5th brother. And in terms of scheming, you are not as good as the 8th brother. What are you doing? Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and don't think about things all day long. Father is still here. 9th brother, be careful with your words. The face of Prince Yong'an turned red. The 5th prince? Prince Xian. The 8th prince? Prince Chu. They are all standing behind. Can't you be more reserved when you speak? Just say it directly. Won't everyone be embarrassed? Brothers all know it tacitly. There is nothing that cannot be said. But you are so shameless. You can't do it. Killing a pig or a butt. Each has its own way of killing. You have to learn. For Lin Yi, as long as he is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. He said more unscrupulously. You can learn from your 3rd brother. Good man. I am his younger brother, and I never hold back when I cut a knife. Putting aside the past mess in Jijiao Temple, a few days ago, he even shot arrows at the Sanha civilians without any hesitation. When everyone heard this, they were even more stunned. If a person is shameless, can he talk like this? They all looked at the livid King Yong unconsciously. Your 9th brother is right. King Yong looked at the 12th prince. Prince Yong'an. The disloyal man can be killed. The unfilial man can be killed. The unkind man can be killed. The unrighteous man can be killed. The unrighteous man can be killed. The unwise, untrustworthy man, I will kill him by the command of heaven. The words were majestic, showing the majesty that could not be defeated by 10,000 men. King Yong'an wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had nothing to do. Why did this come to him again? Everyone was targeting him. Was he really so easy to bully? At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. The others were shocked by the decisiveness of Yongwang, and they were all silent. Lin Yi said calmly, 3rd brother is a prince after all. A man of both civil and military skills. How come his words have a bandit flavor? Mutual. Mutual. Thank you. Thank you. Yongwang finally looked at Lin Yi. In terms of shamelessness, he had to give his brother a word of admiration. Lin Yi smiled and said, Brother, you came late. I don't know what happened in the hall just now. Which brother can help tell me? Where did the prince go? I wonder if he is doing well recently. If I have time, I am going to go and see him. After hearing this, Yongwang was the first to turn around and leave. Prince Jin followed closely behind. Take care, my 9th brother. Prince Xian bowed to Lin Yi before leaving. The 12th Prince Yong'an was about to leave, too. Lin Yi pulled him over and said unhappily, Why are you running? Is it so hard to answer? My good brother, don't cheat me. Prince Yong'an, a 5th rank official, easily broke Lin Yi's hand and ran away. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Just as he was hesitating about where to go, He Jin walked in. He whispered, Your Majesty summoned you. Lin Yi said nothing, but just nodded, glancing at Hong Ying, who was still standing outside the palace gate with his hands down, following He Jin, and finally stopped at the Qingjing Palace. He Jin said, Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will let this old servant report this to you. After entering, He came out again after a while and said, "Your Highness, please come in." Lin Yi walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. After passing a screen, he saw Emperor DeLong sitting at the desk. Their eyes met. Lin Yi said, "Your Highness, I heard a cough when I entered the room just now. Your Highness, please take good care of yourself." This time he stood straight. Emperor DeLong snorted coldly. "Evil creature." Lin Yi was stunned by the scolding. The atmosphere here is different from that in the court just now. However, he did not take it seriously, and then said, "I wonder how my son has offended the Emperor." He really wanted to say, if there is no old evildoer, where does the young evildoer come from? However, considering the physical condition of Emperor DeLong, he did not dare to say it. If he died of anger in front of him, it would be a lot of fun. I am sure that in the history books, he will definitely be written about in a deep way. He died of anger on the spot, and he is an emperor. He must be the first person in the history. He doesn't deserve this title. He frowned beside him. Just based on the words that prince, he replied. It was a crime of disrespect. If it were any other prince, he would kneel down directly after hearing the emperor scolding and shout, "I am deeply terrified. I bow my head, and I beg you to die." Everything has rules to follow. How could he dare to ask the emperor back like Prince He? "You said you have good luck?" After Emperor DeLong finished speaking, he put his fist on his mouth and coughed twice in a low voice. Lin Yi smiled and said, "My son thinks he's not bad." "Okay." Emperor DeLong looked at Lin Yi with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, "I'll bet with you to see who has better luck." Lin Yi asked curiously, "I wonder what your father wants to bet with you." Emperor DeLong took He Jin's teacup, rinsed his mouth, took a sip, and then said, "If you win, you can get your Sanha back." Lin Yi didn't ask what to do if you win, but just asked, "How to bet?" Emperor DeLong said, "You will know later." Lin Yi didn't ask any more questions and kept silent. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yi was tired of standing, so he simply moved a chair and sat down, calling He Jin. "Have a cup of tea, my mouth is dry." Before he knew it, he had said a lot today. He Jin carefully glanced at the emperor, who was resting his eyes, then waved to the eunuch next to him, who served Lin Yi a cup of tea. After Lin Yi finished a cup, he found that there was no kettle, and he couldn't help shouting, "You don't have good eyesight?" The eunuch apologized, and refilled him with another cup. After drinking too much water, he felt hungry again. He said to He Jin, "I haven't had lunch yet. Bring me something to eat." The eunuch brought 2 plates of cakes again. The old emperor sat on the chair with his eyes closed, not saying a word. Lin Yi sat there anxiously. After 2 hours, he finally couldn't help but said, "Father, I just came back and haven't seen my mother yet. Now I have nothing to do. Why don't I go and see her first and come back later?" Emperor DeLong still had his eyes closed, as if he was asleep, and didn't pay attention to Lin Yi. He Jin smiled and said, "Your Highness, you'd better not wander around." "Oh, I'll listen to you." Lin Yi didn't have much hope, so he naturally couldn't be disappointed. In this way, the father and son sat there until the sun set. Bored, he walked to the window, and suddenly saw the thick smoke coming out of the distant mountains outside the city. Some of it had already spread into Hong Kong City, lingering in the sky, and had nowhere to disperse. He couldn't help but frown. That was the camp of the Sanha army. He looked inside the palace wall again. The imperial guards that had once stood in a large number were now few in number. He finally understood how his father was going to gamble. His father was going to war with him. "Father, if I win, why should I go back to Sanha?" Lin Yi shook his head and smiled, finally raising a very serious question. Emperor DeLong suddenly opened his eyes and said, "You can only take what I give you, and you can't take what I don't give you." Lin Yi said lightly, "What if my son insists on taking it?" He Jin smiled and said, "Your Highness doesn't know that Jizhou General Quang Daxiang and Qizhou General Shinzhanao led 150,000 troops. And there are still 100,000 in the city. The King of Jin and the King of Yong also have 100,000. General Mei Jingxi's 100,000 troops will also arrive in 10 days. And your Majesty sympathized with the prince and only sent 100,000. Oh, I was careless." Lin Yi realized why his father let the King of Yong go. This was to use the power to mess with him. Damn it! After sighing, he couldn't help asking, "Who is leading the troops?" He Jin looked at Lin Yi's face and said every word. "The commander-in-chief is your uncle, General Yuan Qingyuan. And the deputy commander is Yang Changchun. Lin Yi's face changed suddenly. It's really fucking cruel. His father found his weakness. What he cares about most is his mother, and what his mother cares about most, besides her 2 children, is the Yuan family. He is the enemy of the Yuan family. There is no winner or loser. In the end, his mother will definitely be the one who gets hurt the most. He wants to blame his cheap uncle Yuan Qing, why he led the army to fight against him. But he understands it very well. Yuan Qing will definitely not be able to refuse, after all. His father likes to kill the whole family at any time. For the sake of the whole family, Yuan Qing must be the enemy of him. Chapter 267 Fearless. Emperor Delong finally smiled when he saw Lin Yi like this. With the help of Eugene, he stood up slowly and said, I said, you can't take what I don't want to give you. Lin Yi sighed. Only 100,000 people were sent. Why did you do this? Why didn't you send all of them? Is it to prove that my son is a waste, and that you have always been right? But doing this really doesn't prove anything. Although my son has 70,000 people, most of them are civilians. And there are only more than 30,000 real soldiers. Even if the father wins, it can only prove that the father is bullying the minority with the majority. Not that his son is incompetent. He guessed something at this moment. His father is in the court. And although he said that he had misjudged his son, he was still unwilling to leave in his heart. At this moment, he made such a scene. Perhaps just to prove that his son was a scumbag, and he was not wrong. Emperor Delong snorted coldly. Do you really think that my eyes are blurry? Eugene glanced at the emperor, and then continued. The Beijing camp is the elite in the world. Among tens of thousands of people, there are only 100 masters of Huajin. And whether it is the soldiers or the civilians, 9 out of 10 of them are masters of Huajin. I think that sending only more than 100,000 people is a bit too few. It's just that your majesty is kind. So he said 100,000 people. Lin Yi said, if the people under my command were really that powerful, your father would just let these more than 100,000 people die. Where is the kindness? Emperor Delong said, I have been on the battlefield for half my life. Today I will teach you a truth. You can't win on the battlefield by just being brave. Since your father said so, your son has no choice but to let your father see what real strength is. His father was originally an unpopular prince, but he was unwilling to be inferior to others. He experienced military training and worked hard to become a strong man. He got the throne from the horse. In terms of leading troops to fight, he is really not as good as his father. However, Lin Yi did not think so. Those who drowned are all able to swim. The sun was setting. The thick smoke in and outside Hong Kong City blocked the last bit of afterglow from the sun, which was far less beautiful than the blood spilled on the ground. The 2 armies faced each other, without trenches, chevaux de frise, or caltrops, relying entirely on the most primitive and barbaric methods to start a war on the vast plains around the South Gate. First, the cavalry faced off, and then the light soldiers fought. You were in me, and I was in you, and they were stuck together. And they had been fighting for half a day. He Jixiang looked at the South City gate that was opened again, and finally smiled. He said to the flag bearer beside him, pass on my order. Bao Kuei's camp will rush straight to the city gate. Anyone who takes a step back will be killed. This time he did not hide, but rode on a short horse and deployed troops openly. He had no choice but to come out, whether it was Yuan Qing or Yang Changchun. They were all famous generals of the time. Shen Chu, Bao Kuei, Jizhua and others had no experience at all. Moreover, the troops led by Yuan Qing and Yang Changchun were all elite. And there were more than 20,000 heavy cavalry riding tall horses. The heavy cavalry were well trained and fearless. There were only 5,000 cavalrymen in Sanha, most of whom rode on short horses. Even though many Sanha cavalrymen were warriors of the 3rd rank or above, they were still unable to cope with so many heavy cavalrymen. Many of them could only jump off their horses when facing the heavy cavalrymen, relying on their personal bravery to dismount and deal with the enemy. As for the small number of elephant soldiers, the enemy's heavy cavalry did not give them a chance to charge. And the people of Guizhou had to tearfully abandon the elephants they had taken care of like children and flee alone. Moreover, Yang Changchun obviously summed up the experience of yesterday. The light soldiers holding shields formed a fish-scale formation. They could not be cut by swords, nor could they be pierced by spears. They protected the ground from head to toe like a turtle shell. Some Sanha people, who relied on their lightness skills, directly jumped into the enemy's rear and were hacked into meat paste by swords. The civilians who had never lost a battle were the first to lose their composure. Almost all civilians had been militiamen. But they were not soldiers after all. They could fight 1 against 3. 1 against 10. But they could not fight 1 against 100. In the first battle, more than 10,000 Sanha people were at a disadvantage against more than 30,000 enemy soldiers. He Jixiang was not afraid. Pile up people. Use human wave tactics. He was more confident in the fighting power of Sanha people than anyone else. Finally, 50,000 people were directly sent. After such a long battle, the enemy soldiers were already in decline. But the gates of the city were opened, and more enemies poured out. He Jixiang sent out the last 10,000 civilians, 10,000 officers and soldiers, a total of 20,000 people to attack the city directly. Got the order. The flag bearer raised the otter flag in his hand, galloped on his horse, dodged the arrows flying everywhere, and shouted, "Lord, he has ordered the mighty camp to attack the city. Attack the city! Attack the city!" More people followed and shouted. Then the drums roared. Countless arrows were shot down from the city wall. The Sanha people held the captured shields and refused to retreat, rushing to enter the city. Some people wanted to jump onto the city wall with their good qigong skills. But unfortunately, the arrows, heavy stones, and rolling logs kept coming, and they had no chance at all. Yang Changchun, who led the troops from the north gate of Ankang City to the mountain behind the south gate, looked unpredictable. He sighed to Chu Liang beside him. The big thing is over. He had already estimated the fighting power of the Sanha people, but in the end, he still underestimated it. Chu Liang pointed to the flags waving on the tower and said, "Sir, General Yuanqing's flag is a retreat." The drawbridge at the south gate was slowly being raised. One of the people who had already been on the bridge accidentally fell into the water. Those who had not been on the drawbridge turned around and saw that the gate was about to close, and began to desperately cling to the drawbridge. The archers in the city cave and on the city wall shot arrows at their companions without hesitation. The enemy soldiers looked at the closed gate and the Sanha people who were getting closer and closer, and their faces turned pale. Surrender and no killing. Surrender and no killing. With the roars of the Sanha people, the enemy soldiers who were trapped between the moat and the Sanha people finally put down their weapons. Including the previous captives, this time more than 20,000 people were captured directly. The Sanha people then cheered loudly. They are invincible after all. Sir, Shen Chu, covered in blood, rode to He Jixiang and said, Yang Changchun led more than 5,000 people to escape from the back mountain. He Jixiang said with a tired face, Your Majesty's move can be said to be brilliant, but unfortunately, Your Majesty made a mistake after all. God bless the prince, and we have not let the prince down. Shen Chu said, Sir, the prince is still in the palace, or we can attack the city overnight. No. He Jixiang shook his head and said, Prince Yong and Prince Jin's troops are all used by the emperor, plus the original camp in the capital, the imperial guards. There are many people, and we have to guard against Mei Jingji coming from the back. Shen Chu said, What about the prince? He Jixiang said, General Manager Hong is in the palace. Even if he can't bring the prince out, he can bring out the prince's password. Let's follow the original plan and wait a while. Chapter 268, Not up to the mark. After hesitating for a while, Shen Chu reluctantly nodded and agreed, and began to arrange for people to count the casualties. This time, Sanha fought a tough battle, and the losses were really heavy. After all, the setting sun only had half of its face left, and that pitiful light fell on Yang Changchun and Yuan Qing, who were kneeling at the door of the Qingjing Hall. Even their shadows were half short. He Jin took a closer look at the two, and then went into the hall to face Emperor Delong, and hesitated to speak. Emperor Delong seemed to have a premonition of something, and waved his hand. Let them in. He Jin trotted to the screen and shouted, Announce Yuan Qing, Yang Changchun to see the emperor. He was a little regretful about this shout, because his energy was not as strong as usual. Yuan Qing and Yang Changchun entered the palace and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I am Yuan Qing. Your Majesty, I am Yang Changchun. Long live the emperor. Emperor Delong said nothing, looked at the two people, and then said calmly, You are not wrong for losing to that old man He Jixiang. When I was young, I was in the army, and he taught me many skills. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. I am guilty of death. Yuan Qing's head hit the ground with a bang, and his forehead was bloody. "Your Majesty, please sentence me to death." The blood on Yang Changchun's forehead had already flowed down to his neck, but he continued to kowtow without knowing it. "That's enough. It's useless to say more now." Emperor Delong sighed. "If I give you another 200,000 troops, what will you two do?" Yang Changchun glanced at Lin Yi, who was sitting with his legs crossed, and said loudly, "I am willing to guarantee with my family's lives that with 200,000 troops, no one can step into Ankang City." He knew that the emperor didn't mean that, but he could only answer according to this meaning. Attacking Prince He's officers and soldiers with 200,000 troops. The outcome is unpredictable. But with 200,000 troops, he is confident that he can defend Ankang City. "I second the motion." Yuan Qing didn't dare to say anything about guaranteeing the lives of his entire family. He was different from Yang Changchun, who was alone. He had hundreds of people in the Yuan family behind him. The bitterness in his heart. Only he knew. He was defeated by his nephew whom he had despised the most. Emperor Delong's hands trembled, and the teacup in his hand collided with the tea lid, making a clanging sound. He Jin stepped forward and hurriedly took it. Emperor Delong's hand finally calmed down, and he looked straight at his son Lin Yi. He Jin stretched out his hand to Yuan Qing and Yang Changchun, who were kneeling. The two stood up, half bent their bodies, and left the screen range, then tiptoed out of the Qingjin hall. "Hey, my son is a little thirsty again." Lin Yi stood up, found a teacup on Emperor Delong's table, poured tea, and took a sip and said, "The tribute tea is really different. It is really delicious. When we leave later, please don't be stingy, father, and bring a few pounds for your son to try. Sanha is hot and humid, and if he doesn't drink more tea, he won't be able to survive. It's just as his father said. If his father doesn't give it to him, he really can't get it. After all, there are more than 200,000 soldiers in and outside the city of Ankang, all of whom are the best in the world. If he really wants to fight to the death, he is really afraid that other brothers will take advantage of him in the end. So, he should stop while he is ahead. After all, his main purpose of going north is to bring his mother back." Emperor Delong snorted coldly. "This is the tribute tea from Shi Mountain. I'm afraid it's not as good as the one in your palace." Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. "Father, your words are unclear. I don't understand." Shi Sek gave him all the good tea. It would be a miracle if there was good tea in the palace. Emperor Delong said in a deep voice, "Where is your aunt?" "Aunt?" Lin Yi was happy that he finally got to the point. He said with a grin, "Father, don't worry. Aunt is very good. She is my own aunt. Naturally, I can't treat her badly. My aunt is different from my mother. She grew up in the palace since she was young and doesn't understand the dangers of the world. It's better for her to stay in the palace. As for my mother, she was born in a military family and is free-spirited. She has been clamoring to go to Sanha. My son just wants to take this opportunity to take her to Sanha and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of Daliang. Oh, by the way, I have to bring Lin Ning with me, so that she can help take care of my mother along the way." Emperor Delong frowned and said, "No one can threaten me." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Father, you misunderstood. The son didn't mean anything else. He just missed his mother too much. He was alone in Sanha, helpless and miserable." Emperor Delong snorted coldly. "Do you think you can walk out of this Qingjin palace? Why do you still care about your mother?" Lin Yi stretched his neck over the table and stretched it in front of Emperor Delong, smiling. "My son won. The king never jokes." Emperor Delong was stunned, and then said hatefully, "Rebellious son." Lin Yi said with a wrong look on his face, "Father, it was you who wanted to bet with your son. This was not my intention." Emperor Delong raised his head again and looked at Lin Yi, and said word by word, "Send your aunt back." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Yes, sir. Go away." Emperor Delong waved his hand weakly. Lin Yi followed He Jin out of the Qingjin palace. As soon as he walked out of the door, he said to Hong Ying beside him, "Follow eunuch He and pick up the queen and the princess. There must be no mistakes." Hong Ying bowed and said, "Yes." After Lin Yi waited for Hong Ying to follow He Jin, he walked alone in the huge square as if nothing had happened, passed through the palaces, and went to the palace gate. In front of the empty palace gate, there were only 2 carriages parked. "Your Highness." Guizhao came over anxiously, then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you to go home? Why are you here again? Guizhou said. The prince came back suddenly. And there was no preparation. The carriage had not been used for years. I was afraid that something might go wrong. So I quickly prepared another one, so that we could replace each other. After saying that, he looked around, then stepped forward and whispered, Prince, it's a good thing you came out. Otherwise Song Chung and Luohan would have set off the explosives. Lin sighed. Fortunately, it didn't have to go that far. My father is not so old and confused. This was the worst plan he had made. He had people bury explosives in Hong Kong City, and inside and outside the palace. No matter what the effect was, at least it would be lively. Guizhou said, Your Highness, what should we do with the explosives now? Lin smiled and said, Leave it there. Do we have to dismantle it? Besides, it will be useless if it gets wet in the rain. Guizhou was about to speak when his eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled and said, Your Highness, the steward is coming out with the carriage. Lin turned around and looked at the carriage slowly approaching. Smiling happily, the curtain on the carriage was lifted, revealing a bright face, which was Princess Huaiyang. When she saw Lin, she hurriedly got out of the carriage, stood on it and waved. Royal brother. Mother. Royal brother is here to pick us up. If Mother hadn't been in the car, she would have wanted to jump out directly. Lin also waved his hand and said, Oh, my little sister is getting more and more beautiful. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy cough came from the car, shouting and yelling. How disgraceful. The voice coming from the car was concubine Yuan's voice. Lin Ning shrank her neck in fear and stuck out her tongue at Lin Yi. Lin Yi jumped onto the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said to the beautiful lady in palace dress, You are really my biological mother. It's already this time, and you still need to follow these etiquettes. Huh? What's that expression on your face? Did I not provoke you? Why do you look so unhappy? Concubine Yuan said hatefully. You are really disappointing. Lin Yi smiled apologetically. Mother, I don't understand what you said. Concubine Yuan said unhappily. Since you have defeated Yang Chongchun and your uncle, you should have fought back in one go. You even have the nerve to go back to Sanhe. She was really heartbroken. For the first time, she felt that the throne was so close to her son. Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He remembered that her mother had asked the blind man to tell her the original words. There are only 30,000 soldiers. There are not enough people. Don't jump up and down. When he heard this, he thought that his mother had changed her mind and would no longer let him participate in the fight for the throne. He was very relieved and moved at that time. Chapter 269, The Battle for the Throne. Why did you suddenly turn against me? No wonder people say, women turn against me faster than turning the pages of a book, and my own mother is no exception. Seeing Lin Yi like this, Concubine Yuan became even more angry and said, Tell me, if you don't have that ability, it's fine, but what a good opportunity right in front of you, you just missed it? What's the point of just picking me up? Does it make me proud to be an abandoned woman? Do you think you are irritating? A series of questions made Lin Yi a little overwhelmed. I really want to ask, how did you become an abandoned woman? It was obviously your son who I took great pains to bring you out. You don't know what's good for you. Such a scene, he could never have expected. Lin Ning hurriedly said, Mother, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's talk about it later. Go away, you have nothing to do here. After rolling her eyes at her daughter, when she looked at Lin Yi again, tears were already welling up in her eyes. She said with tears in her eyes, My greatest wish in this life is that you have a promising future, and I count all my hopes on you. As long as you have the ability, I am willing to die. Tell me, what's the point of letting me out now? It's better to die in the palace and go back to Sanhe with you. It's not embarrassing enough. Lin Yi looked at the tears that fell from his mother's eyes, and was not surprised at all. After all, he had been learning from her since he was a child. He said with a stiff face, My dear mother, can't you have a little confidence in your son? Concubine Yuan raised her head and wiped her tears while saying, I have no confidence in you. It's because I trust you too much that I am disappointed now. Lin Yi sighed. Hey, there are more than 100,000 troops stationed in Jizhou and Qizhou outside the north of the city, and more than 100,000 troops stationed in the city, including the Beijing camp, Hong Kong Army, and the Imperial Guard. Moreover, Mei Jingji's 100,000 strong army is outside and waiting covetously. My son only has so few people, not to mention that it is not easy to capture it, Even if he does, my son will suffer heavy casualties. This little bit of property is not easy to save. My son should cherish it well. Bah! Concubine Yuan said unhappily. Don't try to coax me with words. Do you think I don't know what it means that the brave wins when two meet in a narrow road? Now that you have come to this, why don't you give it a try? Lenny said with a smile. Because it is a waste of effort, and it is not worth the trouble. So that my mother knows, the son will definitely take the throne. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Not to mention the thankless battle. Even if his father the emperor begs him to give it to him, he won't want it. It's a hot ass. Internal and external troubles. A lot of troubles. He has to let the bullets fly for a while, Concubine Yuan said in surprise. Why do you say that? Lenny said. Father did not ask his son for the 7 states. As long as the 7 states are there, his capital is there, and his family will become richer and richer. Concubine Yuan asked curiously. Why? Lenny said. Because he knew that even if he wanted it, his son would definitely not give it to him. He was too lazy to bother himself with this. He felt that this was his advantage as an emperor. While he was conceited, he would also weigh the pros and cons. He was not the kind of emperor who was arbitrary and irresponsible. Concubine Yuan said unhappily. So what? How can you be sure that the throne is set when you act like this? Lenny said. Because this time, they have learned what pain is. And they will probably stay away from their son when they see him in the future. Outside Hong Kong City, he still didn't know what the specific situation was when the Sanha soldiers fought with Yang Changchun and others. But the most important thing is that he won. He probably won beautifully. Otherwise, his father the emperor wouldn't look so ugly. Lin Ning nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Brother is right. Brother defeated uncle. That's because your uncle gave in sincerely. After saying that, Concubine Yuan pulled the curtain of the carriage and ignored her son and daughter. Lenny got off the carriage in a huff, and then said to Hong Ying, Drive steadily. Don't let the queen and the princess get bumpy. Hong Ying smiled and said, I'll drive the carriage. Your Majesty can rest assured. Lenny nodded and got on Guizhao's carriage. Another empty carriage. After Guizhao blew a whistle, the 2 horses snorted and followed directly behind the carriage pulled by Guizhao. Lenny smiled and said, Old Guiyu, a gardener, are better at taking care of horses than that old guy's son do. Guizhao cracked his whip and then turned around and said, Prince, you forgot that. I was originally a groom, but there was no one to take care of the garden in the palace, so you took care of the garden. He was actually very frustrated. He was originally a groom, but because he loved flowers and plants, he planted some flowers and plants in the yard where the groom lived, and with luck, they bloomed very beautifully. The prince actually thought he was good at growing flowers and plants. Let him be a gardener directly. I was really aggrieved, and there was no way to reason with him. Later, the old man's son Du broke his leg, and he had the opportunity to continue driving the carriage. But Son Du directly let his son Sun Yi take over. He didn't even have a chance to react. Every time I think of this, I feel so angry. Is that the case? Lin Yi really couldn't think of such a trivial matter. Guizhao said happily. It is a blessing for me to be able to drive the carriage for the prince again now. Lin Yi saw the 4 palace maids, who followed his mother out of the palace running behind his mother's carriage, sweating profusely, so he said to Guizhao, Let them sit in the carriage behind. Guizhao hurriedly agreed. He jumped off the carriage, chased after him, arranged the 4 palace maids directly on the carriage, and only asked them to hold the reins. He walked slowly and fast, and when he arrived at the south gate, it was already dark, and the city walls were all lit with torches, and it was bright. He Jin, who was riding a horse behind Lin Yi and leading a pair of imperial guards, dismounted, walked to Lin Yi's carriage and bowed. Your Majesty, no need to say more, I know what to do. Lin Yi interrupted him directly. He Jin smiled and said, Thank you very much, old slave. I just wonder if the prince wants to send someone out to pass the message first. Hong Ying said, Eunuch is too cautious. Why not stand on the city wall and take a look? When Yi Jin was puzzled, Han Long came down from the city wall and whispered twice in front of him. And he nodded. Han Long shouted, Open the city gate. Dozens of people worked together to open the heavy city gate. There was also a fire on the other side of the Juma River. In the middle was a carriage. Yi Chio was standing on it, and he was supported by a woman in white. He Jin squinted his eyes and looked again, and finally said to Han Long, Let's lower the drawbridge. With a rumble, the drawbridge landed directly. Yi Chio's carriage drove directly over the wide drawbridge. At the same time, Hong Ying also drove the carriage slowly across the opposite side. Chapter 270 A Lonely Man. When the two carriages were about to meet, Yi Chio and Hong Ying floated up and directly exchanged their positions. Yi Chio sat in concubine Yuan's carriage, while Hong Ying sat directly in the princess's carriage. He Jin, who had been on alert, was about to shout when he saw this situation, but suddenly found that there was no accident in the princess's carriage, so he suppressed his voice. When Hong Ying's carriage was getting closer and closer to the city gate, Hong Ying put his palm on the princess's back and said in a barely audible voice, "The prince said, you are always his aunt, and he understands your difficulties." When Lin Yuner was puzzled, she finally felt the feeling of blood flowing smoothly again. Concubine Yuan's carriage passed the suspension bridge first, and when Lin Yi's carriage was about to pass, Hong Ying jumped over the Juma River. At this moment, the suspension bridge suddenly rose. The wheels of Lin Yi's carriage were still on the suspension bridge. Lin Ning was so scared that her face turned pale. She wanted to save her brother, but it was almost too late. At the critical moment, Hong Ying grabbed the shaft of the carriage with both hands and pulled the carriage over. He could hardly be seen exerting any force. The carriage landed smoothly. The two horses were galloping, but the ropes on their necks were loose at this moment, and they could not hold back their strength, and they fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Yi also staggered, and was about to be thrown out of the carriage by inertia. Hong Ying came again and helped Lin Yi to the ground. Lin Yi stepped on the soft ground with both feet. Looking back, the other side of the river was in chaos. A white shadow shuttled back and forth among the imperial guards, and people and horses were thrown to the ground. "Hey, father," Lin Yi smiled. "I am not a pushover either." However, there was no trust between father and son, and he inexplicably felt a helpless sadness. The most ruthless imperial family. Nothing is more ruthless than this. When Lin Yuner was enjoying herself in the imperial guards, suddenly there was another figure in front of her. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and watched. Hong Ying said, "Your Majesty, Lu Gongfeng is here. He just waited for the order from the prince, and he went to help the princess." Lin Yi sighed and said, "Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Go back." He had done his best for this aunt. He didn't owe her anything, so he had a clear conscience. This was what he had been seeking for in his 2 lives. He couldn't force himself to become a walking corpse for power and wealth. Although he was abandoned by his parents in his previous life and was an orphan, he had no fatherly love in this life. But he always believed that as long as everyone gave a little love, the world would become a beautiful place. Because people's hearts are made of flesh and blood. Don't hurt the majority of good people because of a few bad people. The carriage moved forward slowly. Not long after it went, Lin Yi heard someone shouting, "The prince is back! The prince is back!" The horn sounded. The drum sounded loudly. In the end, the roar of the Sanha people drowned out everything. Their backbone is back. Concubine Yuan, who was sitting in the carriage, was startled. Lin Yi's eyes moistened unconsciously. After all, he did not make a mistake. The Sanha people still care about him. Looking at the endless Sanha people kneeling in front of him, he whispered, "Get up and go home tomorrow. Live 1,000 years. 1,000 years. 1,000 years." The voice shook the sky. Hong Kong City, which was already in chaos, was frightened by the roar of the Sanha people. The only comfort for them was that Hong Kong City had a moat, the Juma River in the south, and the Baiyun River in the north. The two unrelated rivers converged together, making Hong Kong City the most dangerous and safest fortress in the world. He Jixiang knelt forward and shouted to concubine Yuan's carriage, "The queen is safe, and the princess is blessed. The queen is safe, and the princess is blessed." Tens of thousands of people shouted together. Concubine Yuan got out of the carriage carefully, looking at the dense crowd in front of her, and was shocked. Her son, the son who once made her feel very disappointed, actually had such a momentum. She always felt that she was dreaming. She was afraid that she would wake up from the dream at any time. If it was really a dream, she hoped that the dream would continue. She slowly raised her white and tender arms, and tried to say, "Stand up. Thank you, madam." She was not disappointed, and she was responded by a thunderous shout. Lin Yi stepped forward, helped her into the carriage, fearing that she would cry again, and said carefully, "Sorry, mother. Please go to the tent to sleep for the time being." After watching his mother's carriage go away, He went directly to the commander's tent. He Jixiang presented the list of casualties this time, looked at Lin Yi's gloomy face, and said nothing. After a long time, Lin Yi said, "More than 3,000 people were killed and wounded. It's really hard for you. More than 1,000 people were killed. The remaining injured barely survived. Most of them were missing arms and legs. Most of them lost their ability to work. They all had elderly parents and children. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Everyone in the tent knelt down together. Lin Yi said, "You have done your best. The fault is not yours. After you go back, no matter how hard it is, I will support them and their families for the rest of their lives. Your Majesty is wise." Everyone said in unison again. Lin Yi said, "We will break camp tomorrow and go home." "Yes, sir." The response echoed in the big tent for a long time. Lin Yi was silent, and went directly to the tent where her mother slept. Concubine Yuan sat in front of a low table, the oil lamp on it swaying, making her even more beautiful. "You're back." Seeing Lin Yi, she just said this lightly. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Are you unhappy that your son is so powerful?" Concubine Yuan sighed. "It's just that I feel more and more sorry." She didn't know if this was an illusion, but she always felt that as long as her son gave an order, Ancom City would be within her grasp. Lin Yi knelt down and said, "Don't worry, Mother. I promise that you will definitely be the Empress Dowager in the future." After hearing this, Concubine Yuan burst into tears again. "Mother." Lin Ning was so scared that she quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Lin Yi could feel that her mother was crying very seriously this time. Without any falsehood, she said in a deep voice, "Please tell me what to do. I will do whatever I want." Concubine Yuan's tears were getting more and more. Finally, she sobbed, "Let your uncle go. Your grandfather and others were forced to do so." Suddenly, she felt that she didn't recognize her son anymore. It wasn't that her son changed too fast, but that an inexplicable fear surrounded her heart. Lin Yi said without hesitation, "Please rest assured, Mother, I will not let you down." After that, he left the tent. He felt so uncomfortable. His mother actually began to distrust him. This was the closest person to him in this world. "Your Highness." Hong Ying leaned over and held the tea tray, and spoke carefully. Lin Yi did not move, and sighed, "I have not changed at all." He suddenly had a premonition. He seemed to be alone now. Chapter 271 Visitors. He is still the same young man as before. No matter how time flies, there is no change. The fire on the mountain outside the south gate was set by the Sanha people, mainly to stop the enemy troops from bypassing the north gate. At this moment, the enemy troops retreated. They began to put out the fire in a hurry, otherwise there would be no place to sleep. There were black ashes everywhere. Many people were black from head to toe. They looked like charcoal heads, and when you smelled them closely, there was even a smell of blood on them. However, the people of Sanha have strict hygiene rules. They cannot drink raw water or bathe in the river at will. Moreover, many people have wounds on their bodies. According to Doctor Hu, bathing in the water at this time is no different from suicide. So what if they are masters of Huajin? Once they fester and maggots grow, even gods cannot save them. Therefore, even though they stink, they only dare to use white wine to barely wipe the wounds, and dare not wash them with water. Lin Yi waved his hand at Shinchu in disdain. "Stay away from me. My nose is really suffering today." The camp was set up in a flat area at the foot of the mountain, and had never experienced a big fire. However, because of the terrain, with a little wind, all the ashes on the mountain fell down. In such a short time, black cigarette ash got into Lin Yi's nose and mouth. His throat was itchy, and all the saliva he spat out was black. Unfortunately, the camp had already been set up. If he moved, tens of thousands of people would move with him. It was really a ripple effect. Yes, Shinchu didn't look in the mirror, so he didn't know what his face looked like now. However, since their prince didn't recognize him at first, he knew that his face must be a mess at this moment. "Prince, what should we do with these prisoners?" Lin Yi sighed. "We'll waste some food to feed them first, and send them back to Nanzhou for labor reform. Nanzhou is in need of people to build roads now, so we can make the best use of them. Also, didn't you blow up the mountain pass? You can ask these people to help repair it, otherwise we won't be able to go back tomorrow. Many of them are soldiers of King Yong and King Jin. If they are released now, they will still be their enemies in the future," He Jixiang said. Your Highness is wise. He had hardly slept for the past 2 days. After today's battle, he was exhausted, but still very excited. He Jixiang, became famous again, and he defeated famous generals of the time like Yang Changchun and Yuan Qing. He had already begun to imagine how the world was going to sing his praises. The sword is still sharp, old, but still strong, old horse in the stable, aspirations to go 1,000 miles, he could accept these words. As long as he is not uneducated like Prince He, and says something like old trees blooming, it will be fine. His biggest hope now is to live until Prince He ascends the throne, so that he can completely avenge his previous shame. Then he can get a posthumous title after his death, and his life will be complete. There is another thing. I don't understand. Lenny asked curiously. Didn't Prince Jean run away? How did he suddenly enter the palace? Pan Duo also did not dare to approach Lenny, and bowed from a distance. Reporting to the prince, it was Quang Daxiang who led 10,000 soldiers to the Prince of Jin to announce the imperial edict. In addition, Mei Jingji had 100,000 troops on his way. So the king of Jin naturally did not dare to act rashly. This unlucky child is really unbelievable, Lenny said with a smile. Each of them has no idea. They obviously don't have the ability, but they insist on taking on porcelain work, making themselves uncomfortable. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. Pan Duo continued. Yu Xiaochen lost his right arm to save the shopkeeper Song in Songcheng. As for the small matter of more than 20 porters and barbers under his command dying, he didn't say much. Lenny frowned and asked, Where are the people? Pan Duo said, They are still in the city and have no chance to come out. As they were talking, there was a noise outside the tent, followed by the sound of dogs barking. Xiao Shizi ran out and ran back in again, saying with a strange look on his face, Your Highness, we caught someone. Lenny asked curiously. Who? Xiao Shizi really wanted the prince to guess, but he didn't have the courage. So he said directly, The 12th prince is here. Who? Lenny suspected that he had heard it wrong. The 12th prince? The Prince of Yong'an. Xiao Shizi repeated. He was caught by our people and is outside. Lenny was stunned for a while and said, Let him in. After a while, a voice came from the door, shouting, I told you a long time ago that I am the Prince of Yong'an. If you treat me like this, I will let my 9th brother chop off your heads. You? And you? None of you can escape. When he arrived at the door of the tent, he saw Lin Yi and burst into tears. Said, Royal brother, I finally see you. As he said that, he was about to throw himself directly onto Lin Yi's lap. Lin Yi frowned. Xiao Shizi hurried over to help Prince Yong'an to the side, and said with a smile, Prince, the road is slippery, you should be careful. Lin Yi smiled and said, My condolences, brother. Prince Yong'an was now covered in dust, and had lost his former elegance. He cried and said, Why should I condole with you? Brother? Lin Yi said. Then why are you crying? Prince Yong'an said, I am happy to see my royal brother. Royal brother? You don't know how hard I've been looking for you. He pointed at the 2 guards standing at the door and said, These 2 bastards don't know me. They scolded me and hit me. Royal brother, you have to help me. Cut off their heads and let me get rid of this bad feeling. The 2 guards knelt down. Lenny waved his hand at them, signaling them to retreat. He only said to Prince Yong'an, You are a prince. Don't you have any manners? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, how did you get out? Did his father show mercy and let all his sons out? When Prince Yong'an heard this, he quickly wiped his nose with his wide sleeves and said with a smile, I came out with my royal brother. Which royal brother? Lin Yi was even more curious. Prince Yong'an said proudly, Of course it was you. My 9th brother. Come out with me. Lin Yi was puzzled. When the hell did I bring you out? Can you be more reliable? Prince Yong'an said happily. Brother. Of course I couldn't come out with you openly. I crawled under the seat of your carriage and lay down. Lin Yi said in surprise. Under my butt? Hong Ying frowned immediately. If there were living people in the carriage, he would definitely not be able to hide it. Prince Yong'an was stared at by Hong Ying and was frightened all over. He hurriedly said to Lin Yi, Brother, you don't know. I have practiced a tortoise breathing skill. So if I hide in your carriage, no one will find it. You are really a talent. Lin Yi was stunned by his operation. Prince Yong'an raised his head and said, It's just a trifle. Not worth mentioning. Lin Yi continued, Don't you want to be the emperor? Just stay in the palace. Maybe it will be your turn sooner or later. It's so chaotic outside. You don't even have a guard. Why are you running around? Although this kid deserves a beating. He is still a child after all. I think what my brother said today is right. My ability is too small. Being an emperor is not suitable for me. Prince Yongin continued. My brother. You didn't see the look in the eyes of the third and fourth brothers. As if they wanted to eat people. I think it's too dangerous to stay in the palace any longer. So I came here to seek refuge with my ninth brother. Lenny said unhappily. Are you so damn sure that I won't kill you? Who can explain your confidence? Prince Yongin shrank his neck and said. It was my mother who asked me to come out. She said that my brother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Among my brothers, you are the most kind and righteous. Your mother, thinking of the birth mother of the 12th prince, concubine Tang, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Daliang. Lin Yi was a little dazed for a moment. She was really beautiful. She was so beautiful. When he was in the palace, his body was filled with the soul of an adult. And he was too precocious. Every time he saw concubine Tang, he was tormented. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem. But his father only favored her. He loved the whole woman. And the 12th prince was also very much liked by his father. This gave the young 12th prince an illusion that he could also compete for the throne. Chapter 272 Hitting the Wall. Old 12 lowered his head and said. Actually, it was my mother who asked me to leave the palace. She said that the third and fourth brothers were not good people. I followed the ninth brother so that I would not be bullied in the future. I thought so. It turned out that it was your mother who asked you to leave. Thinking that concubine Tang was so fond of him, Lin Yi was a little happy. He said to old 12 in a very kind tone. But you are not young anymore. You are also a big boy. You should have your own ideas. Don't listen to your mother in everything. It seems like you are still breastfeeding. Tell your brother what you want to do, and he will definitely help you. At this time, he actually behaved like an elder brother. Lin Yi's attitude made the 12th brother feel like spring breeze. And he said happily, Ninth brother, are you telling the truth? Will you agree to everything I say? Of course. Lin Yi patted his chest and said, I am your brother. How can I cheat you? Don't worry. Just say it boldly, and your brother will definitely respond to your request. He felt that he should show more to concubine Tang. She did not give it to the wrong person. Prince Yongin shouted happily, Brother, I want to return to Yongin to be a vassal. I am a little talented and can't help you much. So I might as well return to Yongin and not cause trouble for you. Return to Yongin to be a vassal? Yes. Prince Yongin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I hope your brother will help me. He Jixiang and others standing next to him began to mourn for Prince Yongin. It's obvious that you don't know your brother. Although it's late at night. You shouldn't have such a beautiful dream. As expected. Prince He cursed. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm a fool? Then, as expected, Prince He kicked. And they were very familiar with that posture. But what they never expected was that Prince He kicked Prince Yongin's leg, which seemed to kick on an iron plate. He held his leg and screamed. The screams echoed everywhere, attracting patrolling soldiers to rush into the tent. Seeing that everything was safe inside, they retreated in dismay. He Jixiang and others then remembered that Prince Yongin was a 5th rank official, and he did not indulge the habit of Prince He. Seeing someone kick him, he instinctively defended himself. What they could not understand was why Prince Yongin, as a royal descendant, was practicing horizontal training at such a young age. Only Ma Gui, who used to be a palace guard, understood that Prince Yongin was the same as the monks in Baiyun Temple. And they all heard Prince He's story. Prince He said, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are afraid of kitchen knives. Killing people is not a skill. But not being killed is the real skill. After hearing this, the two of them were determined to practice martial arts such as stabbing the throat with a steel spear, breaking stones with their chests, and breaking wooden sticks with their arms. The ultimate goal was to practice the golden bell cover and iron claw shirt to the extreme and reach the realm of being invulnerable to swords and guns. In the future, even if he cannot beat others, he will not be beaten to death. In fact, Prince Yongin is not bad. After all, he is a royal descendant. He has many skills to choose from. Although he has a special liking for the golden bell cover and the iron shirt, he still practices other skills. He has reached the 5th rank at a young age. The monk is pitiful. He is obviously better at Qigong and Lion Roar. But he carries water up and down the mountain every day. After so many years, others are at least 7th and 8th ranks. And even the blind man is already a grandmaster. The monk is still hanging around the 3rd rank. At this moment, Ma Gui certainly felt sorry for Prince, he who was sitting on the chair holding his foot and screaming in pain. But he saw Honging with a gloomy face towards Prince Yong'an. I feel even more sorry for Prince Yong'an. Because Prince Yong'an is the victim. The motto of their prince is, fool one person at a time. He didn't understand the connotation of fool before, but now he really understands it. Because he is the only sober person in the palace. You bastard! Lenny screamed in pain, while cursing. Brother, how have I ever let you down? You repay kindness with enmity. He just kicked Prince Yong'an's leg, and he only felt, it hurts. It's obviously a leg. Why can't I feel the flesh? He almost had the illusion of kicking a robot. Royal brother. Prince Yong'an had no words to say. It was you who kicked me. I wanted to yell. Why don't you say you were a waste? How can you blame me? Do you have any shame? But he didn't dare, and could only cry and say, I didn't mean it. Lenny said unhappily. If it wasn't intentional, then it was intentional. I really didn't mean that. Prince Yong'an didn't know how to defend himself. Lenny rubbed his feet again and again. Finally it didn't hurt so much, and he breathed a sigh of relief. You want to be a vassal. It's better to be an emperor, which is more realistic. Yong'an was already in his hand, and it was impossible to make him spit it out. Brother, calm down. Prince Yong'an said hurriedly. I will follow your lead from now on. I will do whatever you say. Ah, I don't want to bother with you. Lenny put his feet down, took Xiao Shizi's teacup, took a sip and said, How is the prince now? Prince Yong'an said. The prince was imprisoned in the Dali temple by his father. Lu Chagong, the prefect of Ankong City, was torn to pieces by a chariot. Shenai, the commander of the military department, and the left and right Shaoqing of the Dali temple were executed by slow slicing. The prince's in-laws, Lu Sishi's entire family was executed, and the queen couldn't stand the shock, and she hanged herself in the cold palace. Ah, Lenny sighed. He is still the same, never showing mercy when killing people. Prince Yong'an said timidly. Father is very angry this time. Lenny then asked, Has your 3rd brother left the palace? Prince Yong'an said. Jingyi, the head of Jijiao Temple, has entered the palace. I believe that father will not make things too difficult for the 3rd brother. Jingyi is in the palace? Lenny was shocked. Yes, Prince Yong'an said immediately. As soon as the 3rd brother entered the palace, Jingyi followed him. Jijiao Temple. Lenny snorted coldly. Their hands are getting longer and longer, and they don't even know their surnames anymore. He felt an indescribable disgust for Jijiao Temple. That's right. That's right, Prince Yong'an said. Mother said that the world belongs to the Lin family, and Jijiao Temple is nothing. Lenny smiled and said, Yes, this Dalian kingdom is yours, and it is also ours. But in the end it is mine. Some people can rely on their fathers, but some people can rely on their mothers. He found that his mother seemed a little inferior to concubine Tang. When Prince Yong'an heard this, he was stunned for a long time. And then he smiled awkwardly. My royal brother is wise. Lenny asked. You said it so reluctantly? Do you have any objection? Prince Yong'an hurriedly said. I dare not. Lenny patted his shoulder and said. Old 12. From childhood to adulthood, your brother has never treated you badly. And it is the same now. So don't let your brother down. Follow your royal brother's teachings. Prince Yong'an finally lowered his back. Chapter 273. Serving the man with beauty. Do you feel wronged? Lenny suddenly asked. No, my brother misunderstood me. Prince Yong'an hurriedly said. I am so happy to see you. My brother. You are only 15 this year, right? Lenny asked. To answer my brother's question, Prince Yong'an said with a wry smile. I am 16 this year. That's not bad either. Lenny said with a smile. When you were 10 years old, you had set up the lofty ambition of becoming an emperor. You were young at that time, no one took your words seriously, and no one cared about you. But you have grown up. Don't have such a beautiful dream. Your maternal family is weak. You have no background in the army, and you yourself have no ability. So don't do things you shouldn't do. My brother is right. Prince Yong'an lowered his head even more. His grandfather was just a small prefect, and it was good enough that he didn't drag him down. How could he dare to expect to help him? As for the generals in the army, he did learn to respect the wise and humble. But no one was willing to pay attention to him. His mother once told him, "I have a good appearance, and I have been favored by the emperor from a humble background." Now he finally understood what his mother meant. Serving a man with beauty will not last long. His son will also be looked down upon. Okay, I won't say any more. When we return to Sanha, if you don't make trouble, I won't make things difficult for you. Lenny yawned. If you make things difficult for me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thank you, my brother. Prince Yong'an sighed secretly in his heart. Then he followed Xiao Shizi out. After Lenny left, he said to Hong Ying, "Jingyi is in Ankang City. I think things won't be that simple. You and the blind man don't have to guard me at night. Go to the door of the queen and the princess and guard it." Hong Ying bowed and agreed. Anything involving the queen and the princess, with the prince, cannot be discussed. Before leaving the tent, he called Yi Qiu to his side and explained everything to him. At night, the officers and soldiers patrolling with hunting dogs were giving commands from time to time, and any suspicious person would be carefully checked and would not be let go, including the butcher. The command is correct. Lu Kan, holding a torch, approached the butcher and looked at him again and again. "What's your name?" "Kanzi, you don't even recognize me?" The butcher rubbed his hands on his face again and again, hoping to wipe off the black ash on his face, so that Lu Kan could take a closer look. "I, Jiang Dasheng, your father Lu Duo, grandfather Lu Banzi. Damn, my face is dirty, you can't recognize me, and my voice, you still can't hear it?" "Jiang Dasheng?" Lu Kan was still confused. Jiang the butcher who sells pork on West Street. Zhu Rorong, who followed Jiang the butcher to relieve himself, couldn't help but interrupt. Yes, I am Jiang the butcher." Jiang the butcher was helpless. There were very few people in Baiyun City who knew his name. But the name Jiang the butcher was well known. "So it's Uncle Jiang," Lu Kan said with a smile. "It's dark, and everyone is dirty. It's really hard to recognize you." Jiang the butcher said unhappily. "Damn it, we're on the same street, and I watched you grow up. What's so hard to recognize you?" Lu Kan bowed and said, "Uncle Jiang, please be more considerate. Goodbye." Then he led the officers and soldiers to continue patrolling at night. The butcher couldn't help but spit on the ground, and said angrily, "This is getting worse and worse. Marrying your daughter to such a person?" He was not happy now. "Okay, it's my duty. No complaints." Zhu Rorong supported him again and said, "Hurry up and get well, or I will be tortured to death by you. I have to stay up all night, and he has to accompany me. There is really no way," the butcher said. "Doctor who said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. But it's not that fast. I can't move around. I don't want to be a cripple. You are so troublesome. I really don't want to care about you." When they arrived at the root of a tree that had been burned to charcoal, Zhu Rorong put him on the ground and lay him down. The butcher sighed. "If we really go back tomorrow, it's a pity. We have spent so much effort. But we haven't seen what Ankang City looks like," Zhu Rorong said. "You haven't heard that there are more than 200,000 people in the city. Even if we have 4 arms, we are no match for them. You are trying to boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige." Wang Xiaoshuan, who lost 2 teeth on the battlefield, not only had a lisp when speaking, but also had a terrible pain in his mouth. Zhu Rorong snorted coldly. "If you are strong, go ahead. I will listen to the prince and go home. I have been away from home for so long. I really miss home." Li Sanyang sighed. "We can still go back. But some people can't go back. They never thought that so many people would die in the war," Liang Qingshu said calmly. "Before coming out, everyone was prepared for this. Just accept your fate." Jiang Xixi looked at Huang Daoji, the owner of the blacksmith shop, who was also gathered around the fire, and said, "The armor of the Jizhou cavalry is really good. I couldn't cut through it even after 3 attempts. In the end, I had to stab it in the neck. If I was a little slower, they would have surrounded me, and I would have been chopped into mincemeat. I wouldn't have had a chance to talk to you. It's nothing like our armor. Damn it. It was shot through with 1 arrow." Huang Daoji said in a deep voice, "I'm not as good as them. I admit it. After I go back, I will naturally apologize to the good Lord. You don't need to say more." Liang Qingshu shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. What's there to apologize for? We in Sanha have only really started to make armor in the past few years. It's not easy to achieve this level." Everyone was silent. They admitted that Liang Qinshu was telling the truth. Li Sanyang waved her hands irritably and said, "Okay. Go to bed quickly. We have to travel tomorrow." The scales of the armor were made by Huang Daoji's blacksmith shop, but they were sewn by her clothing shop. Jiang Xixi mentioned this issue, which made her unconsciously irritated. Many people died because of this, and she was also responsible. Zhu Rorong followed. "Go to sleep." After saying that, he laid down on the ashes with his clothes on. There was no conversation all night. The next day, before dawn, Lenny got up from the hard wooden bed. He yawned and looked at the rising sun. After Xiao Shizi brought water, he simply washed up, and then asked, "Has the queen woke up?" Xiao Shizi said, "The queen and the princess woke up a long time ago and have finished their meal." Lenny nodded, ate something casually, and went to his mother's tent. Concubine Yuan's hair was in disarray. Her clothes were covered in black and white, and she was holding a mirror with a frown on her face. Lenny bowed and said, "I'm sorry that you have wronged me." Concubine Yuan sighed. "Now that things have come to this, what can we say?" Lenny said cautiously. "You don't want to go to Sanha with your son?" Concubine Yuan asked. "Do you know that Master Lu Ci's entire family was executed?" Lenny hesitated and said, "I only heard about it yesterday." "Then how can I rest assured about your uncle and your grandfather?" Concubine Yuan asked back. Chapter 274 Frozen Age. Lenny sat down at the table in front of my mother, then filled the teacup, pushed it in front of my mother and said, "Have some tea first. You're just thinking about things so early in the morning. Please rest assured, Mother, as long as my son is still alive, my uncle's family will be fine, and my son can guarantee it." "Really?" Concubine Yuan did not take the tea, but still asked. "As the saying goes, when a rabbit dies, the fox mourns, and when the Ji burns, the Hui sighs. This palace and the queen have always been at odds, but when I think of Lu Cix's family, when I think of the queen, I can't sleep all night." Lenny smiled and said, "The Yuan family is loyal to my father, and my father naturally trusts them, so mother, don't worry too much. Of course, if it was Prince Yong who ascended the throne, it would be hard to say. Prince Yong wanted to kill him, and would not give him face. So it was entirely possible that he would kill his entire maternal family in the end." "Yes." Lin Ning also hurriedly followed to comfort him. "Your Majesty is right. Father relies a lot on my maternal grandfather and uncle. Don't let your imagination run wild." Concubine Yuan stood up, and with the help of Lin Ning, she walked to the door of the tent, looking at the tall walls of Hong Kong City in the distance under the sun. She sighed and said, "I only went south with your maternal grandfather when I was young. After entering the palace, I never left the palace again." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. "Mother." Lin Ning took out a handkerchief to wipe her. Lenny said with a stiff face, "Don't worry, Mother. As long as your son is here, you will not be wrong when you go south. I remember what you said. You once thought of traveling the world with a sword. When the world is stable, I will arrange for you to travel from south to north, from east to west, and see the mountains and rivers in the world." Concubine Yuan said helplessly, "That was just a stupid thing I said before. It's hard for you to remember it." Lenny smiled and said, "I took it seriously. Besides, I am so filial and came all the way to pick you up. You shouldn't be so embarrassed. It will hurt me. You are the only one who can talk nonsense." Concubine Yuan glared at him. While the mother and son were talking, Hong Ying came over. Lin Yi knew something was wrong, so he said goodbye to Concubine Yuan and walked to a hill with Hong Ying. He watched the groups of people coming from the south. Wang Tuozi pointed at the big flag in the distance and said, "Your Highness, that's the flag of Prince Yong." Lenny said, "Is this to pick up Prince Yong?" Wang Tuozi said, "Your Highness, I don't know, but I saw from afar that the leader was Yi Jinyu, the saint of Jizhou Temple. Damn it, Jizhou Temple really wants to get involved in everything." Lenny said helplessly, "Grandmaster, didn't you say that firing thousands of arrows at once would make her retreat? How about we try it?" Yi Qiu said lightly, "Your Highness, we don't have that many archers in Sanha. Do you think I don't know?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. "You're the only one who likes to tell the truth. He just wanted to find someone to talk to." Yi Qiu smiled awkwardly. The flag of the Yongwang army was getting closer and closer to Hong Kong City. Wang Tuozi suddenly pointed at the south gate of Hong Kong City and said, "Your Majesty, the city gate is open." When Lin Yi looked over, The suspension bridge over the Juma River had been lowered. Then, he saw Yongwang riding out of the city, followed by a man in plain clothes, and with a shiny bald head. After Yongwang joined the army, he also stopped his horse, and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had a feeling that the bald man was also looking at him. Lin Yi said, "I'm afraid she is Jing Yi." Pan Duo said, "Your Majesty, he is Jingquan, the head monk of Jizhao Temple." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "Whether she is Jing Yi or Jingquan, sooner or later, she will warm my bed. Your Majesty, it is said that she is over 70 years old." Yi Qiu suddenly said coldly, "You have been talking too much recently." Lin Yi looked at him fiercely. "Your Majesty, calm down." Yi Qiu saw Hong Ying also looking over, and hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Lin Yi saw that King Yong had no intention of leaving, so he climbed onto the donkey and said with a smile, "Let's go and say hello to King Yong. As a human being, we should be polite. He is my brother. If Jingquan is really as powerful as the legend says, whether he goes or not, the result is actually the same." Hong Ying hesitated for a moment, then led the reins in front, with the blind man and Yi Qiu guarding on both sides. And behind him were 3,000 cavalrymen who quickly assembled, spreading their wings, and heading towards the army of Prince Yong. The soldiers of Prince Yong drew their bows, and Prince Yong waved to the soldiers behind him, and all the bows were put away. Han Long and others in Ankong City watched the confrontation between Prince Yong and Prince He, and they couldn't help but get excited and almost shouted, "Fight! Fight! Third brother! It's really like a long time since we last met." Lin Yi rode on the donkey and waved lazily at Prince Yong. "I didn't expect that brother could come out today. It's really a cause for celebration." While speaking, he inadvertently glanced at the woman behind Prince Yong. Because of concubine 1 and the eldest princess, he was not surprised at all when he saw such a frozen age girl again. She is obviously an old lady, but she doesn't look old and is very beautiful. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, my ninth brother," the king of Yong said with a sinister look. "Brother, you are judging others by your own standards." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. "Brother, I hope you can come out the most. Otherwise, I will be bored without an opponent. The longer you live, the happier I will be." "Hey, who is the beauty behind you? Won't you introduce me?" "Your Highness, I have heard of your great name for a long time." The woman behind the king of Yong finally spoke. She held the Buddha's dust and bowed slightly to Lin Yi. "I am Jingquan, the poor nun, and I pay my respects to your Highness." "You are welcome. You are welcome." Lin Yi stared at Jingquan's shining bald head and said with a smile, "The master is so pretty. I don't know. Where are you going to become a nun and practice?" King Yong scolded. "King He, be careful with your words." Everyone behind him was stunned by King He's words. How dare you be so frivolous in front of the Grand Master? But what was unexpected was that Jingquan was not angry, still had a gentle expression, and bowed to Lin Yi and said, "Your Highness, you are joking." "I am not joking. Nun Tai is as beautiful as a flower. It's a pity for her to become a nun and practice." Lin Yi smiled on his face, but in fact he was very nervous. If the other party suddenly attacked, can Hong Ying and the blind man and others withstand it? "King He, don't go too far," King Yong said in a deep voice. "Okay, let's not talk too much. I wish you a safe trip back to Yongzhou." Lin Yi bowed and said, "When I have time, I will definitely go to Yongzhou to see you." Yongwang snorted coldly. "I hope you have this opportunity. Brother, just wait." Lin Yi looked at Yongwang riding away on his horse, and Jingquan walking away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 275 King Kong Terrace. After returning to the camp, he drank 2 cups of tea in succession, and then snorted coldly. "Jizaoan is really powerful. He was able to force my father to bow his head and bring Prince Yong out." He Jixiang said in a deep voice. "Based on my understanding of your majesty, I am afraid it will be difficult to cover this matter." Lin Yi said, "All under heaven is the land of the king. All the people in the world are the king's subjects. Jizaoan's behavior is equivalent to slapping my father in the face. If he can tolerate it, it would be a miracle. But there are 2 great masters in Jizhao Temple. You have to bear it even if you can't help it. Right? Otherwise." He Jixiang shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, do you know which royal temple is in Liang State?" "Of course, it is the White Horse Temple 20 miles outside the North City Gate." Lin Yi blurted out. "Mister, he is too contemptuous of me. How could he not even know this? No. He Jixiang bowed to Lin Yi and said, there is only one real royal temple in Dalian State. That is Jingangtai. And every abbot is the national teacher of Liang State. National teacher? Lin Yi said in surprise. Why don't I know? He had never heard of it. He Jixiang said. Emperor Gaozu was poor when he was young. He had to herd cattle at a young age. However, he was the youngest in the family, and was very favored. However, there were unexpected events. At that time, the plague was rampant in Chuzhou. His parents died one after another, and his life became uncertain. He and his brother each made a living. He drifted to Baocheng, Yuzhou. He was alone and had no one to rely on. He entered a temple and became a monk. At that time, Jingangtai was just a small temple with only 5 or 6 people. Lin Yi said in surprise. Did Emperor Gaozu become a monk in Jingangtai? He had been curious before, and had read some historical books about Emperor Gaozu. However, the book does not contain any specific details about Emperor Gaozu's becoming a monk. That's right. He Jixiang continued. Emperor Gaozu was a humble man, hardworking and studious, and it took him only 2 years to enter the 3rd rank, which can be said to be a natural talent. Afterwards, there was a severe drought in Baocheng, and the tenants of Jingangtai could not pay the rent, and the monks had nowhere to beg for alms, so they had no choice but to go down the mountain. Emperor Gaozu felt sorry for the hardships of the people's lives, joined the righteous army, and then fought in the south and the north, and finally won the world. After Emperor Gaozu ascended the throne, he was grateful for the kindness of Jingangtai, and rebuilt Jingangtai, until Emperor Guz was heartbroken by the death of concubine Jin. He gave up the throne and became a monk at Jingangtai. His son Emperor Yuanxue ascended the throne and visited Jingangtai many times, hoping to meet his son. But Emperor Guz had been in seclusion and refused to meet Emperor Yuanxue. Emperor Yuanxue had no choice but to make Jingangtai a royal temple. After that, all emperors visited Jingangtai and worshipped. Every abbot of Jingangtai was also the national teacher of our Dalian kingdom. It was just because Jingangtai was secluded and never cared about the secular world, and no abbot had ever entered the capital. It was normal that the prince did not know. However, according to convention, every emperor would choose to send talented royal or official children to the King Kong Terrace for training. The second prince, Prince Pingchuan, Ye Yudao, your uncle Yuan Qing, and Jizhou General Kuang Daxiang all came from the King Kong Terrace. These words not only stunned Lin Yi, but also shocked Shenchu and Jizhou beside him, especially Pan Duo. He finally understood why the porters he sent to Baocheng disappeared one by one. Lin Yi pondered for a while and said, but Jizhou Temple is so powerful, and I haven't seen their King Kong Terrace do anything? He Jixiang shook his head and said, Your Majesty, if there was no King Kong Terrace, I'm afraid Jizhou Temple would not look for Prince Yong. Lin Yi pondered for a while, and finally got something. From what you said, if it wasn't for the King Kong Terrace, Jizhou Temple would definitely establish itself as a king, such as looking for Tang Ke, and Prince Yong would have no chance at all. He Jixiang said, Your Majesty is wise. Lin Yi said again, but I heard that there is only one Grand Master Wuxiang in Jingangtai. How can he be relied upon by me to fight against Jizhou Temple? He Jixiang said, the details of Jingangtai are unknown to the world. We only know that there is one Wuxiang master. According to my guess, if there is only one Grand Master, Jizhou Temple would have bullied them long ago. It is impossible for them to keep it to themselves. Lin Yi sighed. Alas, what you said makes my brain a little insufficient. There are new surprises every day. Hong Ying bowed and said, Your Highness, there is something I have never told you. When I accompanied you into the palace, I stood at the gate of the Golden Palace and felt a solemn atmosphere. I have fought with the people from Jizhou Temple, and am familiar with Lu Gongfeng. They are definitely not theirs. Now that Mr. He said this, I think it might be someone from Jingangtai. This aura is too similar to Nie Yudao. The blind man said, The night I entered the palace, I also felt that someone was watching me. I am definitely not a match for him. Lin Yi sighed. So, there is more than one Grandmaster in the palace? Hong Ying hesitated and said, According to my observation, it is probably so. Lin Yi was shocked and said, Has the princess come out? Hong Ying shook his head and said, I don't know. Lin Yi sighed. Never mind. Pass the order down. Break camp and go home. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. The horn sounded in the Sana camp. Break the camp. The flag officer waved the flag and rode back and forth in the Sanha camp that stretched for several miles. Finally, the shouting became, "Go home! Go home! Go home!" Everyone followed suit. Concubine Yuan, who was lying in the tent, was startled awake. Lin Ning hurried over to comfort her. "Mother, my brother ordered us to go back to Sanha, and I am sorry to disturb you," Concubine Yuan said sleepily. "Sanha is a hot place. I am afraid that I will not be able to bear it after going there. It is better not to go," Lin Ning said. "Mother, my brother came all the way here just to take you and me back. If I don't go, my brother will definitely be worried. The most important point," she didn't say, "is that if they were caught by others, they would definitely use them as bargaining chips to threaten her brother. According to her understanding of her brother, for their sake, her brother would definitely compromise. That would harm my brother." Concubine Yuan sighed. "Do you think I don't know this? I'm just worried about your grandmother and the old lady. And your brother has changed so much that I can't recognize him," Lin Ning defended. "My brother has never changed." Concubine Yuan shook her head. "You are so young, how can you understand these things? What I regret most is that I didn't let you get married earlier, otherwise you wouldn't have to suffer this puppy life with me." Lin Ning took her arm and said, "Mother, I will never get married and stay by your side all my life." "Nonsense." Concubine Yuan rubbed her head lovingly. Chapter 276 Humiliation. After the maids packed up the boxes, Honging brought Xiao Shizi to help carry them onto the carriage. These things could not be delegated to men outside. However, Concubine Yuan was born into a military family. From the queen mother to her mother, her aunts were all military heroines. She had been playing in the military camp since she was a child. So she was generous and casual. She didn't even wear a veil. She went straight out of the tent and jumped onto the carriage. Looking at her son, who was smiling foolishly at her on a donkey in front of her, she became angrier and angrier. Even though she was her biological mother, she was puzzled like many others. How could such a coward who was neither good at literature nor martial arts occupy 7 states and lead the army to the north? Then she chatted and laughed with the emperor in the Qinzheng palace. "Mother, I want to ride a horse." Lin Ning directly snatched the reins from Xiao Shizi's hand, jumped on the horse, and said with a smile, "The carriage is stuffy. I won't sit in it." She grew up with Concubine Yuan since she was a child, and she followed Concubine Yuan's temperament, but was more influenced by Lin Yi, and did not have a deep-rooted great barrier between men and women. What a disgrace. Concubine Yuan rolled her eyes at her and got into the carriage, saying nothing more. As the sun slowly rose, 1,000 cavalrymen from the vanguard camp led the way, and Lin Yi followed slowly on a donkey. When they reached Rishan-Sandan, they finally walked out of the fire area, entering the prosperous township area. The people here had dealt with the Sanha people once before. They liked these southern barbarians who speak for money very much, as long as they dared to say no. These southern barbarians carrying big knives would throw silver at their faces, humiliate them with silver. Are they the kind of people who can bow down for this little bit of silver? Of course not. They wanted to kneel down directly. These gentlemen were too cute. Moreover, these southern barbarians have some funny sayings. As long as everyone talks about money, the world will become a beautiful world. Fighting and killing are not environmentally friendly. It sounds really vulgar, but it seems to make sense. As long as everyone only talks about money and does not use swords, wouldn't the world be peaceful? In some towns, Sanha's army or civilians pass by almost every day, but usually no more than 10 days. In the end, everything will return to peace. But some people are unwilling to accept it. Some food vendors and women who do laundry and mending simply push wheelbarrows and follow the Sanha people. Wherever the Sanha people go, they go there. Some towns even set up points on the roads they had to pass through in advance after hearing the news that the southern barbarians were about to arrive, and place their old hens, fat pigs, goats, and other livestock and poultry at the intersections for sale. Wherever the Sanha people passed by, there was a joyous atmosphere, as if they were going to the market during the spring festival. For officers, soldiers, and civilians, they did not have to wait for the big stove to cook every day. They could eat whatever they wanted, especially when they were camping in the wild mountains and wilderness. In the middle of the night, when it was quiet, they could have a bowl of hot dumplings, which made them very happy. However, as a result, Many people's wallets are becoming increasingly empty. You know that a poor family can be rich on the road? It's normal to spend more money. Why do you look so sad? Zhu Rorong comforted the butcher next to him. You have been injured for 100 days. It's time to replenish your body. Is it too much to eat an old hen a day? Humph, the butcher said unhappily. I only drank a little soup. Where did the chicken go? Zhu Rorong laughed. Soup is nutritious, and the meat can't be wasted, so I ate it for you reluctantly. Hey, then tell me, what kind of chicken is it? And it only costs 1 tael of silver. After all these days, I have lost 10 taels of silver. If it weren't for his injury and inconvenience in moving, the butcher really wanted to quarrel with Zhu Rorong. Brother, there are ginseng, angelica, and deer antlers in it, Zhu Rorong said with a smile. I am afraid of getting hurt, so I prepared it for myself. It's because you are hurt that I am willing to give it to you. I would not be happy if I gave it to others. Damn it, you dare to say ginseng, it's all root hair. The butcher's face turned black. Brother, you still don't believe me when I say you haven't seen the world, Zhu Rorong said carelessly. Ask the shopkeeper Liang if that little bit of ginseng whisker is worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. Liang Qingshu leaned against a big tree and had not participated in the quarrel between the two. Seeing Zhu Rorong pointing at him, he smiled and said, Brother, ginseng grows in extremely cold places. A thumb-sized ginseng probably takes decades to grow. It probably won't be worth at least 100 or 10 taels of silver. Even that little bit of ginseng whisker, I estimate, is about 1 or 2 taels of silver. Look! Finally someone said something fair. Zhu Rorong spread his hands and said, Besides, ginseng can prolong life. I have thought about it. I must save 2 in the future. Just in case. The butcher sighed. I'll have a big meal tomorrow. Old hens, ginseng and other things. You guys should keep them for yourselves. I can't afford them. You don't feel any changes these days? Zhu Rorong grinned. That stuff can really nourish the kidneys and strengthen the young. It's really useful. The butcher's eyes lit up and said, Really? No wonder I always feel that there is always heat in my lower abdomen recently. Zhu Rorong said proudly. Hee hee. Then do you think this 1 or 2 taels of silver are expensive? Not expensive. Not expensive. The butcher bowed and said politely. Then I'll have to trouble my brother to make soup for me for a few more days. I feel that this injury needs to be consolidated. Li Sanyang beside him laughed. The Sana army has been marching for more than 20 days, and has officially entered Wuzhou. Where is that old bastard Mei Jingji? This is the issue that Lin Yi has been most concerned about in recent days. Neither entering the capital, nor returning to Nanling. Are they just staying in Jizhou? Damn it, are there no fees for so many people to eat? Shinchu said. Your Majesty, Mei Jingji's army is still not moving. Humph. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at the listless Yong'an king, who was riding a horse next to him. Old 12, brother will give you a chance. Do you want it? Please speak. My royal brother. The Yong'an king was scared by Lin Yi's tricks, and didn't believe that anything good could happen to him. Lin Yi said with a smile. Aren't you going to be a vassal? Prince Yong'an said hurriedly. You are joking. My brother. No kidding. Lin Yi spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth. I will be a vassal in Yong'an, but I have to do something for my brother, take the lead, and take Wuzhou for my brother. My brother. Prince Yong'an was confused, and did not understand what Lin Yi meant. Lin Yi shouted. Pass the order down. If anyone dares to assassinate Prince Yong'an in Jinling City, enter the city to arrest the assassin, and those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Yes. My order. The generals accepted the order happily. Lin Yi patted Prince Yong'an on the shoulder and said, Go with them. If nothing goes wrong, you can go to Fengshui River with me tomorrow. The sound of oars and lights stretch for 10 miles. Singing girls play in the muddy waves in flower boats. It's a little exciting to think about it. Chapter 277 Envy. Your Majesty. Please. Jizhua raised his hand. King Yong'an knew that it would be useless to say more. So he simply waved his whip and followed the Sanha cavalry. The army was divided into 2 wings, and a blank area with clear barriers appeared between the 2 armies. King Yong'an ran and found that he had actually run to the closest side, and became the leader of the army. It was impressive, but also dangerous, if the news reached the ears of his father, King Yong, King Nanling and others. I don't know what they would think of me. The civilians who were swaying slowly behind the cavalry heard that the army was going to attack Jinling, and they all galloped without hesitation, hoping that the cavalry would not capture the city so quickly. 2,000 Sanha cavalry suddenly appeared at the foot of Jinling City, and found that the gates of Jinling City were closed. It's just as expected. Shinchu smiled and shook his head. As long as the Wuzhou general is not a drunkard, he will always pay attention to the whereabouts of their Sanha army. It is also reasonable to close the city gates at this moment. He Jixiang squinted his eyes, and looked at the countless rolling logs and stones piled on the city wall. He snorted coldly. Bury the pot and cook, and attack the city after sunset. Since Jinling City has already made preparations for a desperate resistance, there is no reason to talk. He respectfully invited Prince Yong'an to come up. Jinling City has just interrogated foreign traders, but has not yet been disciplined. Since then, the scholars have been angry, and the people have become more resentful. One man raises his arm, and the whole state responds with unison. After Prince Yong'an finished reading the manifesto written by He Jixiang, gongs and drums roared, and the flag officers galloped in the camp. In the evening, there were more than 10,000 officers and soldiers, and more than 10,000 civilians under the city of Jinling. On the city, while the officers and soldiers under the city were anxious, the horns of Sanha sounded. The Sanha people held up their shields, step by step, approached the moat about 10 feet wide, and kept swinging their swords to cut off the flying arrows. Then two people in a group placed the long ladders in their hands across the moat, and quickly crossed the river. The Jinling defenders on the city wall looked at the Sanha people getting closer and closer, and waited for someone to give the order to push the pounding stones on the battlements and smash them into pieces. However, before they could push the pounding stones down, they suddenly heard continuous bangs, and their feet shook suddenly, as if the earth was shaking. Before they knew anything, a choking smoke rose in front of them. Then they heard panic shouting. The city gate is broken. Run for your life. The barbarians are coming. All kinds of screams were heard. When they just turned their heads to look at the situation in the city, they suddenly felt a warmth on their necks. When they looked down, red blood had already flowed down to their chests. Lin Yi did not enter the city on the second day as planned. When he arrived at the Fengshui River, it was already the third day. The Sanha people set off too much explosives, causing fires in residential buildings, so the first thing they did after entering the city was to put out the fire. The fire that spread throughout the entire North Gate took nearly 2 days to put out. There are still many ruins smoking, and the Fengshui River is filled with smoke. Lin Yi's imagined wine, music, dancing, and music have all become extravagant dreams. He feels that his life is too hard. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Lin Yi sighed to the Prince of Yong'an beside him. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to invite you. It's just that the situation is like this. There's not even a pleasure boat in business. You and I are brothers, and this is our destiny. At the same time, he was glad that he saved a sum of money. It's better to be happy alone than to share happiness with others. Your Majesty, you are too polite. Prince Yong'an lowered his head. It is my blessing to serve you. Your Majesty, he thought to himself, you have occupied the entire Jinling City. Is it so difficult to get the pleasure boat to open the door? Ankong City is better. Lin Yi fell into memories of the past. Your brother was also known as a flower that surpasses the crabapple in the South City, but unfortunately, fate played tricks on me. I ended up in Sanha, and now I am all alone. It is really hard to bear. Prince Yong'an lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, you are too polite. Your Majesty is at the peak of his career. How can you say that you are a flower that surpasses the crabapple? Why can't you say that? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, Am I not worthy of your brother? After hearing this, Prince Yong'an was choked, and said helplessly, Your Majesty is right. He Jixiang next to him almost couldn't help laughing. I really feel a bit sorry for Prince Yong'an. Meeting a person like the prince, who is ignorant and unskilled, there is really nothing I can do. I actually took a pear blossom overshadowing a crabapple. As a compliment. Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly and continued. Brother, I promised you that I would let you return to Yong'an to be a vassal. But there is one thing you have to understand. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. We have to pay for food, drink, and defecation. Right? Your brother leads so many people, there are places to spend money everywhere, brother. Can you understand it? Your Majesty is right. Prince Yong'an said with a depressed face. Let your Majesty know that my younger brother left in a hurry, really. Don't rush to pay. Lin Yi waved his hand generously. When you arrive in Wulin City, your brother will find you a house to live in. You can use the firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea first. We will put it in the account. Just don't cheat in the future. Of course, the most important thing is, as a man, we should be upright and self-reliant. Not always rely on others. And learn to wash clothes and cook by ourselves. Although Prince Yongin felt uncomfortable, he still smiled and said, "My royal brother is wise. From childhood to adulthood, he has never done housework. Let him wash clothes and cook by himself." He really wanted to yell, "I might as well kill me directly." However, he still didn't have the courage. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. We are brothers. Even if you fall one day, I will still help you up after laughing. Lenny patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Sometimes I envy you. You are so young. And you have such a good brother like me. My royal brother is right." Yongin wanted to cry, but had no tears. He only knew that his brother was shameless. But he never expected that he would be so shameless. Seeing that his brothers had almost finished chatting, He Jixiang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Wuzhou Governor Peng Guishuo and General Pang Geng want to see you." Lenny said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether they meet or not. The most important thing is their attitude. Assassinating Prince Yongin is tantamount to treason. It can't be pardoned just by saying so. Now that I haven't harmed their wives and children, they should be laughing secretly." He Jixiang said, "Your Majesty is merciful." Lenny looked at Prince Yongin and said, "Do you think you should pardon him?" Prince Yongin said, "My brother is very dull. And everything is decided by my brother." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. Then follow Mr. He to kill the arrogance of these old gentlemen. Anyone who disrespects you, don't be polite. I will follow my brother's instructions." Prince Yongin bowed and followed He Jixiang. Chapter 278 Extras. The summer Fengshui River is rippling with blue waves. And the breeze is blowing. Lenny said with a smile. "Such good weather, if you don't have some fun, it seems like a wasted trip. Where are the Queen and the Princess?" The Queen and the Princess are in the back hall of the prefectural government office. Xiao Shizi immediately understood what Lin Yi meant, and said with a smile, "I will arrange a cruise ship right away. Please ask the Queen and the Princess to move." Lin Yi nodded. "This is the benefit of having trusted subordinates. As long as you say something casually, someone can understand your intentions and run errands for you. This feeling is still very good." Xiao Shizi is a person close to concubine Yuan, but he often follows Lin Yi in and out of the red light districts, so he is naturally familiar with the small matter of arranging a cruise ship. Jinling City has fallen, and the Sanhe army has strict military discipline, and no one is harmed, but many families still keep their doors closed, and will not go out unless they have to. He can't follow the usual method, so he directly finds the local snake. Jinling City Prefect Shinjuanru. Prince Yongin sits high in the governor's office, and there are dozens of people kneeling below. All of them are Wuzhou military and political officials. He said something cautiously in front of He Jixiang, and seeing that He Jixiang did not mean to object, he became more bold. Every time he paused, the people below echoed him, shouting that the prince was wise. Prince Yongin became more and more proud. Shinjuanru also knelt in the hall. And from time to time he flattered Prince Yongin with Wuzhou Governor Peng Guishuo and General Pang Geng. Suddenly, the hall became quiet. He raised his head carefully and found that Prince Yongin, who had been talking non-stop, had stopped talking and was looking at him. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw a pair of black boots in front of him. "Sir Shin, please go out with me." "Yes." Shinjuanru didn't know who was talking. But the one who could make Prince Yongin afraid to speak casually was definitely not an ordinary person. He followed him out of the hall timidly. Then he heard Prince Yongin scolding the assassin again. "What do you want? Eunuch?" Shinjuanru didn't know the name of the white-faced eunuch in front of him. However, he had seen this eunuch from a distance when he went into the city with the prince. Among the people who were close to him, he was not someone he could afford to offend. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, "Shin is the local official, so he is very familiar with the local customs. Your Majesty and the princess want to explore the scenery of the south of the Yangtze River. Do you have any good recommendations?" Shinjuanru said hurriedly. "Of course. It is a cruise on a moonlit night. The new moon can be seen from the tower. The lights are on the double bridges, and the light boats penetrate the 10 miles of smoke. But in front of you, the cruise ship is easy to find. But the shops are closed and the vendors are not going out. So there is no smoke from thousands of families. Without the smoke from thousands of families, the Fengshui River is full of gloom and ghosts." "Sir Shin," Xiao Shizi said with a smile, "our prince often said, If there are conditions, we should go ahead. If there are no conditions, we should create them and go ahead. Let's encourage each other. Sershin. Some methods are invented by people. What you said is right, Shin Juanru said with a stiff upper lip. But, after the prince's mighty army entered the city, the 3 shifts of Yamen runners were all in prison. I really can't do it alone. I hope you can help me and release them. Xiao Shizi smiled with narrowed eyes. No problem. No problem. Then he walked to Lucan, who was guarding the door, and said a few words. Lucan naturally agreed. It was the hottest time of the day, and the doors of merchants and residents on both sides of Fengshui River were banging loudly. When night fell, on both sides of Fengshui River, there were dancing horses, bright lights, crowds of tourists, cruise ships, and painted buildings. Concubine Yuan and Lin Ning dressed up as ordinary women and wandered along the shore, curious about the various aspects of the market that were different from Hong Kong City. Lin Ning ran in the front, stopping at the clay figurine stall for a while, and looking through the calligraphy and painting stalls for a while. Lenny walked at the back in boredom, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. He really admired Shin Juanru. It took an entire afternoon to mobilize tens of thousands of extras, and there was not a single mistake. It was not easy. He really wanted to give Shin Juanru an Oscar for Best Director. Of course, the extras also deserved great credit. Although they were reluctant, they did not look unhappy at all, and they were all working hard to perform their roles. Lenny said calmly. Shin Juanru. Right. Your humble servant is here. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. Shin Juanru was afraid of ruining the atmosphere, and resisted the urge to kneel down. Well done, Lenny said with a smile. You really put your heart into it. I am very pleased. I always appreciate people who can do practical things. Those who are capable should work harder. I will trouble you, Lord Shin, in the future for Jinling City. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is this a successful hug on the thigh of the prince? Shin Juanru almost cried with excitement. He is a scholar. How shameless he is to do such a humble and self-serving thing. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, and the prince recognized him. Okay, let's do it. Let's go down. Lenny waved his hand and followed his mother and sister onto the cruise ship. After reaching the top floor, a table full of delicious food and wine had already been prepared. Lenny helped his mother sit down and said with a smile, "This is what your son prepared for you. Try it. I don't know if you like it. When have I ever cared about these things?" After waiting for Lin Ning to pour the wine, Concubine Yuan picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and then said, "The Jiangnan girl's red wine still has a unique taste." After that, she took a piece of preserved fruit and put it in her mouth. Lenny sat down next to him and said with a smile, "As long as you like it." Concubine Yuan looked at the moon in the sky and said, "The charm of Jiangnan is like a poem, a painting, and a dream. It's a really good place. I'm a little reluctant to leave." Huh? Lenny was stunned, and wondered if he had overexerted himself. So he hurriedly said, "It's a pity that Sanha is my son's foundation. My son has been out for so long, and it's time for him to go back. Otherwise, he could accompany you more here." Huh? Concubine Yuan sighed. "Since this Jinling city has fallen into your pocket, how can it not be your foundation?" "It's mainly because my son's foundation is shallow," Lenny hurriedly explained. "Whether it is a noble family or a famous family, they are unwilling to write a word of submission to my son. Even if you really want to stay here, you have to wait until your son cleans the house. Otherwise, it will be full of smoke, and you will get angry when you see it." "Hey," Concubine Yuan said slowly, "it's not that I am greedy for a prosperous place. But your sister has reached the age of marriage. Now that she has left Hong Kong City, there is even less hope." Chapter 279. What a villain, Lenny said helplessly. "Old lady, are you planning to find a husband for Ninger in Jiangnan? What does it mean now? Are you going to Sanha to find those warriors?" Concubine Yuan continued. "There are many prominent families in Jiangnan, and young talents are as numerous as Christian carp crossing the river. I just don't believe that. You can't choose a satisfactory husband for Ninger among so many people." Lenny smiled bitterly. "My son is not married yet. Why should my sister be anxious?" Concubine Yuan glared at him and said, "She is a girl. If she drags it on, what will happen? Won't she become a laughing stock?" Lenny always felt that old lady. It was a bit strange, If he really cared about his daughter's marriage, shouldn't he have worried about it a long time ago? Why didn't he mention it earlier or later? But today? So he said tentatively. Logically, my sister's marriage should be decided by my father. How about I submit a memorial to my father tomorrow? Concubine Yuan snorted coldly. When did you become so filial? She knew this son too well. It's true that her son is as timid as a mouse. And it's also true that he is lawless, let alone being filial to the emperor. If he had a little respect for him, the emperor would not have sent him to Sanha to be the prince of he. Old lady, this is not filial piety. This is the rules, Lenny said with a smile. Parents' orders? Matchmaker's words. Human nature. Rules? Concubine Yuan laughed again. If you say some nonsense to me again, do you believe I will beat you? Her son is a man who doesn't even care about the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues. How could he care about some bullshit rules? Old lady, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. You keep playing dumb. Your son's brain is a little insufficient. Lenny poured her wine personally. You are so confused. Ah. Concubine Yuan hesitated for a moment and sighed. You are now a local lord. Don't you care about the general situation of the world? Lenny smiled and said, Mother knows. Son only cares about this little piece of land in front of him, and doesn't care about anything else. Hulagu defeated the 110,000-strong coalition of the 7 tribes of Wadden, and the tribes united as one, and called themselves the Khan of Wadden. Concubine Yuan drank the wine in the glass and said, Now it is even more powerful, and it is unstoppable. Yesterday you said that your father let Prince Yong go. Not because he was afraid of Jizhao Temple, but because he still needed Prince Yong. Yongzhou cannot be without a master for a day. Otherwise Wadden can directly drive his troops south. A unified Wadden is not a good Wadden. Lenny also took a sip of wine. What does this have to do with my sister? Concubine Yuan looked at her son and said seriously, The country is declining, and there is nothing we can do about it. If your father married Wadden, who would the Wadden people ask for? My sister is not only famous for her talent, but she is also the granddaughter of Zugua, the niece of General Changsheng, and the biological sister of Prince, he who occupies half of Lianhua. Lin Yi reacted quickly. That's right. Concubine Yuan rubbed her forehead with her fingers, letting the river wind mess up her hair. Your sister is a princess, and I have no choice but to do this. Otherwise, when your father's order comes down, it will be too late. Mother, my life is in my own hands, and I will definitely not agree, Lin Ning said firmly. I will never agree even if I die. Well, what drama are you two playing? Lenny said with a smile. If we really want to marry, the Wadden people don't have the final say. And my father doesn't have the final say. I have the final say in everything. So, don't worry about it, and think about nothing all day long. This is his real thought. Now that he has left Sanha, wherever the army points, it's a bit exaggerated to say that he is invincible, but whether facing the Wadden people or his father, he can say loudly, No, not convinced. Come and fight me. He is so arrogant, so willful, and doesn't need to be packaged at all. Live long and long to the prince, and the prince is wise, Lin Ning said with a mischievous smile. It's good to know, Lenny said proudly. No matter who comes, it won't work with my brother. To show that you are powerful, Concubine Yuan said unhappily. Son, you are being realistic and telling the truth, Lenny said with a smile. If I can't even protect you, how can I? Your son. Occupy the 8 states and compete for the world. The night was slightly cool. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he took a black cloak from Xiao Shizi and put it directly on his shoulders. Concubine Yuan patted Lin Yi's hand on her shoulder and sighed. You are really a villain who gets arrogant when he succeeds. Thank you for the compliment. Old lady. Don't worry. Old lady. Your son will never let you down, and he will be more successful and more arrogant in the future. Lin Yi responded happily and loudly. Concubine Yuan and Lin Ning both laughed. Concubine Yuan rolled her eyes at him and said, You are said to be a villain. And you are still happy? People need face, and trees need bark. If a tree does not have bark, it will die. If a person does not have shame, he will be invincible in the world. Lin Yi said carelessly. My son is determined to be a real villain. Even if he is greedy for money and lustful, he never hides it. Unlike those hypocrites, they clearly want to die in their hearts, but they shout no. No! When he wants to explain things in a simple way, He will never tickle the itch through the holes. He is very honest and serious. You? Concubine Yuan was helpless with this son. Fortunately, she was used to being angry with this son. She would not be as angry as before. Even as a mother, she was very curious about what her son would look like if he was serious. Mother, you have to believe in brother. Brother will definitely find a way. Lin Ning squatted down, fell into Concubine Yuan's arms, and said coquettishly, Today we are out for fun, mother. Please don't think about these bad things. Everything is up to my brother. Concubine Yuan suddenly choked up and said, Alas. I only have you 2 children. I rely on you for my whole life. As long as you live well, I will be willing to die. Old lady. Lenny said helplessly. Can we say something good? Don't worry, the sky won't fall. I will support it all. When the extras on both sides of the strait gradually dispersed, Lin Yi looked at the increasingly bright moon, then waved to the 2 palace maids, indicating that they should help their mother into the cabin to sleep. The next day, he got up very early, and after sitting down at the table, he saw Prince Yongin coming in with panda eyes. Brother, I heard that you were very impressive yesterday. It was really amazing. Lin Yi waved at him happily. Come, sit down and eat. Prince Yongin smiled awkwardly. Thank you, my royal brother. As soon as he put his chopsticks into a plate, he heard Lin Yi say, Brother, you are still knowledgeable. This dish is called Lamb King. A sheep only weighs 4 taels of heart. And each time you have to get 100 sheep. Do you think it's expensive to sell such a dish for 100 taels at a restaurant? My royal brother is right. Prince Yong'in's hand holding the chopsticks trembled twice. And he put it down directly. He cursed in his heart, If you don't want to give me food, just say it directly, why bother talking nonsense? What the king of lambs? It's obviously pig liver. I'm not a good person, but you are definitely not a human being. Why are you stopping your chopsticks? Eat. Lenny smiled and said, I'm your brother, our family. Don't be polite. Thank you, my brother. Prince Yong'in patted his empty belly under his wide-collared robe. I'm not hungry now. I haven't done morning exercises today. I'll go now. The moment he turned around, tears almost fell in grievance. He had never been wronged like this before. Moreover, he was actually embarrassed by 100 taels of silver. In the past, he had no shortage of money, but he could not bring it out of the palace. Lin Yi looked at his back, and said to Xiao Shizi, This child's ability to withstand setbacks is not good. He still needs to be trained well. Xiao Shizi said, Your Majesty's painstaking efforts. I believe that Prince Yong'in will be grateful in the future. Lin Yi said, Are you sure he really has no money now? Xiao Shizi shook his head and said, Prince Yong'in came out of the palace in a hurry, and he didn't even have a single banknote. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Even a penny can make a hero stumble, let alone him. Chapter 280 Staying Behind. Xiao Shizi said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will make Prince Yong'in understand your painstaking efforts. That's good. Lin Yi nodded and said, Young people don't accept the beatings of society, and are most likely to get excited, and don't know what to do, and what not to do. Children of Prince Yong'in's age are most immature, and their rebellious psychology is the strongest. What's more, he is still a prince. He always has more self-confidence than others. Although he looks well-behaved now, there is no guarantee that one day he will think that he is good again, and he will have the idea of replacing him. This is very difficult to deal with. Therefore, we must educate him with an iron fist in advance, so that he cannot even have the idea of having an idea. Otherwise, he will kill his brothers in the future. He is a soft-hearted person. Xiao Shizi continued, Your Majesty is right. It is a blessing for Prince Yong'in to have a brother like you. After He Jixiang came in and sat down, Lin Yi had already finished 2 buns. After Lin Yi finished his meal and took the teacup, he said to He Jixiang, Do you know that Hulagu unified the northern frontier? He Jixiang said, I know a little about it from Pan Duo. Lin Yi said, This Hulagu is a ruthless man. It took him only 18 years to unify the northern frontier. He Jixiang said, According to my guess, Wadden will go south again soon. Yongzhou and Jinzhou are in danger. It is said that where the Wadden people pass, no grass grows. Lin Yi continued to ask, The Wadden people are brutal and cruel, and never leave anyone alive. He Jixiang sighed, Every time they conquer a place, they will massacre the whole city, and let blood flow everywhere. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the door, looked at the increasingly scorching sun in the sky and said, I have thought about it, and will not return to Sanha for the time being. Write a letter to Mr. Chen Disheng and Mr. Xing Keshou. Mr. Chendishan will govern Nanzhou, and Mr. Shinkisho will come to Wuzhou. Although her mother made a fuss yesterday, she was right in one thing: Wuzhou is also his base. He cannot favor one over the other. Wuzhou has been a prosperous place since ancient times, with many wealthy people and talented people. If it really develops seriously, it will definitely be faster than Sanhe, even better than Sanhe, He Jixiang said. How should the former Nanzhou governor Wu Lin and Wuzhou governor Peng Guisho be dealt with? Please give me your instructions. Your Majesty. Wu Lin. Lin Yi snorted coldly. This old guy has repeatedly embarrassed me. Do you really think I'm so easy to talk to? Let Mr. Chendishan work harder. He will have the final say in Nanzhou in the future. Otherwise, Nanzhou can't rely on Jizhua, Jiangzhen, Wei Yishan and other young people alone. Chendishan, an old fox, is needed to teach the aristocratic families in Nanzhou a lesson. But this Peng Guisho is willing to serve the prince. Why don't you give him a chance? Shinchu next to him bowed. Naive. Can you believe the lies of such a person? Lin Yi snorted coldly. This man is vicious and treacherous, greedy, and definitely cannot be used. Moreover, I have already raided his house, and his money has gone into my pocket. Can he still be grateful to me? Even if I don't kill him, I won't keep him around to cause trouble. But this Shinjuanru is not bad. Let him be an assistant to Mr. Shinkisho. And Yong'an Governor Durong cannot be fully trusted. Everyone must understand, sometimes the one who kills you may not be your enemy, but may be your stupid teammate. Everyone laughed. He Jixiang said. Since the prince is not going back to Sanhe, what should we do now? Lin Yi said indifferently. 10,000 officers and soldiers will stay in Wuzhou, and the whole territory of Wuzhou will be taken over by the prince, and the rest will be stationed in various places. As for the civilians, it's up to them, and they can come and go freely. The prince is wise. He Jixiang bowed and left the hall. The news that he was going to stay in Jinling City caused a great uproar among the people of Sanhe. The people of Sanhe had different reactions. Some people were happy because Jiangnan was prosperous, there were many opportunities to stay here, and they could make good money. Some people were dissatisfied because Sanhe was their old nest. What would happen if they didn't go back? Most of the civilians in Sanhe camped outside the city, and were noisy at the moment. Prince, he is the king of Sanhe. If he doesn't go back to Sanhe, it will be a mess. Lu Banzi jumped up and said, No. No. I have to go to the prince to petition. The prince must go back to Sanhe. That's right. That's right. Wang Xiuxuan next to him also echoed. Few of these northerners have good intentions. Don't offend the prince. It's better for the prince to go back to Sanhe. Yes. Yes. These northerners are born to be traitors. For a while, there was a lot of noise, and everyone was talking at once. Zhu Rorong looked at the excited crowd, rubbed his forehead helplessly, stood on a cart full of food and grass, bowed and said loudly, Please listen to me. When everyone quieted down and looked at him, he suddenly yelled, The prince has said that you can come and go freely. What the hell are you still arguing about? If you want to stay here, stay here. If you want to go home, go home. It's such a simple thing. Li Sanyang stepped forward and snorted coldly. Zhu Rorong, you are not a Sanhe person. It's easy to talk without any pain. Why am I not a Sanhe person? Zhu Rorong shouted loudly. I told the prince that once you come here, you are a Sanhe person. And the slogans on the streets and alleys of Baiyun City are just for fun. Li Sanyang snorted coldly. Then do you know what Sanhe was like before? Poorly clothed, hungry, thieves rampant. Zhu Rorong, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. I never wore a new dress before I was 30. Not even on my wedding day. Yes. Zhu Rorong, come down. You don't know shit. So don't make a fool of yourself. The butcher sighed. Only if you know what Baiyun City was like before. You are qualified to persuade me to be magnanimous. Liang Qingshu followed with a gloomy face and said, The consequences of Prince, he not returning to Sanhe, are probably beyond your imagination. Zhu Rorong snorted. Then what are you going to do? Huang Daoji shouted. What else can you do? Beat the drum. Welcome Prince he back to Sanhe. Beat the drum. Welcome Prince he back to Sanhe. More and more people followed the shouting, even including the tribesmen who suffered heavy losses in this northern expedition. Outside Jinling City, drums were beating loudly. The locals, who didn't know what was going on, were so frightened that they added layers of sacks filled with dirt and gravel behind the closed gate. Balkue stood on the city wall, looking coldly at the densely packed Sanha civilians standing below. When the drum stopped, he pointed at the wide-open city gate and said slowly, "If you have anything to say, come into the city and say it. I can't hear you outside." He spoke in a low voice, but his true energy was so strong that everyone below could hear him clearly. This was the lingering sound, in the lion's roar technique, which he learned from the monk. Chapter 281. Well-trained. On the battlefield, this skill is extremely useful. At least it can ensure that the soldiers under his command can hear his orders clearly. Sometimes, his flag officer is just a decoration. So among the lion roar skills, he practiced this skill the most diligently, and used it the most. As for what the monk said, too much is as bad as too little. Step by step, he had long forgotten it. No matter what the skill is, it's fine as long as it works. After listening to Bao Kuei's words, the former military and political officials of Jinling City were very nervous. They were surrendered generals, and they shouldn't have said much. But that didn't stop them from cursing in their hearts. There were more than 40,000 angry civilians under the city wall. These were not ordinary civilians. They had seen them with their own eyes when they attacked Jinling City. There were actually many 5th and 6th grade civilians among them. As for Hua Jin, anyone standing in front of them basically looked at Jinling City one by one, like a bandit seeing a beautiful girl. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed straight ahead without thinking, completely disregarding life and death. So, now Bao Kuei's words made them very surprised. Can't you use your brain when you speak? Do you have to force the civilians? What's more, your damn city gates are open. If the bandits under the city wall really enter the city, what will be the consequences? Don't you have any idea? The most terrifying thing is that the city gates are wide open, and none of the generals of Sanha objected. The commander is stubborn and self-willed, and the people below are unlucky. Also, they haven't seen any ambush yet, except for the occasional patrol officers and soldiers. Most of the officers and soldiers were sleeping soundly in the tents inside the city, and were completely unaware of what was happening outside the city. The one who was most worried was Shinjuinru, who had just surrendered yesterday. If the flag on the top of the city suddenly changed, would he still have a chance to survive? It was really heartbreaking. However, to his surprise, after Bao Kuei finished speaking, the originally excited civilian suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. The only sound in his ears was the whistling of the wind blowing into the battlements. Then he heard Bao Kuei continue to curse. Damn it. One by one. Weren't you all very talkative just now? Everyone. Don't be polite. Hurry up to the city wall. My ears don't work well. Come to me and talk. If you don't say it, how can I know what you mean? Shinjuinru was even more surprised. Not only did no one of the tens of thousands of people below dare to speak, they even deliberately lowered their heads, fearing that Bao Kuei would see their faces. Hey, General Bao is asking questions. Zhu Rorong poked the butcher next to him with his finger. Didn't you talk very fiercely just now? Keep talking now. Don't play dead. People will look down on you. Get lost. After cursing the butcher in a low voice, he quietly stepped back several steps, staying away from Zhu Rorong. Zhu Rorong was even more proud, laughing. Wang Xuxuan held a torch in his hand, and saw Zhu Rorong looking at him, and hurriedly stepped back 2 steps. I'm not stupid. You want to trick me into the city, you can't do it. Sun Casey, the basket supplier, first stepped back with his left leg, and then retracted his disabled right leg. According to the military order issued the day before, without the order, civilians are not allowed to enter the city without permission, and those who violate the order will be beaten with 100 sticks. 100 big boards. Wouldn't he lose half his life? He was only a third-rank official. He couldn't hold on. He retreated, and then the people around him followed suit. Someone took the lead, and more people retreated. More than 40,000 people moved together, and there was no sound. Shinjuinru on the city wall was amazed. He couldn't think of a suitable word to describe it. Well-trained? It seemed a bit strange. However, what surprised him even more was that there was a person under the city, who was still motionless. Although he lowered his head and didn't look proud, his spirit of I will go alone even if there are thousands of people was still admirable. Then he heard Bao Kuei snort coldly. Huang Daoji, what do you want to say? Just say it. Ah. Huang Daoji was suddenly stunned. There are so many suppliers, shopkeepers and laborers. Why did you call my name? Am I so prominent, so famous? Standing so far away, he could actually feel Bao Kuei's coldness. After he shuddered with fear, he instinctively turned his neck left and right. If he didn't look, he would not know. When he saw it, he was shocked. The crowds of people standing on both sides of him were originally densely packed, but now there was no one. He turned back bravely, and found that he was already 10 feet away from the crowd. What happened? He was still in a daze. Huang Daoji. Bao Kui on the city wall yawned. Are you dissatisfied with the decision of the prince? Feel free to speak up. The prince is wise, and will definitely listen to your advice. Not only the people on the city wall were looking at Huang Daoji, but also the civilians under the city wall were looking at him. Some with sympathy, some with admiration, and most of them were of course gloating. It's none of my business. I hate that I don't have a bag of melon seeds in my hand, otherwise it would be more exciting to watch the excitement. General Bao. Everyone was watching the excitement, but when Huang Daoji really shouted the first voice, the civilians were still shocked and stunned. Huang Daoji is really a hero, not afraid of death. Obviously, the civilians have forgotten the purpose of their standing here just now is to kneel down and ask Prince He to return to Sanha. Prince He is wise. Huang Daoji said the second sentence loudly. He really admired his wit. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he shouted more nervously. Your Majesty is the King of the 8 states, the Lord of Baiyun City. Anyone who dares to criticize and question the Prince Huang Daoji, will be the first to chop off his head. People on and off the city wall looked down on him. You are so cowardly. How dare you speak so loudly? Where is your face? That's it? Bao Kui on the city wall said, very unhappy. We are grateful for the prince's kindness. Huang Daoji said hurriedly. I came to the city wall to pay my respects to the prince. You are so loyal. The prince is very happy. Bao Kui said in a neutral tone. But the prince said, anyone who disturbs his sleep in the middle of the night is not a good person. The prince has ordered that you cannot be exempted from taxes this year. As soon as he finished speaking, the people under the city wall exploded. They have to pay taxes this year? No longer enjoy the tax exemption policy unique to civilians? Quiet. With Bao Kui's loud shout, there was silence again under the city wall. Do you want to disobey the order of the prince? He waited for a while, and saw that no one responded, so he turned around and left. After he left, the city wall became lively again, everyone complained to each other, and then began to look for the culprit who had brought them to this point. In the end, the spearhead was directly pointed at Huang Daoji. If you didn't shout and beat the drum, would it have been so serious? Chapter 282. Why bother? Everyone looked at him in unison. Huang Daoji was startled, and hurriedly said, Don't look at me like that. What the hell do you want to do? I have protected you from the disaster. Don't you have any gratitude? Have you had your conscience eaten by dogs? He felt very regretful. I have become a fool by forging iron. Why are you yelling for no reason? It's fine if you yell, but why are your eyes not working well? In the end, I became the one who stood up, and I lost face in front of everyone. Zhu Rorong said with a smile. Old Huang, you did a good job. No one blames you. Really, I am just happy for you. Your name, Huang Daoji, has finally reached the ears of the prince. When you become rich and happy in the future, just don't forget your brothers. Stop talking nonsense. Huang Daoji jumped up and said, It's all your fault. If I get into trouble, I will definitely drag you down with me. Don't even think about escaping. In Sanha, everyone knows what kind of person the prince is. He is a well-known stingy person. It is not an exaggeration to say that he will take revenge for any slight. Respect the old and love the young? It does not exist. If he holds a grudge against Prince He will not let go of an old man like him. Even a child. Besides, disturbing Prince He's sleep is not a trivial matter. Prince He once said in public that he hated 2 things the most. One is to disturb him from sleeping until he wakes up naturally, and the other is to disturb him from counting money until his hands cramp. Otherwise, he will definitely let them know what tossing and turning, and spending money to avoid disaster are. She is not a generous person at all, Li Sanyang sneered. Shopkeeper Huang, where is your courage just now? As long as you have your feet on the ground and your head is up to the sky, there will be no clouds covering you. She seemed to have forgotten that. She was also an active participant just now. Will the tax exemption really be gone this year? Wang Xiaoshuan said, terrified. Ah! Liang Qingshu sighed. Your Majesty's words are true. You don't care. It's only worth 1 in 100. It's just a few coins. I'm in trouble for a few copper coins. I won't say much. Tens of thousands of taels of silver is the minimum. I don't know how to explain to my boss when I go back. As a supplier, His Liang family handles tens of thousands of taels of silver every day. If it's tax money, it will be painful. Oh, now that you say it, I don't feel so bad. Wang Xiushuan smiled and patted his chest. Although he earned 100 taels of silver this year, he could only pay a symbolic 10 copper coins for the land tax. After all, he was not a merchant, and the checkpoints in various places could not collect any tax from him. Most of the civilians were in this situation. The real unlucky ones were the suppliers. When the goods passed through the checkpoints, the goods and the quantity were clearly written in the books. So there was no way to evade taxes. That's right. That's right. It has nothing to do with us. Others also followed suit, laughing and talking. Suddenly, the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Happiness and pain. Sometimes they are contrasted like this. As long as you don't live better than me, it's fine. Human inferiority. Lenny stood in the tower, through the hole in the tower, revealing a pair of eyes. Looking from afar, he longed to be connected with the people. But most of the people in this class were unruly people. Most of them had never been to school, and could not read a few words. You can't just give them carrots. You also have to learn to use sticks to beat them, and become one with them. Balkui apologized with a smile. Your Highness, these people are all donkeys. They won't move a step unless they are whipped. They still need to be taught a lesson. Lenny rubbed his brows and sighed. Who will lead the army tomorrow? Have you arranged it? Balkui said. Commander Shen means to go in person. I will lead the army back to Tancheng tomorrow, and Jishua will return to Qinjiwanqing. Lenny sighed. There is still a shortage of manpower. Why is it getting less and less? Ma Gui, go out and exercise. Don't get in my way. Your Majesty. Ma Gui was startled and hurriedly said, I don't know anything about military affairs, Your Majesty. Please choose someone more capable. Lenny said indifferently. There are many capable people, but not many who are worthy of my trust. If you don't go, who will? Take Pang Geng, the general of Wuzhou, with you, and tell him that this is the last chance I will give him. Between loyalty and ability, he certainly chose loyalty. I will die for you. Seeing Lenny say this, Ma Gui knelt down and said no more. All right. Stop acting like this. It's like we are parting forever. It's disgusting. Lenny waved his hand at Balkui again. Since you are going back to Uedo tomorrow, get ready. Yes. Balkui also kowtowed, then stood up and left. Ma Gui hesitated for a moment, followed Balkui, and went straight to find Shenchu. As for who will take over his position as the leader of the palace guards, it is the steward's business. He has no right to worry about it. It was late at night and quiet. After Lin Yi fell asleep peacefully, Hong Ying quietly closed the door and glanced at a guard at the door. Then he said indifferently, He Hong, General Manager. A tall man hurriedly bowed and responded. From now on, you will take over Ma Gui's position. Hong Ying did not wait for him to reply, and floated away. According to the order of the prince, he and Yi Qiu and others needed to guard the door of the queen and the princess day and night. Suddenly, his ears twitched. The blind man next to him said calmly, I'll go. He took the bamboo and disappeared into the darkness. He stopped at the wall of the governor's office and said to the man in black standing by the wall, You shouldn't seek death. He waved the bamboo with his hand towards the man in black without hesitation. The man in black just blocked the sword in his chest, and the whole person hit the wall. Then with a bang, he fell to the ground, curled up. The blind man's bamboo was against the man in black's neck. Just as he was about to move, he heard the movement behind the sound and said calmly, Monk, are you still not asleep? Blind man, please spare her. The monk put his hands together and said sincerely. The blind man shook his head and said, My words don't count. As long as Hong Ying is there, they have no say. Amitabha. The monk walked towards the man in black and sighed. Miss Ya, why do you have to ask for trouble? The man in black pulled off the mask on his face, and under the bright moonlight, Xie Xuqing's beautiful face was revealed. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled bitterly. Monk, I haven't seen you for 2 days. All the inns in the city are closed. I have nowhere to go. Why bother? The monk sighed. Chapter 283 Shadow. Xie Xuqing smiled and said weakly, As long as I can see you, I will be satisfied, monk. Please don't hide from me anymore, okay? After hearing this, the monk closed his eyes and shook his head. After a long time, the monk opened his eyes, looked at the blind man and said, "Blind man, please heal her wounds." The blind man took away the bamboo joint against her neck, and was about to speak, but heard Xie Xiuqing's firm words. "No, even if I die, I don't want another stinky man to touch me." The blind man, who was always calm and unperturbed by external things, couldn't help but twitch his mouth after hearing this. Even if he stinks, he is a stinky Taoist priest, not a stinky man. "Girl, don't worry. I won't heal you." "Humph. He also has to save face." The blind man. Monk smiled bitterly. "I will take her to my place to heal her first, and then hand her over to the prince tomorrow. I wonder if it will work." The blind man nodded and said, "The prince has gone to bed, so let's do it tomorrow." After the monk said this, he walked to Xie Xiuqing and said lightly, "My lady, I'm sorry." As he said that, he stretched out his hands and held her in his arms. Xie Xiuqing not only did not resist, but also hooked her hands around his neck, buried her head in his arms, and said happily, "Little monk, I knew you had me in your heart." The monk trembled all over, glanced at the blind man, and then carried Xie Xiuqing to his room. The guards who passed by on night patrol were all surprised to see such a scene. The monk lowered his head and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After turning left and right in the governor's office, he finally arrived at the door of his own wing. After pushing the door open, he hurriedly closed the door with his foot without waiting to put Xie Xiuqing down. But just after closing the door, he felt something was wrong. When he was about to open the door again, he heard Xie Xiuqing lying on the couch say, "Monk, don't open the door. I don't want others to see me in this ugly state." The monk gave up, then got some clean water, and just as he washed the towel and handed it over, Xie Xiuqing stretched her head over, her pale face, and her bloody face facing the monk. The monk had no choice but to wipe her gently, not daring to look her in the eye. After wiping it clean, he brought her a bowl of water, took out the pills from his arms, and put them on the table, and said lightly, "Take it. It can help you quickly recover your skills." Xie Xiuqing smiled and said, "Monk, if I die, will you cry?" Although the blind man has high skills, he didn't use his full strength. The monk said very sincerely, "But I feel pain all over my body. I may die at any time." Xie Xiuqing pouted, "You are a 9th rank monk." The monk said seriously, "You will not die. After taking the medicine, quickly practice Qigong to heal your wounds. It will be bad if you leave hidden injuries." Xie Xiuqing sighed. It turns out that having high kung fu skills is not a good thing. Then she sat cross-legged on the couch and began to practice Qigong to heal her wounds. The next day, when she opened her eyes, she found that the monk was still sitting on the chair opposite her, with his eyes closed and his body motionless. "Miss, are you hungry?" The monk suddenly opened his eyes. "Yes, I want to eat soy milk and steamed buns," Xie Xiuqing said coquettishly. "Miss, wait a moment." After the monk turned around and went out, he brought in a bowl of porridge and a plate of steamed buns. Xie Xiuqing happily took a bite of the steamed bun, and suddenly paused, looking at the monk in surprise. "Meat?" the monk said. "Eating more meat will help your injury." Xie Xiuqing smiled and said, "You are a monk." The monk said, "I am a monk. Of course I don't eat, but you are not, and I have no reason to stop you from eating." He often heard their prince talking about supplementing nutrition. The so-called nutritional supplement is to eat more meat. It seems that eating meat can solve all the sufferings in the world. "Wow," Xie Xiuqing said with a smile. "You little monk suddenly became so reasonable. I am still a little uncomfortable." The monk said, "Young lady, eat quickly, you will go to see the prince later. The prince is merciful, but young lady, when she sees the prince, you still have to restrain yourself." Xie Xiuqing held the porridge in one hand, and the bun in the other hand, while eating. "Don't worry, for your sake, I will definitely not make things difficult for him," the monk said seriously. "I hope young lady knows that. The prince has done me a favor, and if young lady is disrespectful to him, I will not be polite to young lady." Okay, you idiot, it's meaningless to say that." Xie Xiuqing waved his hand. The sun has already risen. Linny sat on a chair that he was not used to, hoping that his recliner would be ready soon. After taking a sip of tea, he kept patting his belly, sighing, "Hey, how can you be so cruel, getting me pregnant? How can I meet people in the future? How can I find a partner? My life is simply bleak." "Your Highness," The fat man Suyin standing opposite Lin Yi was about to cry. What does getting pregnant mean? Can't you say something reliable? He is just a cook. Why should he bear such great pressure? She said cautiously. Your Highness. How about I cook less in the future? How can that be? Lin Yi shouted. Did you write down what I told you about steaming preserved meat together? Don't be afraid of failure. Try more. If you really don't understand, ask the officers or soldiers or the people from Yueo for advice. I must have this dish. Don't worry, Your Highness, Suyin said, patting her round belly. I will make this dish even if I risk my life. Don't worry. You too, Lin Yi snorted coldly. If you can't make it, I will kill you. Damn it! You dared to show off in front of him for making a dish. Hong Ying came in. Suyin didn't dare to stay any longer, and hurried out. Your Highness, Xie Shaoqing from Chunshan City is waiting outside. Let her in. Lin Yi yawned. At this moment, just as he was about to close his eyes, suddenly, a touch of color appeared in front of him. Is this Xie Shaoqing? She has a graceful figure, and people will definitely not want to take their eyes away. After he sighed, he looked at the monk with fair skin behind Xie Shaoqing with jealousy. In terms of appearance, he can really crush the monk. Why is there no girl chasing him? He finally fell in love with Yan Shiqi, but there is still no result. Yan Shiqi, who had been adopted as a daughter by the old lady of the Shan family, clearly told Shanqi that she would never be someone else's concubine, even if it was the prince. She was so stubborn. This was all because of her father Yan Kuishing. Yan Kuishing married 19 concubines in his life. 8 of them died for no reason, which left a great shadow on Yan Shiqi. Lin Yi was unwilling to force it. But every time he thought of this, he wished to skin the old man Yan Kuishing alive. Chapter 284 Tuiga Temple. The monk came in and bowed, but Xie Shaoqing still held her head high, standing straight, and when she saw the monk looking back at her, she reluctantly bowed to Lin Yi hastily, and then said, Are you the prince? Lin Yi has always been very tolerant and generous to beautiful women, he smiled and said. Yes. The girl is quite brave. I wonder what the girl wants to do by breaking into the governor's office at night. I came to find him. It has nothing to do with you. Xie Shaoqing pointed at the monk without hesitation. The monk's face flushed, and he closed his eyes slightly, and helplessly chanted a Buddhist name. Lin Yi was also a little stunned. This girl is too direct. Can't she be more subtle? Why doesn't she have the reserve that a girl should have? What's really infuriating is that he can't even meet such a girl. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. He is not even as good as a monk. The girl is really straightforward. Lin Yi looked at the flawless face and said lightly, It's just that the country has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. The girl has gone too far, and I don't know how to deal with you. Your Majesty, please be merciful. Please forgive her, and I will bear all the sins. The monk said sincerely. Hey, monk, you don't have to beg him. It's up to him to kill or chop you up, Xie Shaoqing said, pulling the monk's arm. The monk pleaded for her, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Oh, monk, have you been tempted by worldly desires? Lin Yi joked. It's a sin. A sin. The monk lowered his head, and was so ashamed that he didn't dare to open his eyes to look at Lin Yi. You are a person first, and then a monk. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is normal, Lin Yi said with a smile. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Xie Shaoqing snorted. You are quite reasonable. You can't embarrass him. Otherwise I won't let you go. Hearing Xie Shaoqing's words, the monk was frightened and turned pale. He quickly scolded. Miss, be careful with your words. Don't be disrespectful to the prince. He was the same as others. He was not afraid of getting angry with the prince, but he was afraid of hanging behind the prince. This steward has never been humane. He will do what he says. Humph. Xie Shaoqing turned away in dissatisfaction. Lin Yi sighed. This king is in a difficult situation. If I let you go now, anyone will dare to jump around in front of me in the future. Give the prince a reason to let you go. Xie Shaoqing's eyes rolled, and he smiled. Hey, what if I exchange news with you? Lin Yi said. You can tell me, Xie Shaoqing said. The 4 Dharma kings of Tekoka Temple entered Chuanzhou. How about this news? Tekoka Temple? The temple in Nangu. I know this, Lin Yi said in surprise. But who are the 4 Dharma kings? Why did they enter Chuanzhou? This is unknown to me. I hope you can help me solve this puzzle. Xie Shaoqing said with a smile. Can I leave now that I have said so? Hong Ying suddenly snorted. How dare you bargain in front of the prince? Xie Shaoqing groaned. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth again. But she still held on without moving a step. Still smiling at Lin Yi, the monk next to him quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it over. Then looked at Hong Ying with a pleading look. All right. You are a guest now. There is no need to do this. After Lin Yi waved his hand at Hong Ying, he said to Xie Shaoqing, This king agrees. You can say it now. He really couldn't bear to hurt such a lovely girl. He never had the habit of being cruel to women. The 4 Dharma kings of Tuigu Temple are the most powerful ones, except for the Nangu barbarian king. Xie Shaoqing swallowed her throat, resisting the urge to spit blood, and said, They are going to cause trouble for Jizhao Temple this time. Trouble for Jizhao Temple? Lin Yi frowned. Hong Ying, Yi Qiu, blind man, and Wen Zhaoyi are no match for Jingyi. And the 4 Dharma kings dare to challenge Jizhao Temple? Xie Shaoqing said. Yes. My master said that the 4 Dharma kings of Tuigu Temple are outstanding people in the world. And they are not afraid even when facing Jizhao Temple. As he spoke, he looked at Hong Ying behind Lin Yi. This time Jingyi and Jinquan went to Ankang City. The reason why they didn't fight with you was just because they wanted to retain their skills to compete with the 4 Dharma kings. Lin Yi said. So I have to thank the 4 Dharma kings. Xie Shaoqing said. Do you think only Daliang has masters? These foreign masters have very strange martial arts. And they are not easy to deal with. Back then, King Pingchuan had Jizhao Temple to help him. But he still died at the hands of the people of Nangu. Lin Yi smiled and said, Thank you, young lady. Monk, please see the guests off for me. Thank you, Your Majesty. The monk hurriedly took Xie Shaoqing away. After leaving the governor's office, the monk helped Xie Shaoqing and said, Miss Xie, you are too reckless. Looking at the empty street, he first put Xie Shaoqing on the steps, then pulled the carriage out of the mansion. And the 2 of them left the city and went straight to the nearby mountains. He knew there was a nunnery on the mountain. The one who opened the door was a toothless nun, whose steps were slightly shaky. She came to life immediately after seeing the silver ingot in Xie Shaoqing's hand, and her eyes lit up. Xie Shaoqing lay down in a plain room, and did not wake up until the sun went down. She drank some water, and ate something, and stared at the monk without blinking. The monk said in embarrassment, I'm relieved that the girl is fine. Xie Shaoqing said. Monk, the monk said, the girl can tell me if there is anything. Xie Shaoqing said, Promise me, when you see someone from Suko Temple in the future, just run away as far as you can. The monk was puzzled. What does the girl mean by this? Xie Shaoqing sighed. People who don't know Suko Temple all think that Suko Temple is just a temple. Rather than saying that Suko Temple is a temple, it's better to say that it is a tribe. The people of the entire Suko Mountain obey Suko Temple's orders. The monk said. It's the same as your Chunshan city? Xie Shaoqing shook his head. It's different. There are ordinary people who don't know martial arts in Chunshan city, but there is not a single one on Suko Mountain. Mount Suko is very high, so high that most people cannot imagine it. Can you imagine the feeling of being unable to breathe when standing on a high mountain? But for the locals of Mount Suko, they are just like us, working from sunrise to sunset. As long as they are from Mount Suko, even if they are children, you can't take it lightly. Tuigu is less than 10,000 and is invincible. The monk said. Miss, you worry too much. We are thousands of miles away from the Suko Temple, and I'm afraid there is no chance to meet. Xie Shaoqing said. Nangu has been eyeing Daliang, and has been violating the border continuously. Once Daliang becomes weak, it will be the time for them to march to Daliang. I understand. The monk nodded. Chapter 285, Porters. Xie Shaoqing said. I know you don't understand. You think you are great just because you learned horizontal training kung fu, not to mention that you are only a 3rd-rank monk now. Even if you are a 4th-rank monk in the future, what will happen? Not to mention the barbarian king and the 4 Dharma protectors. Just see the porters of Tuigu Temple. Don't try to get close. What is a porter? The monk couldn't help asking. Xie Shaoqing said. Tuigu Mountain is full of mountains and ridges. Even a 9th-rank monk like me cannot walk on flat ground. You also need to walk step by step and slowly, because I am afraid that I will be out of breath at any time and suffocate to death. But the porters can run fast on Mount Tuigu. Remember my words, don't let them get close to you. Their heads or hands are really harder than iron. It's not an exaggeration to say they have bronze skin and iron bones. If they go to Daliang, you will be qualified to compete with them only if you are a 5th rank official. Thank you for the reminder, young lady. The monk only thought that the porter was extremely powerful after hearing the first half of her sentence, but when he heard that he was only equivalent to a 5th rank official, he felt relieved. Not to mention the officers and soldiers in Sanha. Even among the civilians, there are many 6th rank ones. Autumn is about to come, and the sun is setting faster and faster. After He Jixiang, who was sitting in the hall of the governor's office, issued one order after another. The prosperous Jiling city, after 10 days, slowly regained some of its former atmosphere. For the people of Jiling city, the southern barbarians they talked about were far less terrifying than they imagined. They were even better. Every day, officers and soldiers would clean up the garbage and sprinkle water on the streets of Jiling city, waiting for the sun to come out before patrolling the streets. All the ruffians and scoundrels would flee at the sight of them. The streets had never been so peaceful before. Some merchants wanted to express their gratitude as usual, but to their surprise, all of them were rejected, and they didn't dare to force it, because when they were really pushed, they would draw their swords with cold faces. Isn't it scary? Throughout history, they had never encountered such a thing. They couldn't even give money away. It was really a strange thing. Saving money was originally a good thing, but it made many people uneasy. They were all very cautious when they saw the official. So, when the official came to the door and said that they had to pay a dozen copper coins for garbage disposal, they were all ecstatic. There was a constant flow of people, and the trade routes that had been cut off for some time were restored. Gradually, Jiling city actually showed a thriving atmosphere. After the order was restored in the city, the civilians of Sanha were finally allowed to enter the city. However, even if they entered the city, they were still restricted. Only 1,000 people were allowed in and out every day, according to the cards in hand, and they were not allowed to break the law. In fact, he was just pretending to be a grandson. Whenever there was a conflict with the locals, even if he was right, he would be beaten. After all, he had told the prince to take care of the people of Wuzhou. They were not familiar with the law, and their self-esteem was also fragile. It's so fucking frustrating. The butcher, who was almost recovered from his injuries and could walk freely, sighed. I really want to slap the restaurant owner in the face. He actually dared to steal my money. A plate of pig's trotters costs 10 copper coins. What's the difference between that and robbery? He is a butcher himself. Who else knows the price of meat better than him? Zhu Rorong said. Let's join forces to collect all the pigs in Jiling city and see who dares to be arrogant. Join hands with you. The butcher snorted coldly. I'm afraid you will cheat me to death. I'll take 1,000 taels. Zhu Rorong smiled and said, starting tomorrow, arrange for the guys to go to the countryside to sign contracts with pig farmers. Except for us, they can't sell to anyone else. At one stage, Sanha encouraged the breeding of cattle, sheep, pigs and other livestock, and also gave subsidies. Sanha's meat and poultry increased all of a sudden, from insufficient supply to oversupply. Then Sanha Money House actually introduced the so-called meat futures system. It took more than a year for the butchers and pork rong to go from being unfamiliar to being familiar. This system made them both rich. After that, they learned from it and started the so-called fixed sales integration with the prince. As long as you raise pigs, I will make a deposit in advance. No matter whether the price of live pigs rises or falls in the future, they will purchase according to the contract price. Go back on your word? Of course the government will judge. It's written in black and white. You still want to deny it? Go to the countryside to collect? The butcher asked. Of course, Zhu Rorong said with certainty. Then I'll take 1,000 taels too. The butcher gritted his teeth and said, if you swindle me, I'll fight you to death. You can do it or not. Zhu Rorong snorted coldly and went straight into an inn and asked for a room upstairs. These days, he has been sleeping in the open air, and even if he is reluctant to pay, he still wants to find a soft bed to sleep on. As soon as he entered the house, the butcher followed him in. After the waiter served tea, the butcher drank several bowls of tea inside. It's getting colder and colder. I really want to go home. He was so cold that he didn't dare to go shirtless. At this time, he missed Sanha very much. All year round, he would never let people like Li Sanyang and Lu Duo make money from him. That's nothing. Zhu Rorong yawned. After a few days, I have to wear a coat. Then I must go back. I can't stand it. The butcher lay on the bed. His eyelids were already fighting. Is it hard? Think about how much money you can earn, Zhu Rorong said, turned sideways, and fell asleep. Jinling City is a completely new environment for Lin Yi. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he enjoyed it. Few people here knew him, so he could walk around with the bird cage and feel the customs of the city. Your Majesty, there is a tea house in front. Do you want to rest? Xiao Shizi also dressed up as an ordinary servant and followed Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little tired carrying the bird cage, so he handed it directly to Xiao Shizi, and said with his hands behind his back, "We have only walked a short distance. Jinling City is very big. Just walk slowly. There is no need to rush." "Yes," Xiao Shizi said, and put the bird cage behind him while taking a look. Naturally, the guards in secret took the bird cage away. Lin Yi looked around while walking. When he entered an alley, he actually saw a man selling smiles by the door. He almost went in to help the poor on impulse. When he arrived at Fengshui River, he looked at the endless stream of flower boats. But he didn't get on one in the end. I only heard someone chanting. The history of Jinling is a great success, and the name of the most beautiful woman in the world is known. A group of people boarded the flower boat with laughter and chatter. Lin Yi sighed. It's open in the middle of the day, so dedicated. Xiao Shizi said, "Your Majesty, why don't we go in and have a cup of tea? I've never seen anything like this. I beg your Majesty to be considerate of me and go see the world." Chapter 286 Hero Saves Beauty. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "Forget it, this place is not only a land of pleasure, but also a den of money. There is no mine at home, so I really don't want to play. Save some money and buy more meat, which is also very delicious." This time, he finally got some money from the government offices of Yong'an and Wuzhou, which was basically all used to cover the expenses of this Sanhe expedition. War is always a gold-eating beast. So far, not a penny has entered his pocket. "So, he is really poor," Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. "It is their blessing to serve the prince. How dare they talk about these things with the prince?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Humph, if you don't talk about money with them, do you want me to talk about feelings with them, and then let me marry them as concubines?" He doesn't care about using his name to get something for free. He is the king of 8 states, the lord of Baiyun City, and he lives among 100 flowers. But he is stingy. If this gets out, it will not be a matter of face, but a matter of bad taste. It will make him look cheap. If you don't have money, don't come out to play. Otherwise, how can you survive in the place of fireworks in the future? Xiao Shizi laughed. Your Majesty is right. Yes. What kind of person is their prince? How can he have a relationship with a woman in a place of fireworks? What a joke. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Yu Shaoshi, who was standing not far away and chewing on raw chestnuts, and said, "You are such a wicked guy. The squirrel hid for a whole summer with great difficulty, and you dug it out of the tree hole. Have you ever thought about how the family will survive in winter? I just grabbed a handful, and there are still many in the tree hole." Yu Shaoshi opened his mouth wide, not knowing how to defend himself for a moment. Lin Yi felt that chatting with such an honest man was boring, so he waved his hand at him, asking him to continue to follow from a distance, and not to let him get close to him. Otherwise the meaning of the incognito visit would be lost. After Jinling City restored order, the private school also opened again. Lin Yi stood outside a private school with dozens of students, and through the window, he took a rough look, watching the children reciting with their heads shaking, and couldn't help sighing. Whether it was Yong'an or Wuzhou, both were places where literary style flourished since ancient times. In a village with 10 households, recitation was not abandoned. Reading was for the imperial examination, and the imperial examination was for becoming an official. These concepts are deeply rooted. It is almost impossible to introduce Sanhe's education system to these places. Even in Yuezhou, Hangzhou, Nanzhou and other places, the new schools only reluctantly recruit orphans or children from poor families. They come here for 3 meals a day. Who would be willing to send their children to such a place to learn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Malin blooms 21. However, Lin Yi doesn't care now. Education is a big investment. In Sanhe alone, money has been spent, and there is no benefit. If it is fully implemented, the figure will be astronomical. In the absence of the ability to guarantee a school in a village or a town, he will not touch the traditional private schools. It is better than everyone being illiterate. Right? You can't do anything in a one-size-fits-all way. It will be counterproductive in the end. Traditional private school education should be an important supplement to new schools. Of course, if he becomes prosperous in the future, it will be another matter. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he saw Pan Duo standing in front of him. Seeing that there was no one around, Pan Duo whispered, "Your Majesty, a group of partridge whistles have been captured." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "The King of Dai is not idle. I don't want to kill anyone. Drive him away." Pan Duo bowed and said, "Yes." Seeing that he was still standing, Lin Yi continued to ask, "Anything else?" Pan Duo said, "A group of scholars in Jiangnan admire the princess's talent and are planning to invite the princess to participate in a poetry meeting. They will send a letter to the government office tomorrow." Lin Yi then remembered that his sister was also known as a talented woman. So he smiled and said, "There is no need to stop this kind of thing. After leaving Hong Kong City, she will also need some friends here. Tell the people in the Yamen to let the person who sent the letter in, and let the princess make the decision on everything. But when the princess goes out, be sure to send more people to avoid any trouble. It's just as her mother said. Her sister really needs to find a prince consort. He never cares about family background. Anyway, no one has a higher family background than him." Pan Duo bowed and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will never let the villains get close to the princess." After saying that, he went into an alley and soon disappeared. As Lin Yi was walking forward with his hands behind his back, he found a group of people gathered by the river. He was watching the fun, and he never looked down upon the big things, and he was no different from ordinary people. Moreover, this was his territory, and he was not afraid of anything. Just as he was about to squeeze through, he found the tall Yu Shaosher holding a wet woman. Then he heard someone shouting, "There is a clinic ahead." Yu Shaosher followed the direction pointed by everyone and rushed over with the person in his arms. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Saving the girl who fell into the water is a good deed." Yu Shaosher held the girl and ran too fast, bumping along the way, and the girl spit out a lot of water from her mouth. Lin Yi followed the water stains and followed slowly behind. When Lin Yi saw Yu Shaosher, he found him under a big tree, and next to him was a woman who lowered her head in shame. After being soaked, her body looked even more graceful. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." The woman leaned forward and whispered, "You are such a great favor. It is really hard to repay you." Yu Shaosher said loudly, "It's a pity that you are a woman. Otherwise, I would become sworn brothers with you." "Sir." The woman looked at the vomit she had vomited on Yu Shaosher, and said embarrassedly, "My home is just around the corner. Please follow me. I will change you into my brother's clothes." Yu Shaosher waved his hand carelessly. No, I'm fine." Lin Yi was so angry that he wanted to kick him. A fool is a fool. At the same time, he was a little envious. Why didn't he have such a chance to be a hero and save the beauty? He made the security of Jinling City so good. But it became a mistake. He continued to walk forward, and found that Yu Shaosher had followed him. So he said unhappily, "Save people, and send them to the west. She is a girl, and it is so dangerous to walk. Are you going to send her home?" "That's right." Yu Shaosher turned back again. The autumn weather was clear and refreshing. Lin Yi walked around Jinling City for more than an hour, and he didn't sweat at all. When he was about to go back along the original route, he suddenly saw a figure. He was wearing a white dress, a bamboo hat, and holding a long sword. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. "Greetings, Princess." Xiao Shizi spoke first. "It turned out to be my aunt." After Lin Yi confirmed it again and again, he was finally sure that this was his real aunt. "The princess. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I miss you very much." Chapter 287 Attack. The princess snorted coldly. "I'm sorry, I've let you down. Nephew, are you looking forward to my death in Hong Kong City? How is that possible?" Lin Yi patted his chest and said, "You are my dear aunt. This heart, this ambition, this love, the heaven and earth are witnesses, the sun and the moon can testify. The oath is made solemnly, and the heaven and earth know it." In fact, he admired his aunt very much. Although he asked Hong Ying to unblock her acupuncture points and restore her power before he left, she was able to escape from the capital city by her own efforts. The princess smiled and said, "You are still so smooth-talking. In front of my aunt? How dare I?" Lin Yi pushed away Xiao Shizi, who wanted to protect him. stepped forward and said with a smile, I am telling the truth. Xiao Shizi was a broken 7th rank, and couldn't help it all. He didn't see Hong Ying, nor did he see the blind man and Ichio. If his aunt wanted to make trouble, it would be the same whether she was far away or close. It's better to please her first, just in case a miracle happens. Do you think I believe you? Or don't believe you? The princess smiled and said, Aunt, think about it carefully. Lenny said with a smile, if your nephew doesn't have you in his heart, how can he let someone untie your acupuncture points? So I have to thank you for that? The princess pressed on. Lenny suddenly couldn't help but take a step back. He retreated too quickly, and just when he was about to fall backwards, 2 hands suddenly appeared behind him. Then, he saw the princess stopped. Greetings, princess. Lin Yi was too familiar with Hong Ying's voice. He heard it right away. He didn't even turn his head. He put his hands behind his back again and looked at the princess with a smile. You dead slave, you are still haunting me, the princess said angrily. Hong Ying stood beside Lin Yi, lowered his head, and said nothing. Don't be angry, Aunt. Lin Yi yawned. I wonder what Aunt is here for, the princess said coldly. From what you said, I can't come if I have nothing to do, Lin Yi said indifferently. Aunt has great ambitions. I wonder if my nephew can help. This kind of person wants to make the Lin family extinct. He really can't afford to offend. The princess stepped forward again, staring into Lin Yi's eyes, and said, Wait for me. Then she floated away again, with such a bad temper. It's really hard to deal with her. Lin Yi was very troubled. Hong Ying bowed and said, Your Majesty, don't worry too much. How about I catch up with her? Lin Yi shook his head and said, What if I catch up with her? Imprisoning her is a waste of food. Killing her, I can't bear it. So let her go. After all, this is her aunt. He believes that one day she will be sold for a good price. More and more Sanha civilians entered the city, and more returned to Sanha. Many of them had wives and children, so they could not leave them behind. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer tents outside Jinling City. 10 days later, He Jixiang issued an order to cancel the limit on the number of civilians entering the city. The inns in the city were full, and there was not a single tent left outside the city. Zhu Rorong and Jiang the butcher teamed up to buy live pigs within a radius of 20 miles. Whether they were slaughtered or not, they were all in their hands. The butchers in Jinling City saw the two of them and gnashed their teeth. Now they have to buy pork through a middleman. Isn't it infuriating? I really want to kill these two guys. Zhu Rorong and the butcher were lying in the small courtyard they rented. Zhu Rorong held the teapot upside down and said complacently, If we don't teach them a lesson, they really think we are made of paper. You have to take care of that bastard Wang Xiaoshuan. According to my previous temper, I would have beaten him up long ago. The key is that I can't beat him. Such a mercenary kid. He actually reached the 7th rank so quickly. It's unbelievable. Get off my fart. Will sigh on the butcher. I left in a few days. Girls don't know what's going on. Place of Nanzhou, not waiting, a little girl, all day with a group of old men. Lao Tzu has to be the master for her. Your girlfriend has more skills than you. You died in your life is a pig killing. Pork is lazy. You just care about. 2. Girl is really the ability. Make the butcher's emotion. Lao Tzu dreamed. Never thought, a girl can do what else can always catch fast. Fast? I didn't dare to think about it before. Pork roamed out. That's the grace of Wang Yi. Will the butcher still have to talk? Suddenly hearing the knock on the door, he glanced at the pork honor. Seeing him can't get up, I can only open the door helplessly. These days, Zhu Rorong has been to more places than him. He feels guilty, and has no confidence to speak. When he opened the door, it turned out to be Li Sanyang. Jiang, I have a man. What the hell do you want to do? Li Sanyang saw Jiang the butcher staring at her in a daze, and her face blushed. Jiang the butcher said, Are you injured? Li Sanyang wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, and a blood stain appeared on her hand. And then she remained silent. What's wrong? Zhu Rorong was startled. It's all right. Li Sanyang shook her head. Zhu Rorong said, How can it be all right? Just tell me, what happened? After Li Sanyang entered the house, she picked up the kettle on the table and drank several gulps without caring whether it was dirty or not and sighed. My goods were robbed outside the city. Jiang the butcher hurriedly asked. Have you reported it to the government office? Li Sanyang said. Does the prince have to worry about such a small matter? Jiang the butcher said. Who did it? Li Sanyang said. Who else could it be? It's just a big cloth merchant in Jinling City. Our Sanha cloth is much cheaper than theirs, and I offended him without knowing it. Zhu Rorong said. Where are your friends? Li Sanyang laughed bitterly. More than 30 people, and I'm the only one who got out alive. I don't want to report to the authorities, I just want them to pay with blood. The butcher said. Bao Ai, Gong Shou are both 5th rank. The guys who followed Li Sanyang to the northern expedition this time are basically above Hua Jin. Among them, Bao Ai and Gong Shou have reached the peak of 5th rank. It is extremely difficult to attack such a team. Li Sanyang squinted and said. There are more than 400 of them, one of whom is a 7th rank master. It was really no match for them, and I was the only one who escaped. 2 brothers, please avenge my little sister. She was about to kneel down, but fortunately Zhu Rorong stopped her in time. He held her arms and said in a deep voice, This is not just about you. This is about all suppliers. Han Dongshu. Where is Liang Qinshu? Li Sanyang shook her head. I came directly to my 2 brothers. Zhu Rorong was about to speak, but suddenly found Han Dongshu and others standing at the door. Liang Qinshu sighed. Sister, we all know it. To be your enemy is to be our enemy. And to be the enemy of Sanha. Chapter 288 Revenge. This bunch of northerners are really daring. Han Dongshu showed his head from behind Liang Qinshu. This time we must repay blood with blood. Otherwise, they think we are easy to bully. Huang Daoji next to him also said indignantly. That's right. The northerners are getting more and more arrogant. And we have to teach them a lesson. Among these Sanha suppliers, there is no lack of intrigue and deception. But when they are away from home, they are united. The complex battlefield situation forces them to unite. Except for the people of Sanha. All the people are outsiders. Moreover, the women in Li Sanyang's clothing shop are all their relatives or familiar neighbors. If they don't avenge them, they will not be able to return home with dignity. Sanyang, I have to say something unpleasant. You are still careless. Sun Casey knocked his pipe against the wall inside. I told you a long time ago that the clothing shop cannot be run by only women. But you just didn't listen. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for these northerners to succeed. Martial arts are popular in Sanha, and everyone knows a move or two. But most of the people who are really good at kung fu are men. After all, women have to wash clothes, cook, and take care of children, which takes up most of their time. At the same time, they are not as obsessed with martial arts as men, nor do they think about traveling the world with swords. So their skills are naturally not as advanced as men. Most of the people who came from Sanha to deliver goods to Li Sanyang's clothing store this time were women. And the 2 with the highest martial arts were 5th grade. And they were still young boys. Liang Qinshu saw Li Sanyang's tears. So he waved his hand to Sun Casey and said, Now is not the time to investigate who is right and who is wrong. We can't let these people lose their lives in vain. Sanyang didn't report the case to the government office. But we all know about it. So General Shen can't possibly not know about it. We still have to follow General Shen's rules. Wang Xiaoshuan said. Wait a minute. I'll go and ask around. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard someone shouting. Wang Tuozi is here. He looked up and saw Wang Tuozi jumping over the wall into the yard. The butcher asked hurriedly, Did General Shen ask you to come? Wang Tuozi nodded and said, Such a big thing. How could General Shen not know about it? What do you want to do about this? I can go back and report to the general. Han Dongshu said. From what you said, General Shen agreed that we should solve it ourselves? Otherwise, why am I here? Wang Tuozi sighed. General Shen was very angry. From south to north. It was all our territory, but we were intercepted by someone. Isn't it embarrassing? General Shen said, I will only give you 2 days. If you can't catch the person, he will send someone else. Otherwise, it will be a disgrace to Sanha. And a disgrace to Sanha is a disgrace to the prince. What are the consequences? I don't need to say more. Right? As long as we can find the person, it won't take 2 days at all. Wang Xiaoshuan patted his chest and continued. Why do we need to catch him? I'll just chop off his head. Wang Tuozi snorted coldly. Of course. We'll chop off his head to serve as a warning to others. The executioners in Jinling City also have ancestral skills, which are faster than Yumatsu's knife. Besides, if you don't remove the roots, the sprouts will still grow. You all killed them all at once. Who can we ask about the mastermind behind the scenes? Liang Qinshu said. In that case, I'll arrange for someone to go out of the city and inquire about the whereabouts of the thief. Wang Tuozi smiled and said, No need, just wait for Fang Pai's news. After that, he flew onto the roof. After Liang Qinshu waited for him to jump onto the roof and disappear. He snorted coldly. This little bastard probably forgot his last name. And he dared to put on airs in front of me. Han Dongxiu sighed. He is about to be promoted to join the army. And we are still ordinary people. So of course, he has the qualifications. Even if you are not convinced, you have to bear it. Huang Daoji shouted. Everyone, don't just stand there. Blow the whistle and ask someone to help. He took out the wooden whistle hanging on his chest and put it to his mouth, puffing his cheeks and blowing. And bursts of sharp sounds echoed in the sky above the yard. Then Sun Kezi, the butcher, Liang Qinshu and others also started to blow the whistle. Before the whistle fell, more than a dozen people appeared in the yard. Then these dozen people began to blow the whistle around the city. By noon, the laborers of various suppliers gathered outside the south gate of Jinling City. Although many people returned to Sanhe, there were still more than 2,000 people here. Liang Qinshu and others had discussed it long ago. Only those above the 6th rank would be kept. And those below the 6th rank would not be allowed, regardless of whether others were happy or not. Only 76 people were selected in the end. Finally, they waited for Fang Pai, who was riding a horse. Little bastard, where is he? Did you find out? Sun Kezi treated the children in the orphanage as his own, and was never polite to Fang Pai and his bastards. Fang Pai smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry, get on the horse and follow me. He took the lead and rode away. Li Sanyang and Wang Xiushuan, who were in charge of the lead, jumped on the horse and hurriedly chased after him. The civilians above the 6th rank followed closely behind them. The official road was covered with dust for a while. The people who didn't know what was going on were so frightened that they all avoided it. They knew that the city of Jinling was occupied by the southern barbarians, and they didn't dare to provoke them easily. After walking for 20 miles, the sun was gradually setting. Fang Pai stopped in front of a bamboo forest. An old man came out of the bamboo forest, bowed to Fang Pai, and pointed to a fork in the road beside the bamboo forest. Fang Pai got off his horse, turned around and said to Li Sanyang and Wang Xiushuan, My martial arts skills are low, so I won't join in the fun. You can go by yourselves. Be careful, there are 2 7th-grade ones inside, and they must be captured alive. Wang Xiushuan snorted coldly. Humph. Unless the one who comes today is a grandmaster. There are so many of them, and anyone below the grandmaster can definitely be beaten. He has the confidence. Then please. Fang Pai raised his hand, and Wang Xiushuan took the lead and rode his horse up the mountain along the fork road. He sat by the road, bored, and teased the ants under his feet with a piece of straw. The sound of fighting was getting closer and closer. He thought about it, and stood up and jumped onto a big tree. He was still just a porter. Pan Duo said, as a porter, getting information was secondary, the most important thing was to save his life, and you had to hide from people you couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, if he was caught, he wouldn't be able to keep a secret under the beating. On the tree, he saw Wang Xiushuan wielding an axe and fighting with a black-clothed man. Then 5 or 6 civilians rushed down the mountain and besieged the man with Wang Xiushuan. The man wanted to escape, but a big knife and an axe had already chopped his limbs, and due to inertia, his body rushed forward and crawled on the ground. His 2 broken legs at the knees were still standing straight, and blood was gushing out. A 7th rank was wasted just like that. Chapter 289 Handling. The big man had fallen down, turned his head to look at the broken leg behind him, let out a terrifying scream. The high-pitched sound hovered over the bamboo forest for a long time. Fang Pai's scalp was numb. This was too cruel. It would be better to die directly, to avoid such a big sin. Since he became Shadow's porter, he has been following Pan Duo, doing shameful things, and he has never seen such a bloody scene. Li Sanyang came down the mountain slowly with a sword, looking at the big man who fell to the ground. Her eyes were red, waving the sword in her hand, and stabbing the big man's neck. She wanted to kill him, to avenge her sister. The big man on the ground felt the cold tip of the sword on his neck, and the desire to survive finally suppressed the pain of the broken leg. He was so scared that he didn't say a word, and only looked at Li Sanyang with resentful eyes. He robbed people's goods, he must know her. I just can't understand why he could find me so quickly. He closed his eyes, and was ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, there was a bang. Li Sanyang took a step back. and the sword in her hand fell directly to the ground. She glared at Wang Xiaoshuan and said, "I want to kill him. You have to stop me," Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile. "San Yang, you forgot that General Shen's order is to capture them all and keep them alive. No matter how much hatred you have, bear it first. They will definitely chop off your heads later," Li Sanyang said. "What if I must kill him today?" Wang Xiaoshuan put the axe in his hand into his waist and said with a smile, "I can't stop you. I believe the general won't blame me too much." "Right?" When Li Sanyang heard this, her chest rose and fell, and then she put away the sword with a clang. She sighed. "Military orders cannot be disobeyed." Wang Xiaoshuan smiled and said, "Sanyang, don't worry, they are all doomed to die. Why do you have to worry for a moment? If you must vent your anger, you can go to the execution yourself. I believe the government will still give you this face. Even the government would be happy for it." Thinking back to the beginning, Bao Qimen almost begged for help when he was looking for an executioner in Sanhe. Cut off his head, it's a bargain for him. After saying that, Li Sanyang burst into tears. Dozens of women, because of following her, died in a foreign land. After returning to Sanhe, how should she explain to their families? It's all because of her incompetence. She shouldn't have been so careless. She was very regretful. The civilians on the mountain tied up the thieves one by one, and led them down the mountain, then tied them to the back of horses, and dragged them along. Some of the thieves were already injured, and were unable to run with the horses, so they were basically dragged behind, covered with wounds, and wherever they passed, there were pools of blood. The civilians didn't care. General Shen's order was to capture them alive, as long as they didn't die. After returning to Jiling City, they were locked up in the prison of Jiling City. They found that the prison of Jiling City was overcrowded, and there were screams and cries of grievances inside, and Wang Xiaoshuan was stunned. The Wang family, the Chen family, all of them were arrested. Wang Tuozi whispered to Wang Xiaoshuan, "Guess who the real mastermind is?" Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily, "I've only been here for a short time, and I haven't even recognized everyone yet. So how can I know who is who?" Wang Tuozi said proudly, "It's the king of Wu." "What?" Wang Xiaoshuan was shocked. "Wu Zhou is the fief of the king of Wu, and the king of Wu is the uncle of the king of He." After entering the city, the first order given by the king of He was, "Don't disturb the uncle of the king of He." Wang Tuozi said with a smile. This old bastard finally made the prince very unhappy. And the prince was furious. Li Sanyang said coldly, "So our hatred is over. Sanyang, be careful with your words." Zhu Rorong said loudly, "Don't you know who the prince is? He and Li Sanyang get along well, and they're friends. But he will not allow anyone to slander the prince, including Li Sanyang." Li Sanyang bowed her head and said nothing after hearing this. "The prince will never let you suffer any injustice." Liang Qingshu said coldly, "You should put your heart in your stomach." The butcher threw the last thief into the prison, and after the jailer locked the prison door, he said, "The prince is the most fair. I have said to the prince, the law must be followed." Sun Casey on this side was about to speak, but suddenly heard a scolding. "The prison is a restricted area. It is not decent to make such a noise. Get out quickly." They raised their heads and saw the figure of Wang Dehai, Shen Chu's attendant, in the dim light of the oil lamp. In the end, everyone nodded and dared not say anything more, and quietly left the prison. The governor's office. The lights were on. Lenny sat in the main seat, taking a sip of tea from time to time, and occasionally lifted his eyelids to look at the Wu Wang Linque, who was tied up and kneeling below. The former Wuzhou military and political officials standing on both sides were silent. People's hearts for people's hearts. After a long time, Lenny finally spoke. "Uncle, what hatred do I have with you? Why do you treat me like this?" He was so distressed that tears almost came out, and he couldn't help but wipe them twice with his hands. The king of Wu, who was sitting in the audience, had always kept his head down. After hearing Lin Yi's words, he finally raised his head and said, "Your Majesty is wise. How can we believe the words of those treacherous villains? People's words are terrible." "Uncle." Lenny put down the teacup, stood up, walked to Lin Kuei, and stared at him in a daze. "You make it very difficult for me to do this. Please understand." "Your Majesty." The king of Wu was helpless at the moment. Lenny glanced at the 6 people who were kneeling or lying behind the king of Wu, and sighed. "It seems that my uncle was deceived by you. You deserve to die. Drag all of you away." The people below were horrified and shouted that they were wronged. No one paid any attention, and the guards dragged him away, their voices gradually becoming inaudible. Your Highness is wise, King Wu shouted again. He was secretly delighted, as he had finally escaped. He had always believed that he would not dare to do anything to an ignorant child. Who knew that? Lin Yi continued. You are my uncle, and I dare not disrespect you. Come on. Send my uncle to Hong Kong City, and everything will be decided by my father. And your Highness. The bound King Wu stood up, and just as he was about to speak, his mouth and nose were covered by the guards, and he was taken away, leaving only a whimpering sound. Lin Yi sat down again and picked up the cup, snorting coldly. As a man, you must not be ignorant of yourself. No one on both sides dared to say a word. In the end, He Jixiong said, Long live the prince, long live the prince. Long live the prince. As soon as he spoke, people on both sides shouted together. Lin Yi said, Exempt Li Sanyang from taxes for 3 years, and all the women who died will be compensated by the governor's office. He could be so generous, because he raided the homes of the King of Wu and the 6 major families in Jinling City. There is no statistics yet, but he believes it will definitely be a lot. You can make money just by sitting at home. You will die if you don't do it. Chapter 290 Relatives. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kneeling on the ground, Li Sanyang kowtowed 3 times. Lin Yi sighed. We have traveled all the way from south to north. If we eat more, others will eat less, and the interests of many people will be affected. They may not dare to fight us with real swords and guns, but they will inevitably trip us up in secret. In the future, we must be more careful in doing things, and cross the shallow water as if it were deep water, and cross the river by feeling the stones. Li Sanyang said, I will definitely follow Your Majesty's teachings. Even if Your Majesty didn't say it, she would learn from this lesson. I will not act on my own anymore. At least I need to recruit more men in the team. She had to admit that what Sun Casey said was right. When things really happen, men are the best. Seeing Lin Yi turned his back, she stood up carefully and followed the new leader, He Hong, to retreat carefully. Lin Yi smiled and said, Isn't there a rumor that Tianluo Palace, 300 miles, can't accommodate a single historian from Jinling? Is that right? Tianluo Palace was a large palace in the previous dynasty, covering more than 300 miles, blocking the sun and the sky. But it still couldn't accommodate the historians in Jinling City. This is used to describe the size and wealth of the Shi family. He Jixiong said, That's right. The Shi family is getting worse and worse. It's not as good as before. Lin Yi asked curiously. It's not that they only seize hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Right? This is what hurts him the most. Such a big family, only so little silver. It's a bit outrageous. He Jixiong sighed. The Shi family lives a decadent life. They are greedy for vanity, and don't make progress. No matter how much money they have, they can't afford to squander it. I don't know how much deficit there is outside. Shen Chu next to him smiled and said, I have something I haven't told the prince yet. The whole Shi family has been imprisoned. The chief steward of the Shi family actually stuffed 50,000 taels of silver notes into my hand. The strange thing is, he was not begging for his master, but for himself. Big rat. Lin Yi was amused, and said bluntly, Copy! Don't miss a single one. These bastards may be richer than their masters. I obey your command. Shen Chu responded loudly, and then said, I have found out that the attack on Li Sanyang's convoy was a discussion between the nephews and nieces of these families. How to deal with it? Please tell me, Your Majesty. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, All the main culprits will be killed, leaving no future troubles. As for the remaining masters, they are all cannibals. Not good people. Regardless of age, all of them will be sent to labor reform first, and then released based on their performance. There are individuals who betray their class, such as himself. But there is no class that betrays its own interests. This kind of corrupt class that sucks blood from the people will not take the initiative to be kind and give benefits to the people. He needs to be the villain himself. Shen Chu said, I know what to do now. Your Majesty. He Jixiong looked like he was about to say something. There is something. I don't know whether I should say it or not. Hey, you asked, do you think I should say it or not? Lin Yi hates people who hesitate to speak. Especially Qi Peng. I didn't expect that He Jixiong and others would also learn this habit. He Jixiong looked up at Lin Yi, then lowered his head again, and whispered, As far as I know, The old lady of the Yuan mansion is from the Shui family in Jinling City. The head of the Shui family, Shuidu, is the old lady's nephew. Shinchu followed. A few days ago, the queen went to visit the Shui family. The queen went there. How come I didn't know? Lenny said in surprise. Shinchu said with a stiff face. I said it a few days ago. The prince said at the time, as long as the queen is happy. He never had any hope for the prince's memory. What's the point of saying this now? You have already raided their house. Lenny spread his hands and said, this is also God's will. The money is in his pocket. Should he return it to them? That's impossible. Your Highness is right, Shinchu said with a smile. But I really don't know how to deal with the people of the Shui family. In fact, he asked yesterday. But the prince was busy daydreaming at the time, and didn't give a reply at all. At this moment, he couldn't help asking again. If the queen blames him later, he will be the one to take the blame. The queen said she would punish him. Can the prince protect him? So, he must ask again and again. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Xiao Shizi came over and whispered beside him. Prince, the queen wants to see you. After waving his hand to everyone in the hall, Lin Yi went directly to the back court. Concubine Yuan was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, and Lin Ning was standing behind her. When she saw Lin Yi coming, she blinked hard. Lin Yi smiled, which was a sign that his mother was in a bad mood. Old lady, who has offended you? You don't have to be angry. Just say it directly. Your son will avenge you, Lin Yi said with a smile. You have arrested the Shui family? Concubine Yuan sighed. Lin Yi nodded and said, to be honest, it's true. When I heard that the Shui family is our relative, my son became even more angry. They didn't even give me any face, and teamed up with outsiders to trick your son. Do you think it's reasonable? My son has thought about it. He will cut Shuidua into pieces at noon tomorrow. You don't have to be so anxious to shut me up. Concubine Yuan rolled her eyes at him and said, I know what happened. It's just that a useless boy was used by others. No one else in the Shui family knows about it. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Old lady, you are the wisest. Think about it carefully. If it is really a useless boy, how can he mobilize 2 7th-rank officials? The 7th-rank officials are really cabbages in Sanhe. They are worthless and not worth showing off. However, in Wuzhou, Yong'an and other places, it is not the case. Even if you are unlucky, you can't be a general or a guerrilla general, but you can make some money by being a servant in a wealthy family. Your status is quite transcendent, and it is not something that can be easily ordered around by some cats and dogs. Concubine Yuan sighed. Your great-grandmother only has Shuidua as her nephew, and he is old. He will be buried sooner or later. Wait for 2 years, and there is no need for you to use a knife. Why do you have to hurt your great-grandmother's face now? Besides, Shuidua's eldest son Shui Tonghui is the director of the Ministry of Works, and he is a minister in the same court as your grandfather and uncle. The two families have always visited each other frequently, and they are of the same blood and look after each other. Lin Yi said helplessly. A good year brings a lot of snow, and pearls are as common as dirt and gold is as common as iron. You should be more familiar with this saying than your son. Right? But how did the Shui family get so much money? I guess you don't know. It's all obtained by exploiting the people. This Shuidua is evil. And if he lives 2 more years, I don't know how many more people he will harm. Concubine Yuan rubbed her brows and said, How can I not know these? But after all, they are relatives, and it's not good to lose face. Lin Yi said, Old lady, you have embarrassed your son. If he acts like this, how can he convince others in the future? Concubine Yuan smiled and said, Well, even if you don't consider your great-grandmother's face, you should at least give me some face. Right? Well, since you said so, your son has no choice. Lin Yi sighed deeply. I will keep Shuidu. Anyway, it wasn't his idea. If I don't kill him, your son can also justify it. But his son Shui Tongji cannot be kept. And he is also responsible for negligence, and the house will be confiscated for sure. Otherwise, in the future, there will be people outside who will laugh at your son's womanly kindness, and cats and dogs will dare to jump on your son to poop and pee. Concubine Yuan said, Then let's do it. Lin Yi smiled and said, Thank you for your understanding, old lady. In fact, he had never planned to kill Shuidua. But he couldn't say that to his mother. After all, the great master said, people's nature always likes to compromise. For example, if you say, This room is too dark, you need to open a window here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you say, you want to tear down the roof, they will be willing to open the window. In psychology, this is called the concession effect. These tricks, he learned from readers when he was an online writer. Chapter 291 Execution Platform. He was such a simple child, and he was tricked by these experienced old drivers. It was impossible to guard against it. The world is a dream, and life is full of autumn chill. The only pity was that he had no chance to retaliate. After Lin Yi came out of the back court, he found that He Jixiang and others were still in the lobby, and said with a smile, "Why don't you leave? What else do you want to say?" He Jixiang said, "I just don't know if the prince has any other instructions. We dare not leave without permission." Lin Yi said lightly, "Shui Tongji and others must not be kept. If they are alive, I will be unable to sleep or eat well. What is there to ask?" "Yes." He Jixiang was very surprised. In terms of relationship, Shui Tongji and concubine Yuan are cousins. This is the real reason why they are waiting here. As long as concubine Yuan speaks, what the prince just said may not count. The prince is still acting according to the original plan, which makes people suspicious. Could it be that concubine Yuan just came to the prince for this matter? Lin Yi smiled and said, "This Shui Tongji is indeed my cousin. I have to admire these so-called noble families. They are really intertwined and pervasive. Damn. They can actually pull out a lot of relatives. And the Qin family." "Who said that?" "Pan Duo." "You said that?" "Right. It turned out to be the illegitimate son of the previous emperor. It's really messy. Qin Lan was sent to Hong Kong City just like the King of Wu. And the trick of killing with a borrowed knife was wasted. Whether it's the King of Wu or Qin Lan, if they can survive in Hong Kong City, he will write a letter of surrender to his father. This is too generous." "That's what I said." Pan Duo himself didn't realize that he had changed his name unconsciously. The grandmother of the Qin family was the wet nurse of Emperor Yongguang. The first time Emperor Yongguang went to the south of the Yangtze River, he slept with the new wife of the Qin family. And that's how Qin Lan was born. After that, whenever Emperor Yongguang went to Jiangnan, he stayed at the Qin family and called Qin Lan the Kirin child. Everyone around was silent, especially He Jixiang, who wanted to kick Pan Duo. How could such a royal secret be said in public, just because you don't have any grudges against the prince now? Doesn't mean you won't have any in the future. How can a person like you be so brainless? Humph. So they think they are so great? You don't even know your last name? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Do you really think your last name is Lin? And the Song family, who is actually a brother-in-law of Qi Yong? This king really wants to kill this old man, but thinking that this is the sin of his grandson, this king is embarrassed to kill him. He Jixiang said. Song Bo and Lord Chindishing are in the same class, and he once served as the Minister of Personnel. At that time, Qi Yong had not yet made a fortune. Hearing what you said, it seems that Qi Yong is a gigolo. By the way, speaking of Mr. Shinkasho, is he coming soon? Lin Yi paced in the lobby with his hands behind his back. He Jixiang said. Mr. Bianjing's road has connected the north and south of Nanzhou. Mr. Xing's journey is much faster. If nothing unexpected happens, I think he will be here soon. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will arrange it properly. That's good. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, Send some of the money from the confiscated property to Mr. Bianjing. It's really not easy for this old man. There is no money for road construction. It's really frustrating. He Jixiang said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will arrange for the laborers to send it over in the evening. Lin Yi suddenly changed the subject and said to He Jixiang, I heard that Pan Duo found your great-grandson. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's blessing. He Jixiang grinned, revealing his uneven teeth covered with yellow spots. He only took one look at the child Pan Duo sent over, and without a second look, he hugged him directly. This is just like what he said to the prince. No one can underestimate the power of heredity. This child is exactly like his deceased eldest son. This is his great-grandson. There is no doubt about it. Even though he had confidence in the officers and soldiers and himself, he still didn't want the child to stay in Wuzhou, and resolutely sent the child and the women who accompanied him to Sanhe. In his heart, Sanhe was still the safest place. Good news. Lin Yi was sincerely happy for him. For people like He Jixiang, death is not despair, but the end of the family line is. Your Majesty's great kindness. I will never forget it. He Jixiang knelt down again. Okay. You know me. Why bother with these empty formalities? Lin Yi found a chair and sat down casually, and then said, "If you want to thank someone, thank Pan Duo. Invite him to eat more and drink more." Of course. He Jixiang stood up and bowed to Pan Duo twice. "I don't need to thank you for your great kindness. I will repay you generously in the future." He didn't want to think too much about the meaning of the prince's words. The prince was simple-minded and rarely had off-screen voices. However, the prince's actions were so grand, and the grassroots team had such a grand atmosphere, and he couldn't help but think about it. Does this mean that, in the future, Pan Duo can't be allowed to take advantage of the favor? Invite him to dinner, have a drink, and you two will be even. He is in charge of military affairs, and Pan Duo is in charge of intelligence. If the two are mixed up, will the prince be suspicious? Pan Duo said expressionlessly. "Mr. Yi is too polite. I will serve the prince even if it means death. I am looking for a great-grandson for you for the sake of the prince. As Shadow's second-in-command, he is definitely not stupid, he is just not familiar with official politics." Seeing the prince's expression at this moment, and then looking at He Jixiang's face, he seems to have realized something. "You guys, we'll talk slowly later." Lin Yi forgot to take a look at the sun hanging high outside. Shin Chu half knelt on the ground and said, "I'm here." Lin Yi said, "Send someone to greet Mr. Xing. He's old, don't let anything happen to him." "Yes, sir." Shin Chu responded loudly, and strode out of the hall. At night, after the strong wind started, the rain also fell all over the sky. Until noon, the rain never stopped. The autumn wind was bleak, and the rain was falling. The execution platform in Jinling City was more luxurious than that in Baiyun City. It was all made of fine marble, unlike Sanhe, which was made of wood. It was a joke. The executioners were particularly steady when standing on the platform. They dared to lean their swords directly on the ground, not afraid of stabbing empty. This was the feeling of most Sanhe people standing below the platform. Jinling City is indeed a big city, the richest place in the world. In the center of the execution platform was a case and a chair. After He Jixiang sat on it, the officers and soldiers began to escort the prisoners to the platform one after another. Shui Tongji. Finally someone recognized this face, covering their mouths in disbelief. Qin Tuo. Then someone exclaimed, "Shi Fang. Jiao Bin. Gu Shui." With the incredible exclamations, the execution platform became more and more lively. They couldn't understand why the person who once called the wind and rain in Jinling City was now on the guillotine. Chapter 292 Unbelievable. They are royal relatives, a wealthy family. In Jinling City, they are the sky, they are the earth, they are the rules of everything. Whether it is the governor Peng Guisho, General Peng Geng, or the prefect Yuanru, the officials of Wuzhou, all have to give them some face, and no one dares to provoke them. Now they are being escorted to the execution ground, which is simply unbelievable. But what they see is the truth. They see that the arrogant and domineering Gu Shui trembles all over, and keeps shouting that he is wronged. They were so excited that they almost cheered. It was so satisfying to see such people suffer. The only pity was that it was raining today, and it would be hard to tell if the other party peed his pants out of fear. The rain seemed to be getting heavier again, and the big raindrops dripped on the ground, splashing water. The spectators around were all wet, but no one was willing to leave. They saw the final fate of these bullies with their own eyes. The family members of the Gu family, the Shui family, and the Shi family successively carried baskets to the execution platform, half knelt in front of the prisoners, who were tied up, and had the cards inserted, and fed them the last meal. He Jixiang, who was sitting in the main seat, took off the hat that was used to block the rain, revealing his gray hair. After Wang Dehai took the hat, he let the rain fall on it, and said to Shin Juanru beside him, "Sir Shin, it's almost time. You can execute the sentence." Shin Juanru said with a stiff face, "I obey your order." He only realized now that what he handed in today was the real letter of surrender. Sitting in this position, after chopping off the heads of the nephews and nieces of the 6 major families in Jinling City, he was completely tied to the prince in everything from then on. There was no way out for regret. He finally understood a truth. If you want to please your colleagues, you have to host the party. If you want to please your superiors, you have to work like a slave. If you want to please yourself, it is just a dream. You are not free to do what you want in life. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He finally opened his voice. Whether he did it or not, the children of the 6 major families would not survive today. The soldier stepped forward to drive away the crying families, and the executioner, who had already sharpened his knife, pulled out the prisoner's card behind him. Execution. Shin Junru shouted, and threw the beheading token in his hand. Under the gaze of the people in the 3 circles inside and outside, the token fell to the ground with a thud. And then the executioner's sword, which had been raised high, fell quickly. The head fell to the ground, and the blood flowed slowly with the rain everywhere. Many people were very disappointed, as there was no screaming as they expected. However, the crowd still burst into cheers again and again. Hey, you must say, Jilin City is indeed a big city, and the knife men there are sharper than Yumatsu's. Zhu Rorong, who was standing in the audience, said with a smile, Yumatsu is not here otherwise. We can embarrass him. Jiang the butcher ignored him, and only looked at Li Sanyang and said, Sanyang, the great revenge has been taken. Do you feel relieved this time? Li Sanyang shook her head and sighed. It's a pity that the dead sisters cannot be resurrected. Sigh, I will take their ashes back to Sanha tomorrow, and I really don't know how to face their families. I can't wash away all the sins on my body. Sanyang, since you also know that the dead cannot be resurrected, don't think too much. If you really feel guilty, just go back and take good care of their families. The butcher sighed. And it's better to go back with the Liang family's convoy tomorrow. It's safer. Li Sanyang sighed. I know all this. There are only 5 people around her now, and after the previous lesson, she will never dare to be as careless as before. After the execution, the families of each family began to collect the bodies. The butcher watched the executioner openly take money from the families, and said with a smile, This Yumatsu is really not lying. Being an executioner in a big city is very profitable. Zhu Rorong said with a smile. Why don't you try it? The butcher shook his head without hesitation. Isn't it faster to make money by killing pigs? Zhu Rorong looked at the crowd that was gradually dispersing, wiped the rain off his face and said, That's right. All right. Let's sit in the tea house in front for a while. Damn it. Don't get wet here. Today, the 2 of them have monopolized the live pigs in the area of dozens of miles around Jilin City. If the butchers in the city want to buy pigs, they have to go through their hands. To put it bluntly, they can make money just by lying at home, the butcher said as he walked. However, we still need to be alert. Some people have already gone to nearby Guangda and Yinzhou Prefecture to buy live pigs. We still need to use some tricks. Zhu Rorong asked curiously. How to use tricks? The butcher smiled and said nothing, and walked into a tea house. Zhu Rorong followed him in. After the butcher sat down, he took off his wet coat, bare-chested, rolled up his trouser legs, took a few gulps of tea, and chuckled. I learned this from Prince He. Do you remember what Prince He did when the Liang, Wang, and Hu families raised the price of grain? Zhu Rorong also took off his coat. After hearing what the butcher said, he said unhappily, Do you mean we should also lower the price? The butcher said, Their pigs are transported over a long distance, so the cost is much. Let's just lower the price and see who can buy from them. If they don't lower the price, they won't be as cheap as ours, and the pigs can only continue to be raised in their own pens. It depends on whether they dare to transport live pigs to Jilin City again. Zhu Rorong said. How much money will it cost? Jiang the butcher said with a smile. It must be at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Zhu Rorong shook his head like a rattle and said, Tens of thousands of taels of silver are enough to dominate the entire meat market. You are not thinking too much. Are you? Jilin City is not Baiyun City. There are too many rich people here. And Mr. He said, Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The businessmen here are all educated. Very smart. Compared with people like you and me, who can't even read a few words, I don't know how much stronger they are. Let's weigh ourselves, and don't take risks like this. If we really meet a powerful person, my coffin board is not enough. You can play if you want, I won't accompany you. He said it very firmly. The old butcher blushed and said, Don't boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. Okay, if you look short in life, you can't go high. If these people are really that powerful, how could they be so afraid of Li Sanyang? Live pigs and cloth are completely different. Zhu Rorong waved his hand. Hack you. Don't think about unreliable things all day long. I still want to live a few more years. Forget it. Forget it. The butcher waved his hand helplessly. I can't explain it to you. Zhu Rorong was unwilling to partner with him, and he did not have the strength to do so alone, so he could only give up the idea. Chapter 293 Wu Wang Mansion. More importantly, he made Zhu Rorong lose confidence in just 2 sentences. Because what Zhu Rorong said was indeed reasonable. The reason why Jiling City can be called a prosperous place is because the people are rich and there are many rich people. Whether it is the Liang family or the Wang family in Sanhe, they are not good enough in Jiling City. Even Hu Banquan himself admitted that his wealth is not even as good as that of a medium-sized tea merchant in Jiling City, not to mention being on par with those cloth merchants, grain merchants, salt merchants. After all, Jiangnan has been stable for generations, with few wars, and making money quickly in any business. Although the local rich people in Sanhe have sea trade and salt profits, they are not stable. They may earn 100,000 today, but lose it all tomorrow. Most of the money is saved by their own hard work. More and more people came to the tea house. Zhu Rorong and Jiang the butcher were all sitting around. Most of them were talking about Xue Tongji being executed at noon. I never thought the Xue family would have such a day. That's right. That's right. I don't know how happy I am today when I see that bastard's head falling off. What goes around comes around. It's true that evil will be punished. And that Gu Zhuo, he's always so arrogant. We've really suffered enough in recent years. I heard that the Xue family, the Gu family, were all confiscated? Gu family, what about the Xue family? The king of Wu was also confiscated. You didn't see it a few days ago. There were thousands of Sanhe soldiers surrounding them. Not even an ant could escape. They confiscated everything. It's said that the king of Wu has been escorted to the capital. You know what? This prince, he is really cruel. These days, you can be incompetent, but you can't be incompetent. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. We should live our lives as usual. The prefect also said that the prince has 4 requirements for the people of Jiling City. Do not kill. Do not beat. Do not steal. And do not cheat. I am safe and sound. And I am very lucky if others do not harm me. How can I harm others? The people in the tea house expressed their opinions, and the discussion was very lively. Hearing people talking about the prince, the butcher and Zhu Rorong listened attentively. If there was any disrespectful words to the prince, they would be ready to draw their swords. Fortunately, these people were sensible, and did not say anything disrespectful. After listening for a while, the two paid for the tea and left directly. The rain continued to fall until the evening, and then it slowly stopped. Lenny stood at the gate of the former Wu Wang mansion, looking at the plaque that had become the 3 big characters He Wang mansion, and sighed. Wu Wang deliberately made himself uncomfortable, and he had to offend me. Why bother? Xiao Shizi said. Your Highness spared the people in Wu Wang mansion and only punished Wu Wang, which is a great favor. Of course I am merciful. There is no doubt about it. Lenny put his hands behind his back, took a last look at the white marble lions at the door, stepped on the high steps, and entered Wu Wang mansion from the main gate. The Wu Wang mansion was built along the central axis. Entering one gate is a courtyard. There are 10 entrances and 10 exits. It is magnificent. When Lenny walked to the backyard, he saw the pavilions and towers with unique shapes. He knocked on the pillars next to him and said with gritted teeth, Golden Nanmu, you are really rich. Sir Shen, this is beyond the rules. If you really care about it, none of you local officials is innocent. After seeing this house, he had no thoughts about the Huang mansion in Sanhe. Compared with this place, it was just a slightly larger house than an ordinary family, and it had nothing to do with wealth and luxury. I am guilty. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Shen Juanru knelt down and said boldly, But I think that the King of Wu did a good thing. You are a favored son of heaven, and this house is just right for you. That's right. Lord Shen. Xiao Shizi hurriedly agreed. After hearing Xiao Shizi's voice, Shen Juanru breathed a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet after all. If I am not mistaken, the houses nearby are all made of golden Nanmu, which is too luxurious. Lenny knocked and hammered as he walked. Lord Shen, tell Lord Peng to remember to report to the Emperor, and he must be severely punished if he violates the rules. Peng Guisho is still alive now, and Lenny sees his use in this aspect as a bridge for communication between him and the Emperor. Shen Juanru hurriedly said, I obey your command. He felt helpless. Was he afraid that the King of Wu would not die miserably after entering the capital? Lenny saw goldfish in the lotus pond and said with a smile, The King of Wu is the same as me in that he likes to raise goldfish, which is very good. The goldfish in the lotus pond were not frightened after hearing the noise of people. Instead, they swam over in groups and cheered in the water. It's just that the taste is not good. There are not many good ones. Lenny took a closer look, then shook his head and said, It seems that he is also a dilettante. Xiao Shizi also looked at the lotus pond. But he couldn't see any difference between the goldfish here and those in Baiyun City and the palace. But he still smiled and said, "There are naturally very few people in the world who have the taste of raising goldfish like the prince. Don't worry, my lord. I will have them caught later. And then I will find the best goldfish later," Lenny said. "No need. The pond is big. Just keep them. I will have them put it in order later. And let the queen and the princess move in. Although the governor's office is big enough, it can accommodate people. But it is obviously not as comfortable as the prince's mansion. So, he plans to bring his mother and sister to live here," Xiao Shizi said. "Yes," Lenny continued. "Is there any news from the capital recently?" Xiao Shizi said. "Song Chung and Luohan came out of the capital and brought Yu Xiaoqun with a broken arm," Lenny said. "That's good. Being alive is better than anything else," Xiao Shizi continued. "Mr. Shinkasho fell ill on the way and was delayed for some time." Lenny frowned and asked, "Who took care of him along the way?" Xiao Shizi said, "It was my junior sister Hongyan. Sir Shanqi appointed her as the chief constable of the Wuzhou provincial government office." Hongyan. Lenny suddenly sighed. Time flies so fast. This little girl is already 16 or 17 years old. Thanks to the blessing of the prince, this girl has the luck she has now. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, "However, this girl is also very hardworking and has not let the prince down. Your master still worries more." Lenny smiled and said, "This prince doesn't care about anything. I have no expectations. And I don't care about disappointment." Shin Juanru, who was standing by, lowered his head and listened to every word. "I always feel that this amount of information is a bit too much. However, he is sure of one thing. The chief constable who is about to take office is the apprentice of the dead eunuch Hong Ying, and he is also very much liked by Hong Ying. He knows how powerful the dead eunuch is. This means that he cannot afford to offend this Hong Yin. As for Shinkasho, needless to say, he and the prince both respect him." Chapter 294, Meeting an Old Friend. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel sad. How could I be so miserable, no matter who it was? They could suppress me. Sometimes I really wanted to let go of me while I was still young and free, and let me be a little wild. But unfortunately, I didn't have the courage. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. It's best not to kill yourself. In short, I should be the most humble one. But, when he thought of the imprisoned Punguesho, he was immediately relieved. No matter what, I was at least doing much better than him. At least, he was not restricted in what he did. And he could be with his family. And he had no worries about food and clothing. And he had also looked forward to the future. Today, he personally supervised the execution, beheaded the nephews and nieces of the 6 major families. And the influence of the 6 major families in Jinling City disappeared. Without so many people who bothered him, would his life be better in the future? He even thought further. If the prince really ascended to the throne in the future, would he be considered a loyal minister? This was not a dream. It was completely possible. After all, the prince had not only approached the city of Hong Kong, but also escaped unscathed. He now owns 8 states, and is the most popular. Even the Prince of Yong, who used to have 100,000 soldiers, is no longer favored. Everyone is saying that Prince he is chasing Prince Yong. If Prince, he can't ascend to the throne. He really can't think of anyone else who can. So, for Shin Juanru, the future is promising. 1 autumn rain brings a chill, and 10 autumn rains make you wear cotton. The cold air came suddenly, catching Sanha off guard. What's worse? In less than half a month, the originally sallow and gray sky suddenly snowed. The people in Jinling City were probably used to it. When the weather got cold, they just put on more clothes and continued to live their lives as usual. The people in Sanha City suffered the most. When they saw the heavy snow, it was like the sky was falling. They thought that Nanzhou, where they had been before, was cold enough, but they didn't expect Jinling City to be even colder, so cold that their bones were numb. In such severe cold weather, it was impossible to live in a tent. Everyone either rented a house or stayed in an inn, but they still couldn't bear it. They shivered in the house, let alone going out. Many people had no experience of wintering here, and they got sick and simply couldn't do anything. Moreover, if they continued to stay, the expenses would be enormous. Except for the new Sanha people from Yuezhou, Nanzhou, and Hangzhou who were willing to stay. The local civilians began to return to Sanha in groups. They really couldn't stand it. After coming out, they finally understood that there was no better place in the world than Sanha. It didn't matter if it was a little hot in the summer. It wouldn't kill you anyway. But if you continue to stay in the Northerners' territory, you might really freeze to death. This damn place was simply not a place for people to stay. Besides, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable taking the money home and sleeping in a big bed with his wife? At this time, they sincerely admired those Northerners, who were really cold resistant. The Sanha officers and soldiers standing on the city wall, shivering with cold, hugging their shoulders, shrinking their necks, looked at the civilians who left Jinling City happily with envy. They were cold too. After all, they were wearing armor outside, and they couldn't wear coats inside or outside. There were piles of fires on the battlements, but it was useless. And they were still shivering with cold. If they were not subject to military discipline and could not leave their posts without permission, they would have wanted to run away long ago. I am proud and laugh at the waves. My blood is hotter than the sun, my mind is broad and my vision is long. Let the sea and sky gather energy for me. Slowly, many officers and soldiers began to sing songs, to give themselves some spirit. The army's morale must be stabilized. After seeing this, He Jixiang said to Shenchu, "Our soldiers in the south are still not used to the climate here. Take off your armor if possible and put on jackets. Kill more pigs and sheep these days. Don't mistreat the soldiers. And don't be so strict about the rules. Give them some wine and water, so they can stay up late at night." Shenchu bowed and said, "Don't worry, sir. The bedding and cotton-padded jackets have been prepared long ago and have been distributed these days." He Jixiang squinted his eyes and looked into the distance and said, "Wang Tuozi, didn't you say that Mr. Xing's carriage was coming soon? Why is there no sign of him for so long? He came out today specifically to welcome Xing Kesho. But he had been waiting for more than an hour and still hadn't seen him." Wang Tuozi smiled and said, "It snowed all the way to Yong'an. The roads were covered with snow, making it difficult to walk. So we had to walk more slowly. Sir, don't worry. I'll go check it out." "No need." He Jixiang waved his hand. "It's very cold. You should stop tossing and stay at home if you can." Wang Tuozi said, "Thank you for your consideration." He said this sincerely. Although he was not a native of Sanha, his hometown Yuezhou was not as cold as Jinling City. No matter how good his martial arts were, he couldn't stand the cold. Once he used his qigong and ran a little faster. The cold wind whistled and poured into his neck, making him want to cry. Unlike He Chiu or the blind man, in the middle of winter, only a thin long gown, really immune to cold and heat. The snow was still falling, the sky and earth were the same color, the whole world was only white, empty, and vast. No birds flew in the thousands of mountains. No people were seen on the thousands of paths. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the distance, and when it got closer and closer, Shenchu shouted, "Sir, that is undoubtedly Mr. Xing's carriage." He Jixiang smiled and stroked his beard, and with the help of Shenchu, slowly went down the icy wall, left the inner city, and greeted him at the city gate. "Greetings, Lord He." Lord Shen, Hong'an, wearing a black cape, led the way on a horse, followed by a large carriage, and then a team of about 20 cavalrymen. "No need to dismount. Hurry into the city. It's too cold outside." He Jixiang waved to Hong'an, then hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Xing Kesho, who was about to get off the carriage, and said with a smile, "We have been together for more than 20 years. Why do you still have to do these empty formalities with me? Besides, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so you should not catch a cold again. If you really fall ill again, I will be guilty of a great sin." "Ha." Xing Kesho laughed. "Mr. He, please get on the carriage. Then obey your order." He Jixiang got on the carriage with the help of Shenchu and Wang Tuozi, trembling slightly. After getting into the carriage, he refused the hand warmer handed over by Xing Kesho, and said with a smile, "You can use it. I'm not cold." Xing Kesho blocked his mouth with his fist, coughed twice in succession, and said, "My health is indeed not as good as before." He Jixiang sighed. "You should take better care of yourself. Don't worry. This old bone is not so easy to fall down. I am also a third-rank official." Xing Kesho resisted the phlegm in his throat, swallowed it, and said, "I have seen your great-grandson. The child is the smartest child. According to your idea, Xiezan accepted him as a student. Although the child is only 8 years old, he is like a little adult, diligent and studious, and respectful to Mr. Xie. If he continues like this, he will definitely have a bright future. Chapter 295. I dare not predict everything. I don't have much hope for him, He Jixiong said with great satisfaction. I will be satisfied if he can live a peaceful life, marry and have children. While the two were talking, the carriage had already stopped steadily at the Huang mansion. Hong Ying was standing at the door. Hong Ying knelt down and kowtowed. The disciple greets the master. After Hong Ying nodded, he ignored her and looked directly at Xing Keshou and said, Mr. Xing has been traveling all the way, and the prince said that he can rest first. See you tomorrow. Xing Keshou said, You are too polite. But I dare not keep the prince waiting for too long. I will just have to prepare for me first. I will wash up before I dare to see the prince. My clothes are not in order, which is really a bit abrupt. After saying that, he straightened his already hunched back and followed Hong Ying into the mansion. Hong Ying and a group of officers and soldiers stood at the door, motionless. If the master did not let her in, she could not enter. This is the rule. If the rules are broken, the relationship between the master and the apprentice will be gone. This is what the master said. Wang Tuozi said, Captain Hong, please come with me to the governor's office. Hong Ying bowed and said, Thank you. Wang Tuozi smiled and said, Captain Hong, we are acquaintances. Don't be so distant. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed. He took the lead and walked in front. Halfway through, he looked at Tao Yingyi, who was riding a horse parallel to him, and asked curiously, Aren't you in Nanzhou? Why are you here? Tao Yingyi said, This is Mr. Chen Disheng's idea. I am also a constable now, and I will serve Captain Hong. However, I still have one thing in mind. Captain Hong is coming to Wuzhou. So who will go to Yandong? Thinking back, he was the first to climb the top of Wulin City. According to his achievements, he should be the chief captain of the Yandong provincial government office. There should be no problem. Right? When the time comes, he will be a local figure. If you think about it, he will still be very impressive. However, I didn't expect that he would come to Wuzhou, and can only be Hong An's deputy. Wang Tuozi seemed to see through his thoughts and laughed. Wang Dehai went to Yandong a few days ago. Didn't you meet him on the way here? It turned out to be him. Hearing that it was Wang Dehai, Tao Yingyi lowered his head and smiled reluctantly. Although he originally followed Zhang Mian, he is now a close friend of General Shinchu. The general may not be able to leave him. He can compare with others, but he is definitely not as good as Wang Dehai. That guy is a 7th rank official. He is really a ruthless person. He never spares his life in battle. Wang Tuozi pointed at his chest and said proudly as he walked, Don't you still have me? I am now a soldier, and I will follow the general directly. When we meet next time, you should be careful with your words, or I will not be polite to you. Humph, you bastard, you should stop showing off in front of me, Tao Yingyi said angrily. We both know each other. They are both from Weizhou, and they seem closer than others. Lin Yi was sitting in the hall of the palace, holding a teacup as usual. Seeing Xing Keshou kneeling down when he entered the door, he said, Okay, you are old. Stop struggling. Sit down and talk. I dare not. Xing Keshou still knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Lin Yi looked at the gray hair and felt a little bit reluctant. He waved to Xiao Shizi. Xiao Shizi stepped forward, helped Xing Keshou sit on the chair, waited for the servant to bring the tea, and personally brought it to Xing Keshou, and then added some charcoal to his stove. Xing Keshou said, Thank you, eunuch. Xiao Shizi smiled and retreated behind the prince. Lin Yi said, I really don't trust that Peng Duisho, so I asked you to come over. It's a bit embarrassing for you. Xing Keshou bowed and said, I dare not deceive the prince. I have known Peng Duisho for a long time. In the 27th year of Yongguang, he saw that the 4th prince was in trouble and assisted the emperor wholeheartedly. That's why he made such great contributions. Wuzhou is a wealthy place. He has been the governor for 10 years. No one can shake him. It can be said that he is favored by the emperor. Lin Yi said, So, I don't trust him. If I say something one day, he will sell me out? Xing Keshou said, Your Highness, you don't know that this man looks gentle and respectful, and he always smiles when talking to others. But he is narrow-minded and treacherous. Since he is in a position of power, he wants people to follow him, and he will frame those who displease him. Therefore, people at that time said that there is a knife in Guizhou's smile. He is good at scheming, and his ability to change with the wind is unmatched. But he may not be loyal. Now that the prince's power has been established, he may not be indecisive. Lenny said. Do you mean that the king should continue to use him? Shinkisho said. I think that although he has selfish motives, he is indeed a talented and capable person. Wuzhou has just been settled, and the people's hearts are unstable. I think it is better to use him. Lenny frowned, sighed. Then keep it, but you still have the final say. Shinkisho said. Yes. Lenny said. I will not hold a banquet today. You can eat whatever you want, and take a rest. If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow. Thank you, Your Highness. After Shinkisho finished speaking, he retreated carefully, and went to the governor's office with He Jixiang. This is not only the residence of the prince, but also the residence of the queen and the princess. They are not allowed to stay for long to avoid conflicts, including the blind man. They still live in the governor's office. The blind man is sitting on the corridor in the backyard of the office, holding his palms, feeling the snowflakes one by one. The monk suddenly said, Would you like to tell me a fortune? I have been feeling uneasy lately. The blind man shook his head and said, I dare not tell all the fortunes, for I fear the unpredictable laws of nature. The monk sighed. You just like to be witty. The blind man smiled and said, Don't be distracted when you are busy, and keep your mind clear when you are idle. Don't be moved when you die, and see through things when you are alive. The monk said, Do you have to talk to me like this? The blind man tilted his head and said, Monk, I have listened to you, and did not kill her. Okay. Thank you very much. The monk said helplessly. Blind man, my mind is so confused. I haven't meditated for 2 days. The blind man said, Then follow your heart. You are not a real monk. The monk stood up and said, You are talking nonsense again. Without waiting for the blind man to speak, he walked away. Hong An walked out from the pillar, looked at the monk's figure going away, and said with a smile, Brother monk has tempted worldly desires. The blind man smiled and said, You know everything, but he doesn't know it yet. Maybe this is the case, that those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Hong An said, Brother monk is a good person. The blind man said, Xie Shaoqing may not be a bad person either. Hey, you are still young. What's the point of telling you these things? Blind man, I am 16, not young anymore. Hong An said with a smile. Don't treat me as a child anymore. They all grew up together in Chidian orphanage. She always smiled more at him than others. Yes, you have grown up, I am old, and always say some foolish things. The blind man said lightly. You are only a few years older than me. Hong An said unhappily. Chapter 296 Brothers. The blind man shook his head and said, I feel your temper is different from before. In his impression, Hong An has always been taciturn and not good at speaking. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to talk to others now. Of course, I used to have a bad temper, but now I am suppressing my temper. Hong An crossed his arms and snorted coldly. If it weren't for my lack of skills, I would definitely let you try whether my hands are harder or your mouth is harder. The blind man smiled and said, Try hard. Try hard. Every person with a dream is amazing. I hope the girl will soon be able to cross the 9 fields with a long sword, and brush the sky with a high crown. Whatever you say will be the final word, and I will not dare to disobey you. The prince said, What you say is poisonous chicken soup. Hong An knew that he could not see, but he still could not help but roll his eyes at him. The reason why we feed people chicken soup is because the meat has been eaten by you successful people, and you are only willing to give others soup. The blind man said, I am telling the truth. But those who have accomplished great things in ancient times not only have extraordinary talents, but also have perseverance. The girl needs to be more diligent. Do you mean that I am not diligent enough? Hong An asked angrily. You misunderstood. The blind man shook his head, and then changed the subject. I mean you are lazy. You? Hong An's face flushed with anger. The most annoying thing is that the other party can't see his expression, and doesn't know that he is angry. A horse can travel 1,000 miles, but it can't go without a rider. A man can have a lofty ambition, but he can't achieve it without luck. The blind man still said to himself, The only thing you and I have in common is that we are lucky. And we met mentors, like the steward and the prince. His parents died in the hurricane, and he was blind. So he was really alone. Hong An's situation was not much better than his. It was worse to have no parents than to have them. Fortunately, Both of them had good luck. They met the chief steward and Prince He, who helped them escape from the sea of suffering and gave them great fortune. My luck has always been good. After hearing the blind man's words, Hong'an was unable to refute for a while. She had to admit that the blind man was right. If there were no chief steward and Prince He, she would probably be like many poor girls in Ankon City, married early, and should be carrying her child to fetch water and wash clothes in the cold wind. She couldn't even imagine the dark days now. It's cold, go inside, don't get cold. The blind man smiled, turned around and left. You are a blind man, but I am a fool, Hong'an muttered to himself as he watched his figure gradually disappear into the heavy snow. A slender young man, wearing a white fox fur cape, was standing in the governor's office. He was completely unaware of the snow falling on his body, still bowing to Lucan who was guarding the door. Ken, you and I are brothers. Please help me pass the message. I will never forget your great kindness. Yi-Chen, didn't you get beaten enough last time? If I call him out again this time, I'm really afraid he will beat you to death. Lucan looked at the young man in front of him, feeling helpless. This is Yichio's brother, Yi-Chen. Although the Yi family is wealthy and powerful, they are considered to be a wealthy family in Baiyun City. His Lu family naturally cannot compare with them. But they are all from Baiyun City. They will meet each other every day. Unlike the arrogant Yichio, Yi-Chen is humble and treats ordinary people like Lucan sincerely. So, all along, the relationship between the two has been barely passable. At this moment, Lucan sincerely advised him and wanted to shout, "Don't come to get beaten. Your brother is really a piece of shit. He is inhumane." Yi-Chen still insisted. "Kanzi, I know all this. Thank you for your help. Hey, although I don't know why you two brothers have come to this, but if you insist on seeing me, I can't do anything." Lucan patted the snow on his body. "I don't ask you to repay me. I just hope you don't implicate me." He remembered that when Jiang Cho went to pass the message last time, because he talked too much, his mouth was swollen for 7 or 8 days. At this moment, he strode into the government office with the determination to die. And after turning left and right, he walked to the door of Yichio's room. After knocking on the door several times, the door suddenly opened a crack, and he found that it was only half closed. When he was about to bravely push the door open to take a look, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Hong'an. He breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and said, "It's you. I was scared to death." Hong'an smiled and said, "If it was Yichio, he would walk without making any sound. He didn't want you to find him. So you couldn't find him." Lucan smiled awkwardly. "Yeah, I didn't think of that," Hong'an said. "What are you trying to do sneakily?" Lucan said unhappily. "What do you mean sneakily? I just knocked on the door and found no one. So I wanted to go in and take a look," Hong'an said. "If there was really someone in the room, you wouldn't need to knock on the door." "Okay, you're right," Lucan sighed. With Yichio's kung fu, he could feel his every move from a long distance. "Then do you know where he went?" Hong'an was about to speak, but suddenly frowned and walked away. When Lucan was curious about what was going on, he suddenly felt the air was suffocating, and it seemed to be colder than before. He tilted his head and saw the person he was looking for. But suddenly, he didn't dare to face at this moment. "Are you looking for me?" Yichio said lightly with his hands behind his back. "Yes." Lucan gritted his teeth and said, "No. Someone is looking for you at the door. I just want to send you a message." Without waiting for Yichio to reply, he ran away without looking back. Staying in front of such a person for a while was torture, and he was really afraid that he had gone crazy. He ran to the door panting, and found that Yi-Chen was gone. He had vowed not to leave until he saw his brother. But now he was gone? Wasn't he just teasing me? What if Yichio didn't see me and blamed me? Wouldn't I be in trouble? The guard next to him, Sun Tai, whispered. Yichio just came over and took Yi-Chen away. Oh, that's it. Thinking of Yichio's terrifying lightness skills, Lucan suddenly realized, no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't be as good as others who jumped. Since Yi-Chen was taken away by Yichio, he could only mourn for Yi-Chen in his heart. After all, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Yi-Chen was not paying attention when his brother grabbed his collar from behind. Because of the extremely fast speed, the originally light snowflakes hit his face at this moment, and it hurt like a knife. He endured the pain and did not make any sound. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he felt the wind and snow in front of him slowly reduced, and with a plop, he was thrown directly to the ground. Staggeringly, he stood up and instinctively touched his face with his hand, and there were ice chips, and he carefully peeled them off, and it turned out to be his own blood. Chapter 297. Who is incompetent? He trembled all over. Is he disfigured? Even though he was angry, he suppressed it in the end. He looked at his brother's expressionless face and said, "Brother," Yichio said with his hands behind his back. "You are the patriarch of the Yi family now. Why do you have to make yourself uncomfortable here with me? With my brother in front of me? How dare I take the position of patriarch? Let my brother know that. The position of patriarch is still vacant, just waiting for my brother to go back and inherit the ancestral worship." Yichin sighed. "But my brother really can't figure out why we are so disabled today, and how can I make my brother so disgusted?" The younger brother still remembers that when he was a toddler, he always followed behind his elder brother, and his elder brother was very considerate to him. "Does your elder brother still remember? My entry-level kung fu was taught by your elder brother," Yichio said coldly. "You came all the way to see me, just to say these things? My Yi family is now also a supplier for officers and soldiers. I heard that Li Sanyang was ambushed a few days ago. My father was worried and afraid that something might go wrong on the road. This time, he asked me to escort the delivery." Yichin bowed and said, "I thought that my elder brother was here, so I came to pay my respects. Just say what you want to say." Yichio turned around and looked at the tall city wall not far away and said, "You know, I don't have a good patience." Yichin knelt down in the snow and cried, "Brother, father's illness is getting worse, and he is always thinking about you. Even if you don't want to go back to take charge of the situation, can't you go see father for the last time?" Yichio suddenly laughed, looking up. "Since the moment he kicked me out of the house, I have no relationship with him. Brother, you have a grudge against father, I can understand it," Yichin said loudly. "But what about mother? She cries all day long, and her eyes are almost blind. Can you bear to let her do this every day?" After hearing this, Yichio was moved. He said slowly, "I know." Then, he floated away. "Brother!" Yichin shouted urgently. Yichio did not stop for a moment. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, and his brother did not even leave a footprint. He only knew that his brother had become a grandmaster, but he did not expect that his kung fu had reached such a high level. He sighed sadly unconsciously. Yichio returned to the governor's office and went straight to Pan Duo's door. Pan Duo could feel a suffocating pressure through the door. Outsiders definitely cannot enter the yamen. The only people he can think of are Yichio, the blind man, and the general manager. When the general manager wants to see him, he only asks someone to pass it on, and never comes in person. The blind man is kind, and he won't attack without purpose or use his power to bully others. It must be Yichio. He gritted his teeth and opened the door, facing the evil star. "I wonder if Mr. Yi has any advice." When talking to Yichio, Pan Duo didn't dare to straighten his back. Even when he was talking to the prince, he didn't feel this aggrieved. "How did Yichin get injured?" Yichio asked directly. "Yichin?" Pan Duo was very surprised. As everyone knows, Yichio was driven out of the house by the old man of the Yi family, and he had always been at odds with Yichin. Even Yichio had beaten Yichin last time. Now Yichio suddenly cared about Yichin for no reason. What was going on? "You don't know?" Yichio asked back. "I know. Of course I know." Seeing Yichio's unhappy expression, Pan Duo hurriedly replied, "Although Yong'an has been ruled by the prince, the officers and soldiers are not strong enough, which has led to the rampant bandits. When the Yi family's convoy was leaving Wulin City, it collided with the Wuhu water bandits. The Yi family reported the matter to the authorities in time, and the soldiers have already gone. However, as far as I know, only 2 servants died, and Yichin was not injured." Why did Master Yi say that? He was very nervous. He had dared to hesitate just now, and almost offended the other party. Otherwise, he would have been skinned alive if he didn't die. So, at this moment, he told everything he knew without hesitation. "I just saw him," Yichio said with rare patience. "The man who attacked was very vicious, and his internal organs were all cold and lean, and he kept coughing. It was difficult for ordinary people to easily find internal injuries, and they just thought it was a cold. If I hadn't arrived in time, at best, he would have lost all his power. At worst, half of his body would have been injured." "Master Yi," Pan Duo couldn't help but said boldly. "You want to?" Yichio interrupted him before he finished. "Tell me the name of the pirate," Pan Duo said. "Xiao Lin." the dragon in the waves, is a 7th rank master. It is said that he was originally a guerrilla general in Liangzhou. Later, he committed a crime and fled to Yong'an and became a pirate. It is reasonable that Master Yi suffered at his hands. It turned out to be just a 7th rank master. Seeing Pan Duo's puzzled face, Yi Qiu suddenly laughed. Outsiders only think that we are brothers at odds. But remember, I can hit him and scold him, because he is my brother. But others cannot hit him or scold him, also because he is my brother. Yi Qiu, Master is right. Pan Duo looked at his back in shock. What the prince said was right. Some things cannot be judged by appearances alone. Everyone thought Yi Qiu was cold-blooded and indifferent to his own brother, but who would have thought that this was only on the surface? When his own brother got into trouble, his own brother would still come forward. The original sympathy for Yi Chen turned to envy at this moment. With the protection of the Grand Master, as long as he did not offend the prince, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the future? And Yi Qiu's last words, were they not also a warning to himself? He was very fortunate that when he was in Baiyun City, he had not offended the Yi family. After dark, the heavy snows stopped. But it became even colder. There were few people on the street. If they hadn't run out of rice at home, most people wouldn't come out. In the east wing of the palace, 2 women were holding iron poles and burying charcoal into the charcoal fire from time to time. The room was warm. Concubine Yuan, who was sitting on a chair, put down the teacup, glanced at Mingwei and Zixia, who were kneeling in front of her, and said coldly, "Your prince knows how to pity you, but he doesn't even have a servant around him." "I know my crime," Mingwei and Zixia said in unison. The 2 of them followed Xing Keshou to Jiling City. However, after entering the palace, the first person they saw was not the prince, because the queen was here. According to the rules, the queen should be the first to see the emperor. After entering the door, she knelt for more than 2 hours before the queen spoke this sentence. And it was an accusation. They did not try to defend themselves. Now they only hoped that the prince could be patient and not come so quickly. Otherwise, the queen would be even more unhappy. Their good days would be over. This is a lesson learned over a long period of time. At first, I sent my aunt to teach you the rules. Besides, you 2 are not little girls anymore. You know what you should know. Concubine Yuan's eyes unconsciously drifted to the eyebrows of the 2 people again. You really disappoint me. She was very melancholy. How many years have it been? I really don't know whether these 2 girls are incompetent, or my son is incompetent. She was full of anger, but had no place to vent. Chapter 298 Routine. I know my crime. The 2 of them still repeated the same words, without a single word of defense. They grew up in the palace since they were young, and they had seen through some things long ago. Talking to their masters was like scratching an itch in a coffin, and they didn't know how to live or die. Even when facing this kind concubine Yuan, it was the same. If I remember correctly, you 2 have already entered the 7th rank. Right? Concubine Yuan wanted to yell directly. Can't you even deal with an ordinary person who is powerless? She was very anxious about her son's marriage. But there is no way to deal with this mess. You can't just find a wife. Right? But you can have a concubine, after all. There are many concubines who were born as maids in the palace. Let these 2 girls be concubines. It's no big deal. The premise is that they can't have children. Otherwise it will be against the rules. All mothers in the world have the same thought, hoping that their sons will have children as soon as possible. I dare not. The 2 said in unison again. When the master asks questions, how should the servants answer? There are rules in the palace. So, to answer these questions, neither of them needs to think. In the words of the ant in the palace, no matter what the master says, it's right to admit your mistakes. When you don't know what to do or say, just say you don't dare. After learning these things, you are not afraid of walking in the palace. What else are you 2 afraid of? Concubine Yuan snorted coldly. In these years in Sanhe, without the restraint of the ant, you don't know how to live happily. Madam. Seeing the madam pressing step by step, Mingwei knew that this disaster could not be avoided. She could only be brave and said, Zixia and I are by the side of the prince, and we dare not take a single step beyond the limit. I hope the madam will understand. Since they followed the prince, they understood their fate at a young age. They may not have the opportunity to become concubines, but they can't escape being maids. Every day, they waited anxiously. However, they never expected that they and the prince were not ordinary people. He always said that he would find a good man to marry them. Until now, they are still virgins. Of course, The prince, who is known as walking through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him, is not much better. Xiao Shizi. Concubine Yuan has sharp eyes, and immediately saw Xiao Shizi peeking out of the door. Your Majesty? Xiao Shizi saw Concubine Yuan's unpredictable expression, and knelt down in fear. Why, did your prince ask you to come and see if the two girls are dead? Concubine Yuan asked coldly. My queen, I have always been serving you. Xiao Shizi immediately discovered the trap in Concubine Yuan's words. This made Mingwei and Zixia beside him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, everyone knows that Concubine Yuan is also stingy. They are sure that. And the prince just took after her. Neither of them is really generous. It's hard for you to remember. Concubine Yuan said lightly. I haven't seen you for a long time. I know my crime. Xiao Shizi shrank his neck and dared not say another word. He was originally serving Concubine Yuan. However, he was used to being with the prince, and really didn't want to come back. After all, if you really care about it, it's easier to get by with the prince. Concubine Yuan didn't have any big things to do, but the concubines in the harem were good at making trouble. Concubine Yuan glanced at him, and said unhappily, Okay, take them away, so he doesn't have to come here again. It's so cold, so he shouldn't run around. How could her own son not understand? If she made things too difficult for these two girls, her son would definitely come right away. There is no need to create a rift between mother and son for such a small matter. I'll take my leave. Xiao Shizi winked at Mingwei and Zixia, then bowed and walked out of the house. Mingwei and Zixia also stood up, bowed to Concubine Yuan, and followed Xiao Shizi carefully. Lin Yi was not afraid of the cold, so he stood directly in the corridor of the garden, occasionally throwing a ball of snow into the lotus pond. When he heard the footsteps, he turned around and said to Mingwei and Zixia, who were about to kneel, Don't do these empty formalities. Long live the prince. Mingwei and Zixia still knelt in the snow and kowtowed. Lin Yi had no choice but to wait for the two to stand up, and then smiled and said, Did the old lady make things difficult for you? Mingwei said, Thunder, rain, dew, are all the grace of the queen. Okay, don't go near her when you have nothing to do in the future. Lin Yi smiled and said, But since you came here so secretly, who will take care of Sana's school? Your Highness, Sister Mingwei and I missed you, so we came here. Zixia smiled and said, Sana's school is being taken care of by Lord Xiezan, so it will be fine. That's good. Lin Yi nodded and said, You have been running all the way, and have been tossing around with the queen for so long. You must be tired. Find a place to rest. And you and Xiao Shizi will take care of the affairs of the mansion together in the future. As for Hong Ying, under normal circumstances, Lin Yi could not see his shadow, so naturally, there was not much hope for him. Yes. The two of them left immediately. Lin Yi saw Xiao Shizi still standing there, so he said unhappily, Why are you standing there? They just arrived and can't tell east from west. Hurry up and make arrangements for them. Xiao Shizi hurriedly caught up with the two of them. Mingwei saw Xiao Shizi following up, and said with a smile, This place is better than the mansion in Ankong City. Xiao Shizi whispered, Miss, you don't know. This was originally the mansion of Prince Wu, and it was beyond the rules. After the prince arranged for people to escort him to Ankong City, His Majesty was furious and directly killed him. Prince Wu, Zixia snorted coldly. When I was in the palace, I heard of his reputation. He is simply a wicked person. He deserves to die. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, When he was escorted out of Jinling City, many people threw rotten eggs and vegetable leaves at him. He was very unpopular. Everyone praised our prince for his wisdom. Mingwei followed Xiao Shizi along the lawn. After turning left and right in the corridor, I finally couldn't help but ask, Where does the prince live? Xiao Shizi turned around and pointed. The prince lives in the side room in the backyard. You two girls should live in the front yard. The room over there is bigger and more spacious. Mingwei smiled and said, It's better to live near the prince. It will be more convenient to serve the prince. Don't you think so? Xiao Shizi smiled and said, You two girls don't know that we haven't moved here for long. The side room over there hasn't been cleaned up yet. Mingwei shook her head and said, You lead the way. We have hands and feet. We can clean it up ourselves. Seeing this, Xiao Shizi was helpless, and could only take them back. Chapter 299 The Poor Man. After it was completely dark, the snow started to fall again. The road was so quiet that it was frightening. The occasional cry of an owl would make people shudder. He hong. who had just been promoted to the commander of the palace guards, said cautiously, "Your Majesty, it's cold outside. Would you better go inside?" Lenny smiled and said, "This is nothing. Compared with Hong Kong City, it's not worth mentioning at all." "I forgot where you are from," He Hong said. "To answer your question, Pan Duo and I are from the same hometown. Our home is in Yongzhou, and we are no more than 50 miles away from each other." "Are there any other people at home?" Lenny asked intermittently. He Hong said, "My parents died early, and I have a younger sister at home. She was taken to Sanha 2 years ago, and now she has settled down in Sanha. This is Shinchu's request. The people around the prince cannot leave any handle for anyone. But you are still a bachelor," Lenny teased. "There is nothing for you to guard here. Find a wife when you need to. Don't delay yourself," He Hong said. "I understand." Lenny then asked, "Has anything interesting happened in the city recently?" He Hong pondered for a while and said, "Actually, it happened last night. Yi Chio's younger brother Yi Chen waited in the governor's office for an afternoon before Yi Chio came out. After knowing that the Yi family was robbed by the bandits in Yong and Wuhu, he was very angry. He cured Yi Chen's injury and just asked for leave from the general manager. He went directly to Wuhu to find the enemies of the Yi family." Lenny smiled and said, "This guy still has a conscience. He is not as cold-blooded as imagined. The reason why he has never trusted Yi Chio is that this guy has no humanity. Even the most beautiful girl wants to sacrifice her flesh and blood to the sword to stabilize the sword." At this moment, when he heard that Yi Chio was willing to stand up for his family, he not only did not blame him for being unruly, but was a little relieved. He Hong said, "Also, Hongan and Taoying borrowed soldiers from the garrison to patrol the streets as soon as they entered the yamen, and beheaded 3 people on the street." Lenny sighed. "In troubled times, severe punishments should be used. But it's nothing." He was very surprised. He had become a hard-hearted person now. For things like death, his heart was no longer disturbed. He was calm. Was it because he had seen too much? After nightfall, he drank some wine and fell asleep peacefully. The lights in the governor's office were still on. Xing Keshou and Peng Guisho, who had just arrived in Jiling City, sat facing each other. Xing Keshou picked up the warm wine. Peng Guisho quickly stood up and took the wine glass, saying, I dare not, I dare not." Xing Keshou smiled and said, "I counted with my fingers. You and I have not seen each other for more than 20 years. Old friends meet. Why is it so polite?" "Mr. Peng." Peng Guisho sighed. "I dare not." Xing Keshou shook his head and said, "Did Mr. Peng forget that? I am still a criminal? The official career is laughable and sad. Yesterday's glory is today's decline. Like autumn dandelions with no fixed place, it is longer than a spring dream. You are too modest." "Sir." Peng Guisho and Xing Keshou raised their glasses and drank them all, and said with a smile, "Now you are close to the prince, and everyone knows you." Xing Keshou said with a smile, "Sir Peng, you are a smart man. Why do you have to be polite to me?" After hearing this, Peng Guisho drank the wine in the glass again and sneered, "I have been in the court for decades, avoiding tigers in the morning and snakes in the evening, grinding teeth and sucking blood, killing people like flies. Lord Xing thinks, what should I do now? The rats in the government warehouse are as big as a bucket. They won't run away even when people open the warehouse. The soldiers have no food and the people are hungry. Who sends them to the emperor every morning? The world has been corrupted to this extent. Does Lord Peng have any good fate?" Xing Keshou snorted coldly. "If Lord Peng is willing, you can naturally ascend to the sky. Why should Lord Xing teach me?" Peng Guisho stroked his beard. He was not polite, and he was no longer as cautious as before. The prince now occupies 8 states. Xing Keshou raised his glass again and said, "Lord Peng is pretending to be nice. How can people trust him?" After saying that, he took out a note from his arms and threw it directly on the table. Peng Guisho did not unfold the note, but his face was already livid. Lord Peng is indeed a good man. Xing Keshou also admired Peng Guisho very much. In the governor's office, where there were so many experts, he was able to pass the message to the outside world. If Pan Duo had not discovered it in time, the note would probably have entered the palace by now. Things have come to this point. I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. I hope Lord Xing will understand." Peng Guisho sighed. "I wonder how Lord Xing will deal with me." Xing Keshou shook his head and said, "Lord Peng, don't you understand what I mean? Why am I telling you so much?" Peng Guisho said, "I am already so old, I have already put life and death aside. I only ask the prince to show mercy, spare my wife and children, and leave a legacy for the Peng family. Shinkasho smiled and said, The prince is kind. Even if Lord Peng wants to retire, the prince will not make things difficult for you. I still have the energy to spare, and am willing to serve the prince until my death. Peng Duisho naturally would not believe what he said. According to the current situation, he and his family might be imprisoned for life. He had to compromise. In the future, the old man and the adults will support each other. Shinkasho laughed happily. Afterwards, the two continued to drink and reminisce about the past. At night, Hongyan, who had traveled all the way here, still did not feel sleepy. Sitting on the rockery, he saw Fong Pai coming over, and said expressionlessly, Why are you still not asleep? Fong Pai smiled and said, I heard you were here, so I came to see you. Hongyan said unhappily, Your kung fu still hasn't improved. How dare you still be like this? Who said that? Fong Pai said with a red face, My Qin Gong is almost catching up with Wang Tuozi. You never tell the truth. Hongyan said contemptuously, I can't even catch up with Wang Tuozi's Qin Gong. It's getting more and more boring to talk to you. Fong Pai said, and sank directly into the darkness. As soon as he opened his door, he saw Pan Duo sitting inside. I know you must want to drink, Pan Duo said with a smile. How dare you peek? Fong Pai said unhappily. The blind man's room is next to you. If he finds you, you will definitely suffer. Are you jealous of him? Pan Duo asked while pouring wine for him. It's just my own fault. What does it have to do with others? Fong Pai poured the wine directly into his throat. Pan Duo patted his shoulder and said, A man should have no worries about not having a wife. Relax a little. What are you talking about? Fong Pai said unhappily. You don't even have a wife yourself. How can you have the face to talk about me? Lying on the bed and ignoring Pan Duo. Pan Duo shook his head, closed the door, and left directly. The heavy snow outside was still flying all over the sky. Chapter 300 Saibei. As soon as he walked to the pavilion, he saw Taoying warming up wine on the stove inside. Taoying was shirtless, holding the wine in one hand, holding chopsticks in the other, chewing peanuts in his mouth with a crackling sound, and waved to Pan Duo. Brother Pan, if I remember correctly, we should be from the same hometown. Come over and have a drink. His hometown is north of Yongzhou, and he is not from the same place as Pan Duo. But Saibei has been one family since ancient times, and their language and customs are almost the same, so in the true sense, they are indeed from the same hometown. Thank you. Pan Duo hesitated for a moment, and then sat on the chair beside him, took the wine glass, and drank 3 glasses in a row, and then took off his outer robe. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan, leaned down to pick up a handful of snow, and rubbed it on his majestic body, not afraid of the cold at all. Ha. Taoying laughed and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you have been in the south for so many years, and you still have the heroic spirit of our north. I admire you. He could feel that, as a 9th-rank Pan Duo, he did not use his true chi to keep warm, but relied on his physical body to support himself. The coldness of Jinling City is limited. Pan Duo took another sip of wine, and said with a smile, In my hometown, the snow was up to my neck. That was really cold. And I had to take a stick to go out to relieve myself. Yes, Taoying said with emotion. In the winter, I still went hunting in the mountains, and went to the river to cut ice and fish. Thinking about it, it was really happy. But unfortunately, the Wadden people came later, and I had to leave my hometown and flee everywhere. I counted on my fingers, and I haven't been back for more than 10 years. If the prince can fight back to the northern frontier one day, I don't want to be a constable. It's useless to fight with a bunch of street thugs all day long. If I want to do it, I must be a vanguard. If the northern frontier is recovered, I will retire and die in the northern frontier, and never come out again. The south is not a place for people to stay. It is not as good as our place. Pan Duo said with a smile. I have the same idea. I want to marry a woman from the northern frontier. I don't want the delicate women in the south. When I go back, I can at least make some money from this pile of land. And I won't starve to death. Right? After a few glasses of wine, he suddenly opened his heart. He didn't even know how many years it had been since he had a chat with someone like this. He was originally a handsome boy who loved to talk and laugh. Brother, you are telling the truth. Taoying burped, touched his bald head, looked around, sneered in a low voice. Our women in the northern part of the country say they like someone. If they like someone, they like him. If they don't like someone, They don't like him. They are not like them at all. They are capable, but they are not very good at talking and doing things, and they are very complicated, which makes outsiders feel tired. You know about them too? Pando was surprised. We are not fools. Who can't see it? Tao Yi threw another peanut into his mouth, chewing and saying, they are the only ones who think that we don't know. They are so shy all day long. And they don't look like women of the world at all. Who doesn't know what Hongin is thinking? It's just that people don't understand her vision. No matter how good a blind man is. He is still a blind man. Panduo smiled and said, but it can tell who is a hero and who is a good man. Fong Pai is really good. Tao Yi asked curiously. Even in this situation, he is still a good man? Because he has a broad mind? Even if he loses, he doesn't complain. Panduo didn't wait for Tao Yi to pour wine, and drank by himself, saying, I told the prince that people without broad minds, whether they are rich or poor, are inferior people and cannot be considered heroes. Tao Yi smacked his lips, and then said, don't mention it. It really makes sense. He said so, but he didn't agree in his heart. How could their prince have the nerve to say such a thing? In fact, the most narrow-minded person is Prince He. Small-minded. This is almost known to everyone in Sanha. However, even if there were only him and Panduo in front of him at this moment, he did not have the courage to say it. In the governor's office, there are too many people with good hearing. You must not look for trouble. If any news reaches the ears of the general manager, you will die or lose a layer of skin. The two drank and talked. Unknowingly, they had finished a large jar of wine. Panduo stood up and bowed, saying, next time I host, I will invite He Hong. And we, who came from the north, can have another drink. Sure. Tao Yi watched Panduo go away. Then he put on his clothes, walked out of the governor's office, and shouted to the soldiers who had been waiting at the door. Let's go! We just arrived in Jinling City today. We were exhausted from traveling all the way, but we couldn't rest for a moment. According to He Jixiang, it was urgent to improve the public security in Jinling City. Although the officers and soldiers of Sanha were very capable, when it came to arresting thieves and suppressing bandits, their detectives were the professionals. This was the so-called specialization. The detectives of Jinling City, who had been formed in less than 3 hours, each held a torch, and a dragon of fire circled the streets and alleys of Jinling City. Occasionally, they would encounter some beggars and refugees huddled in temples, corner gates, and under red walls. At this time, they would stop and sniff each one, throw the frozen corpses onto the carriage behind them, and wait to be sent outside the city to be buried tomorrow. As for those who were still breathing, they were sent directly to the clinic. Under the broadsword, the doctor who opened the door with a yawn dared not complain. Of course, they had nothing to complain about. After all, the governor's office had left them money, and it was quite enough. This was the advantage of southern barbarians. The only thing they could complain about was that they could not get a rest. There are really too many dead bodies. There are already 16 in just a short while. Right? Tao Yi looked at the carriage full of corpses behind him and sighed. It's the coldest time of the year. The soil is frozen, and it's hard to dig a pit tomorrow. He couldn't help but feel sympathy. In this day and age, it is not easy to survive. Some people are really hungry and have no other way to survive, so they have to climb over the wall to enter the house. After that, if he met a thief along the way, he would let him go. God is merciful, and he does not want to do things so drastically. Duo Matsi, who was walking side by side with Tao Yi, had been shrinking his neck due to the cold. He said unhappily, you won't be able to explain to Mr. Xing if you do this? I can't really chop off their heads. I said, as long as they haven't hurt anyone, let them go. If anything happens, I will take care of it. After Tao Yi finished speaking, he looked at Duo Matsi again and asked curiously, you and Matsi are both called Matsi. Are you relatives? Bullshit. His surname is Yu, and my surname is Duo. He is an officer. Seconded by Tao Yi. There is no superior-subordinate relationship between him and Tao Yi, so he is naturally impolite when speaking. Chapter 301 Concubine Yuan's Ambition. Tao Yi smiled and said, hey, I remember, your real name is Duo Hong. Duo Matsi said unhappily, you are just asking questions even though you know the answer. You are looking for trouble. Like Matsi, he was given a nickname just because of the pockmarks on his face. Over time, almost no one could remember their real names. In fact, It was not just the two of them, others were like this, including Zhu Rorong, Jiang the butcher, Li Sanyang, and only a few people knew their real names. Tao Yingyi teased. This surname is good. In the future, your son can be called Duo Kai, Duo Fu, Duo Qian. And if you have a daughter, she can be called Duo Mei, Duo Liang. Duo Motzi shook off the dense pockmarks on his face and retorted. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense to me. The two rode horses, bickering all the way, and the people around them couldn't help laughing. The snow stopped on this day. The weather cleared up, and the ice and snow were slowly melting. On New Year's Eve, there was no snow except for the biting cold wind. On this New Year's Eve, Lenny was not alone after all, and he was very happy. He asked Mingwei to tell the kitchen to prepare as sumptuous a meal as possible, and to satisfy the old lady. When the lights were turned on, fireworks were set off outside. The living room was brightly lit, and concubine Yuan, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at the table full of dishes, but her brows were furrowed. Lenny said carefully, Old lady, you are still unhappy these days. If you have anything to say, just tell me. As your son, I will definitely satisfy you. Concubine Yuan shook her head and said, This is already very good. There is nothing wrong with it. I heard that some people can't even get food to eat, and countless people have starved to death. People can carry a boat, but they can also overturn it. My son, you must not be careless. Lin Yi was a little confused after hearing this. Why did he suddenly talk about people's livelihood? Isn't this his mother's temperament? Old lady, my son is wise and brave, and he is naturally supported by the people, Lenny said while peeling shrimp for her. This prawn was specially sent from the seaside by my son. It was still alive and kicking when it arrived. It was fresh. You, child, are too worrying. You have wasted people's money and labor, and you have been extravagant and debauched. You have lost the support of the people. I am afraid you will not live long. Concubine Yuan sighed. The example of the previous dynasty is still there. You must be on guard. Father is diligent in his work and loves his people, but isn't the world in a mess now? Lenny said with a smile. If your son doesn't even love himself, how can you expect him to love the people of the world? He really felt sorry for his father. His father worked all year round, and was more diligent than the workers who worked 996 hours a day, but in the end, the people still complained, and the world was in a mess. Concubine Yuan said helplessly, You are still full of twisted ideas. After drinking some wine with Lin Yi and Lin Ning, and eating something, she went back to the house with the help of the maid to rest. Lin Yi looked at Lin Ning and said, What's wrong with this old lady today? Lin Ning smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Mother read the family of relatives in the biography of heroic women today, especially the page of Empress Ruiqing. Read it twice, and probably had some feelings. This old lady. Lenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wants to follow Empress Ruiqing's example to train her son. Lin Ning smiled and said, You know mother's temper. She will probably forget it tomorrow. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. I am under so much pressure. His mother is counting on him to be the greatest emperor in history. On the morning of the first day of the new year, although the weather was cold, the sun came out early. Lin Yi was about to lead his men out of the city to chase the rabbits, but he got the news that Song Chung had returned with Luo Han and Yu Xiaochen. Let them in. As soon as Lin Yi entered the living room, he saw 3 people kneeling on the ground. Long live the prince. The 3 of them kowtowed 3 times. Get up. Sit down. Lin Yi looked at Yu Xiaochen's empty sleeve and sighed. Serve tea. Thank you, Prince. The 3 stood up, but no one sat down. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not force it, but only asked, I heard that you came out of Hong City a few days ago. What took you so long? Song Chun said. We were chased by secret guards and court guards all the way. Fortunately, with the help of Pan Duo, the 3 of us got out of Hong City. Dong Duo and Tibet entered Wuzhou. After encountering Ma Gui's troops, they retreated. These people are too arrogant. Lin Yi suddenly asked curiously, Did you really blow up the palace? Let them chase you closely. Song Chung smiled. Your Highness, Pan Duo and others and I have put in a lot of effort to bury the explosives all the way from the palace. We did bury a lot of them, but we were afraid of alerting the enemy, so we didn't dare to dig them out. We just waited for the rain. Unexpectedly, I was unlucky. On the 5th day after the prince left, the Beijing camp caught fire. which directly detonated the explosives, causing more than 100 casualties. The porters lurking in the Beijing camp were timid by nature, fearing that they would be implicated, and fled overnight, which alerted the secret guards, and they followed the clues. We escaped in a panic, and were chased all the way. I think my father will be very angry. Lenny rubbed his eyebrows and said, "This is a big mess." Pan Duo knelt down and said, He Jin cleared out spies in the palace, killed more than 100 people, and Zhou Suchong, a deputy general of the Beijing camp, was beheaded in public. When Tai, the governor of Hong Kong City, who was demoted to Sichuan, was promoted to the governor of Sichuan and the military commander. Lenny waved his hand and said, "Get up. It's not your fault in the first place. It was his own idea to bury explosives in Hong Kong City, and he can't blame anyone else." Just as Song Chung said, burying explosives is difficult enough, and taking them out is even more difficult. It's all because of my incompetence. Song Chung knelt down again. Lenny smiled and said, "Okay. It's good that you're back. Do you want to continue doing business or join the army? You can choose." Song Chung said, "Everything will be arranged by the prince." Lenny pondered for a moment and said, "Then continue to do business. This Jinling City and Wuling City are my territory. It is naturally much more convenient to do business than in Hong Kong City. If I can't make money again, I really don't know what to say." "Thank you, Prince." Song Chung lowered his head in shame. If he can't make money as an official or a businessman, he really doesn't deserve to do business in the future. Lenny said to Yu Xiaochun, "How is your injury?" Yu Xiaochun said expressionlessly, "To answer your question, I just lost a hand. It's not a big deal." "Hey, your father would faint if he saw you." Lenny smiled and said, "Don't stay in Jiling City. Go back to Sanha and recuperate." Yu Xiaochun shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I swore that as long as there is still one secret guard, I will not return home for a day. It's up to you." Lenny didn't continue to persuade him, but said to Pan Duo, "If there is any mistake under your command in the future, you will be held responsible." "Yes," Pan Duo complained in his heart, but he couldn't refuse. Chapter 302. Every country has its own laws. The Luhan next to him, seeing that Song Chung and Yu Xiaochun had made arrangements, but he was left out, he boldly said, "Your Majesty, what about me?" Lenny said unhappily, "Didn't the escort agency disband?" Luhan smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, that's only temporary. There are still many old brothers here." He had no choice. Since the crown prince ascended the throne, the situation in the capital suddenly became tense. They, and the old people around the prince, everyone was in danger, so they had to disband the escort agency, disperse out of the city, and wait for an opportunity to act secretly. However, neither he nor Song Chung had the financial resources to support so many idle people at once. In desperation, he could only keep some capable people and dismiss most of them. Lenny thought for a while and said, "Give all the people you have to Hongan. If Hongan likes them, keep them. If he doesn't like them, give them some money and let them go their separate ways." He remembered that there were still many masters in the escort agency, including some 5th and 6th rank ones. It would be bad if they were left to wander around and were recruited by others and became his enemies in the future. "What about me?" Luohan asked eagerly. "You?" Lenny said unhappily. "Come back and drive for me." He seemed to really need a driver. "Your Highness, I can't drive." Luohan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Besides, he is already a 6th rank official. How can he still be a driver? It's a waste of talent. "Then do you want to be a cook?" Lenny snorted coldly. "You don't have the talent to be a cook at all. Don't bother me anymore. This guy's cooking is really bad." Lenny once tried his best to teach him, but he couldn't learn it. Unlike the current cook Suyin, who gives people the feeling that it would be a pity not to be a cook, who was born to be a cook. "Prince, why don't you continue to work as a night watchman?" Luohan said cautiously. This was his helpless choice. As long as he can stay with the prince, there will always be opportunities in the future. Lenny smiled and said, "There is no shortage of night watchmen in the mansion. Since you want to work as a night watchman, then let's go to Hongan together. It seems that there is no night watchman in their police station." "Yes." Luohan still agreed reluctantly. He knew everything in his heart, and the prince was very dissatisfied with his performance in Hong Kong City. He had fallen out of favor. He followed Song Chung and Yu Xiaochun to the governor's office with anxiety, looking at Hongan who was waiting at the door. He almost didn't recognize him. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. The little girl suddenly turned into a young lady, which made Luohan sigh. Little Anzi, I haven't seen you for so many years. You have changed a lot. Uncle Song. Uncle Luo. Hongyan bowed politely to the two, thinking back to the past. When he first entered the Huang Palace, these two people took good care of him. Song Chung nodded calmly, and only Luohan said dissatisfiedly, Call him brother. Why uncle? Tao Yi next to him joked. Yes, you have to call him brother. After all, our uncle is only less than 50 years old this year. He was born as a guard in the Huang Palace. And in terms of status, he has always been higher than Luohan, let alone teasing him. Even if he scolded him directly, he believed that Luohan would not have the courage to talk back. As for Song Chung, he was much more careful. After all, Song Cheng's mother was the prince's wet nurse. And Song Chung grew up with the prince since he was a child. The relationship is not something that ordinary people can compare to. The prince himself said that Song Chung is my brother. Damn it, Luohan said angrily. I'm just over 40. Not even 50 yet. Although he was born as a cook, he has been the head of the escort agency for many years. He has been pampered and used to being bossy. How can he be easily controlled by others? Besides, his kung fu is really good now. He is not afraid of showing a knife. He is really blind. He can kill people with one knife. Okay, don't say more, Song Chung said to Hongyan. Please find us a place to stay. I just want to have a good sleep now. Hongyan nodded and said, Please follow me. He took the lead and walked in front, and found 3 bedrooms for the 3 people located by the wall. Luohan randomly found a room, pushed the door open, shook the teapot on the table, and sighed, No water? Girl, please give me some water. I'm dying of thirst. Hongyan nodded to a guard beside him, and the guard turned and went out. After a while, a servant came in with a stove in one hand and a water-boiling pot in the other. Luohan took it, glanced at the charcoal fire in the stove, and put the pot on it. Seeing Hongyan standing at the door with a look of wanting to say something, he smiled and said, Do you want to know about your family? Hongyan hesitated for a moment and nodded. You are such a good girl. With such parents, what are you still thinking about? Luohan sighed and said, Don't worry. Your mother is very good. She eats 2 big bowls of rice every meal. Your brother is lucky. He has married the daughter of Tofu Zhang. If nothing goes wrong, they will get married soon. Zhang Xiaocui, Hongyan said with his head down. I know her. She has a fierce temper, Luohan said. I said something unpleasant. Don't be angry. Your brother is not a good person. He doesn't have a proper business all day. He wanders around the streets. If it weren't for the 2 tails of silver, Tofu Zhang would not be willing to marry his daughter to him, Hongyan said. When he was a child, he was a very obedient person. I can only blame my parents for teaching him bad things. Luohan spread his hands and said, That's not true. If you really worry about your family and want to send a message home, I have some old brothers in the capital who can help you pass it on. Hongyan shook his head and said, Thank you, Uncle Luo, but it's not necessary. Luohan continued, You are not young anymore. You should think about your own affairs. You have also seen the boy in my uncle's family. You can meet him when he comes over someday. To tell you the truth, don't look at me as a big and strong man. My boy is very delicate. He is already a 3rd-rank official now. His son is his pride. Hongyan frowned, and then said coldly, Uncle, you should rest first. When Luohan saw that she didn't respond, he felt helpless, thinking that he would have to follow Hongyan in the future. He said, Miss, the prince asked Uncle to follow you on the night watch. Uncle is old. You have to take care of him a little more. Uncle, the country has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. Since it is the prince's order, I dare not be partial. Uncle is also an old man. It is better to set an example. Otherwise, the law will be ruthless. Hongyan showed his white teeth when he smiled. Ah! Luohan stared at her, gradually receding back in amazement. He wanted to slap himself. Women are really petty, and they can't be offended easily. He shouldn't have said so much nonsense just now. Chapter 303 Orphan. The water on the stove boiled, and the lid of the kettle was pushed up by the hot steam bubbling. He filled the kettle, threw a handful of tea leaves in, drank it without waiting for it to cool completely, and then fell asleep on the bed. After waking up, As soon as he opened his eyes, he found a face in front of him, bald head, big eyes. It was Tao Yi. Luohan said angrily. You can easily scare people to death like this. You know? Tao Yi said with a smile. Let's go. What for? Luohan asked curiously. Tao Yi said. You are now a night watchman, and you will naturally go with me to patrol the streets after dark. Luohan looked at the gray sky outside and said. It's not dark yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Tao Yi said. Let's go eat first, and we can leave after dinner. In addition, there are those people from your previous escort agency. Please feel free to contact them. What the constables lack most now is manpower, and they can't do without people. Luohan stood up and stretched, saying, That's what you said. But the monthly salary of you constables is too low. You officers and soldiers are unwilling to do it. If my old brothers come here, can they stay? The income of escorts is much higher than that of officers and soldiers and constables. Tao Yi smiled and said, Come and deal with it first. We are also recruiting constables. After the 3-month training period, we will have enough manpower. After that, your old brothers can do whatever they want and come and go freely. The main reason for the new recruits is that most of them do not know Kung Fu, and they are completely helpless when facing the scoundrels. The people in Luohan Escort Agency are different. They have Kung Fu skills and have traveled all over the country. They are experienced, although they do not understand the rules of constables. They are temporarily the same as officers and soldiers. It should not be a problem to use them, as long as they can understand what people say. Okay, let's do it this way. Luohan changed into the black uniform of the constable that Tao Yi brought over, and then followed him to the mess where the constables and officers ate, squeezed into the messy team, gave himself a full bowl of rice, sat at the long table, picked up a piece of pork ribs with not much meat with chopsticks and said, You guys are living too hard. Aren't you? There's not even a single vegetable? Do you think this is Sanha? Duo Matsi next to him couldn't help but say, There's nothing green here in the winter. Even weeds can't survive, let alone vegetables. It was hard to find vegetables for sale, but they were much more expensive than meat. The kitchen only had a few dollars a month. If we ate vegetables every day, it would not be enough. Ah, it's the same as Hong Kong City. Luohan sighed. In order to eat vegetables in winter, the people of Hong Kong City usually stored them in the cellar before winter, or pickled them, and dried them. However, even so, the vegetables on the market were too expensive. Only high-ranking officials could not afford them. Just as Tao Yi said, after dinner, it was completely dark, and the lanterns hanging on both sides of the governor's office glowed in the night. Hey, old brother, I still can't let you go after all. Luohan stroked the gong in his hand and sighed. This gong is not big, and can even be stuffed directly into his chest. He takes it with him wherever he goes, because it once blocked a knife for him and saved his life. He cherishes it very much and takes it out to wipe it from time to time. Come on! Tao Yi rode on his horse, looking at the hundreds of officers and soldiers behind him, and said loudly, There are many people on the street these days. You must keep your eyes and ears open. Don't be careless. Otherwise you will be punished by military law. Yes! Everyone responded loudly. 3 days before and after New Year's Eve, the governor's office cancelled the curfew according to Lin Yi's wishes. At this moment, the shops on both sides of the street hung red lanterns, and the lights were bright. The streets were crowded with people, magical arts, singing and dancing, and the music was noisy for more than 10 miles. The people were probably used to the group of constables passing by, and had long turned a blind eye to them. In their eyes, these constables were the most disciplined, provided that they followed the rules themselves. Duo Matsi sighed. This is a big city indeed. During the New Year in Sanha, at most there were some monkey shows and singing, and fireworks were set off. Luohan said disdainfully, That's nothing. When you have a chance in the future, go and see Hong Kong City. That's the real grandeur. He still had a sense of superiority as a subject under the emperor, and looked down on Duo Matsi and other country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Tao Yi snorted coldly. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Seeing Tao Yi's stern expression, Luohan finally dared not say another word. He angrily knocked the gong and drum hanging on his chest. The crisp sound echoed on the street for a long time. The crowd patrolled around the city and gradually walked to an open area. It was dark everywhere, and they could only use the torches in their hands to explore the way. In the darkness, Taoying saw a shining bald head. Monk. Taoying walked forward and saw an old woman curled up next to the monk. He sighed and said, "She's dead?" "Amitabha." The monk gently put down the old woman's dry hand. "I wish I had come earlier." Taoying jumped off his horse, holding a torch and looking at the ragged old woman lying on the ground. Sighing, "She is already at the end of her life. If you had come a day earlier, she would have lived one more day at most. It would be of no use. You don't need to blame yourself." He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him were about to come forward to lift the old woman and throw her onto the corpse cart. The monk hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." As he spoke, he picked up a bundle from the ground. Taoying took a closer look and saw a baby in swaddling clothes. His face was rosy, and his black eyes were rolling around in the light of the torch. How pitiful. He had seen this many times, and was no longer surprised. "Leave the children to me. I will arrange for someone to send them back to Sanha in a few days." There was only one health care center in the huge city of Jinling, and it was overcrowded. There was no way to take care of so many people. The governor's office was short of staff, and could not build a new orphanage. So they had to send all the children back to the starting point orphanage in Sanha. "Thank you." The monk carefully handed the child in his arms to a soldier next to him. He waited until he saw the soldier put the child into the carriage before he looked away. "Are you Han Yen?" Luo Han looked at the monk's face, and was a little afraid to recognize him for a while. "So you are the donor. I have not thanked you for saving my life that year." The monk put his hands together and bowed to Luo Han. "I am now a monk, and my Buddhist name is Jihai." "Hey, a good child. Why do you want to be a monk?" Luo Han said with a smile. "Damn it, I can't recognize you." At the beginning, when he followed the prince to the south, during the Songyang hurricane, Han Yen was dug out from the ruins by him. So he was deeply impressed. Chapter 304 Regret. It was just that in his impression. Han Yen was small and thin, not as tall and fair-skinned as he is now. If it weren't for the deep impression, he wouldn't have dared to recognize him at all. The 6 paths of reincarnation have a deep connection, and one day I suddenly realized and sought refuge. The monk said indifferently, "This is also the fate of this little monk donor. There is no need to feel sorry for me." "Who feels sorry for you?" The Arhat said carelessly. "I feel sorry for your old Han family. You tell me, the old Han family only has you as the only child left, and I am really sad to see you like this." This tone made those who didn't know the inside story think that he was an old friend of the old Han family, and was only thinking about the descendants of the old Han family. Duomatsu, who had never had any contact with Luo Han, couldn't help but say, "Hack you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What others do, what does it have to do with you? You are meddling in other people's business." It is true that he has a bad temper, but he treats people differently. Not everyone. Although Luo Han came from the Huang mansion, he was very sure that Luo Han had no ability. If he had any ability, Huang would not have asked him to be a night watchman. What is the status of a night watchman in the government? No status at all. A helper. Just a lowly person. Of course, the most important thing is that he saw Taoying's attitude towards Luo Han, which was completely indifferent. To put it bluntly, he is just an insignificant little person. The rabbit ran to the mill and acted like a big donkey in front of him. He couldn't stand it, and had to teach him a lesson. "What's your business? If you don't accept it, just compete with me." Luo Han was very unhappy, and pulled out the knife from his waist. He was once the boss of Dongfeng Escort Agency, and he had many masters under him. When his name Luo Han was mentioned, both the black and white people in the world gave him some face. He was not someone who could easily control him. If I didn't teach Duomatsu a lesson today, how would I survive in the future? How can I be afraid of you? Duomatsu's knife was half pulled out of the scabbard. "You too. Why bother to ruin the relationship for me? It's not necessary. It's not necessary." The monk stepped forward and put his hands on the handles of the 2 men's swords. Luo Han resisted instinctively, but the handles didn't move at all after he exerted force. He just thought he underestimated the other party. He was a 6th-rank monk. A mere 3rd-rank monk was trying to stop a chariot with his strength. He was overestimating his own ability. He secretly increased his strength in disdain. The more force he used, the deeper his frown became. He almost used up half of his strength. The white hand pressing on his sword and gun remained motionless. He refused to believe in evil. He gritted his teeth and gave up all his strength. His face was red, but the monk still had no expression. He suddenly had a feeling that there was a mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it. In such a short moment, he actually felt powerless. Is this an illusion? He couldn't help but shake his head, so that he could stay awake, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He naturally could not agree to lose such a big person. When he was about to use his internal force, he heard Duomatsu, who had already put away his knife, laughing. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Just don't be stubborn. The manager said that the monk's fearless zeal has been practiced to the extreme. Other things are not very useful, but this body of strength can make him a master. When the monk's hand pushed him, he didn't even think of resisting, and he put away his knife directly. After all, using internal force against one's own people is not much different from fighting internally, and it doesn't mean much even if he wins. In fact, he felt sorry for the monk. He obviously had such a high talent, but he didn't practice Huiyuan Gong, and practice golden belt cover, iron shirt, fearless seal, and other horizontal training skills. As a result, he is still at the 3rd rank. Neither up nor down. Outsiders were anxious. Why is he so stubborn? If he practiced Huiyuan Gong with all his heart, even if he couldn't catch up with the blind man, he wouldn't be too far behind. Right? Arhat was only shocked. He really tried his best. How could a 3rd rank let a 6th rank like him be helpless? This is not normal at all. But the people around him all acted as if this was normal. Is it possible that his 6th rank is fake? Okay, don't embarrass yourself. Taoying stretched out his hand, and with a bang, slammed the knife in Luohan's hand into the scabbard. Don't say you are a 6th rank. I am a 7th rank now, and I am not his opponent with brute force alone. Hey damn, how did you practice this? When Luohan heard that Taoying, a 7th rank, couldn't beat the monk, he suddenly felt much better, and asked curiously, how did you train yourself up to have this much strength? Han Yen, I saved your life, you have to teach me. His technique is very simple. Everyone in Baiyun City knows how to practice it. Duomatsu teased. Without using internal energy, you carry hundreds of pounds of iron buckets up and down the mountain every day, from morning to night. And if you persist for 3 to 5 years, you'll be lucky if you can be half as good as him. In the past, many people have tried it, and anyone with Hua Jin can do it. But without internal force, no one can do it. Because people definitely don't have that much perseverance. For years and months, every day. Carry water? Or an iron bucket? Luohan naturally didn't believe what Duomatsu said, and looked directly at the monk. Seeing that the monk actually nodded, he said in disbelief. Only fools practice such stupid skills. Everyone laughed, which was considered to be in agreement with Luohan's opinion. The monk's practice was indeed stupid skills. Apart from having more dead strength, what else can it be used for? Taoying jumped on the horse, blew the wooden whistle, and the team continued to move forward. The monk looked at the team going away, and was about to turn around and walk back, when a white figure suddenly appeared beside him. He didn't look closely, but he knew who it was, and sighed, Miss Xia, you'd better go. It will be troublesome if they see you. Monk. Xia Shaoqing put her hands behind her back and pouted. I'm not the only one who said that you practice stupid kung fu, the monk said indifferently. I know. Monk, Xia Shaoqing said with a smile. Although I can't teach you Chunshan City's kung fu, I can help you find some advanced kung fu books. So you should stop practicing this stupid kung fu. Thank you for your kindness. Miss. Why not? You are only a 3rd rank. I am a 9th rank. Xia Shaoqing said angrily. With your ability, my master will definitely not be impressed, and then I won't be able to take you to see my master. The monk asked curiously. Why should I see your master? I am not from Chunshan City. Xia Shaoqing was choked. After a while he sighed. It's not now, but it doesn't mean it won't be in the future. The monk shook his head and said, I am from Baiyun City, so I will not change my allegiance to Chunshan City. Chapter 305 No-Fly Zone. Blurt out, without thinking. Humph, you want to change your school, but my master may not accept you. Xia Shaoqing snorted coldly. Your kung fu is too bad. The monk asked puzzledly. What does the girl mean? Ah, no wonder you practice such stupid kung fu, because you are really stupid. After Xia Shaoqing finished speaking, she was about to float away, but was suddenly stopped by the monk. Girl. The monk called softly. What? Xia Shaoqing turned her head and said with a smile. Monk, have you thought it through and changed your mind? The monk put his hands together and said worriedly. Although there is no curfew tonight, it is stricter than usual. It is better for you not to show off your light skills in Jinling City casually. It is not a good thing to be discovered. Xie Shaoqing said proudly. I am a 9th grade master with great martial arts skills. You should worry more about yourself. The monk said seriously. If it were normal, it would be fine. The one who patrolled today is a blind man. He has high martial arts skills. You know that. You? Xie Shaoqing was so angry that her chest rose and fell. She stared at the monk's face, wondering why such an honest monk could speak so irritatingly. The monk said in embarrassment, Every word I say comes from my heart. The law is ruthless. It's better for you not to fly around. If he finds out, I can't ask for favors. He was a little nervous. If Xie Shaoqing was caught by the blind man again, he really didn't know how he would have the face to ask the blind man to let Xie Shaoqing go. After all, the blind man was also acting on orders. If he repeatedly bent the law for personal gain, he would not be able to explain it to the general manager. Don't be so sentimental. I don't want to ask for favors. Xie Shaoqing stamped her feet and turned away. Amitabha. She was clearly kind-hearted. Why was she angry? The monk looked confused. But, seeing that the other party did not use Qinggong, he was still relieved. Spring is here. Waves of civilians escorted goods from Sanhe into Jinling City, but in fact, from the moment they stepped into Wuzhou, they began to regret it. They only thought that Sanhe was so hot, so they took off their coats and robes, but they didn't expect that Jinling City was still so cold. It was too hot to sleep in Sanhe. You can't sleep without a blanket at night. They finally experienced what it means to be chilly in spring. The laborers who originally planned to show their skills here, after delivering the goods, left in a hurry. They couldn't stand in the wind and freeze to death, but it was impossible to expect them to spend money to rent a house, buy a quilt, and buy a jacket. Their money didn't come from the wind. After all, they hadn't fought for a long time, and hadn't made any war money. Only a few people stayed. The officers and soldiers who were on leave also went back with the laborers. Among the officers and soldiers in Sanhe, there were native Sanhe people, and new Sanhe people composed of refugees from outside. However, no matter they were old Sanhe people or new Sanhe people, they all made Sanhe their home. When they came out, they thought that they would go home after the battle as usual. They never thought that they would be stationed here directly. And for such a long time, they were not mentally prepared at all. Many people were worried about the orphans and widows at home, and they were homesick. There were even incidents of officers and soldiers sneaking away. He Jixiang was in a dilemma about the deserters. There were many 5th and 6th rank officers in the army, and they were all very arrogant. If they developed a rebellious mentality and banded together, it would be very troublesome. They must not be treated as ordinary soldiers. So if they were really beheaded according to the law, it would be too ruthless and the army would be unstable. If they were let off lightly, it would be difficult to maintain military discipline. Finally, after repeated consideration, he and Shenchu apologized in front of the 3 armies, crying and pushing all the sins on themselves. It was all my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to everyone before leaving Sanhe, which led to so many complaints and no home to return to. Each of them was punished with 20 strokes of the cane. He Jixiang's executioner was Wang Tuozi. Wang Tuozi's kung fu was average, and the most admired thing in the army was his light kung fu. However, only a few people in the Wang mansion knew that he was a thief, and what he was best at was ventriloquism, which could imitate the bird calls and animal roars, and make them look real. You could only hear their voices, but not see them. After entering someone's house, the flower pot was broken, and the owner thought it was just a wild cat, and Qinggong was just to make it easier to climb over the wall and break into the house, pry the door and unlock it. He never told anyone about this kind of thing, nor did he show off to anyone, because it was really embarrassing. In addition, a thief who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. He is also ambitious. He is afraid that if he tells others, it will affect his future career. He didn't think that he would be useful one day. He raised the board high, and slapped He Jixiang's, but with a deafening sound. In fact, for He Jixiang, it was no different from scratching an itch. Shenchu really suffered. It was Liu Ken who executed him. Although he tried to hold back his strength, each board hit his flesh, and he couldn't use his internal strength to resist in public. After 20 boards, his buttocks didn't break, but it was swollen. After the 2 men moved the officers and soldiers to tears, they ordered the 17 deserters to come on stage, also beat them with 20 sticks, and finally drove them out of the army, never to be employed again. After such a small disturbance, He Jixiang started the rotation system, allowing some soldiers to go back to their hometowns for rest in an orderly manner without affecting the defense of Wuzhou, Nanzhou, Yuezhou, Hongou, and other places. Lin Yi was oblivious to everything. He always felt that he was living a repetitive life every day. In his previous life, he had been seeking for a stable job, and now he had it, and it was stable without any ups and downs. If life continued like this, it would actually be pretty good. The only thing that made him unhappy was Luohan, who kept getting close to him every day. He could smell his bad breath from a distance, and he really didn't want to see him. He had to issue an order, prohibiting Luohan from entering and leaving the palace at will. Luohan sat cross-legged at the gate of the Huang mansion with a bitter face, looking at Jiang Chou standing beside him with his arms folded, and sighed. "Brother, are you new here? You don't even know me? Tell the prince that you can't enter." When Jiang Chou laughed, the scars on his face twisted together, looking particularly hideous. "If you want to enter, you can try my fist. If I didn't think I couldn't beat you, would I still be sitting here?" Luohan couldn't figure out how he had fallen to this point. Back then, entering the Huang mansion was no different from entering his own home. While he was feeling sad, he saw a round figure coming out of the small door. He stood up and whispered, "Suyin." It was this fat guy who took away his position as the chef in the palace. He hated him at first, but since he became the head of the escort agency, he didn't hate him at all. He even felt a little sorry for Suyin, who could only be a cook for the rest of his life. Now seeing Suyin with his hands behind his back and his head held high, he actually began to hate him again. Without him, how could this fat guy be where he is today? He actually dared to look at him with a squinting eye. There is no law. Chapter 306, The Goon and the Idiot. "Hey, isn't this Luo?" Suyin put his hands behind his back, squinted his already small eyes, looked at Luohan. "Why are you squatting at the door? Come in and sit down." "Humph," Luohan said unhappily. "This is a feng shui treasure land of the palace. Isn't it okay for me to sit here and enjoy the scenery?" Thinking back then, when this bastard licked his face and called him Master Luo, I didn't want to pay attention to him. Now, he actually dared to treat him like this, which really pissed him off. At this moment, he completely gave up the idea of asking Suyin to take him into the mansion. Besides, he knew in his heart that it would be useless to go in, after all. The prince and the king didn't like him anymore. "Okay, of course," Suyin said with a smile. "It's just difficult for you. You actually have this taste. I just heard someone say that the prince and the king have already ordered. They are tired of you, and you are not allowed to enter the mansion. This is my own business. It's none of your business." Luohan was suddenly exposed and said unhappily, "I think you deserve a beating. Beat it. Beat it." Suyin moved his round body forward and put his face close to him. "You bastard, if you don't dare to beat me, you are a grandson." The laws of Sanhe are also implemented in Jiling City, which are extremely strict. As long as Luohan dares to take action, he can make a lot of money. Moreover, besides the guards, there was also Jiang Chou at the door. With them around, he would not be beaten too badly. It was a sure-win business. "Do you really think I dare not beat you?" Luohan had raised his fist in anger, only half an inch away from Su Yin's greasy face. He gritted his teeth and really wanted to hit him directly. But, inadvertently, he looked at Jiang Chou, who was watching the show with his arms folded. He realized that this was the gate of the Huang mansion. Making trouble here was equivalent to smashing the Huang mansion signboard. Whether it is the chief steward or the new guard commander He Hong, neither of them will let him go. Damn it! For a piece of shit like Suyin, it seems not worth it to sacrifice myself. After sighing secretly, he stepped back, pointed at Su Yin's nose and cursed. "Don't get into trouble with me in the future, or I will make you look bad in the future." Su Yin snorted coldly. "You can only wish for your own good fortune. You don't have the time to care about me. Don't be stubborn. You will cry one day," Luohan said and left. Since he had lost face and could not hit anyone, there was no point in staying here any longer. Jiling City had regained its former atmosphere, and the streets and alleys were bustling with people. Luohan felt that there were people everywhere, and he could not find a quiet place. As for returning to the governor's office, he had never thought about it. He was now a night watchman, and he only had work at night. In broad daylight, he did not want to go back to the office and suffer. He was not stupid. Ever since he had a knife fight with Duomatsi, the people in the governor's office had been ostracizing him. Not only did everyone not want to talk to him, they even deliberately opposed him and embarrassed him. He had been rich in the past, so he naturally did not want to argue with these low-class people in his eyes. He planned to contact his old brothers as soon as possible. As long as his people came, he would not believe that the people in the government would dare to bully him. It was natural that his people learned Yuan Gong longer than the officers and soldiers of Sanhe, and they were all taught by the general manager himself. What were the 5th and 6th ranks among the officers and soldiers? He looked down on them. He has 50 people above the 7th rank under his command. 10 people of the 8th rank. Those bastards will be scared to death. If he was not short of money, he would never disband the Dongfeng escort agency. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood something. No wonder Prince, he was so mean to him. Prince, he had high hopes for his Dongfeng escort agency. He did not say hello to Prince He, and he disbanded the Dongfeng escort agency directly because he was timid. Prince He treated him like this only because he disappointed Prince He. Yes, I was indeed a little confused. Although the situation was urgent at that time, I had to write a letter to the prince and let him make the decision. Right? How could I be so reckless? The more I thought about it, the more I felt it made sense. I couldn't help but feel sad. He found that the people who passed by him were all in a panic. When he was puzzled, he felt a chill. When he looked up, he found that it was raining. He shook his head and sighed, and unconsciously walked into a dining hall. There were many people hiding from the rain inside. After looking around, he found Yu Shaoshi sitting in the corner. His experience with Yu Shaoshi was limited to the journey from Songyang to Baiyun City. At that time, Yu Shaoshi was still a simple boy. These days, when he went in and out of the palace, he did not dare to recognize Yu Shaoshi. When he saw him again, he walked straight over. After sitting down, he was about to pick up the wine pot on the table, but his hand was clenched by a huge force. He was in so much pain that he did not have time to scream. The huge force suddenly disappeared. It turned out to be Yu. Yu Shaoshi released the big hand that was holding on the back of Luohan's hand. You pinched me and hurt me. Luohan rubbed his hands without feeling any pain, and kept complaining. Can you see the person clearly before you attack? As a 6th rank official, he was actually quite good in Ankang City. How come he is worse than a dog in Jinling City? Can anyone pinch himself? This life is really unbearable. The prince said that my brain is not working well. When I meet a bad guy, I must attack first. Otherwise I don't know how I will die. Yu Shaoshi answered honestly. If I die, the Yu family will be extinct. That's right. Luohan knew that he was a fool, and there was no way to argue with him. He just asked curiously, Can I drink with you? Yu Shaoshi shook his head and refused without hesitation. If you want to drink, drink by yourself. I don't want you to accompany me. This pot of wine costs 3 copper coins. I don't have money. After being stunned, Luohan gritted his teeth and said, I'll treat you, waiter, just give me a pot. With a click, he slapped a silver ingot on the table. He lacked people, lack of momentum, but could he still lack silver? The waiter saw the silver from a distance, and hurriedly responded, and directly put a pot of wine on the table, and poured the wine himself. You treat me? Yu Shaoshi looked at the pot of wine, his eyes lit up. Humph. Luohan took the full cup and drank by himself. I'll treat you to meat. Yu Shaoshi pushed a plate of beef and a plate of beans in front of him to Luohan. That's better. Luohan pushed the jar of wine in front of him directly to Yu Shaoshi. Yu Shaoshi picked up the jar and poured it into his bowl, until it was full and almost overflowing. And then he stopped. After that, he directly picked up the bowl and poured it into his throat, and he didn't spill a drop of wine, which made Luohan stunned. This is really a drunkard. So refreshing. Yu Shaoshi was so happy that his mouth almost pulled to his ears. Chapter 307, Feelings. What's the point of drinking alone? It's boring. I'll drink with you. Luohan couldn't hold the jar with one hand like Yu Shaoshi. He could only hold it with both hands, pour it carefully, just hoping that it wouldn't spill on the table, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. He was a 6th rank official, and couldn't even hold the jar? My father said, who the ancestors married, who the 2nd generation ancestors married, they recorded it from generation to generation, and it can't be lost when it comes to me. Yu Shaoshi sighed. Family tree. I want a family tree. Although Yu Shaoshi didn't understand what he said, Luohan still understood it, smiled and said, You can just say you want to get married. What family tree or not? Yeah, the prince said so too. Yu Shaoshi gulped down another bowl of wine, looking very skilled, and wiped his mouth hard after drinking it, and he felt very happy. Although Luohan had just started drinking, the burning feeling went from his throat to his stomach. He dared to take a sip of the bowl again. He took a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and said, "The princess said so." "What are you afraid of?" Yu Shaoshar said with a bitter face. "I don't know," Luohan said unhappily. "Don't be so long-winded. Just say it directly. Do you have a girl you like? If not, I will bring people to beat the gongs and drums for you. Good man. Don't be a coward." "I don't know." After Yu Shaoshar finished speaking, he picked up the wine jar and poured it into his mouth like a cow chewing a peony. The guests sitting on both sides were stunned with shock, unable to say a word. Is this guy still human? Drinking like this? The most important thing is that not a drop of wine was wasted. Slowed down. Luohan was a little anxious. He knew that this was someone close to the prince. If he died of drinking in front of him, he would have no reason to explain. "I don't know." Yu Shaoshar stood up, looked back at the empty jar, and strode out of the dining hall. Luohan looked back at the silver on the table, and without waiting for the waiter to find the money, he hurriedly caught up with Yu Shaoshar. It was so difficult for him, a 6th grade cultivator who had not yet reached the peak, to catch up with an 8th grade cultivator who had performed the Lingbo Weibu. Soon, he could no longer see Yu Shaoshar. In the heavy rain, he stood at an empty crossroads. Suddenly, he saw a barefoot monk wearing a bamboo hat. The monk came from nowhere, and his body was covered with broken grass leaves and water droplets. "Monk!" Luohan trotted over and shouted. "Did you see Yu Shaoshar? Damn. He looks like he's gone crazy." The monk smiled and said, "Everyone has their own fate. Why should you be so anxious? Damn. There's not a single person who speaks human language." Luohan looked at the monk's figure gradually going away, wiped the rain off his face and cursed. This rain lasted for 3 days. After the rain stopped and the sky cleared, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If it continues to rain, I will get moldy." Xiao Shizi said, "Your Majesty, how about going fishing today? How is the investigation going?" Lin Yi ignored Xiao Shizi, but looked at Pan Duo next to him. Pan Duo raised his head and said, "Your Highness, the girl I saved when I was a child was Pang Zero, the concubine of General Pang Gung." "Pang Gung's daughter?" Lin Yi was very surprised. Although Pang Gung is the boss's man, he knows how to deal with things. I have never made things difficult for him. He is very wealthy. But how could he let his daughter go to the river to wash clothes, causing her to fall into the water and almost lose her life? Pan Duo said, "Your Highness, you don't know that Pang Jiro's biological mother was Pang Gung's concubine. She was very beautiful. But after she grew old and lost her beauty, Pang Gung gradually disliked her. Pang Gung's wife took this opportunity to vent all her anger on Pang Jiro. This girl still has to do servant work in the cold winter. Yu Shaoshar is such a lucky fool. The wind blows the peach blossoms down, and the spring peaches smile, and the clouds pile up the green buns, and the lips bloom cherry blossoms, and the pomegranate teeth are fragrant." Lin Yi was actually a little envious. "It's a pity that I have a plain appearance and have accomplished nothing. I can't amaze anyone, and I have been wandering alone for half of my life. Let Shinchu take Yu Shaoshar to the Pang family to propose marriage, and tell the Pang family that marriage is free, and no one has the right to interfere." "I understand." Pan Duo immediately understood the meaning of Lin Yi's words. Shinchu brought Yu Shaoshar to propose marriage. Would the Pang family dare to refuse? Besides, this was in accordance with the order of the prince. Freedom? It doesn't exist. The Pang family had to agree even if they didn't agree. Seeing that Pan Duo was still not leaving, Lin Yi continued, "Anything else?" Pan Duo said, "Prince, General Ma Gui has recovered the entire Wuzhou, and will lead his troops back to Jinling City soon." Lin Yi said, "This is expected. The key is whether there is any news from Hong Kong City, especially from the Daiwang and Yongwang." Pan Duo shook his head and said, "No." Lin Yi waved his hand, and Pan Duo withdrew directly. Only Lin Yi and Xiao Shizi were left in the large living room. After Lin Yi took the teacup from Xiao Shizi, he smiled and said, "Where is your master? I can't even see his shadow." Hearing the prince asking about his master, Xiao Shizi was timid and didn't dare to speak. After a while, seeing the prince's unhappy face, he said, "Master went to Chuanzhou. Why did you go to Chuan'o?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Xiao Shizi said, "The 4 Dharma kings of Tuiga Temple went to Jizhou Temple. Chi Peng's subordinates had low martial arts skills and could not get any news. Master said it would be better for him to go there in person. Nonsense, he really thinks he is the best in the world. If Xiao Shizi didn't mention Tuiga Temple, Lin Yi would have almost forgotten it. When he met a master, he didn't even know how he died. Xiao Shizi remained silent. Yu Xiaoshu got married. The people of Jiling City were shocked, just because he married the daughter of the general, although she was a concubine, but still not someone that ordinary people could marry. The people of Sanha in Jiling City were also shocked. A fool like Yu Xiaoshu could actually marry a wife, and a lady from a famous family. What the prince said is right. This person is really infuriating. Wang Xiuxuan entered Jiling City with the Sanha civilians, and when he heard the news, his jaw dropped. Why should he be single? He is now a well-known figure in Sanha. If I work harder, maybe I can become a supplier of Sanha in the future. Stop talking nonsense, Lucan said impatiently. Hurry up and unload the military supplies, so that I can go patrol the city. Humph, don't be rude to me, Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily. You will cry someday, Lucan said coldly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoshuan laughed. I came from Nanzhou, Jiangshan and Wei Yishan. Shut up. Lucan's heart suddenly jumped. No nonsense is allowed in the army. You don't know the kindness of others. Wang Xiuxuan and he grew up together, and he was not afraid of him at all. Think about it yourself. He flicked the whip and drove the carriage to the military camp. Chapter 308, Diverting Troubles. His heart was like a piece of wood stuck in the thumb. He himself didn't know where he lost. In terms of family, his father was a famous cloth merchant in Sanha, with a huge fortune, and he would have no worries about food and clothing in the future. In terms of talent and ability, he was a company commander in the army, and his future was limitless. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a close person to the prince. And Wei Yishan, an orphan and a widow, from a small family, had no money and no power. If compared with him, he really couldn't accept it. Back at the officers' and soldiers' camp, he threw away all the thoughts in his mind, drank a pot of tea, and began to call people out of the camp. Today, he and the prince arranged for the opera troupe to enter the palace, and he needed to be on duty outside the palace. The opera troupe was from Jiling City, and they came early. Although they were familiar with the style of Sanha people, they still trembled when they saw the large group of officers and soldiers coming. Lucan bowed to the troop owner and said, "Don't be nervous. If there is no violation, you can go directly into the palace." "Yes." The troop owner was a little old man with a goatee, and he kept bowing. The officers and soldiers came forward and searched the 5 carriages carefully. Lucan confirmed that there was nothing prohibited, and then he waved his hand and said, "Go in," led by a guard. The troop owner led a troop of more than 20 people into the prince's mansion. After that, under Ming Yue's instruction, they began to learn various rules without getting tired of it, such as not walking around or touching anything. Soon, they started singing on the stage of the prince's mansion. Concubine Yuan, who was sitting below, watched with great interest and sprinkled a handful of golden melon seeds on the stage from time to time. Lin Yi was yawning all the time. After all, his level was limited, and he couldn't understand a word. After hesitating for a while, he took the opportunity of his mother's concentration, stood up quietly, and left. Standing by the lotus pond, he crushed the bean paste cake on the table next to him in his hands, and scattered it on the water in pieces. The goldfish in the water squeezed each other to grab the food, and the water splashed everywhere. Xiao Shizi led Pan Duo over, and Lin Yi said lightly, "What's the matter?" Pan Duo said, "The 200,000 troops of the Wadden people went south, and captured Calican 3 days ago." Lin Yi said in surprise, "Where is King Yong?" Pan Duo said, "King Yong fled without fighting, and led 120,000 troops into Jinzhou." Lin Yi snorted coldly. What a trick to divert the trouble. He is really cruel. He doesn't care even if he loses his own nest. "Is there any news from the court?" Pan Duo said. The emperor ordered General Yuan Qing to lead 100,000 troops to the north to resist the enemy. In addition, ministers in the court proposed that the princes from all over the country go to the capital to defend the king. Lin Yi smiled and said, "If my father didn't want to be a king who lost his country, I'm afraid he would definitely agree. Keep watching and wait for the opportunity to act." What he had to consider was, if his father's order came down, whether he should go north. "Yes," Pan Duo continued. "The shopkeeper came to Jiling City and wanted to see the prince." Peng? Lenny said unhappily. He is the one who has a lot of trouble. Just come if you want to. Why do so many nonsense? After that, he ignored him. Pan Duo smiled awkwardly and retreated. He sighed inwardly. He had never received a dime of monthly salary from Sanha. He had to be scolded by the He Wangfu every day. He himself could not figure out why he did this. After leaving the He Wangfu, he went straight to Tian'ai restaurant, which was the same as Sanha's Jinfu restaurant, and was also Yingzi's business. Boss, you are here. The waiter ran over attentively, and dusted him with a towel in his hand. Pan Duo asked. Is the shopkeeper awake? The waiter said. Yes. He is drinking tea in the backyard. Pan Duo nodded. I will go over now, and make me a pot of tea. After a while, he suddenly felt the benefits of working for He Wangya. Some of Yingzi's business could be openly brought to the fore, and he had the opportunity to enjoy the treatment that Yingzi's second-in-command deserved. They won't be like rats in the gutter, running around everywhere. Wherever the prince is under his rule, they are the home of their shadows. If they are really incapable, they can also ask for help from soldiers and constables. No matter if they are secret guards, court guards, or partridge whistles, it will be useless no matter how many people come. It feels really good to walk in the sun. He is even considering when to marry a wife and have a baby. After all, he is now able to provide them with a safe environment. He walked through the lobby of the restaurant, went directly to the second floor, walked to the end of the corridor, pushed open a small door, and suddenly a staircase appeared. He walked down the stairs, and suddenly the view in front of him was bright. There were all kinds of flowers in the yard, colorful and beautiful. Shopkeeper. Pan Duo stood behind Peng, pushing his wheelchair, and said as he walked, I just came out of the palace. The prince said you can go anytime. Peng smiled and said, What is the situation in Ankong City now? Pan Duo said, 2 porters have lost contact in Ankong City. Peng said, Send more people. I promised the prince that as long as he wants to know the news, I will let him know. Pan Duo said, Yes. I will arrange some barbers and matchmakers to go there. Shopkeeper. Is there anything else to tell me? Keep an eye on Hu Banquan. Peng snorted coldly. The Hu family has been a little dishonest recently. They are really old and confused. Don't worry. Shopkeeper. This old guy has been watching all the time. Pan Duo said with a smile. Once we catch him with solid evidence, Lord Shanqi will definitely not let him off. The late spring cold in Jinling City just ended, and it started to rain endlessly. In a month, it is quite good to have 10 sunny days. However, this does not affect the large-scale demolition of the governor's office in the city. Jinling City is a 1,000-year-old ancient city. It has been prosperous since ancient times. There are rich merchants everywhere. There are rich people and poor people. The poor have a hard life. In order to have a place to stay, they build houses and shacks in the city. Because there is no sewer, sewage flows everywhere at ordinary times. When it rains, it is directly blocked. Occasionally, a heavy rain can flood up to waist height. Shinkasho, who had just collected taxes, made up his mind. Like Baiyun City, all sections that did not meet the epidemic prevention requirements were demolished. There is no rule for forced demolition. According to the rules, houses and subsidies are provided. After the houses were demolished, large tracts of vacant land were left. Under the puzzled eyes of the wealthy merchants in Wuzhou, the governor's office actually held a bidding. They did not understand, and would not participate at all. In the end, all the successful bidders were from Sanha. The one who won the most plots of land was Tian Xixi. He built shops and houses in Jinling City. All of them had land deeds, so he was not afraid of not being able to sell them. In this way, the governor's office made up for the deficit, and the first batch of demolished households in Jinling City became rich. What does it feel like to get rich overnight? Anyway, they deeply experienced it. Chapter 309 Demolition Households. Last month, I was still struggling in the slums, starving and full, struggling for the tomorrow I could not see, and the next month, I sat in the canteen, not looking at the menu, whatever was expensive, I would get. To use the most popular words nowadays, I am not short of money. My mother wants to give me a room to take care of my widowed sister, but my wife disagrees, saying that if I dare to agree, she will divorce me directly. You said it is not easy for me to find a wife. If she leaves, how can I live in the future? A thin man said with a sad face. Brother, congratulations. You have a double blessing. You are rich, but you are also single. This is a blessing many people wish for. The man who spoke was also dark and thin. He kept congratulating. Divorce. I am not afraid of it. I have money. So why should I be afraid of not being able to marry a wife? If there is no other way, I can marry a few concubines. The thin man clapped his hands happily. The three great joys in life are promotion, wealth, and the death of my wife. He will definitely get rich. He certainly couldn't bear to see his wife die. But if his wife divorced him, that would be the best. He wouldn't feel guilty. And he could change his wife. He could find a young second wife and live a happy life. Demolition changed fate. From having nothing to a well-off family overnight. Everyone was happy. This kind of scene happened in many places in Jinling City. Lenny wore a short shirt, dressed like a coolie, and mixed in the crowd, only to find that he was the most miserable one. Others are considering changing their wives. But I don't even have a girlfriend. I'm not short of money. How can I be so miserable? Damn it, let's go fishing. If you come up empty-handed again today, I'll fine you 3 months' salary. Sitting in the cafeteria, Lin Yi threw the chopsticks in his hand on the table. Yes. Xiao Shizi complained bitterly. You come up empty-handed. What does it have to do with our salary? Remember to bring more earthworms. Lin Yi did not forget to remind him. Yes. The prince was on a private visit. Xiao Shizi did not dare to call him big brother. As the prince requested, nor did he dare to bow, he was totally at a loss. After leaving the dining hall, leading the donkey, he looked back from time to time at Lin Yi, who was walking with his hands behind his back. After passing the south gate, after walking 2 miles, Xiao Shizi finally looked at their family, and the prince differently. Such a long way, there was no complaint, which was really rare. Their prince would complain of being tired after walking a few hundred meters. On a tributary of the Fengshui River, Lin Yi cast out the fishing rod under a big tree, and then took a sip from the teapot from time to time. Xiao Shizi held his breath nearby, not daring to breathe heavily, otherwise if he made the slightest movement, the prince would blame him for scaring the fish. He would have no excuse at that time. Moreover, it had been half an hour, and the float hadn't moved at all. If he returned empty-handed, the prince would definitely be furious. At this moment, he wished he could just dive into the water, catch a fish, and directly hang it on the prince's hook, so that he wouldn't have to suffer the same fate. Not only was concubine Yuan difficult to serve, but the prince was also difficult to serve. They are indeed mother and son. Suddenly, he felt the sound of the earth shaking. He had just entered the 8th rank, and his hearing was more sensitive than before, and he clearly felt that the sound was getting closer. He straightened his back, raised his head to look at the guards hiding in the trees on both sides, and quietly moved away from the river. As soon as he got out of the forest, he saw a horse running straight towards this side, with a woman in a red cloak on it, and 2 maids chasing and shouting behind her. Miss! Miss! The 2 maids shouted breathlessly. The horse was about to approach. Xiao Shizi thought that if he really scared the fish in the river, he would be the unlucky one. He suddenly rushed to the front. His figure flashed by, and he stood directly under the horse. The horse was caught by a hand on the neck, and it suddenly stopped, raised its hooves and neighed. The woman on the horse was caught off guard and was about to fall. But suddenly she flew into the air and landed gracefully. Xiao Shizi let go of the hand on the horse's neck, and then slapped the horse's belly with his palm. The horse turned around and ran away. Who are you? The woman watched her horse go away, and she was furious. She glared at Xiao Shizi, who was dressed in a short shirt. Miss, I am doing this for your own good. Xiao Shizi snorted coldly. It would be bad if you fell off the horse. Miss, a maid finally caught up with her, pointed at Xiao Shizi and said, You are a pervert. You are so bold. I will report to the police now. You will suffer the consequences. Miss, it is better to leave early in the wilderness. I don't want to cause trouble. While speaking, Xiao Shizi did not forget to look back at the forest. If the prince came out, wouldn't she be scolded? Your kung fu is better than mine. So you can threaten me like this? Don't forget. This is under the rule of Prince He. The woman snorted coldly. Who dares to act recklessly here? Miss, you trust Prince He very much. A voice came from the forest. Xiao Shizi stepped aside, looking at the prince coming out of the woods, without saying a word. Who are you? The woman stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes. Lin Yi looked at the woman in front of him, slightly absent-minded. Just one feeling, a fairy descended to earth. He saw Nie Yinyang, Xie Shaoqing, Xie Zhouyun, Wen Jiaoyi, Old Twelve's mother. Concubine Tang. But he didn't have this feeling. This woman beautiful? Not at all. The facial features are just like that. But that kind of indescribable temperament actually made him a little fascinated. Who am I? This was the first time Lin Yi asked a question after his rebirth. A country bumpkin. A freckled maid said loudly. How dare you offend our young lady? When the police come, you won't be able to escape. Miss, I'm really sorry. Lin Yi pointed at Xiao Shizi and said, I don't know etiquette. And I offended you. Please forgive me. How can you calm down? I will do everything for you. Facing such a woman, he really couldn't get angry at all. The experience of being a bootlicker in the previous life has been fully utilized at this moment. Yes, miss. If you are angry, just vent it on me. Seeing the attitude of the prince, Xiao Shizi naturally followed suit. Humph. The woman waved her hand at the two women beside her, signaling them not to speak, and only said to Lin Yi, Why did your brother stop my horse? My horse ran away, you have to pay for it. Lin Yi smiled and said, This is all my brother's fault. I will definitely compensate you with a good horse. Can you afford it? The woman looked up and down at Lin Yi, who was wearing a coarse cloth shirt. My horse is a great horse from the northern frontier, worth 1,000 gold. Chapter 310 Lecture. Lin Yi blurted out without hesitation. It just so happens that others say that I am a rich man. If the girl doesn't abandon me, you can take me away. I eat less than a horse, but I work more than a horse. I am diligent and frugal, and I work hard without complaint. The girl will definitely not lose money. He is a prince, how can he not be as good as a horse? Besides, I am losing weight now, and I really eat less. In short, what he said is true, not a single lie. Lecture, don't talk nonsense. The woman blushed, and drew the sword from her waist. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Girl, I am an honest man. Lin Yi said with a smile. I just like to tell the truth. I wonder if the girl is married. If the girl is not married yet, the girl can consider me. He has been summing up the reason why he is single, because he is not thick-skinned enough, and lacks the energy to pester. If he had a thicker skin, the concubine would have a reinforced company. So, he made up his mind to change his thin skin and take the initiative. He must not expect girls to chase him. The wrinkles on his face at the age of 20. I am afraid only women can smooth them out. Scoundrel. The woman stabbed Lin Yi with the sword in her hand without hesitation. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to Lin Yi's shoulder, Lin Yi did not dodge at all. Xiao Shizi quietly stepped forward, put his two fingers together, and directly clamped the tip of the woman's sword. The whole sword hummed and trembled. The woman was shocked. She only knew that this young man, with a hoarse voice, was very skilled in martial arts. But she didn't expect it to be so skilled. He could even clamp her sword, no matter whether she pulled or pushed. Not only did the opponent's feet not move half an inch, but the fingers holding the sword were as hard as bronze, and could not be shaken at all. Why are you so angry? Girl? Lin Yi boldly approached the woman. I don't have any bad intentions. I hope the girl knows this. Xiao Shizi rotated his two fingers, and the woman felt a huge force coming, and finally couldn't bear it, and directly let go of the hilt. When her body was about to stagger, two maids hurriedly supported her, and said with concern, Miss, you? When she came to her senses, her sword had already fallen into Xiao Shizi's hands, and she had no power to fight back. Miss, are you hurt? Lin Yi saw that the woman's face was pale, and was afraid that Xiao Shizi might not hit her hard enough. So he was very concerned about her. I want to report to the police. The woman rubbed her wrist, while looking at Lin Yi with her eyes wide open. Compared with the duck-voiced man, she was more angry at the playful and smiling scoundrel in front of her. Why bother? I really have good intentions. He must have been worried when he went to see the official. After all, he opened the government office. It would be a bad influence if his subordinates saw him like this. As the king of 8 states, he should still have some dignity. The woman said angrily. Do you think the laws of Jinling City are just for show? Xiao Huan, go to the official now. See if this lecher dares to be so arrogant. Yes, miss. The freckled little girl glanced at Lin Yi and Xiao Shizi, picked up her skirt, and ran away in a hurry. It's really not necessary. Girl, do you think I look like a bad guy? Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand, feeling very sad. Why can't he get the treatment that a handsome guy deserves? He is not a domineering CEO, but at least he is better than a domineering CEO. After all, in addition to being rich, he also has power. Wait and tell the officials. It's not worth it to tell this girl so much, the woman said hatefully. It seems that you trust them very much. This is the only comfort for Lin Yi. He established a social order that is worthy of trust. Everyone trusts the officials and the law. It is really a good thing. Anyone who commits a crime in Jinling City will not be able to escape the law. The woman snorted coldly. You are the same. Yes, you are right. Lin Yi sighed. Miss, then you wait for the officials slowly, I will go ahead. If he is caught by his own men, will he still be alive? You are not allowed to leave. The woman and the little maid hurriedly chased after him, but she did not have the courage to block the way, after all. The martial arts of the duck-voiced man were too high. She was afraid that she would really anger the other party. She trusted the official very much, and he could do justice for her. But by then, she would be a corpse. So what was the point of delayed justice? She was not really stupid. Girl, do you want to follow me all the time? Lin Yi rode on the donkey, and looked back at the woman, who was chasing him from time to time. You must be brought to justice as a scoundrel, the woman said indignantly. Girl, men and women should not touch each other. Lin Yi teased. Girl, you should keep your distance from me, so as to avoid misunderstandings. It is really inappropriate for a woman to chase after a man. I will not let you go. After hearing this, the woman became even angrier. Instead of retreating, it came closer to Lin Yi's donkey. Lin Yi smiled, patted the donkey's belly with his legs, and the donkey threw its hoof and ran quickly. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the south gate of Jinling City. Merchants and pedestrians were coming and going at the gate, and the animals kept snorting. According to the latest health laws and epidemic orders issued by Jinling City, every animal had a dung bag behind its buttocks. If an animal peed or defecated on the street, it would be fined 50 copper coins. The road was dusty, and the shouts of driving the animals continued. Lin Yi followed behind, even though he covered his mouth and nose, and he kept eating dirt. When he had money, he must give priority to building roads. Unfortunately, Dianjing has not even built Nanzhou until now, let alone Yong'an and Wuzhou. In fact, it is understandable. After all, the south is full of mountains, let alone building roads. Even walking is difficult. He really doesn't know how his father has been doing for the past 30 years, since he ascended the throne. There are not many decent official roads. Every time the army sets out, almost half of the time is wasted on the road. Before they reached their destination and started fighting, the soldiers started to fall ill, and there were countless casualties. In the end, you have 100,000 troops, and I have 200,000 troops. When it comes to bragging, who is afraid of who? Come on, let's hurt each other. Suddenly, pedestrians on both sides of the road avoided each other, and a team of soldiers drove out in the middle. Xiao Shizi saw Tao Yi riding a horse in front at a glance. There were people everywhere at the door, and Tao Yi didn't dare to run too fast. At this moment, he also saw Xiao Shizi, and then he and the prince. Seeing the two people's dress, he understood instantly. This prince of their family is playing the trick of visiting incognito again. He must not dismount and kneel, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Who knows what tricks their prince is doing behind the scenes? He has unconsciously slowed down his pace. When he was hesitating about how to face the prince, a woman suddenly rushed forward and blocked his way.